Chen Yang was merely a lowly employee, devastated by his ex-wife's infidelity that led to their divorce and financial ruin. At his most vulnerable moment, the stunning CEO of the company unexpectedly informed him that he was the father of her child, imploring him to donate bone marrow to save her daughter. A text message read, "If you can't produce 700,000 today, we will take an arm from you. Our Bema Financial Company means what it says. Your address is number 32, Shirtang Alley, Xiqing District, Qingzhou, and you have a scavenging old mother at home." In the Natural Beauty Cosmetics Company, Chen Yang stared at the debt collection message, his hands trembling with rage. The money was not his debt, but rather that of his former brother-in-law, Lu Chong, who had borrowed high-interest loans using Chen Yang's identity without his consent. Now, a month post-divorce from Lu Yu, Bema Financial Company sought to extort him instead of pursuing Lu Chong for repayment. Chen Yang trembled with fury and fear, pondering what marriage had brought him. Before tying the knot, he had shared a modest apartment with his mother, with savings exceeding 200,000, leading a simple yet warm life. Now, the apartment was sold, and the funds along with his mother's savings had been squandered by Lu Yu. Throughout their year of marriage, his mother had dutifully catered to her daughter-in-law, only to be met with scorn and abuse, visibly aging over the year. Now, post-divorce, they were left without a home, devoid of savings, and burdened with over 700,000 in high-interest debt. They could only reside in a dilapidated old house, with his mother scavenging for scraps to make ends meet. Chen Yang felt a surge of both anger and trepidation, recognizing he was an ordinary man facing the threat from Bema. "He'll fight them. Life is worthless if I must die. Then so be it." He pulled a spring knife from a drawer, gripping it tightly. The blade swiftly cut into his palm, the searing pain igniting a flicker of courage within him. "Chen Yang, what are you doing?" The department supervisor approached, tapping Chen Yang on the head. "I've been calling you for ages. Are you deaf?" Snapping back to reality, Chen Yang replied, "Supervisor Gao, what's the matter?" Gao Hongtao huffed. "President Yi is looking for you. Go to her office immediately." Surprised, Chen Yang exclaimed, "President Yi is looking for me? What for? How would I know? Hurry up. If you anger her, you'll be waiting for a pink slip." Gao Hongtao walked back to his office. Chen Yang returned the knife to the drawer and hurried to the elevator. In the Natural Beauty Cosmetics Company, with over 200 employees, he was one of the most inconspicuous in the business department. Why would the aloof and stunning President Yi seek him out? Arriving on the 6th floor, he entered Yi Qingjia's office. "President Yi, you called for me?" he said uncertainly, gazing at the cold beauty behind the desk. Yi Qingya was the most beautiful woman in the company, drawing many male employees to apply for jobs solely for a glimpse of her. Reputed as Qingjia's most beautiful young matron, she was married with a 4-year-old daughter, yet no one knew the identity of the child's father. Looking at Chen Yang, Yi Qingya leaned on her desk, expressionless. "Chen Yang, y proposa a transaction." "With me? A transaction?" Chen Yang was utterly bewildered. Yi Qingya nodded. "Yes, my daughter has leukemia and requires a bone marrow transplant. Your tissue type matches hers, so I would like to ask you to donate bone marrow. Of course, this will be compensated. Name your price, and I want haggle." "Huh?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "President Yi, how can you be certain my bone marrow will match? From what I understand, matching is quite stringent, typically only successful among parents or siblings." Yi Qingya impatiently replied, "I've reviewed your medical examination, and it's a perfect match. You need not concern yourself with the matching process. You go to the hospital for the donation, and it'll pay you. Just name your price." "I want 700,000. In a moment of impulse, he blurted out a figure. Yi Qingya nodded. "It's a bit high, but I can accept it. At noon today, do not have lunch wait for me in the parking lot downstairs. He'll take you to the hospital. Now, you may return to work." Stunned by how smoothly the conversation went, Chen Yang turned to leave. "Wait." Yi Qingya stood, walked to a cabinet, and began rummaging through it. Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of heat watching her. Yi Qingya was undeniably stunning, with an oval face and delicate features, her understated makeup enhancing her beauty. Though dressed in simple, professional wide-leg pants, her perfect figure and graceful curves were unmistakable, her long legs captivating. "This jade pendant is yours, take it back." Yi Qingya turned and handed Chen Yang a red jade pendant. Seeing the pendant, Chen Yang was momentarily stunned. This was left to me by my father. 5 years ago. I lost it in a fire. How did it end up with you?" Yi Qingya casually replied. "A security officer found it and gave it to me to pass on to you. Now go back to work." Holding the pendant, Chen Yang was filled with confusion. Even if the security officer found it, why would the president hand it to him? Dazed, he exited the office. Suddenly, The red jade pendant, stained with his blood, emitted a flash of light and entered his body. Ah! Chun Yang felt a piercing pain within him, his mind swirling as he involuntarily cried out and rushed toward the nearby restroom. Inside the office, Yi Qingya, hearing Chun Yang shout, assumed it was a joyful outburst over the 700,000. Furrowing her brows with a hint of disdain and impatience, she thought, how could someone like him be worthy to be a father? Umph. Recalling the fire from 5 years prior, she shook her head again. Forget it, it's all in the past. Once I save EE, he will be of no consequence to me. Lowering her head, she resumed working on her project proposal. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Chun Yang cradled his head on the floor, overwhelmed by a torrent of information flooding his mind. He clutched his head, feeling the immense influx of knowledge. Medical martial arts, elixirs and ointments, formations, destiny, and art, all of it converging into 4 words: Tao, which inheritance. Gasping for breath, he rose from the floor, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he sprang into action. Bang! He punched the marble restroom wall. Crash! Crack! The stone shattered, a web of cracks spreading across the wall. Wow, it's real. The inheritance is real. I barely exerted any force, and I shattered the wall. Qin Yang exclaimed, elation surging within him. With the Tao, which inheritance, he would no longer fear any financial company, nor would he allow his mother to suffer any further indignities. Ding dong. His phone chimed with a new message. Opening it, he found a picture sent by his former brother-in-law, Lu Chong. The image depicted 2 young punks flanking his mother. Seeing the picture, Chun Yang's fury ignited. He dialed Lu Chong's number. Lu Chong, if you dare to harm a hair on my mother, I swear it'll kill your entire family. Lu Chong laughed mockingly. Useless brother-in-law, calm down. The people from Bama Company aren't here to hurt her. They're just inviting her for tea to sign a contract. Just you wait. Qin Yang turned and dashed towards the entrance of the building. Before long, the cleaning lady entered. Upon noticing the cracks in the wall, she muttered curses under her breath. These unscrupulous developers. What shoddy construction. They truly care more for money than for lives. In the dilapidated old courtyard of Shirtang Old Street, Lu Chong scoffed and put down his phone. What nonsense is this? Threatening me, just a worthless piece of trash dares to shout at me. Alongside Lu Chong were 3 ruffians with dyed yellow hair. They were indeed from the Bama Financial Company. The leader, Ma Liang, was the brother-in-law of the company's boss by Sean. Ma Liang approached Chun Yang's anxious mother, sneering as he seized Huang Zaihua's hair. Old hag, since you're frightened, hurry up and sign this transfer contract. If you pledge this shabby house to me, it's worth 700,000. Our company won't bother you, and your son Anna Maria will save us all trouble. Huang Zaihua trembled, shaking her head insistently. No way. This house is about to be demolished. I need it for my son's marriage. Upon hearing this, Ma Liang slapped Huang Zaihua across the face. Old fool, are you asking for trouble? With your son's cowardice, he won't be able to marry anyone. If you don't sign today, they'll break your legs. Lu Chong chimed in with a smirk. Old lady, don't say I didn't warn you. This brother Ma here is ruthless. If you don't sign and don't repay the money, he will truly unleash his wrath. When he gets angry, not only will you lose your arms, but your son's limbs will also be in jeopardy. Please, I beg you. Huang Zaihua knelt in terror. I will find a way to repay the money. I will repay it. The old house cannot be sold. Damn it, old hag. Can't you understand human language? Sign the damn thing today. Ma Liang raised his hand, ready to strike again. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared beside Huang Zaihua. It was Chun Yang, who had rushed over. Seeing his mother being humiliated, Chun Yang felt a pang of agony. With a fierce kick, he sent Ma Liang flying. Everyone in the vicinity was momentarily taken aback. Lu Chong hurried to Ma Liang's side. Brother Liang, are you all right? Qin Yang, you worthless fool. How dare you kick Brother Liang? You're finished. Ma Liang spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at Qin Yang, astonished by his strength. The other 2 yellow-haired thugs, seeing Ma Liang injured, rolled up their sleeves and advanced toward Qin Yang. Slap! Qin Yang raised his hands and struck down twice. Clang! Clang! The 2 ruffians were sent tumbling through the air, crashing to the ground, their teeth scattered. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yang approached Ma Liang. Dare to lay a hand on my mother? Today, I shall end you. Lu Chong stood dumbfounded, unable to believe that the usually timid brother-in-law could be so fierce in a fight. Lu Chong quickly interjected, Brother-in-law, don't be impulsive. Do you know who he is? He is the brother-in-law of the boss of Bama Company. You cannot strike him. Mother, I'm fine. Huang Zihua rushed over and tightly embraced her son's waist, fearing he would escalate the situation. Terrified, Ma Liang and his cohorts turned to flee. Mother. Qinyang held his mother close, kneeling before her. Mother, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Marrying that wretched Lu Yu led to our downfall. In the past, I caused you distress, but from now on, with me around, you shall never suffer again. Huang Zihua held her son tightly, joyfully saying, I haven't suffered all as long as you're well. I am content. This house will soon be demolished. Once it is, I will find you a good wife. Qinyang wiped his tears. Looking at the yard filled with debris, his heart ached even more. Mother, don't scavenge anymore. Your son is capable now. I can earn a living for you. Qinyang's voice was both sorrowful and resolute. With the inheritance of the witchcraft, there would surely be opportunities for wealth ahead. At that moment, his phone rang. Qinyang answered, seeing an unfamiliar number. Who is this? Qinyang, where on earth are you? We agreed to meet at the parking lot at 12 o'clock. It's already 5 minutes past. A crisp, cold voice came through. It was Yi Qingya. Realizing, Qinyang quickly replied, Oh, I'm sorry, Missy. I had an urgent matter at home and returned. Please wait half an hour. I'll rush back to the company. No need. Just send me your location. I'll come pick you up. Yi Qingya's voice was icy, tinged with annoyance. Qinyang shrugged, set down his phone, added Yi Qingya on WeChat, and sent her his location. Son, what's going on? Did you delay your work? Hurry back to the company. Don't lose your job. Huang Zihua asked anxiously. Qinyang smiled. Mother, don't worry. I'm now well. Your son is quite capable now. Even if I lose this job, it doesn't matter. In short, your task from now on is to take care of your health at home. You mustn't do anything. Before long, a black Mercedes pulled up at the alley's entrance. At the wheel sat the stunning Yi Qingya. Qinyang entered the car, pondering slightly, and said, Miss Yi, regarding the previous agreement to donate bone marrow, I wish to withdraw my consent. Chapter 3. Treatment. Now that Qinyang has acquired the Dao, which inheritance, he cannot casually donate his bone marrow stem cells. The body of a martial artist incurs losses in cultivation after such a donation. Qinyang must refuse. As Yi Qingya drives, her face turns icy upon hearing Qinyang's words. She coldly retorts, What? Do you want more money? Just tell me how much you need to be satisfied. In that moment, Yi Qingya feels nothing but disdain for Qinyang's fickleness. Simultaneously, she secretly rejoices that she has not allowed him to meet Yi, nor have them live together. Qinyang shakes his head and smiles. It's not about the money. Rather, never mind. Let us first go to the hospital to see your daughter. Perhaps a bone marrow transplant, one tea, even be necessary. I might be able to cure her. Qinyang, I beg you, just tell me what you want. Can you please stop with the nonsense? Yi Qingyan nearly shouts. Yi is only 4 years old. She shouldn't lose her life. You are the only one compatible for the donation. All you need to do is donate some hematopoietic stem cells. You would fully recover in 3 months. Yi Qingya is convinced that Qinyang is merely trying to extort her. Qinyang shakes his head, offering no further explanation. The Dao which inheritance he received includes medical knowledge. Unless faced with a terminal illness, he is confident in treating most ailments. Upon arriving at the hospital, Qinyang opens the car door and confidently steps out, saying, Yi Zong, there is no need to rush. Let us first see your daughter. Oomph. Yi Qingya walks towards the advanced leukemia ward alongside Qinyang. At the ward entrance, a wealthy second-generation heir, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, paces back and forth. Su Xiao, what are you doing here? Yi Qingya inquires. Su Wei, upon seeing Yi Qingya, flashes a smile and approaches, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Qingya, today, coincidentally, a leukemia expert from Yindu is visiting my family, so I had Uncle Lu come to examine Yi's condition. Really? Thank you so much, Su Xiao. Yi Qingya's eyes light up with surprise as she immediately heads into the ward, followed closely by Qinyang. Who are you? Su Wei frowns, scrutinizing Qinyang with disdain. This person, dressed in clothes worth less than 200, dares to be friends with Yi Qingya? Qinyang glances at Su Wei and replies nonchalantly. That is none of your business. Though currently penniless, Qinyang, having received the Dao, which inheritance, is no longer self-deprecating. Not even Su Wei, a mere second-generation rich kid, nor the wealthiest person in the city, holds any significance in his eyes. Su Wei is taken aback by Qinyang's audacity, momentarily bewildered by his true identity. Upon entering the ward, they find a delicate little girl curled up in pain beneath a blanket. Her large eyes barely open, filled with suffering. while her soft hair is strewn across the bed. At first glance, Chun Yang's heart aches painfully, as if he is enduring her torment. "Mommy, you're here," Yi weakly calls out. "I'm fine, Mommy, don't cry." Upon seeing Yi Qingya, Yi speaks softly, trying to ease her mother-esque worry. Yi Qingya nods, covering her mouth and biting her lip. Yi's gaze shifts to Chunyang. "Uncle, who are you? Are you Mommy's friend? Can you give Yi a hug? I'm an employee at your mother-esque company. My name is Chunyang." Chunyang smiles gently and approaches, opening his arms to embrace Yi. She beams, "Mommy." Uncle Chunyang's hug is so warm. Yi Qingya stands frozen, incredulous. She knows her daughter well. Yi has always disliked strangers, especially unfamiliar men. Aside from a few close family members, she would cry if anyone else attempted to hold her. Yet now, she willingly seeks out Chunyang's embrace. Standing behind Yi Qingya, Su Wei hears Chunyang refer to himself merely as an employee and cannot help but feel relieved. His eyes reveal contempt as he scoffs inwardly. "A lowly employee dares to show me disrespect. Get away." Yi is in critical condition. Holding her like this could lead to an infection. An elderly expert with white hair admonishes from beside the bed. Su Wei quickly concurs, "Exactly. Chunyang, what chaos are you causing here? Get out of the ward." Chunyang releases Yi, feeling as though his heart has melted. He turns to Yi Qingya and smiles. "I sense a special connection with Yi." Yi Qingya's heart skips a beat. Could this be a bloodline connection? That cannot be. She reaches out, pulling Chunyang aside, her face stern. Yi is weak. Your germs could infect her. You are not to hold her again. Once the expert finishes examining her, you will proceed with the blood type matching. Chunyang shakes his head earnestly. Yizong, she does not have leukemia. Rather, her blood is turned white due to poisoning. Only by eliminating the source of the toxins can she be cured. Other treatment methods will only address the symptoms, not the root cause. Huh, what a joke. The elderly expert, Lu Tongdao, sneers coldly, sizing up Chunyang with disdain. Where did you come from? Can you even read lab reports? Do you understand English literature or physiological indicators? Yi is currently in the acute stage of leukemia. Fortunately, I am here today. Otherwise, even a bone marrow transplant would be futile. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingya quickly asks, "Professor Lu, are you saying you can treat Yi?" "Of course." Lu Tongdao replies with confidence. "With decades of clinical experience treating leukemia, I have developed a medication that effectively treats acute leukemia, boasting an impressive cure rate of over 80%. Beside them, Su Wei proudly interjects, "Qingya, I told you Uncle Lu's medical skills are exceptional." Thank you. And thank you, Su Xiao. I truly appreciate it. Let us proceed with the treatment." Yi Qingya responds eagerly. Lu Tongdao hesitates, stating, "Miss Yi, treatment is indeed possible. However, I must inform you that my medication is quite expensive due to the scarcity of raw materials. One treatment costs 3 million, and at least 3 doses are required for EE to be cured." Yi Qingya is taken aback by the price, but quickly responds, "Please, Professor Lu, go ahead with the treatment. I will cover the costs." "Very well." Lu Tongdao turns and pulls out a beautifully packaged bag of powdered medication from his pocket. In reality, this powder is merely a mixture of hormones, paclitaxel, ginseng, protein powder, and other components. It may alleviate symptoms during an acute leukemia episode, but it cannot cure the disease. Lu Tongdao is eager to exploit this wealthy patient, knowing that once he receives payment, he can return to Yindu without concern for the outcome. As Lu Tongdao prepares to administer the medication, Chunyang rushes forward, blocking him. "Wait, Yizong, that medication cannot be used. I told you, he does not have leukemia. The ginseng in this powder will exacerbate the toxins, putting Yi's life in danger." "Ha ha ha, you're killing me with laughter." Su Wei derisively laughs. "A lowly employee like you thinks he understands medicine, daring to spout such nonsense? I suspect you're just trying to attract attention for your chairman." Yi Qingya's face turns icy as she points towards the door. "Chunyang, leave. We no longer need you. I will not engage in any transactions with you. Get out now." Chunyang furrows his brow, glancing at Yi Qingya before coldly snorting and striding out. Lu Tongdao stands beside the bed with a sneer, thinking to himself, "These days, anyone can pretend to be a miracle worker. After a few days of browsing Baidu and Jihu, they think they're experts. How ridiculous." He then proceeds to administer the concocted medication into Yi's stomach. Chapter 4. Poison. Chunyang steps outside the ward, feeling dejected and contemplating leaving altogether. However, he turns back and sees the adorable yet pitiful Yi on the bed, and his heart aches with a sharp pang. This is a heartwarming child, and if one acts impulsively, it could lead to her detriment. After some contemplation, Chun Yang headed towards the traditional Chinese medicine department of the hospital. He needed to seek acupuncture, ready to respond at any moment, lest Yi's condition worsened. In the ward, after taking her medication, Yi's mental state had significantly improved. After all, the medication contained hormones, ginseng, and protein powder, all of which could rapidly enhance blood energy. Yi Qingya was overwhelmed with joy to see her daughter, sitting up and playing. "Thank you, Professor Liu," she expressed gratefully. Professor Liu chuckled, saying, "Miss Yi, there's no need for such formality. Healing the sick is my duty. Your child can be discharged today. The remaining powder can be taken at home. In a week, she should be mostly recovered." "Thank you." Yi Qingya's heart blossomed with delight. She turned to Su Wei, expressing her gratitude as well. Su Wei quickly replied, "Qingya, you are too polite. Between us, there's no need for such courtesy. I care for Yi deeply, often considering her as my own daughter. It brings me joy to see her recover." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingya merely acknowledged with a sound, saying little else. Although she had a daughter, suitors were not lacking around her, and Su Wei was among the more distinguished ones. Professor Liu stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for his payment. As for whether Yi would not recover in a week, that was her fate, and he would not take the blame. At that moment, Yi suddenly began to cough violently, expelling a large amount of blood. She trembled uncontrollably, the entire bed shaking. Mom, I feel unwell. It feels like I'm on fire." Yi whimpered in agony. Yi Qingya reached out to touch her daughter's forehead, which was burning hot. "This is bad. Acute high fever. What is happening to Yi? Professor Liu, please tell me, what is wrong with my daughter?" Yi Qingya nearly shrieked. Seeing Yi's condition, Professor Liu turned pale and said, This may be an acute episode. Quickly call for emergency assistance. I'm not a doctor here and cannot help." With that, Professor Liu hurriedly left the ward, knowing that Yi could die at any moment, and he could not bear the responsibility. Doctor! Yi Qingya shouted frantically. Just then, Chun Yang entered, glanced at Yi on the bed, and said, "Miss Yi, please do not panic. I can save Yi." "Chun Yang, can you really? Please, you must save her. She is my lifeblood." Yi Qingya clutched Chun Yang's arm tightly. Chun Yang had retrieved silver needles from the traditional medicine department. Without wasting words, he swiftly inserted 3 needles into Yi's stomach, Tian Ta, and Danzhong points. As the last needle was inserted, Yi let out a gasp, expelling a substantial amount of medicinal powder from her mouth. Standing nearby, Su Wei shouted, "Qingya, stop him. Look, he's making Yi vomit. He's going to torture her to death. If anything happens to Yi, it's his fault." Yi Qingya was momentarily at a loss. Chun Yang scoffed, stating, "Am I torturing Yi? The one truly torturing her is that old expert you brought in, who only cares about selling medicine and disregards Yi's actual condition by force-feeding her drugs, resulting in her high fever. I am merely using emesis to expel the medications from her stomach." As Chun Yang spoke, he inserted the silver needles again, this time targeting various acupoints along Yi's liver meridian. As he did, the feverish and lethargic Yi soon regained consciousness and her spirits improved significantly. Relieved, Chun Yang exhaled, addressing Yi Qingya. Yi's condition is temporarily stable. However, to achieve a complete recovery, we must continue with acupuncture to gradually eliminate the toxins from her body. Toxins? What toxins? Yi Qingya inquired, perplexed. Chun Yang shook his head. "I am uncertain of the specific toxin, but it appears to be a neurotoxin. My acupuncture has stimulated Yi's liver detoxification function, hence her improvement. However, a full recovery may take about a month." Su Wei pointed at Chun Yang, exclaiming, "Nonsense. The hospital has already diagnosed her with leukemia. You insist it's poisoning. You are nothing but a fraud." Su Wei approached Yi Qingya, indignantly stating, "Qingya, you must be cautious of this lowly employee. He is cunning and full of lies, and one cannot be too careful." At that moment, a flurry of footsteps approached. The expert team from the hematology department of Qingzhou Central Hospital rushed in. "What happened? What is wrong with Yi?" The lead physician, Director Meng Ping, quickly inquired. Yi Qingya promptly replied, "Just now, Yi suddenly had a high fever. I don't know how she is now." Su Wei stood by, sarcastically adding, just to clarify, it was that scoundrel Chun Yang's acupuncture that caused EE's condition, not Professor Liu's medication. Director Ming furrowed his brow and approached EE, pressing a button on a nearby machine. His expression shifted to one of surprise as he stared at the monitor, exclaiming incredulously, EE's condition has improved significantly. Hemoglobin levels are rising rapidly, and blood oxygen saturation and white blood cell counts are returning to normal. This is impossible. How did EE improve so suddenly? Chun Yang addressed Director Ming. Director, EE's blood discoloration was due to the accumulation of toxins in her body. Thus, once we eliminate the toxins, recovery is natural. Toxins? Director Ming mused. I will conduct a neurotoxin analysis. Xiao Wu, quickly collect a sample from EE. Soon, the expert team busied themselves. An hour later, the test results were in. Director Ming looked at the results, incredulously stating, Mr. Chun, you were correct. There are indeed remnants of a special neurotoxin in EE's body. However, this toxin appears to be complex, and we cannot currently determine its specific composition, nor can we find a corresponding treatment. Chun Yang smiled slightly. No worries. Our traditional acupuncture can treat it without knowing the exact toxin. As long as we perform acupuncture daily to stimulate EE's natural detoxification abilities, she will gradually recover. Yi Qingya, overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing this, gazed at Qin Yang, surprised that this seemingly ordinary individual possessed knowledge of acupuncture. Qin Yang, thank you. I will need your assistance with EE's acupuncture treatment moving forward. Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble at all. I have a fondness for EE and feel a special connection with her. Look, her nose and eyebrows bear a resemblance to mine. Ha ha. Yeah. Uncle Chun, I like you too. EE exclaimed, jumping out of bed and wrapping her arms around Qin Yang's neck. Qin Yang spun her around, and she giggled incessantly. Yi Qingya stood rooted in place, watching this scene unfold, her heart suddenly pounding with anxiety. A sense of crisis surged within her. No, my daughter is mine. No one can take her away. She belongs solely to me. Yi Qingya's expression hardened as she snatched EE from Chun Yang's embrace, coldly stating, Qin Yang, our business at the hospital is concluded. You may return to work. I will seek you out for treatment tomorrow. Qin Yang was taken aback, staring at Yi Qingya, furrowing his brow as he replied, Miss Yi, I did save EE after all. What is wrong with giving her a hug? Is this reaction truly necessary? What reaction? EE is my daughter. You are a stranger. Is it not entirely reasonable for me to prevent you from holding her? Furthermore, I am your superior, and I now require you to return to work. Yi Qingya said, holding EE tightly. Qin Yang, observing Yi Qingya's unapproachable demeanor, could not help but mutter, what a lunatic. He turned and exited the ward. As he stepped out of the hospital, Qin Yang scoffed, never expecting Yi Qingya to hold such disdain for others. Forget it. I want to go back to work. What nonsense. Qin Yang walked home, now possessing the inheritance of the Taoist sorcery. Why would he need to engage in a meager job that paid a mere 3,500 a month? Chapter 5. Wrath in the Hospital. Yi clung to Yi Qingya's neck. Mom, I want to play with Uncle Chun, she expressed, finding warmth in his embrace. Yi Qingya shook her head, reminding EE that Uncle Chun still had to work. For now, be a good girl and wait in the ward while I handle your discharge. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi now had hope for recovery, which filled Yi Qingya with uncontainable joy. As for Qin Yang, she only needed to remain vigilant. It was enough to prevent her daughter from becoming too close to him. Once treatment concluded, she would ensure that Qin Yang would never see her daughter again. Upon returning home, Qin Yang found the place eerily empty. Outside, disheveled tire tracks marred the ground. Mom, where are you? Panic surged within him. He hastily retrieved his phone and dialed his mother's number. The ringtone echoed from beneath a flagstone near the entrance. Rushing over, he discovered his mother's phone lying there, its case cracked. Mom, Mom, he shouted, dread gnawing at his heart. His mother was frugal and cherished that Xiaomi phone she had used for 7 or 8 years. The fallen device could only mean one thing. She had been forcibly taken away. Qin Yang's anger flared like wildfire. He had acquired the Taoist sorcery inheritance and was no longer an ordinary person. Yet his mother still suffered. He pummeled a stone in the yard, shattering it into fragments. Wait, Bema Financial Company? Lu Chong? Yes, it had to be the people from Bema Financial Company. Qin Yang's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he mounted a shared bicycle and sped towards his ex-wife Lu Yu's home. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After a year of marriage to Lu Yu, he found himself in such a dire situation. If anything happened to his mother, he would be the first to eradicate Lu Yu and her family of ingrates. As he pedaled faster, it felt as if he was soaring. He overtook car after car, leaping over flower beds and veering into the Bihui community. Passers-by and drivers gasped in astonishment. By the time they reached for their phones to capture the moment, Qinyang and the bicycle had vanished. Arriving at Building 15, he dismounted and hurried to Lu Yu's front door. With a powerful kick, he splintered the door open and strode inside. There, Lu Chong was engrossed in a video game while eating ice cream. Qinyang seized Lu Chong by the hair and demanded, "Where is my mom?" Lu Chong snapped to attention, furiously shouting, "Qinyang, are you insane? How did you get into my house? You're divorced from my sister, yet you still have a key? What do you want?" Without a word, Qinyang slapped Lu Chong across the face. Lu Chong stood frozen. Qinyang raised his hand and unleashed a flurry of slaps. Lu Chong's face transformed into a swollen mess, teeth scattering on the floor as he collapsed to his knees. "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I was pressured into scamming you for the 700,000 by Bama's people. They wanted your family's old house. Please, don't hit me anymore. Where's my mom?" Qinyang gritted his teeth. I really don't know where Aunt Huang is." Lu Chong trembled, observing Lu Chong's demeanor. Qinyang surmised that he genuinely had no knowledge of his mother's abduction. "Lu Chong, tell me, where is the Bama company located?" Qinyang pressed. I know. The Bama Financial Company's lair is at the Night Dream Bar. It's both a bar and their hideout." Lu Chong stammered. Qinyang kicked Lu Chong away and turned to leave. Lu Chong lay on the ground, a roasted pig in appearance, wailing in pain. At that moment, inside the Night Dream Bar, Huang Zihua was tightly bound to a chair with duct tape. Opposite her sat Bai Shan, his face marred by a long scar. Bai Shan smoked a cigarette, coldly observing Huang Zihua. "You stubborn old hag. It won't matter how tough you are today. You will sign this contract, whether you want to or not. Furthermore, your son harmed my brother-in-law. Just look at how Ma Liang has been rendered a eunuch for life. Without 5 million, this matter won't conclude." Huang Zihua trembled, unable to fathom that her lifelong diligence and meekness had led her to such humiliation in her old age. She was genuinely frightened. She did not want her son to clash with these people. The old house's demolition could indeed yield a substantial sum, far exceeding 700,000. But if her son lost his life, what good would money do? Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, "I'll sign. I'll give you the old house. Just spare us. Now you're being obedient." Bai Shan laughed heartily, placing the property transfer contract before Huang Zihua for her signature. With trembling hands, she signed and pressed her thumbprint, stammering, "See, can I leave now?" "Leave? Ha ha!" Bai Shan guffawed, joined by several of his henchmen. Ma Liang approached, striking Huang Zihua across the face. "You think you can escape after your son crippled me? Let us toss her into the river to feed the fish. I think although she is old, she is quite attractive. We can sell her to Master Hu. I think it's a good deal." Laughter erupted among the group. Ma Liang then grabbed a plastic bag and placed it over Huang Zihua's head. "Don't worry, old hag. Soon your son will join you in hell." Huang Zihua gasped for air, unable to believe that even after signing the contract, she could not escape their clutches. 1 minute passed, then 2. Suddenly, the office door burst open. Qinyang stormed in. Upon seeing his unconscious mother beneath the plastic bag, his eyes turned blood red. He glared at Ma Liang and Bai Shan. In that instant, Qinyang was engulfed in regret. He lamented not having dealt with Ma Liang earlier that morning. He regretted showing mercy, which led to his mother enduring such torment. He underestimated the vengeance and lawlessness of these scoundrels. Rushing to his mother's side, he removed the plastic bag and glared at Bai Shan and his associates, his voice icy. "You are courting death. Ha ha ha. It seems you are the one who is about to die." Ma Liang laughed, then pointed at Qinyang. "Brother-in-law, that's him. He is the one who ruined me. Get him." Bai Shan ordered without hesitation. Qinyang clenched his fists and charged forward. With powerful strikes, he felled the approaching thugs, each punch landing with lethal precision. In the blink of an eye, 7 henchmen lay motionless on the ground. Bai Shan dropped his cigarette in shock, staring at Qinyang as if he were a demon. Ma Liang trembled in fear, losing control of his bladder. With a thud, Bai Shan collapsed to the ground. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were a martial artist. Please don't kill me. My uncle is Master Hu, the most powerful man in the Eastern City. He is also a martial artist. You must know him. Please spare me. Even if your father is the Jade Emperor, you must die. Qin Yang retorted, advancing and delivering fatal kicks to both Ma Liang and Bai Shan, their heads bursting upon impact. The Bema Financial Company was utterly annihilated. Chapter 6. Volcanic Wood. Qin Yang approached his mother, checking her condition. Thankfully, she was merely in a temporary state of shock. In a fit of rage, he overturned all the drinks in the Night Dream bar, igniting a fire that engulfed the entire establishment. The bar contained high-concentration alcohol for mixing, which ignited violently upon contact with the flames. Qin Yang's gaze was icy as he prepared to carry his mother away. Suddenly, amidst the flames, a flickering yellow glow caught his attention. Could it be volcanic red sapwood? Qin Yang was astonished. This type of wood could only possibly be found near volcanic craters, having matured under the influence of geothermal heat, naturally resistant to flames and imbued with a potent yang energy. It is revered in traditional Chinese medicine for its remarkable efficacy in invigorating the body and dispelling cold. It is quite rare. Qin Yang gently set down his mother and dashed into the fire. Within the inferno, he spotted a palm-sized Paixio wooden sculpture resting on a table. This was indeed crafted from volcanic red sapwood. Had it not been for the raging inferno, he would have never discovered it. He seized the sculpture and tucked it into his pocket. With his unconscious mother in his arms, Qin Yang leaped out of the flames, vanishing like a specter. The Night Dream bar was engulfed in alcohol, and the fire raged on. Within a mere 10 minutes, the entire bar, along with the bodies within, was reduced to ashes. By the time the fire truck arrived, the flames had spread to nearby establishments. Qin Yang returned home, cradling Huang Zihua. He gently pressed on the acupoint above her lip. Soon, Huang Zihua stirred awake. Upon seeing Qin Yang, she grasped his hand tightly. Yangzi, run. Quickly. Let's leave Qingzhou forever. Mom, it's all right. Those evildoers have been apprehended by the police. You are safe now. We will be safe from now on. Hearing this, Huang Zihua finally relaxed and fell back to sleep. Qin Yang tenderly covered her with a blanket, his heart aching as he gazed at their dilapidated home. Though it was slated for demolition, he wondered how long they would have to wait. Surely, he couldn't allow his mother to continue living in such squalor. He needed money. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Yi Qingya. He glanced at the screen and promptly hung up. He needed a substantial sum, and the meager 3,500 she provided monthly was of no use to him. After contemplating briefly, he made his way to Wenhua Street in Qingzhou. In the office of the Natural White Cosmetics Company, Yi Qingya was incensed to find that Qin Yang had hung up on her. What did he mean by that? All she had done was speak a few words to him in the hospital, and now he was skipping class and ignoring her calls. What was this man thinking? After pacing in frustration, Yi Qingya suddenly had a realization. Could it be the medical fees? Yes, it must be because she hadn't given him any money. Although she had not utilized his hematopoietic stem cells this time, he had indeed cured Yi, and he was likely using that as a pretext to demand the 700,000. With a huff, Yi Qingya felt even more disdain for Qin Yang. She picked up her phone and called the finance department. Hello, Xiao Wang. I need to withdraw 700,000 and require a check for this afternoon. Wenhua Street was renowned in Qingzhou for selling various antiques and treasures. The volcanic red sapwood in Qin Yang's possession was not only a rare medicinal material, but also a valuable collectible, worth far more than agarwood or golden silk namu. The street was bustling with people, many discussing the recent fire at the bar. It was said that the fire had spread rapidly, consuming everything and trapping the staff inside. I heard that the firefighters speculated the blaze spread so quickly due to the large quantities of high-concentration alcohol stored in the bar. Those who go to bars now are simply fools. The drinks there are cheap, many are diluted. Ha! Who in their right mind would go to a bar for drinks? They're there for the women. Qin Yang's ears perked up as he caught snippets of conversation around him. He felt somewhat reassured. It seemed the deaths of Bai Shan and his associates had not stirred up too much trouble. He entered the largest treasure shop on Wenhua Street, Long Wang Ge. The shop was filled with customers. Without wasting time, Qin Yang approached the counter and placed the volcanic red sapwood before the owner, Zhao Jinshan. Known among familiar patrons as Zhao the Merchant, he was a rotund man. Zhao Jinshan looked at the Paixio statue with surprise and remarked, Ah, this material. It must be volcanic wood. A fine piece, albeit slightly flawed from the fire. If you're looking to sell, I can offer you 500,000. The surrounding customers, upon hearing the offer of 500,000 for a wooden sculpture, quickly gathered around. Qin Yang replied, Boss, this is not merely volcanic wood, but the finest quality, volcanic red sapwood. Although it has been scorched, this type of wood is inherently fire-resistant. Is 500,000 truly sufficient? Volcanic red sapwood? What is that? I've never heard of it. One customer exclaimed. It's a premium medicinal material said to invigorate and replenish the kidneys, particularly beneficial for men. Really? If wearing it can enhance my prowess, then I'd accept 500,000. A bald man, clearly lacking vitality, immediately interjected. 60,000. I'll pay 60,000. Shouted a robust elder nearby. Qinyang turned to regard the old man, nodding slightly. The elder smiled and introduced himself. Greetings, I am Qin Sihai, and I have a fondness for such carvings. At this moment, Zhao Jianshang, banging on the table in exasperation, exclaimed, I ask you all, are you here to buy or to steal my business? How about this? Handsome lad, I'll offer you 150,000 for the sculpture. Furthermore, if I sell it for more than 150,000 later, we can split the profits. How does that sound? I'm quite generous. Would you agree? The crowd murmured in approval at Zhao Jianshang's offer of 150,000. That's quite high. Volcanic wood typically goes for around several hundred thousand. 150,000 is excessive. Even Qin Sihai beside Qinyang sighed, advising, young man, Zhao's offer of 150,000 is indeed a top price. You'd be wise to accept it. You wouldn't be a loss. Qinyang hesitated, observing Qin Sihai, though the elder appeared robust, suggesting a life of fitness and nutrition. His complexion bore a greenish hue and his eyes had dark spots, a sign of malevolent energy afflicting him, indicating a severe health condition. Despite his apparent vitality, should this malevolent energy erupt, it could claim his life in an instant. Gazing at the sculpture in his hand, Qinyang realized that, while selling it to the shop owner would fetch 150,000, giving it to Qin Sihai could potentially save a life. Chapter 7. 70,000. With a slight hesitation, Qinyang handed the sculpture to Qin Sihai, stating, Elder, I will sell this to you for 120,000. But you must not resell it. It should be kept close to you. If you ever feel unwell, simply crush this volcanic wood and consume it. What? Qin Sihai was taken aback, frowning. Young man, what do you mean by this? I feel perfectly fine and have no need for it to enhance my vitality. However, if you're offering it to me, I shall accept. With that, Qin Sihai promptly paid, wary that Qinyang might change his mind. Qinyang shook his head, knowing that Qin Sihai wouldn't believe the truth of his condition. Thus, he refrained from elaborating. As he saw the 120,000 transfer into his bank account, Qinyang was elated. At last, he could provide a better life for his mother. Returning home with the money, Qinyang found Huang Zaihua tidying up the yard. Mom, stop cleaning. Tomorrow, I will take you out to stay in a big house. Once I have the means, I will buy you a villa. Qinyang said with a grin. Huang Zaihua waved her hands. What do you mean by renting a place? This place is quite good. There's no need to waste money. Just as I was speaking, the sound of brakes echoed outside. The door was suddenly flung open. Lu Yu entered, dragging Lu Chang, who was wrapped up like a mummy. With hands on her hips, Lu Yu pointed at Qinyang and Huang Zaihua, exclaiming, Qinyang, you scoundrel, do you have no conscience? Even if we are divorced, you cannot come to my home and harm my brother. After a year of marriage, I toiled in your family without receiving anything in return. Now that we are divorced, you dare to harass and assault my family. Are you even a man? Hearing this, Qinyang scoffed in anger, utterly perplexed as to why he ever married such a shrew. How could he have endured her tyranny for a whole year? He strode over and ordered, get out. Lu Chang knew well what he had done. Qinyang, I'm seriously injured. Let me remind you, your unprovoked assault is against the law. You'll face imprisonment and owe me at least 500,000 in medical expenses. My sister and I don't wish to extort you. Just give us our rightful share of this old house, and we'll consider it settled. Otherwise, prepare for jail time. Get lost. Qinyang kicked Lu Chang in the stomach. Lu Yu, seeing her brother assaulted once again, furiously lunged at Qinyang, who easily swatted her aside. Amidst the chaos, a Mercedes sped up and parked at the entrance. The tall and strikingly beautiful Yi Qingya stepped out of the car. She glanced at Lu Yu and her brother but ignored them, striding directly toward Qinyang, her voice icy. Qinyang, why aren't you at work? What do you intend to do? Qinyang was taken aback by Yi Qingya's appearance at his home. Miss Yi, I've only been absent for half a day. Surely that's not a problem. If you wish to dock my pay, I accept that. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Yi Qingya's expression was frosty as she produced a check from her bag, handing it to Qinyang. This is a check for 700,000. You can withdraw it any time. Now, come with me to see Yi. Chunyang glanced at the arrogant Yi Qingya, scoffed, and tore the check into pieces, letting them fall to the ground. Lu Yu and her brother were utterly stunned by the scene. Lu Yu quickly bent down to collect the scattered check, her heart racing. This was 700,000. With a forced smile, she pleaded, "Miss Yi, please don't be angry." Chunyang acted impulsively. "If you could write another check, I'll ensure he complies." "Get out." Chunyang frowned, casting an impatient look at Lu Yu. Undeterred, she grasped his arm, saying, "Please don't be upset. Our divorce a month ago was a hasty decision. I believe our marriage can still continue. Apologize to the boss quickly and retrieve that check. Get out." Chunyang kicked Lu Yu outside. Enraged at Chunyang's indifference, she gritted her teeth. "Fine, just wait. I'll make you pay." Lu Yu's jealousy burned within her. She couldn't fathom why. After a year of marriage where Chunyang had been incompetent and timid, he suddenly seemed to have fortune smiling upon him just a month post-divorce. With the impending demolition of their old house, which would yield at least $1 million in compensation, and now a boss eager to hand him 700,000, why hadn't any of this happened during their marriage? Moreover, the formerly submissive Chunyang had dared to lay hands on her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She resolved to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Tomorrow, she would enlist her cousin's help to deal with Chunyang and retrieve the money. Yi Qingya, somewhat surprised, glanced at the departing Lu Yu and asked, "You've divorced?" "Miss Yi, you certainly meddle in affairs that don't concern you," Chunyang retorted, not in the mood for pleasantries. "Your daughter is precious. Even a mere hug feels like sacrilege. I don't need your 700,000. You may leave." Realizing Chunyang was still upset about what happened at the hospital, Yi Qingya pondered before asking, "What do you want? 1 million? 5 million? Yi could fall ill again at any moment. What must I do for you to continue her treatment?" Chunyang coldly laughed, replying, "First, apologize sincerely. Secondly, you must not obstruct me when I hold Yi next time. Those are my 2 conditions." Yi Qingya was taken aback that he sought an apology rather than money. Her expression softened as she nodded. "All right, I apologize. I was overly anxious in the hospital." She bowed deeply. "Please continue treating my daughter." Chunyang was surprised by her sincere bow, and his anger dissipated. "Fine, let us go. I also feel a special connection with Yi. Even if you hadn't come to apologize, I would have insisted on continuing her treatment." Yi Qingya rolled her eyes at him, signaling Huang Zihua as she said, "Auntie, we're leaving." "Auntie, please don't let Chunyang be fired," Huang Zihua said worriedly. "He may be stubborn, but he is genuinely a hard-working employee." "Auntie, I understand, and I won't fire him," Yi Qingya reassured her, waving her hand. She felt uneasy lingering, especially since the elderly woman before her was Yi's biological grandmother. After getting into the car, Yi Qingya took Chunyang to Fengming Community. Upon arriving at the community entrance, Yi Qingya said, "I live on the 5th floor. The code is 1213. My parents are abroad, and only Yi is home. You go in first. I'll grab some materials from the property management." As Chunyang exited the car, he admired the low-density community, filled with villas and no buildings exceeding 18 stories. The lush lawns, rockeries, and beautiful scenery made him envious. Tomorrow, he too would seek residence in such a community. Reaching the 5th floor, he entered the code, unlocking the door. Just then, a woman rushed out of the bathroom, her hair damp and her body unclothed, dripping water. She was tall, with skin as pale as snow and a perfect figure, but her face was obscured by her hair. Hearing the door open, she exclaimed, "Qingya, hurry." Yi just screamed in her room. She must be having another episode. Clearly, the woman who had just emerged from the bath mistook Chunyang for Yi Qingya. Su Yin wiped her face and, without a moment to don a towel, dashed toward Yi's room. Chunyang intended to warn her, but upon hearing Su Yin mention Yi's episode, he hurriedly followed her. Chapter 8. The source. Yi lay on the bed, breathing heavily with a flushed face, running a high fever. "Yi, what is wrong?" Su Yin was extremely anxious. He managed a weak smile. "Auntie Su, you're not embarrassed?" "Uncle Chun is still here, and you ran out without clothes." "Uncle Chun." Su Yin touched Yi's forehead. "Oh no, Qingya, come quick. Yi seems to have a fever again. We need to get her to the hospital." Chunyang, standing behind, cleared his throat and said, "It's indeed serious, but don't worry, I can treat her." "Ah." Su Yin nearly jumped at the sound of a man's voice behind her, spinning around in terror to find Chunyang. He quickly turned away, saying, "My apologies. I didn't see anything. You can go wash up. I'll take care of Yi. Su Yin, flustered, dashed toward the bathroom. In her haste, she tripped over the sofa and fell onto the rug with a yelp. Yi laughed uncontrollably from the bed. Qinyang chuckled too, bending down to stroke Yi's head and check her condition. Yi appeared worse than she had at the hospital, clearly having come into contact with something toxic, exacerbating her illness. Do not be afraid, Yi. Uncle will give you acupuncture treatment, and you will feel better soon, Qinyang said with a gentle smile. Yi sat up and hugged Qinyang tightly around the neck, exclaiming, Uncle, just holding you makes me feel so much better. Can you stay at my house? I want to cuddle with you while I sleep. Upon hearing these words, Qinyang felt his heart melt. For some reason, in that moment, he felt he would do anything for Yi. No one would ever harm this little girl again. He replied, All right, Uncle will do his best to persuade your mother to let me stay. But first, we need to proceed with the acupuncture. Yi nodded obediently, her sparkling eyes fixed on Qinyang as he prepared the needles. After 10 minutes, Yi's fever subsided, and she closed her eyes, peacefully drifting off to sleep. In the living room, Su Yin had dressed and sat on the sofa, feeling an overwhelming urge to bury her head in the ground out of embarrassment. She never imagined that her best friend, Yi Qingya's home, would be invaded by a strange man. What should she do? Her reputation was at stake. The guy claimed he saw nothing, but that was nonsense. He had clearly seen everything from the doorway. Just then, the door to the room opened again, and Yi Qingya walked in. Upon seeing her, Su Yin's eyes filled with tears of grievance, and she rushed over to hug Yi Qingya tightly, saying, Qingya, why did you let a stranger come in and out of your room like that? Huh? Yi Qingya was taken aback. Noticing Su Yin's distressed expression and the fragrant scent of her freshly washed hair, she instantly became alert. Grabbing Su Yin, she frowned and asked Xiao Yin, Did Qinyang do something inappropriate to you? Upon hearing the word inappropriate, Su Yin quickly waved her hands. She felt quite frustrated, as Qinyang had indeed seen her in a vulnerable state, but she couldn't blame him. At that moment, Qinyang emerged from the bedroom. Yi Qingya angrily approached him, glaring and demanding, Qinyang, did you bully Su Yin? Su Yin? Qinyang recognized the name and instinctively looked towards Yi Qingya's friend. With her round face, delicate nose, and enchanting eyes, she was both beautiful and charming, her figure strikingly tall and elegant. Alongside Yi Qingya, who exuded a cool and sensual aura, Su Yin radiated a pure and sunny charm. Qinyang waved his hand, saying, I did not bully her, Miss Yi. Please do not wrongfully accuse me. When I entered, I happened to hear Su Yin calling out that Yi was in trouble, so I rushed over. Nothing inappropriate happened. Su Yin quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, nothing happened. Let us check on Yi first. Yi Qingya hurried into the bedroom, where Yi was already asleep. She gently felt Yi's forehead, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, She has fallen asleep. Su Yin, somewhat astonished, whispered, Earlier, Yi had another high fever seizure, and I thought we would have to take her to the hospital. I didn't expect Qinyang to have such good medical skills. The three of them moved to the living room. Yi Qingya introduced them, saying, Su Yin, this is my best friend. Qinyang is an employee at my company, but he also practices acupuncture. He was the one who saved Yi in the hospital. Su Yin blinked her beautiful eyes and extended her hand to Qinyang, saying, Hello, you are indeed a hidden master of medicine. I admire your skills. Could you help me with my health sometime? Qinyang smiled awkwardly as he shook her hand, replying, Hello, actually, I know you. You are the campus beauty from the 2018 class of Jinling University. You're also a student at Jinling University? How strange. I don't think I've seen you before, Su Yin said with a smile. Qinyang shrugged helplessly. I'm just an average student, of course. You and T recognize me. By the way, you seem to have some health issues, mainly with irregular menstruation and dysmenorrhea. If you have time, I can help you with that. Wow, you really are a master. Just by shaking my hand, you can tell what my illness is? Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, she pushed aside any embarrassment she felt about Qinyang seeing her earlier. Su Yin pulled Qinyang to sit down and asked, Qinyang, how did you learn your medical skills? I'm quite interested in traditional Chinese medicine, especially since during the pandemic, traditional remedies seem to work wonders. Qinyang could only fabricate a few anecdotes. Meanwhile, Yi Qingya, standing beside the sofa, felt a pang of discomfort seeing Su Yin and Qinyang engrossed in conversation. This man had taken her first time and fathered her child, and now he was chatting so happily with her best friend. Yi Qingya frowned and said, Qinyang, let us set aside this conversation for now. You mentioned earlier that Yi was poisoned. Can you identify the source of the poison? Chen Yang stood up and replied, Miss Yi, I am quite certain that Yi has indeed been poisoned. When she was discharged from the hospital, her condition was stable, but just now, her condition worsened again, indicating that she must have come into contact with the toxin after returning home. What? Chen Yang, can you pinpoint the source of the poison? Yi has been at home since returning from the hospital, and the only thing she ate was the egg noodles I cooked. She hasn't come into contact with any strangers or foreign objects, Yi Qingya said anxiously. Chen Yang paced around the living room, saying, let me take a look. Hopefully, I can find some clues. Yi Qingya and Su Yin waited in the living room, while Chen Yang meticulously searched each room. He entered the bedroom and opened the wardrobe. A fragrant scent wafted out. The wardrobe contained many of Yi Qingya's intimate garments, including several with cartoon patterns. Chen Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself. I didn't expect Miss Yi to appear so reserved, yet her clothing size is quite large. Moreover, she always seems so cold. Yet she has so many cartoon-themed underwear and youthful pink pieces. With a smile, Chen Yang began rummaging through the wardrobe, simultaneously sniffing for potential sources of toxins. The fragrance, though mild, seemed somewhat strange. Chen Yang's expression shifted as he brought one of Yi Qingya's garments to his nose for closer examination. Suddenly on the sofa, Yi Qingya recalled that her underwear had not been put away. She hurried into the bedroom, only to find Chen Yang holding her underwear and sniffing it. Instantly, she was consumed by embarrassment and indignation. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Get out. Chen Yang turned to look at Yi Qingya, realizing she had misunderstood him. He frowned and said, Miss Yi, is this fragrance in your wardrobe something you purchased yourself? What does that have to do with you? Yi Qingya retorted, her face flushed with anger as she snatched her underwear from Chen Yang's hand. Chapter 9. Don't drag me down thinking of Chen Yang's hands having touched her garment. Yi Qingya became even angrier and threw her underwear to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Chen Yang. He had intended to explain, but upon seeing the disdain and disgust in her eyes, he scoffed and said indifferently, Miss Yi, the source of the toxin is the fragrance in your wardrobe. Yi Qingya chuckled coldly. This fragrance was brought back by a classmate from a duty-free shop in Southeast Asia, selling millions of bottles each year. If it were toxic, the world would be in chaos by now. Moreover, I have worn these scented clothes and have not been poisoned. Only Yi has fallen ill. Chen Yang walked to the bed and, after checking Yi's neck, produced a sachet, saying, the fragrance contains curcumin. While curcumin itself is not toxic, when combined with this sachet Yi has, it becomes problematic. Yi Qingya was taken aback. Sachet? What about it? I've tested it, and it's only beneficial to the body, absolutely harmless. It was also a gift from that classmate. Chen Yang replied, this sachet contains eugenol. Both cloves and curcumin are traditional medicines beneficial to health, but when they mix, they produce toxins and are contraindicated in traditional medicine. This toxin poses minimal risk to adults. However, given that Yi is a child and has been in prolonged contact with it, she is at risk of blood poisoning. You must promptly dispose of Yi's sachet. Furthermore, investigate your classmate. She may have acted with intent. Yi Qingya was somewhat skeptical, yet she immediately discarded the sachet and incense into the trash bin. Standing at the bedroom door, Su Yin couldn't help but applaud, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chen Yang, exclaiming, Chen Yang, you are truly remarkable. The cause of the poisoning was so deeply concealed, yet you uncovered it so swiftly. I am tempted to seek you as my mentor to learn the art of traditional Chinese medicine. Chen Yang felt a blush creeping to his cheeks from the school beauty's praise, unable to suppress a bashful scratch of his head. Su Yin continued, stay for dinner. Let Qingya prepare a few more dishes. You may not be aware, but Qingya is quite the culinary talent. Ahem. Yi Qingya, standing behind, interjected, it's already dark. It would be inconvenient for a man like Chen Yang to stay here. Moreover, he has a mother at home who also needs to eat. Chen Yang, you should head back, and remember to be on time for work tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang felt even more disheartened. He huffed, thinking to himself that if it weren't for Yi, he would seriously consider blocking this boss of his. He turned and strode out the door. Su Yan, puzzled, shook Yi Qingya's arm. Qingya, what are you doing? Chen Yang just saved Yi's life, and you won't even invite him for a meal? Yi Qingya waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate. Although Chen Yang had saved Yi, she still harbored a slight resentment towards him. More importantly, Yi Qingya did not wish for Qinyang to have excessive contact with Yi or Su Yin. She only wanted to hasten the end of this treatment and have Qinyang exit her life, allowing them to coexist as strangers, undisturbed, each leading their own lives peacefully. Qinyang stormed off. As he stepped out of Yi Qingya's room, he encountered Su Wei, who appeared with gold-rimmed glasses and a large bouquet of flowers. Emerging from the elevator, Su Wei's expression shifted upon seeing Qinyang leaving Yi Qingya's residence so late, and he furrowed his brow, demanding, "Qinyang, what were you doing at Yi Qingya's house?" "None of your business," Qinyang retorted, filled with ire. Su Wei seized Qinyang by the collar, warning, "Listen here. Don't think you can reach for something beyond your grasp. Even if you possess a modicum of medical knowledge, you ought to weigh your own status. As a mere entry-level employee, keep your distance from Ms. Yi." Slap. Qinyang struck Su Wei across the face, retorting, "Get lost, you trash." Su Wei fell to the ground, flowers scattering everywhere. Qinyang entered the elevator, striding away. Yi Qingya and Su Yin heard the commotion and stepped outside. Witnessing Su Wei being slapped by Qinyang, Yi Qingya snorted inwardly. Qinyang is indeed a reckless and uncouth individual. Onje yi recovers. He must be completely removed from her life to prevent any negative influence. Su Wei scrambled to his feet, indignantly exclaiming, "Qingya, your employee Qinyang has gone too far. I kindly warned him to be cautious, and he retaliated with violence. This sort of insubordinate worker should be dismissed at once. Moreover, Qingya, I take responsibility for Professor Lu's mishap. I never anticipated that a nationally renowned expert would be so incompetent. It's all in the past. Su, there is no need for apologies. Your intentions were good. Please take your leave." Yi Qingya did not allow Su Wei to enter, locking the door behind her. Inside the room, Yi Qingya fumed. That Qinyang is insufferable. He is nothing but a barbarian. Thankfully, Su Wei is not seeking retribution. Otherwise, just the act of assault alone could land him in prison. Su Yin chuckled. "Qingya, I find Qinyang quite impressive. He is genuine and straightforward, not at all pretentious. It's surprising to discover such talent within your company." The following morning, Qinyang practiced a set of Tai Chi in the courtyard. Now endowed with the inheritance of Taoist sorcery, his martial prowess far surpassed that of a master. As he executed the movements of Tai Chi, swirling winds accompanied him, the surrounding air vibrating with energy, creating an ethereal spectacle. After finishing his practice and freshening up, Qinyang leisurely prepared to head to work, intending to also rent an apartment to provide a better life for his mother. Suddenly, a cacophony of car engines roared outside the courtyard. With a loud crash, the gate was forcefully flung open by an off-road vehicle. The door swung wide, and 5 suited men emerged, brandishing steel rods. Following the vehicle, several vans trailed behind, from which over 50 people disembarked, all wielding steel rods and machetes, exuding a menacing aura. At the rear of the crowd stood Lu Yu, brimming with confidence as she shouted, "Cousin-in-law, this is the guy. He crippled Lu Chong and owes me 700,000, refusing to pay." The leader of the group, a bearded man in a suit named Zhao Gui, was Lu Yu's distant cousin-in-law. Despite their tenuous family ties, Zhao Gui felt compelled to assist Lu Yu, especially now that she was a lonely divorcee. He had come not only to teach Qinyang a lesson, but also to seize the opportunity to win Lu Yu's affections. Brandishing his steel rod, Zhao Gui approached Qinyang, threatening, "You better hand over 70,000 to Xiao Yu, or today I will break your arms and legs." Qinyang furrowed his brow, uninterested in further dialogue, and delivered a resounding slap. With a loud crack, Zhao Gui fell to the ground. "Get lost, or I'll break your legs first." Qinyang scoffed. He was no longer someone these petty thugs could provoke. Zhao Gui, taken aback by Qinyang's audacity, clutched his face and bellowed, "You're asking for it. Brothers, attack." At that moment, a series of urgent honks echoed as a black Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of the dilapidated courtyard. "Stop!" As the car door opened, a robust man named Qin Sihai emerged, wiping the sweat from his brow as he hurriedly approached. Following him were several stoic and professional bodyguards. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Sihai turned to one of his guards, instructing, "Xiao Wu, go help Mr. Qin deal with these individuals." "Yes, Master Qin." Without hesitation, Zhao Wu advanced towards Zhao Gui with purposeful strides, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned warrior. Zhao Gui froze upon recognizing Zhao Wu, quickly plastering a smile on his face. Master Wu, what brings you to this place? It's quite a coincidence to see you in this rundown village. Slap. Zhao Wu struck Zhao Gui hard, growling scram. Or you won't see the moon tonight. Why yes, Master Wu, I'm leaving right now. Zhao Gui's face drained of color. He knew Zhao Wu meant business and did not want to meet an untimely end. He hastily jumped into his vehicle. Lu Yu, bewildered by the turn of events, clutched Zhao Gui's arm. Cousin-in-law, what is going on? We haven't taught that scoundrel Qinyang a lesson yet. Slap, slap, slap. Zhao Gui, now pale with fear, struck Lu Yu across the face several times, hissing, shut your mouth. If you seek your own doom, don't drag me down with you. Having received several blows, Lu Yu dared not utter another word, quickly boarding the van to leave. Panting, Qin Sihai approached Qinyang, suddenly kneeling before him and exclaiming, Mr. Chun, Divine Dr. Chun, please save me. The chapter concludes with astonished expressions on the faces of the bodyguards behind Qin Sihai, fully aware of his esteemed status. As a wealthy magnate of Qingzhou, commanding the largest investment firm in the region, his influence was immense. Yet today, he knelt before a young man of humble origins in the village. Trembling, Qin Sihai retrieved a carved statue made of volcanic red coral. The statue had cracked, missing a substantial chunk. Qin Sihai spoke up, Sir, thank you. It is your wooden carving that has saved my life. Just yesterday, Chen Yang had taken the volcanic red wood statue to the antique street for sale. Ultimately, he chose not to sell it to a higher bidding shopkeeper, but rather to Qin Sihai for 1,200,000. Initially bewildered, Qin Sihai returned to his company with the statue, feeling quite satisfied. However, this morning, while reviewing contracts in the office, he suddenly felt a chill in his limbs, an excruciating pain in his heart, and found himself unable to breathe. A wave of coldness coursed through his chest, as if it were solidifying into ice. In an instant, he could no longer breathe, and his heart nearly ceased to beat. The company's secretary and private physician rushed to his aid, but to no avail. The doctor shook his head, declaring that Qin Sihai was beyond saving. In this critical moment, Qin Sihai recalled Chun Yang's words. Summoning his remaining strength, he grasped the volcanic redwood and bit into it. In that instant, a fiery warmth surged through his body, allowing him to snatch back his life. Once he recovered, he immediately ordered a search for Qin Yang and hastened to find him. Having survived, Qin Sihai trembled as he faced Qin Yang, saying, Mr. Chun, since you sensed my imminent peril yesterday, you must possess a method to save me. Do you not? Qin Yang helped Qin Sihai to his feet, nodding, Mr. Qin. Though you appear robust, your prolonged exposure to unclean elements has left your body vulnerable to cold and malevolent energies, putting your life at risk. However, your constitution is strong. If we can identify the root cause and eliminate the source of this malevolence, a month of recuperation should suffice to restore your health. Thank you, Master Chun. Qin Sihai exhaled in relief. But I do not understand. I have always prioritized health, exercising daily and avoiding unsavory places. How could I have fallen victim to such malevolent energy? Chen Yang shook his head. I cannot say for certain. I need to visit your residence to discern the issue. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Let's go to my home now, Qin Sihai urged. Chen Yang nodded and accompanied him to his vehicle. They first arrived at Qin Sihai's residence, a lavish villa nestled in the mountains. The villa was immaculate, without any signs of disturbance. Chen Yang shook his head, stating, Mr. Qin, your abode is pristine, and the feng shui is excellent. There are no issues here. Where else do you frequent? Qin Sihai replied, aside from home, I only go to the office, where I spend over 10 hours daily reviewing various reports. Let us visit your company, Chen Yang suggested. They headed directly to the headquarters of the largest investment firm in Qingzhou, Sihai Investment Company. Upon arriving at the VIP parking lot, Chen Yang and Qin Sihai alighted from the Rolls-Royce and entered the building through the VIP entrance. Behind them, a Mercedes pulled up, and from it emerged Yi Qingya, Su Yan, and Su Wei. Clutching a contract, Yi Qingya expressed her confusion. I think I just saw Chen Yang enter. How could he be here? Su Wei Duke, Gingiya. You must have misseen. This is the VIP entrance. Chen Yang, that loser, wouldn't qualify to use it. Yi Qingya nodded in agreement. You're right. At this hour, he should be at work. Let us proceed. I hope we can secure the investment from Sihai Company today. Otherwise, my company will be in jeopardy. Su Wei patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, Qingya, I've already spoken to my cousin. He's a core executive here. With him involved, securing the investment is merely a formality. Thank you, Su Xiao. Yi Qingya expressed her gratitude once more. This time, they were entirely reliant on Su Wei's connections to obtain the investment. The three entered the Sihai Investment Company. In the chairman's office on the top floor of the Sihai building, Chun Yang and Qin Sihai stepped inside. Upon entering, Chun Yang immediately sensed a chilling aura enveloping the room. He furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. Master Chen, what is it? Qin Sihai asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Chun Yang scanned the office and inquired, Did you arrange the decor of this office? Qin Sihai nodded, yes. My brother-in-law hired a feng shui master from Hong Kong to do this. Strangely enough, since the feng shui was set, my investment company has been thriving, and our annual profits have easily surpassed 50 billion. Chun Yang chuckled softly. Mr. Qin, you have been deceived. Deceived? How so? Qin Sihai urgently asked. Chen Yang, having inherited knowledge of shamanistic practices, understood feng shui and malevolent energies well. He gestured to the left, saying, Observe, the east represents wood, the west represents metal, north denotes water, and south signifies fire. However, your eastern wall bears a sword, the west has a wooden carving, the south is adorned with a fish tank, and the north features a fireplace. This office is arranged in a reversed 5-element gold-consuming formation. Reversed 5 elements? Is that dangerous? Qin Sihai felt a wave of dread wash over him. Chun Yang nodded gravely. Indeed, it is perilous. Look above. The ceiling is designed to resemble mountains and yellow earth. Normally, earth, which represents the center of the 5 elements, should be at the bottom. Yet, in your case, it hangs above. I ask you, who resides beneath the earth? The dead, only the dead dwell underground. Qin Sihai suddenly comprehended. Chun Yang affirmed, correct, the deceased inhabit the earth. This entire 5-element gold-consuming formation is, in fact, arranged for the dead. While this feng shui arrangement can indeed attract wealth, all the fortune it brings is at the expense of your life, Mr. Qin. With a thud, Qin Sihai collapsed onto the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Chun Yang shook his head. The designer of this feng shui arrangement is ruthless. Their intent is clear, to cause your demise, allowing you to perish silently in your office. Nonetheless, being a martial artist with a focus on health and consuming nourishing foods has enabled you to endure until now. However, if the malevolent energy erupts, recovery will be exceedingly difficult. Qin Sihai understood fully now. Gritting his teeth, he seethed. That wretched woman. I trusted her completely, and she conspired with her brother to harm me. Should I perish, all my hundreds of billions of assets would fall to her. What a venomous woman. Qin Sihai crawled toward Chun Yang, pleading, Master Chun, save me, you must save me. Chapter 11. The rescue. Chun Yang helped Qin Sihai to his feet, assuring him, Do not worry, Mr. Qin. We simply need to rearrange the feng shui and consume some restorative herbal medicine, and your health will gradually improve. However, considering your condition, you should have lived well into your 90s. You have already lost at least a decade of your lifespan, which cannot be reclaimed. Qin Sihai's heart ached, but living into his 80s would still be a blessing. Chun Yang dismantled the reversed 5-element gold-consuming formation in Qin Sihai's office and set up a new arrangement to nurture his health. Once completed, Chun Yang remarked, Mr. Qin, I will explore the other areas of the building to see if any harmful feng shui arrangements remain and eliminate them as well. Qin Sihai continuously expressed his gratitude. Chun Yang exited the office, proceeding to the other floors. Upon reaching the 27th floor, he heard a commotion. Let me go, we are not thieves. My cousin is a senior executive here. His name is Su Yi. The voice was familiar. It sounded like Su Wei's. Chun Yang moved toward the source of the noise. Finding several security guards blocking the path of Yi Qingya, her friend Su Yin, and Su Wei, Chun Yang furrowed his brow, surprised to encounter the three of them at Sihai Company. Moreover, it seemed they were in trouble. The head of security, Lu Hong, sneered, No matter who your cousin is, you three have illegally entered through the VIP entrance, taken the VIP elevator to the 27th floor, and attempted to sneak into the director's office. What else could you be but thieves? Su Wei zito angry, nonsense. I have my cousin's credentials. Why shouldn't I use the VIP entrance? Open your eyes and see. This is the pass my cousin gave me, the director of risk control at Sihai Investment. Lu Hong laughed mockingly. Su, you resigned the day before yesterday, due to bribery. Using his credentials to enter our company is truly comical. Bring them to the security department and search them thoroughly to see if they've stolen any company secrets. Su Wei was taken aback by this statement. Yi Qingya hurriedly interjected, I'm sorry, security brother. We didn't understand the situation. We are not thieves. We just came to discuss an investment. Here, that's my business card. I'm the CEO of Natural Whitening Cosmetics. Lu Hong scrutinized the beautiful and alluring Yi Qingya, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, secretly anticipating a thorough search of this woman. With a wave of his hand, he declared, no matter who you are, you must comply with our security department's investigation. Take him away. Wait. Chun Yang strode forward, glanced at Lu Hong, and frowned, saying, they are my friends, not thieves. Chun Yang? Why are you here if you're not on duty? Yi Qingya instinctively asked upon seeing him. Su Yan's eyes lit up at Chun Yang's arrival, and she cheerfully said, Chun Yang, you're just in time. Quickly explain to this security officer that we are not thieves. Chun Yang nodded slightly at Su Yan, smiling. Don't worry, I'm here. Su Wei, feeling indignant about Chun Yang's sudden appearance, sneered. What use is he? A mere low-level employee. What can he do to help? Ignoring Su Wei, Chun Yang turned to Lu Hong and asserted, they are here to conduct business, not to steal. Allow them to proceed inside to discuss the investment. Lu Hong scoffed, brandishing the baton in his hand and pointing it at Chun Yang's chest. What are you? This is Sihai Investment Company, and, as the head of security, I say we must conduct a search. Since you are in cahoots with them, you should come with me too. We'll take you all down together. Chun Yang swatted Lu Hong's baton aside and replied, I am a friend of your general manager, Qin. You would do well to show some courtesy. A friend of general manager Qin? You crack me up. You're clearly just an employee from a cosmetics company. And now you dare to impersonate a friend of our chairman Qin. I have even more doubts about your intentions. Come with me, or we will resort to force. Lu Hong said coldly. Seeing Lu Hong's fury, Yi Qingya quickly waved her hands, explaining, don't be violent. We are willing to cooperate. Qin Yang was just joking. Lu Hong sneered, a joke? Is this how jokes are made? Sneaking into our company and pretending to be friends of our chairman? You are guilty of theft and fraud. Charges compounded. Immediately go to the security department. Yi Qingya, feeling increasingly frustrated at Lu Hong's escalating anger, turned to Qin Yang and glared at him. Qin Yang, you don't work here anymore. What are you doing here making a scene? Look at this mess now. Qin Yang waved his hand, saying, no need to explain. I'll make a call. Lu Hong pressed the baton firmly against Chun Yang's neck and haughtily commanded, hand over your phone. We'll talk once we determine your innocence. Anger boiled within Chun Yang as Lu Hong continued to press the baton against him. Observing Lu Hong's arrogant demeanor, Chun Yang suddenly raised his hand and struck Lu Hong, sending him tumbling to the ground, losing several teeth in the process. The other security guards rushed forward, but Chun Yang dispatched them effortlessly, kicking them aside. Lu Hong, terrified, crawled back, shouting, you not only came to steal and commit fraud, but also assaulted us. Call for backup and the police. We cannot let any of you go. As he spoke, he retreated to a distance, glaring menacingly at Chun Yang and his companions. Witnessing the situation escalate, Yi Qingya gasped, then angrily seized Chun Yang by the collar, exclaiming, are you out of your mind? Why did you hit someone for no reason? We could have explained this, but now what shall we do? Not only will I fail to secure my business deal, but we could all end up in jail. Qin Yang reassured her, Yizong, don't worry. I truly know their chairman. I can resolve this. Su Wei scoffed. Qin Yang, you've really messed up, and yet you still pretend to be impressive. Qingya, you needn't worry. I'll call my cousin and clarify the situation. With that, Su Wei pulled out his phone and dialed Sui. The phone rang several times before it connected. Su Wei hurriedly stated, cousin, we are currently at Sihai Investment Building, being blocked by security who accuse us of stealing. They also said you resigned. What is going on? On the other end, Su Yi interrupted Su Wei, saying, Su Wei, I have something to attend to. I'll talk to you later, before abruptly hanging up. Su Wei stood frozen, realizing that he had given Su Yi a substantial bribe to help finalize the contract for Yi Qingya. Why did it feel like he had been played? Qin Yang glanced at Su Wei, sensing his inability to handle the situation. Just as he was about to make a call, a female secretary hurriedly approached, breathless. I apologize. It was our company's oversight. We will severely punish these security personnel. Please forgive us. The secretary wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, fearing Chun Yang and the others might be upset. Yi Qingya stood in disbelief, asking, excuse me. Who are you? Oh, I am the executive secretary to the chairman. If you have any needs, please discuss them with me. Allow me to escort you to the VIP room. The the secretary said cautiously. Hearing this, Yi Qingya quickly thanked her and entered the room alongside the secretary. Qinyang chuckled and remarked, Yi Zhongxi, the matter is resolved. You can discuss the contract now. I have some other matters to attend to. Yi Qingya gazed at Qinyang in astonishment, her mind racing with questions. Could it be that Qinyang truly knew the illustrious and high-ranking Qin Sihai? Chapter 12. The Tigress. Subsequently, the negotiations proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Within 3 minutes, Yi Qingya secured a 50 million investment from Sihai Investment Company in exchange for a 10% stake. Clutching the contract, she exclaimed in disbelief. I can't believe Qinyang is so influential. Su Yin giggled, saying, Qingya, I told you before, Qinyang is quite remarkable. Su Wei, with a dark expression, spat Qingya. Su Yin, you are both too naive. You believe every boast Qinyang makes. If I hadn't called my cousin, do you think we could have resolved this and secure the contract? Qinyang didn't even take out his phone. What help did he provide? Ah, so it was your cousin who helped. Yi Qingya realized. Su Wei nodded smugly, of course. Although my cousin has indeed resigned, his influence in the company hasn't diminished. So after I called him, the troubles Qinyang caused were swiftly resolved, and the contract was secured. Su Yin glanced at Su Wei, slightly pouting and whispering. I don't think Qinyang is a liar. Perhaps he really does know Qin Sihai. Just him? Su Wei gulped. Ye Vingya Adit, Suyan. I know Qinyang well. How could he possibly be acquainted with someone like Qin Sihai? Let us go, now that the contract is finalized. I'll treat you all to a grand dinner tonight. Su Xiao, I'm truly grateful this time. Su Wei chuckled and replied, Qingya, this is merely my duty. My father is quite strict with me now, but once I take over the business, I will directly give you 100 million to help you expand. Yi Qingya chose not to respond. Although Su Wei was not a bad person, she had no desire for romance or marriage anymore. For her, having Yi was sufficient. With the contract in hand, Yi Qingya returned to the company. Before long, the fund from Sihai Company arrived, crediting the company account. Yi Qingya sighed in relief. The crisis had been averted, and the new project needed to be expedited. In the company, Yi Qingya searched around, but discovered that Qinyang had yet to arrive. Frustrated, she gritted her teeth and dialed his number. When the call connected, she asked, Qinyang, where are you? Qinyang replied with a smile, Yi Zhong. I'm still at Sihai Investment Company. You don't need to thank me. I haven't done much. Thank you? I haven't even scolded you yet. You're more of a hindrance than a help. Qinyang, stop wandering aimlessly and get to work. Also, don't forget we have to go treat Yi today. Yi Qingya hung up angrily. Qinyang stared at his phone, speechless. Despite having assisted Yi Qingya in resolving her troubles, she offered no words of gratitude and even scolded him. It was infuriating. Breathing heavily with irritation, Qinyang thought to himself how Yi Qingya, despite her beauty, was utterly unreasonable. Mr. Chun, what's wrong? Qin Sihai asked anxiously. Qinyang waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just that Yi Qingya. Never mind. Let us not talk about her. Mr. Qin, your company is now secure. Just remember to take your medication regularly, and your health will be fine. Qin Sihai quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Please accept this card. It allows unlimited spending on any projects invested by Sihai Investment Company. Qinyang waved his hand. Mr. Qin, you're too polite. There's really no need. You must accept it. Qin Sihai insisted, shoving a diamond-glossy bank card into Qinyang's hand. You saved my life, and no amount of money can repay that. This is just a token of my appreciation. In the future, if you wish to purchase anything, including cars or houses, you can do so through my investment companies. Houses too? Qinyang was taken aback. Qin Sihai laughed heartily, nodding. Indeed, I have invested in several real estate companies. You can choose freely from them. Qinyang's eyes lit up. He had been needing a house for his mother. Although he had sold the statue for 120,000, it was still insufficient for a quality home. He accepted the card, nodding. All right, Mr. Qin, if you ever feel unwell, just call me. Sure. Qin Sihai respectfully saw Qinyang off. As Qinyang stepped out of Sihai Company, he felt a surge of confidence. Just yesterday, he had been pressured by loan sharks, and now he could provide his mother with a life of luxury. With the supreme card from Qin Sihai, he no longer felt the need to go to the office. He planned to buy a house first thing in the morning. Qinyang hailed a taxi and headed directly to Fengming Community to treat Yi. Upon arriving at the entrance, he looked up and was pleasantly surprised to discover that Fengming Real Estate Company was under Qin Sihai's investment. This community was quite nice. and he decided to return tomorrow to purchase a home here, where he could eventually bring his mother to live in such a low-density, high-end property. Whistling, he arrived at Yi Qingya's doorstep. This time, he had learned his lesson and did not enter directly with the code. Instead, he rang the doorbell and knocked. He wanted to avoid any awkward encounters if Su Yin happened to be bathing. "Who is it?" Yi's voice came from inside. "My parents are sleeping. May I ask who you are?" Yi was clever. She emphasized that there were adults in the house, intentionally to scare off any potential intruders. Chunyang replied, Yi, it's me, your Uncle Chunyang." "Uncle Chun," he exclaimed excitedly as she opened the door and rushed into his embrace. Today, Yi appeared to be in much better spirits. It seemed that by no longer being exposed to toxins, coupled with acupuncture treatment, she would soon recover completely. Holding Yi, Chunyang felt a wave of emotion and protectiveness. This affection made him feel as though he could go to great lengths for her. Once inside, he placed Yi on the sofa and was puzzled by a strong fondness for children. He had held neighbors' children before, but had never felt such an intense desire to protect them. How strange. Just then, Chunyang's phone rang again. He glanced at it and saw that it was Yi Qingya calling. "Yizong, what is it now?" He answered. Yi Qingya, sounding irate, asked Chunyang, "Why haven't you come to the office all day? What are you trying to do?" Upon hearing her tone, Chunyang felt even more agitated. He had helped her out of a bind and secured the investment contract, yet she showed no gratitude and was scolding him like a fierce tiger. "I'm at your house preparing to give Yi acupuncture. As for your company, I can't be bothered to go." Yi Qingya, relieved to hear he was with Yi, said, "Oh, just stay with her for now. It would be best if you could make her something to eat. I'll be going out for dinner tonight." After hanging up, Chunyang furrowed his brows in confusion. Despite Yi Qingya's fiery temperament, she seemed to trust him immensely, even asking him to prepare food for Yi. Did she consider him her nanny now? Chapter 13. Astonishing knowing that Chunyang was at home put Yi Qingya at ease. She called Su Yin and Su Wei to celebrate the successful investment at the Jin Rui Club. Yi Qingya expressed her gratitude to Su Wei, saying, "Su Xiao, I truly appreciate it today. Let us go out for dinner, and afterward, you can stay for a sauna and massage. I'll cover all the expenses." Su Wei smiled widely, waving his hands. "Yizong, you're too kind. Given our relationship, we needn't dine out. We can simply enjoy some home-cooked meals. Yi is still waiting at home." Yi Qingya shook her head. "It's all right. Chunyang is at my home, so there is no need to worry about Yi. Let us go." Hearing this, Su Wei felt a pang of jealousy. He had pursued Yi Qingya for over half a year and had yet to step foot in her home. Yet, Chunyang, a mere low-level employee, was allowed to stay alone at her place. Why was that? Su Wei, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Qingya, that Chunyang is just a poor guy. He is at your house. Who knows what he might do? You should be careful." Su Yin chuckled. "Oh, Su Xiao, don't worry. Chunyang may be a bit poor now, but he is my schoolmate and a skilled physician. His character is reliable." Su Wei seethed with anger as he heard Su Yin defend Chunyang. Yi Qingya drove them to Jin Rui Club. Upon arriving, they noticed groups of men in black exiting the establishment. Yi Qingya paused and quietly remarked, "Why are there so many unsavory characters? Is Jin Rui Club not safe?" Su Wei quickly reassured her, "Qingya, there is no need to worry. Those men are from the East City Tiger. Yesterday, Tiger's nephew, Baishan, was killed in his own bar, which was subsequently set ablaze. Tiger is furious and is likely searching for the culprits. It has nothing to do with us. Jin Rui Club is a legitimate dining establishment. There is no danger." Su Yin, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Someone dare to kill Baishan? I have indeed heard of this individual. He established the White Horse Financial Company, which is essentially a covert operation for usury. The troubling aspect is that many have inexplicably become guarantors indebted to them. He is a ruthless character, one who devours without remorse." "Hush!" Su Wei quickly gestured for silence. "Su Yin, we mustn't speak carelessly. If Lord Hu's men hear us, it will be our undoing. Let us proceed inside for our meal." The three of them entered a modest private room on the first floor. During the meal, Yi Qingya felt grateful as Su Wei's cousin generously treated them, presenting him with a sum of 100,000 yuan. Su Wei hastily declined, saying, "Qingya, this is too much. Our relationship doesn't require such formalities. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to reach out to me. It's not easy for you to manage alone with a child. I will assist you." Yi Qingya lowered her head with a faint sigh. She acknowledged Su Wei's commendable character and his persistent affection toward her. However, she found herself unable to accept him. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, she stood up and said, "I need to use the restroom." As she walked towards the exit, she encountered a young man adorned with a gold chain, casually chewing on a piece of candy, who abruptly halted upon spotting her. Du Huaixing gazed at Yi Qingya in disbelief, never having anticipated such beauty in Qingzhou. She possessed an alluring figure, tall and slender, with a proud yet graceful curve. Her stunning appearance was complemented by an air of cold nobility. Truly, she was a rare gem, a breathtaking treasure. Yi Qingya caught a glimpse of Du Huaixing and felt the intensity of his lascivious gaze, prompting her to hastily enter the women's restroom. Du Huaixing, narrowing his eyes, smirked and lit a cigarette, waiting outside. A few minutes later, Yi Qingya emerged. Du Huaixing stepped forward, blocking her path. "Beautiful lady, let us get acquainted. How about we exchange WeChat? You can enjoy complimentary services here in the future." "No need," Yi Qingya replied coldly, her demeanor frosty, and she strode past him. Du Huaixing, observing her graceful silhouette, wore a sinister grin as he followed her to room number 3. As a waiter passed by, Du Huaixing waved him over and instructed, "Bring a pot of the finest tea to this room." "Yes, young Master Du," the waiter replied, wary of questioning him. After all, Du Huaixing was the nephew of Lord Hu. Currently, Lord Hu was in a furious search for the murderer, and offending him would be akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's maw. Before long, premium Longjing tea was served. Du Huaixing added a powder to the tea and instructed the waiter to deliver it. The waiter, head bowed, pretended not to notice. As the tea was presented, the waiter announced, "Ladies, this is our exclusive pre-rain Longjing, a delicacy unavailable elsewhere. Please enjoy." Yi Qingya and her companions expressed their gratitude. Yi Qingya and Su Yin poured themselves a cup, while Su Wei opted for red wine, showing no interest in tea. They chatted for a few minutes until Yi Qingya suddenly furrowed her brow, stating, "I feel a bit of a headache. Su Yin, could you drive us back later?" Su Yin shook her head, equally helpless. "I feel quite tired too. Perhaps it's due to a lack of sleep last night. Should we call for a chauffeur?" Yi Qingya considered it and said, "Never mind, I'll call Qinyang. He hasn't shown up for work today and even insulted my company." She dialed Qinyang's number, stifling a yawn, and said, "Qinyang, Su Yin and I are at Jean Rouet Club, feeling a bit fatigued. Please come quickly to drive us home." Qinyang was taken aback. "Ms. Yi, don't you think your request is a bit excessive?" "Excessive? You haven't even shown up for work today. If you come to help drive, I want dock your pay," Yi Qingya replied before hanging up. Su Wei, overhearing their conversation, felt a pang of frustration. "Ms. Yi, it seems you have an unusual level of trust in Qinyang, allowing him to care for Yi and now to drive us." Yi Qingya paused momentarily, shaking her head. "How could I ever trust that man? He is indeed treating Yi, so it makes sense for him to drive us home." Hearing this, Su Wei felt relieved. The three continued their conversation for another 10 minutes until Yi Qingya and Su Yin began to sense something amiss. Initially believing it to be mere fatigue, they soon experienced waves of dizziness as the effects of the drug surged, nearly lulling them into unconsciousness. "Su Wei, what are you planning?" Yi Qingya shouted, seizing her phone to dial the police. Su Wei, bewildered, replied, "Qingya, what's wrong? I'm just here eating." At that moment, the door to the room was violently kicked open. Du Huaixing entered, swiftly snatching Yi Qingya's phone from her hand, cutting off the call, and tossing it into the hot pot. His laughter echoed as he proclaimed, "Feeling sleepy, are we? Fear not. I have a room ready for you lovely ladies to rest." Chapter 14. The rescue. Yi Qingya felt a surge of terror at his words. She hurriedly stepped back, huddling close to Su Yin. Su Wei rose, frowning at Du Huaixing. "You dare to drug our tea? Do you know who I am?" Slap. Du Huaixing struck Su Wei across the face, warning, "If you don't want to die, get out of my way." Su Wei, holding his face in anger, could not simply allow this man to take away the woman he had pursued for months. Yi Qingya, having consumed more tea, succumbed more deeply to the poison. Weakly, she pleaded, "Su Xiao, please, call the police." With a thud, Yi Qingya collapsed, unconscious on the floor. Su Yin, embracing her, leaned weakly against the sofa. Struggling to keep her eyes open, Su Yin glared at Du Huaixing, saying, "Let me tell you, I am from the Su family. If you dare to lay a hand on us, you will face the consequences." Du Huaixing burst into laughter. "The Su family? What Su family exists in Qingzhou? I can't believe my luck today, gaining 2 stunning beauties for free. How delightful." Su Wei angrily retorted, "Shut your mouth. This is Jin Rue Club. I am the eldest son of the Su family. My father is Su Jiang. If you dare to touch my women, you should open your eyes and see." Slap. Du Huixing interrupted, delivering 2 more slaps. He pointed towards the door, declaring, "Let me introduce myself. I am Du Huixing, and Lord who is my uncle. I am currently following his orders to investigate the murderer of Bai Shan. These 2 women are suspects. If you dare interfere again, you and your father Su Jiang will also be suspects." What? Su Wei trembled in fear upon hearing Du Huixing's identity. He waved his hands frantically. "I'm not the murderer, and neither are they. Please, get out of the club in 1 minute, or I will kill your entire family." Du Yusheng sneered. Su Wei trembled, no longer daring to hesitate, and fled the room. Although Yi Qingya was beautiful, his life was far more precious. After all, he was Lord Hu's cherished nephew. Acting on his orders, Su Wei could not dare to obstruct him. Inside the room, Du Huixing laughed heartily. Gazing at the unconscious Yi Qingya and Su Yin, he swallowed hard and muttered, "Who would have thought there were such beautiful sisters in Qingzhou? Heaven truly treats me well." Su Yin could barely keep her eyes half open. Summoning all her strength, she gasped, "Wait. I am the legitimate daughter of the Su family in the capital. If you dare harm me, you will face the wrath of my entire clan." Du Huixing erupted in laughter. "You, a daughter of the Su family? You think you're worthy? The Su family is a top-tier family in the Great Xia, and you're simply delusional. Don't worry, my dear. I will ensure you enjoy the pleasures of this world." Du Huixing's hand reached for Su Yan's face, caressing her smooth skin, his blood surging with excitement. "Stop." Suddenly, a figure entered the room. It was Chun Yang who came to drive Yi Qingya. Observing the scene before him, Chun Yang furrowed his brow. Hadn't Yi Qingya and Su Yin come to dine? Why were they sprawled on the ground? Du Huixing rose and, upon spotting Chun Yang, seized a fruit knife from the table. "You little brat, get out. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now." "Huh?" Chun Yang scrutinized Du Huixing. "Who are you?" Du Huixing smirked. "I am the nephew of the Tiger Lord from the East City and his successor. The Tiger Lord has tasked me with finding the murderer of Bai Shan. If you don't leave, you'll be the prime suspect." "Looking for Bai Shan's killer?" Chun Yang paused, then let out a cold laugh. "It seems you're not a decent fellow either. You're looking for death." Du Huixing raised the fruit knife and lunged at Chun Yang. In a swift motion, Chun Yang grasped Du Huixing's hair with one hand and delivered a punch with the other. With a sickening crack, Du Huixing's arm shattered. Chun Yang followed with another punch and kick. Crack, crack. Du Huixing's legs were completely obliterated. "Damn it. It seems you drugged Yi Zong." Chun Yang spat, delivering a kick to Du Huixing's groin. With a gasp, Du Huixing fainted. Chun Yang brushed his hands, uninterested in lingering any longer. He hoisted Yi Qingya and Su Yin from the ground. Su Yin, struggling to keep her eyes open, recognized Chun Yang and felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Chun, thank you." With that, Su Yin succumbed to unconsciousness. Chun Yang carried one of them and left the Jinrui Club, getting into Yi Qingya's car and speeding back to Fengming Community. Meanwhile, not far from the Jinrui Club, Su Wei was in turmoil. Terrified, he had left. Yet he felt unwilling to abandon the situation. Yi Qingya had been the object of his affections for over half a year, and he had not even touched her. Now, she was to be sullied by that scoundrel Du Huixing. Ultimately, he could not come to terms with it. After contemplating, he found a public phone and dialed the police. Reporting, "Hello, I'd like to report that there are people gathering to indulge in drugs at Jinrui Club. It's utterly rampant. Please send help immediately." After making the call, Su Wei donned a mask and returned to the Jinrui Club, heading back to the private room to see where Du Huixing had gone. However, upon entering, he was met with a scene of chaos. Du Huixing lay unconscious on the floor, while Yi Qingya and Su Yin were nowhere to be found. "Huh? Where is everyone?" Su Wei wondered. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed outside. Su Wei hastily turned to leave this place of turmoil. At Yi Qingya's home in Fengming Community, Chun Yang gently laid Yi Qingya and Su Yin onto the bed, offering them water. Uncle Chun, what is wrong with my mom? Is she sick?" Yi rushed over, anxiety etched on her face. Chun Yang pinched Yi's nose playfully. "She is not sick, just very tired. By tomorrow morning, your mother will wake up." "Uncle Chun, I'm scared." Yi clung to Chun Yang's neck. "Don't worry, Yi. Uncle will stay here with you tonight until your mother wakes up." Yi nodded eagerly, planting a kiss on Chun Yang's cheek. Chen Yang's heart swelled with joy, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. He gazed at Yi Qingya on the bed and mused, Yi Qingya, it seems you're benefiting from your daughter's presence. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't bother looking after you all night. The next morning, Su Yin awoke with a start. Sitting up, she glanced around and realized she was in Yi Qingya's bedroom, her clothes intact. A wave of relief washed over her as she rubbed her forehead, slowly recalling the events of the previous night. It seemed that Chen Yang had saved them both in the end, even incapacitating Du Huaixing. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Fu Bo, I'm in trouble. Su Yin recounted the events of last night. The elderly voice on the other end responded, Miss, you were in a very dangerous situation. It's fortunate someone rescued you at the last moment. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Miss, you should return with me to avoid worrying the master and mistress. Fu Bo, I can't go back just yet. My friend completely incapacitated Du Huaixing, and I fear he may seek revenge from Du Hu. Du Hu is quite formidable. He is a practitioner of the Grand Zhou realm and wields considerable power in the East City. It's best not to provoke him. I'll go assess the situation. Su Yin sighed with relief, knowing Fu Bo's presence would ensure Chen Yang's safety. Shortly thereafter, Fu Bo called back, Miss, Du Huaixing remains unconscious. I've ensured he cannot speak. I've also disabled the surveillance at Jinrui Club. I'll do my utmost to protect your friend. Thank you, Fu Bo. Su Yin replied, finally feeling at ease. Just then, Yi Qingya stirred, rubbing her eyes, and suddenly gasped, sitting upright. Su Yin, what? What happened? I remember a scoundrel barging into our private room and striking Su Wei. What transpired afterward? How do we end up at home? Yi Qingya inquired, her face a mask of confusion. As Su Yin opened her mouth to explain, her phone rang again. Looking at the screen, she smiled and said, Qingya, it's for you. Huh? Yi Qingya saw it was Su Wei calling. Since her phone had been tossed into the hot pot soup the previous day, Su Wei was reaching Su Yin instead. Yi Qingya quickly answered, Su Xiao, what happened last night? How did Su Yin and I get home? Su Wei stood downstairs, equally bewildered. However, since Yi Qingya was asking, he spoke vaguely, Oh, I called the police yesterday. Qingya, how are you now? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingya expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Su Xiao. I'm so grateful. Su Yin and I just woke up. Aside from a slight headache, we're fine. Did you bring us home? Yes. Su Wei confirmed, though he left it ambiguous. I'm at the door. Could you please open it? Yi Qingya put down the phone, feeling immensely grateful to Su Wei. She sighed in relief, saying, Su Yin, we owe Su Xiao a great deal. If it weren't for him calling the police, we would have been in serious trouble. Su Xiao called the police? Su Yin was taken aback. Yi Qingya nodded, expressing her relief. If it weren't for Su Xiao, do you think we would have made it back? Quickly, get dressed. I'll go open the door. By the way, where isn't she here? Yi Qingya dashed into the living room and discovered a note left by Chen Yang on the table. It read that he had taken Yi down for breakfast and would drop her at kindergarten, returning in an hour, assuring her not to worry. Yi Qingya frowned, suddenly realizing that her daughter and Chen Yang were growing increasingly close. That was not a good sign. As she opened the bedroom door, Su Wei entered, carrying a box of supplements. He inquired, Qingya, are you all right from yesterday? I'm fine. Thank you so much, Su Xiao. I truly appreciate it. Yi Qingya replied, her eyes glistening with gratitude. If it weren't for you, Su Yin and I would have faced serious trouble. Who was that guy, so arrogant? That was Du Huaixing, the Tiger Lord's nephew. You're too kind, Qingya. I would do anything for you. Listening to Su Wei's words, Su Yin couldn't help but smirk internally. She interjected, Su Xiao, so you knocked Du Huaixing out too? Huh, yes. Su Wei nodded vigorously. How could I stand by and watch you both being bullied? Thank you very much, Su Xiao. Su Yin smiled. Su Wei beamed with pride, oblivious to the true events, but seeing Yi Qingya so grateful, he felt satisfied with himself. At that moment, the door swung open, and Chen Yang entered, carrying 2 breakfast boxes. Upon seeing Yi Qingya and Su Yin, Chen Yang smiled and remarked, Ah, 2 lovely ladies, you have awakened. Come, let's partake in breakfast. What are you doing here, Chen Yang? Su Wei frowned. Chen Yang retorted, What a ridiculous question. I rescued them yesterday and spent the night on the sofa. Why shouldn't I come? What? You rescued us? Yi Qingya turned to Chen Yang. What do you mean? It was clearly Su Wei who called the police and incapacitated Du Huaixing. Chen Yang paused, momentarily speechless. He then turned to Su Yin and asserted, When I arrived, Su Yin was still conscious. She knows what transpired. Yi Qianjia looked at Su Yin. Xiao Yin, what exactly happened? Why do both Su Wei and Chen Yang claim to have saved us? Su Yin hesitated, concerned that Chen Yang's actions against Du Huaixing might be exposed. At this moment, it was imperative to distance Chen Yang from the situation. Taking a deep breath, she stated, "It must have been Su Xiao who intervened. I didn't see everything clearly, but the person who entered the private room was definitely not Chen Yang." Su Wei visibly relaxed, suddenly pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yang. "You are truly despicable. A mere low-level employee, yet you scheme to pose as a hero. Nonsense. Individuals like you must be dismissed immediately. Get out." Yi Qingya's expression turned cold. She seized Chen Yang's breakfast and tossed it into the trash. Shaking her head, she said, "Chen Yang, I am profoundly disappointed in you. You have lied repeatedly. Can you not be honest for once?" I lied? How dare you? Fine, I am utterly exasperated." Chen Yang's face turned pale with anger. Pointing at Yi Qianjia and Su Yin, "You two women are truly beautiful, yet lacking in intelligence. Fine, I shall take my leave." Fuming, Chen Yang was about to turn away when suddenly a loud crash echoed through the room. Yi Qingya's door was kicked down, and Du, who led a group of over 20 men, exuding an air of menace as they stormed in. Du was clutching Yi Qingya's phone in his hand. He glared at Yi Qianjia and coldly demanded, "Who struck my nephew yesterday in the private room? Speak," with an aura of intimidation that resonated through the space. Yi Qianjia instinctively stepped back, glancing at Su Wei. Du, who, catching a look in Yi Qingya's eyes, strode over to Su Wei and seized him by the throat. Chapter 16. The truth. Du, who hoisted Su Wei up, delivering 4 resounding slaps to his face. In the blink of an eye, Su Wei's visage resembled that of a swollen pig. Du, who, filled with fury, glared menacingly. He was the formidable Tiger Lord, the most powerful figure in the eastern part of the city. Yet, in the span of 2 days, his nephew had been killed, and his beloved nephew had been rendered incapacitated and unconscious. This was intolerable. Du, who coldly stated, "You have quite the audacity to strike my nephew." Su Wei, trembling with fear, pleaded, "Wait, Tiger Lord, it's a misunderstanding. It truly wasn't me. Yesterday, I was dining with Yi Qianjia in the private room when Du Huaixing drugged them and forced me out. I had no knowledge of what transpired afterward." Du, who furrowed his brow, directing a cold glare at Yi Qianjia. "What? Was it not him?" At that moment, Chen Yang, standing at the entrance, suddenly interjected. "Just now, Su Wei claimed he was the one responsible. He called the police, subdued Du Huaixing, and returned the 2 ladies to safety. We have surveillance cameras in the living room. The video will reveal the truth." Du, who, like a furious shark, glanced at the living room surveillance camera and commanded, "Show me the surveillance footage." Su Yin, feeling helpless, tremblingly retrieved her phone, unlocked it, and opened the camera app. Du, who gestured forward, and indeed, the surveillance footage revealed Su Wei boasting about his actions. Du, who turned, his eyes gleaming with malice. Su Wei collapsed to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. "Tiger Lord, spare me. I was merely boasting. I did not do it. Yesterday, Du Xiao slapped me several times and expelled me. I returned to the private room secretly, but all I found was Du Xiao lying unconscious. I saw nothing else. I genuinely do not know what happened. How dare you attempt to quibble at this juncture?" Du, whose foot pressed down on Su Wei's arm. Su Wei hastily cried out, "Tiger Lord, I possess evidence. My watch has a recording function. I was recording the entire time while in the private room. You can see that after I was expelled. I merely wandered around outside, having done nothing." Feeling the weight of Du Hu's wrath, Su Wei disregarded everything and revealed his watch's recording capability. Du, with a darkened expression, opened Su Wei's phone, locating the recording app. After accessing the footage from the previous night, it became evident that Su Wei had left after being struck by Du Huaixing, pacing outside for over half an hour before finally calling the police and returning to the private room. Inside the room, Yi Qianjia and Su Yin had vanished, leaving only Du Huaixing, unconscious on the floor. Du, who seized Su Wei and delivered 2 more resounding slaps. "You bastard. So it was you who called the police. Just wait for it." Su Wei, face contorted with despair, pleaded, "Tiger Lord, I am willing to compensate, but I truly did not strike your nephew. If I had known, I would have certainly informed you. My father is Su Jiang. You have dined with him before." Upon hearing the name Su Jiang, Du Hu snorted coldly, realizing Su Jiang's blood ran through his veins. "No wonder you are such a coward. Get out of my sight." Yes, yes. Thank you, Tiger Lord. Su Wei dared not linger, trembling as he hurried outside. Yi Qianjia and Su Yin huddled on the sofa, shivering. At that moment, Qinyang actually felt a sense of relief. He turned to Yi Qianjia and said, Yi Zong, now you comprehend who has been lying, do you not? It is you who continually regarded Su Wei as a good person, sold out, yet aiding him in counting the money, believing him to be the pure and noble young master. Yi Qianjia, gasping for breath, glared at Qinyang. She could hardly believe that even at this moment, he was fixating on such matters. Du Hu's expression darkened as he scrutinized Yi Qianjia and Su Yin on the sofa. In this moment, he understood why his nephew had targeted these two women. They were indeed beautiful. Yet, over two women a life was lost, truly not worth it. Du Hu approached Yi Qianjia, stating, I, Du Hu, have had many women in my life, yet not a single son. Du Huaixing was to be my heir. Because of you, he has become a eunuch, unconscious, and possibly destined to live as a vegetable. I do not wish to kill you. As long as you truthfully reveal who is responsible, I may spare your lives. Yi Qianjia shook her head. She genuinely did not know. Meanwhile, Su Yin bit her lip, remaining silent. Seeing the two women's expressions, Du Hu erupted into laughter. Very well. Since you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for being ungracious. Bring in the camera. I shall make a spectacle of you both. As Du Hu spoke, he reached for Yi Qingya's shoulder. Hey, hold on. Are you blind? Can't you see I am still standing here? Qinyang interjected, frowning, feeling compelled to warn Du Hu. Du Hu abruptly turned to Qinyang, who crossed his arms and declared, last night, it was I who went to the private room. Qinyang, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Yin abruptly interrupted, her expression frantic as she exclaimed, why do you, a mere low-level employee, keep running to Yi Zong's home? Are you trying to reach beyond your station? Leave. You're not welcome here. Qinyang paused, turning to look at Su Yin. Suddenly, he comprehended everything. Su Yin had always known that it was he who had gone to the private room to rescue them. Her previous lies were merely to protect herself. Now, her attempt to silence him stemmed from a fear of him being killed by Du Hu. She is truly a kind-hearted girl, deserving of being the dream goddess of many students at Jinling University. Qinyang flashed a grin at Su Yin, saying, even if a toad dreams of eating swan meat, I have no desire for Yi Qingya's, but rather for yours. Qinyang, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Yin's cheeks flushed as she urged him to leave. Wait. Du Hu sneered, suddenly realizing it was this loser who rescued you two from the box yesterday. So, it was you who injured my nephew in the box. It was me. Qinyang nodded. Both Su Yin and Yi Qingya, sitting on the sofa, felt a wave of anxiety mixed with exasperation. They couldn't comprehend why Qinyang was seeking his own demise. The man before them was the notorious Tiger Du. Furiously laughing, Du Hu bared his teeth and lunged for Qinyang's collar. Slap! A resounding smack echoed as Qinyang delivered a sharp slap to Du Hu's face. The once arrogant Du Hu stumbled backward, crashing to the ground. Chapter 17, Run. The slap left Du Hu dazed. His subordinates were equally bewildered, as were Su Yin and Yi Qingya on the sofa. Realizing what had transpired, Yi Qingya quickly sprang up, rushing to Qinyang's side, exclaiming, Qinyang, apologize to Tiger Du at once. And Tiger Du, we will definitely cover your nephew's medical expenses. We beg you show mercy. Du Hu lifted his head, his mind buzzing. How could he, a formidable martial artist, be slapped by a loser? Even caught off guard, it was inconceivable that he could be so easily struck down. Just as the room fell into a chilling silence, a flurry of footsteps approached. Leading the charge was an elderly man in traditional attire, Ah Fu, with a squad of armed officers, headed by Zhao Dei, the chief of the North Branch of Qingzhou City. Ah Fu, thank goodness you've arrived, Su Yin exclaimed, rushing towards the old man. Ah Fu nodded with a faint smile. Although Zhao Dei was unaware of the exact identities of Su Yin and Ah Fu, he recognized the authority that came with the provincial government as token in Ah Fu's hand. With that token, even the chief of Qingzhou had to obey. Zhao Dei coldly addressed Du Hu, you have the audacity to invade someone's home in broad daylight. What do you intend to do? Get out now, or I will arrest you immediately. Du Hu replied icily, my nephew is dead, and my nephew has become a vegetable. Am I not justified in seeking revenge? I will not entertain your grievances. Leave at once, or you will face consequences. Zhao Dei's voice was firm. Du Hu pointed at Zhao Dei, waving his hand dismissively. Today, I'll grant you a favor, Zhao Dei. but mind your place. With that, Du departed with his men. Zhao Dai exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, and said to Ah Fu, "Old sir, the matter is resolved. I shall take my leave." "Thank you, Chief Zhao. Tonight, the old man treats." Ah Fu smiled. Soon, tranquility returned to the room. Outside the community, Duhu's expression darkened. "Are we leaving just like this? That Zhao Dai is nothing. No need to give him face." A subordinate, black donkey, protested. Duhu's eyes burned with fury as he replied coldly, "I could care less about Zhao Dai. However, that Qinyang is somewhat unpredictable." Black donkey questioned, "Tiger Du, that kid is just a loser, an employee at Yi Qingya's company. We VE killed thousands like him. What is so hard to figure out? You don't understand. If he were an ordinary person, could he have slapped me? Investigate him. Find out who he truly is." "Yes, Tiger Du." Black donkey complied immediately. Inside Yi Qingya's room, a repairman was fixing the door. In the west guest room, Su Yan's bedroom, Ah Fu and Su Yan were alone. Ah Fu looked at Su Yan and said, "Miss, come back with me. That Duhu is definitely not to be trifled with. He is powerful, and staying here puts you in constant danger." "Ah Fu, is Duhu really that formidable? How could Qinyang bring him down with just a slap?" Su Yan asked, puzzled. Ah Fu paused, then shook his head. "That is utterly impossible. Unless Duhu was completely unprepared, there's no way Qinyang could have struck him." "Ah Fu," Su Yan raised her hand. "I want to return for now. Additionally, I need you to stay nearby. If I or Yi Qingya are in danger, you can come to our aid promptly." "Thank you. Ah Fu, I know you're the best." Hearing this, Ah Fu smiled bitterly, sighed, "All right, who told you that you're my little princess? However, you cannot escape the matters of the capital." He shook his head and left. In the living room, Yi Qingya glared furiously at Qinyang. "Qinyang, can you not be so impulsive next time? A man like Tiger Du kills without a second thought, and you dare to slap him. What were you thinking?" Luckily, Ah Fu arrived with the police. Otherwise, you would have lost your life. Qinyang chuckled. "Yi Qingya, I did that to stand up for you. And now you're blaming me. How unreasonable. I worry for you, and you scold me." Yi Qingya's face flushed with anger, her chest heaving as if she might faint. Su Yan emerged with a smile. "All right, it's all in the past. Regardless, Qinyang saved us. Qingya, let us cook for him at noon to express our gratitude." "No way." Yi Qingya retorted coldly. "He just insulted me as a dog, a snake, and a wolf." Qinyang turned, scoffing. "I wouldn't want to eat it anyway." "Oomph." With that, he left. In the community, Chun Yang's brows were furrowed. This dude who was a bit of a hassle. At that moment, in the office of the Tiger Transport Company, Du sat with a dark expression, holding his phone. Black Donkey's investigation had revealed that this Chun Yang was nothing but a complete loser, a failure. In high school, he was a bookworm, bullied everywhere. In college, he suffered even more, dating a vain girlfriend who cheated on him. And he didn't even graduate. After graduation, he exhausted all his savings to marry, only to divorce within a year, losing his home and being tricked by his brother-in-law, ending up with a debt of $700,000 to the White Horse Company. To this day, Chun Yang's mother still works as a cleaner, scavenging for trash to pay off debts. "Huh, this loser dares to slap my face." Du bellowed, his eyes aflame. "Bring Chun Yang's mother to my office. I want her to watch as her son is slowly reduced to nothing." Slamming his desk, Duhu's eyes blazed with fury. Not long after, Huang Zaihua was brought to the office of Tiger Transport Company. Trembling, she looked at Duhu, bewildered as to why fate was so unfair. Just as she had freed herself from the loan sharks and was enjoying a day of peace, she was once again captured by Tiger Du. Though Huang Zaihua was merely a woman, she had heard of Tiger Du's notorious reputation. Observing Huang Zaihua's trembling form, Duhu couldn't help but laugh heartily. He tossed her phone, saying, "Old lady, don't be too nervous. Call your son and tell him to come to my office for a chat." Huang Zaihua lifted her head, looking at Duhu, and timidly replied, "Tiger Du, if my son has wronged you, I am willing to bow and apologize. Please forgive us." Kneeling on the ground, she repeatedly knocked her head. Duhu's expression was cold as he pressed Huang Zaihua to the ground. "Old woman, do you not understand what I said? Now call your son. Rest assured, I will not harm him. I merely wish to share some tea and engage in conversation." Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Duhu, Huang Zaihua's heart sank in realization. Trembling, she picked up her phone and dialed Chun Yang's number. Duhu stood nearby, reveling in his triumph. He relished the thought of watching Huang Zaihua call her son only to witness Chun Yang's demise inch by inch. How heartbroken and regretful she would be. Ha ha ha. As the call connected, Huang Zaihua shouted desperately into the phone, "Son, run. Leave Qingzhou City and never return." Chapter 18. Overwhelmed Du Hu, infuriated by Huang Zaihua's cries, slapped her across the face. With a resounding smack, she was sent flying several feet, crashing against the sofa, blood streaming from her mouth and nose. Du Hu's face darkened. He had not anticipated this old woman would dare defy his orders and see through his intentions. Trembling uncontrollably, Huang Zaihua glared at Du Hu. "Kill me. My son will not come. He has already fled. He has already fled." Ha ha ha. Du picked up the phone. Speaking into the receiver, "Chun Yang, your mother is visiting me in my office. If you wish to see her, come to Hu Transport Company. Do not think of escaping. I can find you anywhere." On the other end, Chun Yang gripped his phone tightly, his lips bleeding from biting them in anger. "I will be there in 10 minutes. If anything happens to my mother, I will annihilate your entire company." Hanging up the phone, Chun Yang rushed towards Yi Qingya's room. He burst through the door, snatched the car keys from the table, and quickly declared, "President Yi, I need to borrow your car." With that, he vanished without a trace. Yi Qingya and Su Yin were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Upon witnessing Chun Yang's abrupt departure, Yi Qingya gasped, "Chun Yang, come back. I still have to go to work. If you take my car, will I drive?" But Chun Yang had already disappeared. Su Yin covered her mouth, giggling. "Chun Yang is quite entertaining, but didn't something happen to him? His eyes are red, and his lips are bleeding. He brought this upon himself. A foolhardy act to slap Du Hu." Yi Qingya retorted with disdain. Su Yin shook her head. "Qingya, I actually think Chun Yang's actions were quite manly. Sure, he may be poor, but he possesses medical skills, a sense of responsibility, and courage. Whether in the bar or today in the room, he stood up to protect us. He is truly commendable, and he is handsome too." Yi Qingya was taken aback by these words. She turned to her friend, her heart racing. Could it be that this girl had developed feelings for Chun Yang? This absolutely cannot happen. Yi Qingya grasped Su Yan's arm. "Su Yan, Chun Yang is nothing but a complete loser. If you think he is good, it's all an act. And where is he handsome? He is nothing but an eyesore." Su Yin giggled, shaking her head. "No, I really think he is handsome. He even resembles a bit of a hero." Yi Qingya was startled, quickly diverting the conversation, her heart pounding. At that moment, Chun Yang was speeding down the road in Yi Qingya's car, running through red lights and weaving through flower beds. In just 8 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of Hu Transport Company. Looking up at the building, his fists clenched, muscles tensed with fury. Why? Why does this wretched group keep harming my mother? Mom, wait for me. I've failed you for so long, allowing you to suffer. Please, don't let anything happen to you. Now that I have the ability, I can provide for you." With swift strides, Chun Yang entered the company lobby. Inside, more than 10 thugs adorned with gold chains turned their scornful gazes towards him. Ignoring them, Chun Yang took the elevator straight to the chairman's office. Inside the office, Du lounged with a woman in a red dress, puffing on a cigar, while his lackeys leered at Huang Zaihua. "Get up, old hag, and strip." One thug seized Huang Zaihua by the hair, yanking her upward. She trembled. You are inhuman." A thug slapped Huang Zaihua across the face. "You can only blame your son for not knowing his place, daring to strike our young master." With a cruel laugh, another ripped Huang Zaihua's coat apart. Du guffawed, flicking ash from a cigar. "Old dog, I won't let you and your son die easily. I will make you watch as I slice your son into pieces, and your face will become infamous across the land." Bang! The office door was kicked open. Chun Yang stood there, horror-struck as he witnessed his mother being tormented and humiliated, his heart shattering. "You, seek death." Without wasting another word, Chun Yang charged forward. The 20-plus thugs immediately drew various weapons to confront him. Huang Zaihua, kneeling, cried out, "Son, run. You are no match for them." Bang! 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 Before Huang Zaihua could finish her warning, over 20 thugs were sent flying, their chests crushed, necks broken, or skulls shattered. In the blink of an eye, they lay lifeless on the ground. Huang Zaihua stared in disbelief at her son. Du, seated on the sofa, trembled in shock. He looked at Chun Yang, his cigar falling from his hand. You are a master?" Du, who quaked in fear, kneeling before Chun Yang. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were a young master. It was my blindness that led me to offend you." Du bowed his head in supplication. He was a formidable martial artist in Qingzhou City, renowned and rarely met with a worthy opponent. Yet, he never anticipated that Chun Yang, so young, would already be a martial arts master. Masters are not to be insulted. They can easily operate beyond the boundaries of law. How had he offended such a martial artist? Qin Yang approached Du Hu, coldly stating, "A master means nothing. Du, you have committed heinous acts against my mother, and today, you shall die." Bang! Qin Yang's foot shattered Du Hu's skull. Silence enveloped the office, the floor littered with corpses. Qin Yang helped his mother to her feet, his gaze shifting to the woman in the red dress seated on the sofa. She was paralyzed with fear. Upon meeting his gaze, she fell to her knees. "Mr. Chai, am innocent. I was forced into marrying Du Hu, and I never wished to do wrong. Please, spare me. I can serve you, leading the Tiger Gang to honor you." Huang Zaihua quickly interjected, "Son, please, do not take any more lives. Have reverence for life." "Yes, Mom. I will heed your words." Qin Yang turned to the woman in red. "Out of respect for my mother, I will spare your life." Han Hongting, kneeling, bowed repeatedly to Huang Zaihua. "Thank you, old lady. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will honor you in the future and ensure everything here is taken care of." Chapter 19. Purchasing a villa, Chun Yang embraced his mother and strode out of the building. Once in the car, tears streamed down his face. "Mom, just hold on a little longer. I will take you to the hospital. From now on, I will always be by your side." Huang Zaihua shook her head, a smile of contentment gracing her face as she gently ruffled Qin Yang's hair. "My son, you have ultimately embarked on the path of a warrior. Alas, my dear, remember that as a martial artist, one must possess a heart of reverence and tread with caution. Only then can one thrive for long. Do not follow in your father's footsteps. Cough, cough. Mother, please hold on. We must go to the hospital right away." Qin Yang quickly took Huang Zaihua to the central hospital. At the Tiger Transport Company, Han Hongting rose, gazing down at the lifeless body of Du Hu at her feet, unable to suppress a smile. She brushed her hair back, wiped the remnants of urine from her legs, and smoothed her dress. In the mirror, the corners of Han Hongting's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, ferocity, and desire. She had long awaited this day, but never expected it to arrive so swiftly. Initially, Han Hongting had been contemplating how to eliminate Du Hu and ascend to power. However, Du Hu, a formidable martial artist, was not easily vanquished. Now, he lay dead at Chun Yang's hands, along with over 20 of his most loyal subordinates. "Heaven has favored me," she exclaimed. Grabbing her phone, Han Hongting commanded, "Hey Liu, inform all the heads to gather at the company for a meeting. I have significant news to announce." "Yes, big sister." Han Hongting hung up with satisfaction, knowing that henceforth, the Tiger Transport Company would no longer be under the rule of Tiger Yi, but rather under the leadership of Hongjia, the big sister. As for Qin Yang, he was merely a stepping stone. If she could curry favor with him, the future of her transport company would be boundless. After ensuring her mother's injuries were treated at the hospital and relieved that she was not seriously harmed, Qin Yang left her under observation. He drove back to Fengming Community, vowing to protect his mother and ensure she could enjoy her later years in peace. First, he needed to purchase a home for her, as Fengming Community would offer a much safer environment. Upon returning the car to Yiqingya, he headed straight for the sales office at the entrance of Fengming Community. This community was partially owned by the Sihai Group, and with the Supreme Diamond Card gifted by Qin Sihai, he could purchase property at will. Upon entering the sales office, a woman in her 50s approached him with a smile. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" But then, her expression darkened as she recognized him. "Qin Yang, what are you doing here?" Furrowing his brow, Qin Yang retorted, "I'm here to buy a house." "What business is it of yours?" "Step aside. Buy a house here?" The woman burst into laughter. "You, a penniless man whose wife has left him, wish to purchase a property here? The cheapest unit in Fengming Community costs over 4 million. What can you afford?" Qin Yang dismissed her with a shove, striding further into the office. During his marriage to Liu Yu, this woman, Wang Meili, had always belittled him in front of relatives. Now that he was divorced, her disdain had only intensified. In the sales hall, a new intern, Liu Yuan, approached Qin Yang. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" "I wish to buy a house. Preferably one that is ready for immediate occupancy," he replied. "Oh, we have several available. There are over 10 units and 3 villas, all exquisitely furnished and ready for you to move in." Liu Yuan smiled warmly. "Then please show me the options," Qin Yang responded. Liu Yuan's eyes lit up. "Sure. Let me show you the model first to give you an overview." If you're interested, I can take you to see the actual properties. However, Wang Meili interjected with a cold laugh. Lu Yuanyuan, come here. Curious, Lu Yuanyuan approached. Yes, Group Leader Wang? I'll tell you why you never get promoted, Wang Meili sneered. In sales, one must have an eye for potential. Look at that loser. He can't possibly afford a house. You're wasting your time. Lu Yuanyuan hesitated, but replied. But Group Leader, the manager said all guests must be treated with respect. I have plenty of time, so I'll continue assisting that gentleman. Wang Meili glared. You dare defy me? Don't serve Qinyang. Lu Yuanyuan hesitated, but shook her head. I'm sorry, Group Leader. This is my job, and I believe I should assist him. Wang Meili's eyes narrowed. Very well. Just wait. You'll see how it affects your internship. Qinyang observed Wang Meili's arrogance with disdain, choosing to ignore her. Lu Yuanyuan returned to him, a sigh escaping her lips. I apologize, sir. Let me take you to see the model. Actually, just tell me about your best available properties. Qinyang instructed. The best options are the villas on the east side of the community. 2 are shell units, very cost-effective, priced around 18 million each. There's also a furnished unit, but it lacks value due to its smaller size, priced at 19 million, which isn't worth it. I recommend the 2 shell units. Lu Yuanyuan elaborated eagerly. Qinyang waved his hand, producing his diamond card. I'll take the furnished villa. Please proceed with the transaction. What? Lu Yuanyuan was momentarily stunned. Frowning, Qinyang pressed. What is the hold-up? Go get the contract. I want to purchase that villa. Nearby employees gathered, astonished by the prospect of a 19 million villa being sold. Is that villa really going to be sold? That's the highest commission, 5%. That's a whopping 900,000 in commission. Wow, Lu Yuanyuan struck gold. Wang Meili, standing aside, couldn't contain her laughter. Qinyang, you truly are delusional. 19 million for a villa, and you think you can actually afford it. How amusing. Your wife has run off, and you live in a slum with your mother. Now you claim you want to buy a villa here. This is too much. Chapter 20. Dismissal after Wang Meili's mockery. She looked at Qinyang with triumph, fully aware that, given his circumstances, he could hardly afford a fraction of the villa's price. Qinyang glanced at her with disdain, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanyuan had rushed to the finance office with the card. Moments later, the cheerful sound of a successful transaction echoed through the hall. Ding! Transaction successful. Special card, account frozen for 19 million. The other salespeople were left agape at the revelation. He truly purchased it for 19 million. My goodness! A cash purchase for such an expensive villa. There are truly wealthy people out there. Lu Yuanyuan, still in her internship, had landed a major client, potentially earning over $1 million in one day, and everyone couldn't help but envy her. Look at Wang Meili. She's nearly biting her lips off in disbelief. Huh, she deserves this. She was the one who chased that gentleman away. At that moment, Lu Yuanyuan, the finance team, and the sales office manager all excitedly emerged, thrilled at the news of the villa's sale. Manager Pang grasped Qinyang's hand, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, Sir, please hold on for a moment. I shall arrange for the purchase contract immediately. Rest assured, when buying a property from us, you need not worry about anything. You can move in this afternoon. Wang Meili inhaled deeply and hurriedly approached with a beaming smile, adding, Indeed, Qinyang, purchasing a home here means you have nothing to manage. You do love to jest with your second aunt. After all, we are relatives. I had no idea you were a concealed tycoon. Come, have some water. Xiao Lu, please attend to Qinyang while I print the contract. Oh, what splendid luck I have. The first group of clients I am receiving today is none other than Qinyang. Clearly, Wang Meili had made up her mind to seize the commission from Lu Yuanyuan. Upon hearing Wang Meili's words, Lu Yuanyuan's complexion paled, but as an in contrast to Wang Meili, a seasoned employee and team leader, she dared not voice her concerns. Qinyang glanced at Wang Meili and chuckled, saying, Ms. Wang, who was it that just said they would chase me away? Who instructed Miss Lu not to attend to me? What is this? Now, suddenly wishing to claim the commission? The portly manager, standing nearby, instantly comprehended the situation. At that moment, Lu Yuanyuan handed Qinyang the diamond VIP card she held. The general manager's heart sank upon seeing that diamond card, cold sweat trickling down his brow. This card appeared to be the VIP card issued by Sihai Group to their super clients, and anyone possessing a diamond card was among Sihai Group's most cherished clientele. If he offended Qinyang and displeased him, a single word from him could cost the manager his position. Manager Pang swiftly turned and slapped Wang Meili across the face, pointing at her head as he reprimanded. Is this how you treat clients? Do you disregard my words so easily? I have repeatedly instructed you to treat every client with enthusiasm. Yet you, Wang Meili, have taken my words and the company's creed as mere trifles. From now on, you need not come to work, finance, settle her dues, and let her leave immediately. Furthermore, Xiao Lu, you have performed admirably. I will ensure your immediate confirmation, and this commission will be deposited into your account within 3 days. Well done, Xiao Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanyuan beamed with joy, while Wang Meili stood in stunned disbelief. She had not only lost over 900,000 in commission, but was now at risk of losing the job she took pride in. As the team leader with over a decade of hard work alongside the general manager, she feared for her future. With a thud, Wang Meili fell to her knees, pleading, Manager, you cannot do this. Even if Chen Yang has some money, he has already bought a house and will be of no use to us. I am your most loyal and capable assistant. You cannot dismiss me over this worthless Chen Yang. She continued, I know Chen Yang. I don't know where he acquired his 19 million, but he is truly a complete loser. When he got married, his wife cheated on him with a fishmonger, leaving him with a green hat and booting him out. Now he's in debt to loan sharks, and his mother collects scraps to repay it. Manager Pang trembled in fear upon hearing Wang Meili's words, his face turning pale with anger. He understood the significance of Chun Yang's diamond card. With a series of slaps, Manager Pang struck Wang Meili again, declaring, You have offended our company's most important client. All your remaining pay for this month will be forfeited. Now leave this place. Security, come here and escort Wang Meili and all her belongings out. Several security personnel promptly seized Wang Meili and tossed her outside the sales office. Manager Pang, on the verge of kneeling, bowed repeatedly to Chen Yang, apologizing profusely. Mr. Chen, I'm terribly sorry. It was my failure to manage my subordinates properly. Please forgive me. Chen Yang glanced at Manager Pang and merely nodded. Enough, this is not your fault. Please expedite the completion of all procedures for the house. I wish to move in today. Manager Pang hurriedly replied, Mr. Chen, rest assured, please wait here. Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Ma, you need not attend to anything else. Immediately prepare all the procedures for Mr. Chen. Not only must we get the villa ready today, but also ensure the utilities, keys, and security system are in place, and finalize Mr. Chen's property certificate. Everyone promptly ceased their tasks, dedicating themselves to serving Mr. Chen. The staff at the sales office exchanged astonished glances before swiftly attending to the necessary paperwork. Outside the sales office, Wang Meili clutched her file box, utterly despondent. She had not expected to be unemployed at the age of 47. How would she manage her mortgage? What about her family expenses? The dowry for her son's marriage? All of this was the fault of Lu Yu and her sister Wang Meihua. They were the ones who labeled Chen Yang as a loser, leading her to offend him. In that moment, Wang Meili felt her frustration bubble to the surface. She pulled out her phone and immediately dialed her sister Wang Meihua's number. Chapter 21. It's all your fault at Lu Yu's home. Her mother Wang Meihua busily tied on her apron in the kitchen, preparing a feast for Lu Yu's boyfriend, Gao Qiming. Wang Meihua was elated, for her daughter had finally divorced Chen Yang. Now, she could discuss marriage with her chosen son-in-law, Gao Qiming. In the living room, Gao Qiming and Lu Yu sat on the sofa, holding hands, appearing quite affectionate. Gao Qiming presented a box, opening it to reveal a gold necklace weighing over 40 grams. He handed the box to Lu Yu, smiling. Xiao Yu, I saw this beautiful necklace while shopping and decided to buy it for you. It cost over 20,000, but it's not much, just wear it casually. Once we are married, I will get you something heavier and better. Lu Yu put it on with delight. Although Gao Qiming was burly and worked as a fishmonger, lacking Chen Yang's good looks, he earned considerably. On average, he made 30 to 50,000 a month, and during peak times, his profits exceeded 100,000 monthly. Thus, despite his dark complexion and the faint odor of fish always lingering around him, Lu Yu remained enchanted. Previously, even before her divorce, she had been involved with this elementary school classmate. Touching the necklace around her neck, Lu Yu sighed, Qiming, you truly are good to me. In the year I was married to that loser Chen Yang, he never bought me any jewelry. Gao Qiming laughed triumphantly, leaning back with his legs crossed. How can you compare a loser like Chen Yang to me? He makes 3,000 a month, while I can earn 3,000 in a single day. He doesn't even stand a chance against me. Lu Yu embraced Gao Qiming's arm, affirming, Yes, Qiming, you are far superior to him. I just feel a bit frustrated. During the divorce, I forgot that he still has an old, run-down courtyard. Now that the courtyard is slated for demolition, I hear it could be worth nearly $1 million, and I feel so blocked up inside for not claiming that money. Gao Qiming laughed heartily, saying, "Don't worry. Xiaoyu, $1 million is just my annual income. Besides, once we are married, I will take a few friends to help you claim it." Just then, Wang Meihua walked out of the kitchen, carrying a platter of fish, beaming as she said, "Qiming, the fish you brought is delicious. It even smells fresh." Just as they were laughing, Wang Meihua's phone rang. She picked up the phone for a glance and smiled, saying, "Look, it's your second aunt calling. Perfect timing to ask if she has time to come over for a meal." Wang Meihua placed the phone on the table, activated the speakerphone, and cheerfully remarked, "Meili, do you have time this afternoon? Come over for dinner." On the other end, Wang Meili was seething with rage, shouting furiously, "Wang Meihua, have you no shame? It's one thing to deceive others, but to do so to your own sister is despicable. Do you even realize the trouble you've caused? You not only made me lose $1 million, but you also cost me my job, you wretched woman." Wang Meihua was stunned by the harsh words. Feeling anger rise within her, she retorted, "Wang Meili, what madness has overtaken you? Who deceived you?" Wang Meili, gritting her teeth, replied, "If it wasn't you, then it was your daughter. You all said Chen Yang was worthless, yet today at the sales office, he purchased a villa outright for $19 million. Because I failed to entertain him properly, I've been fired. The commission from selling that villa was supposed to be mine, and now I've lost my job because of you." Sitting on the sofa, Lu Yu trembled at the revelation and quickly approached, asking, "Aunt, what do you mean? Are you saying Chen Yang bought a villa outright? A $19 million villa? How is that possible? That good-for-nothing barely makes $3,000 a month. He can't even afford a Wuling Hongguang." Wang Meili snapped back, "You insolent girl. Be quiet. Do you think I would lie about something that just happened? I've lost my job because of you all. The villa at Fengming Community No. 3 is already being registered under Chun Yang's name. Just wait. I've lost my job because of your family's nonsense." With that, Wang Meili hung up the phone. In the living room, Lu Yu and Wang Meihua exchanged wide-eyed glances, both feeling a sharp pain in their hearts, as if bleeding internally. Wang Meihua trembled and whispered, "Daughter, what? What on earth is happening? How could that useless Chun Yang afford a $19 million villa?" Lu Yu shook her head, "Mom, I don't know either. It's impossible. Has Chun Yang been hiding the truth this whole year? Is his family actually wealthy?" Wang Meihua, consumed by jealousy, started to tear at her apron in frustration, lamenting, "If I had known they were so wealthy, we should have treated him well and served him with smiles. Now look at you, after a year of marriage. All you've gained is a shabby house and a few $100,000 in savings, while the real fortune has slipped through your fingers. I think you should reconcile with Chen Yang." Hearing this, Lu Yu glanced at Gao Qiming beside her. At that moment, she realized she no longer found him appealing. Even if he earned $100,000 a month from selling fish, he was no match for Chen Yang's looks. Moreover, with that meager income, how could he ever buy a $19 million villa? Gao Qiming sensed Lu Yu's and Wang Meihua's disappointment in him and said sternly, "Xiaoya, don't rush. This situation is impossible. That worthless Chen Yang cannot have that much money. Let's go see for ourselves. If he truly owns a villa, it will be considered community property in your marriage, and you deserve half in a divorce." Lu Yu immediately nodded. Yes, half of $19 million is still $10 million. But what if Chen Yang refuses? Gao Qiming stood up, thumping his chest. "Refuse? If he does, I will make him regret it. Xiaoya, once you marry me, you can leave such matters to me. I'm calling my staff. We will head straight to Fengming Community. Rest assured, Xiaoya, I will be your support." Lu Yu quickly grabbed her bag, saying, "Qiming, you're right. Let's go get our money." The two hurried downstairs and made their way to Fengming Community. Meanwhile, in the parking lot of Fengming Community, Yi Qingya and Su Yin stood beside a damaged Mercedes. Yi Qingya glared at her car, its body scratched, the front dented and peeling paint, and the rear light shattered. Clenching her fists in anger, she stomped her feet, exclaiming, "This is my car? It was perfectly fine yesterday, but after lending it to Chun Yang this morning, it's become a wreck? Where the hell did that bastard take my car?" Just then, Yi Qingya's phone buzzed, and she opened it to find a series of messages from the traffic police, totaling 13. "Dear car owner, your vehicle has been fined 6 points for running a red light, with a penalty of 500. Dear car owner, your vehicle was caught going against traffic at Imean Road, fined 12 points and 2,000. Dear car owner, your vehicle was improperly parked, fined 202 points. Seeing the barrage of violation messages, Yi Qingya's fury escalated. Standing beside her, Su Yin noticed Yi Qingya's ashen face and quickly asked, "Qingya, is something wrong?" Yi Qingya handed her phone to Su Yin, her teeth clenched, eyebrows raised in anger. "Look at what this scoundrel Qinyang has done. I lent him the car this morning, and now it's damaged. Plus, I've received 13 violation messages. Is he trying to send my car to the scrapyard?" Su Yin glanced at the messages and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems Qinyang has quite the knack for trouble. Yi Qingya, exasperated, retorted, "You find this amusing? The car being damaged is one thing, but these violations highlight his irresponsibility and recklessness. Such a person is not someone to associate with." Su Yin, stifling laughter, replied, "Qingya, Qinyang isn't as flawed as you claim. I see it as a sign of his romantic nature, unconventional and passionate. Of course, something must have happened to make him drive so recklessly." Yi Qingya shot Su Yin an incredulous glare. "Even now, you're defending him? What on earth is going through your mind?" With that, she dialed Qinyang's number, and as soon as he answered, she launched into a tirade. "Qinyang, are you at work now?" Qinyang, sounding resigned, replied, "No, Yi Zong, I'm dealing with something. Also, I've quit. I'm not going back." Yi Qingya's anger flared. "Quit? Who gave you permission to quit? You can't just quit. Where are you right now?" Qinyang responded, "I'm at the entrance of Fengming Community, but I'm being blocked by someone." Yi Qingya snorted, "At our community entrance? Perfect. I need to talk to you. You owe me for my car." With that, she hung up, and together with Su Yin, they drove towards the entrance of Fengming Community. Upon arrival, they found a crowd gathered, with Qinyang at the center, visibly furious and disgusted. He had just exited the sales office when he was confronted by his ex-wife and several others blocking his path. Despite having long considered Lu Yu a non-issue, seeing her with her old classmate, who had been involved in their affair, left him utterly shocked. Containing his anger, Qinyang directed his words at Lu Yu. "What business do you have with my money? It has nothing to do with you. You need to leave me alone. I've seen through your little scheme with your classmate. I never expected you'd have the audacity to confront me for money." Lu Yu placed her hands on her hips, pointing at Qinyang's forehead, and declared, "Qinyang, spare me your excuses. We possess a legitimate marriage certificate, and now, just a month after our divorce, you suddenly appear with a fortune and refuse to share it with me? That is utterly unreasonable. If you fail to present 1 million today, you shall not leave." Gao Qiming, wearing a cold smile, added, "Qinyang, have some dignity. Lu Yu was your wife for a year. Is this how you treat her? After the divorce, you offer her nothing and conceal such a substantial sum? You truly are a cunning individual." Qinyang, completely incensed, found it incomprehensible how he had ever married a woman like Lu Yu. He resolved that he would rather remain single for life than muddle through another marriage. Surrounding them were dozens of onlookers, clutching their groceries, eagerly indulging in the drama. Taking a deep breath, Qinyang addressed Lu Yu. "Lu Yu, you may lack shame, but I still possess mine. Firstly, during our year of marriage, all my earnings were in your hands, and my mother's savings, along with our house, were taken by you. What more do you want? Secondly, you were unfaithful during our marriage, secretly involved with another man, and it was you who proposed the divorce, kicking me aside. Furthermore, you and your brother are utterly shameless, deceiving me into being a guarantor for a loan of 700,000 at exorbitant interest. Now, you dare confront me and demand money? Let me be clear, that money has nothing to do with you. If you don't leave, I will not hesitate to take action." Upon hearing Qinyang's words, the crowd erupted into chatter. How could this woman be so shameless? She cheated during the marriage and now brought her new lover to extort money from her ex-husband. Where is her dignity? After a year of marriage, she swindled away the house and savings. Surely, she must be an expert in asset stripping. When it comes time for their sons to marry, they must be vigilant. Indeed, many women today rely on marriage to secure wealth. Lu Yu and Gao Qiming, upon hearing the public's discourse, began to feel a sense of panic. Gao Qiming rolled up his sleeves, gesturing for several employees to surround Qinyang. He pointed an accusatory finger at Qinyang, stating, "Qinyang, stop with the nonsense. In any case, if you don't pay up today, I will not let you go." Gao Qiming lunged at Qinyang, attempting to drag him toward his van. With a resounding smack, Qinyang sent Gao Qiming flying, and with a series of swift kicks, Gao Qiming's subordinates were sent sprawling over 20 meters, landing in a holly bush, unable to rise. Gao Qiming, taken aback, covered his face and retreated hastily, astonished that Qinyang, appearing frail, possessed such fighting prowess. Qinyang pointed at Lu Yu, "Leave, or I will not hesitate to strike you as well." Lu Yu, startled, quickly hid behind Gao Qiming. Gao Qiming, gritting his teeth in frustration, retorted, "Fine, Qinyang, you have some guts. But what does it matter if you have money? What does it matter if you can fight? You are still the man who was cuckolded. Your ex-wife is now devotedly following me. Huh, you are nothing but a lonely turtle without a woman." Qinyang's eyes narrowed. For a man, such words are the most cutting insults. Even though he had completely lost interest in Lu Yu, the realization of Gao Qiming's words ignited a fire of anger and humiliation within him. At that moment, a striking figure approached with haste, Su Yan, with a small bag slung over her shoulder and dressed in a green dress. Her exquisite features and graceful figure captivated all. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Qinyang, exuding intimacy. Su Yan, playfully linking her arm through Qinyang's, inquired, "Darling, what are you doing here? Who are they?" Lu Yu and Gao Qiming were taken aback by the scene. Gao Qiming's gaze fixated on Su Yan, momentarily speechless in astonishment. Qinyang, initially caught off guard by Su Yan's gesture, soon realized it was her way of uplifting his spirits. A smile crept onto his face as he embraced Su Yan's shoulders and replied, "It's nothing, just a brief encounter with my ex-wife and her new partner." Su Yan let out a playful exclamation, addressing Lu Yu and Gao Qiming. "Ah, so you're the ex-wife. Thank you for divorcing Qinyang. And you, sir? Thank you for allowing him to be single. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to be his girlfriend or marry him." The crowd gasped in astonishment at Su Yan's words. Many men couldn't help but wipe the corners of their mouths, feeling a pang of envy. After all, Su Yan was undeniably stunning. How could such a beautiful woman choose a divorced man? Qinyang must be incredibly fortunate. Lu Yu and Gao Qiming exchanged incredulous glances. And soon, Lu Yu burst into laughter, pointing at Qinyang. "Qinyang, you scoundrel. Have you learned to put on a facade? So what if you were cuckolded? So what if I kick you to the curb? Why go through the trouble of bringing a woman here to act? Are you trying to provoke me? Don't waste your efforts. A man like you is destined to remain alone, a perpetual bachelor." Gao Qiming, realizing the situation, chuckled. "So you deliberately sought out this woman. Qinyang, you truly are hypocritical." Su Yan smiled playfully at Lu Yu and Gao Qiming, waving her hand, "Regardless of your thoughts, I'm genuinely grateful to both of you." With that, Su Yan stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Qinyang's cheek, then wrapped her arms around him, saying, "Darling, let's head back." Qinyang's heart raced wildly. He could hardly believe that Su Yan, even in jest, had truly kissed him. She was the campus belle of Jinling University, the goddess of countless male admirers. At that moment, he felt both exhilarated and immeasurably grateful to Su Yan. Nodding, he said, "Let us go home." As they walked shoulder to shoulder toward the Fengming community, security personnel rushed in. Aware that Qinyang was a resident and a VIP of the Sihai Company, several guards promptly pushed Lu Yu and Gao Qiming into the street. Lu Yu's face flushed with rage, her hands trembling. She could not fathom how, after their divorce, Qinyang, a man she deemed insignificant, could suddenly afford a villa outright, and how such a beautiful woman would be eager to marry him. Previously, his attractive boss had visited her home, offering him a check for 700,000. Why? How could this worthless man possibly turn his fortunes around? Beside her, Gao Qiming gazed enviously at Qinyang and Su Yan's retreating figures. He used to think Lu Yu was quite attractive, but now, in comparison to Su Yan, she seemed like nothing. What extraordinary luck had Qinyang stumbled upon? After the divorce, he had found a girlfriend even more beautiful than a movie star. In that moment, Gao Qiming realized that his pursuit of Lu Yu was hardly worth it anymore. Lu Yu, filled with disdain for Gao Qiming, declared, "I'm leaving." Ignoring him, she stormed home, vowing to obtain her rightful share of Qinyang's fortune. If he could marry her once, surely he would once again be at her mercy. In the community, Su Yan and Qinyang walked side by side to a pavilion where the audience had dispersed. Su Yan released Qinyang's arm and, lowering her voice, said, "I'm sorry, Qinyang. I decided to help when I saw you being insulted by those two. I hope I didn't frighten you." Qinyang hurriedly waved his hand, feeling immense gratitude as he spoke. "The one who should be apologizing is me. Thank you, School Bell. Truly, I'm very grateful. Not only have you helped me, but you've also bestowed upon me a fragrant kiss." My heart is still racing. Upon hearing this, Su Yan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, replying, "Is it really that exaggerated? You were the one who saved me and Yi Qingyao first." The two shared a laugh. As Qinyang gazed at the stunningly beautiful Su Yan, memories flooded back to their first meeting in Yi Qingyao's house, where Su Yin had rushed out of the bathroom, unadorned. At that moment, Chen Yang's heart raced, and he blushed deeply. He felt a sudden impulse. How wonderful it would be if Su Yin could truly be his girlfriend. When Su Yin lifted her head and caught sight of Chen Yang's intense gaze, she momentarily froze, her face turning crimson as she quickly looked away, saying, "Chen Yang, why are you looking at me like that? I'm feeling shy." Chen Yang swallowed hard, preparing to confess his feelings when suddenly, Yi Qingya approached briskly. She pulled Su Yin to her side and pointed at Chen Yang, exclaiming, "Chen Yang, what are you doing? Are you flirting? Su Yin has just helped you, and now you need to leave our community immediately. Aside from treating Yi, you're not allowed to step foot here again. And now, you should go to work." With a cold expression, Yi Qingya shouted a few more words, then took Su Yin away. Chen Yang stood there, speechless, as his previously joyful mood was shattered by Yi Qingya's interference. He remarked, "Boss Yi, you're being quite meddlesome. Aren't you? This community isn't yours. I can come and go as I please. And why are you so furious? Are you jealous because of what just happened between Su Yin and me? Oh dear, could it be that you have developed feelings for me? I'm truly sorry, but I'm not interested in you," Chen Yang said half-jokingly. Yi Qingya abruptly turned her head, glaring fiercely at Chen Yang, and gritted her teeth as she said, "Chen Yang, don't flatter yourself. I'm not jealous. I'm merely protecting my good friend. You are not worthy of her." With that, she took Su Yin and strode away to the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Yin looked at Yi Qingya's pale face, puzzled. "Qingya, what is wrong? You were quite out of character just now. Why'd you get so angry? Regardless, Chen Yang saved Yi and us before. I think it's only fair to help him a bit. You're not the type to be petty and repay kindness with malice, but your reaction was really strange. Could it be that you actually like Chen Yang and were genuinely jealous?" Su Yin turned to look at Yi Qingya earnestly. Yi Qingya shot a glare at Su Yin and retorted, "What nonsense are you talking? How could I possibly like him? He works for my company. He has been a lowly employee since he graduated, with no skills to speak of. I'm just worried you might get too involved. In any case, you're not allowed to associate with him again." As she spoke, Yi Qingya pressed the accelerator and sped away. Her mind was in turmoil. After all, Chen Yang was Yi's father, and Su Yin was her best friend, the kind she could rely on in life and death. She could not allow the two to continue their interactions. Chen Yang stood in the pavilion, watching Yi Qingya's fierce retreat, grumbling, "What a meddlesome woman, robbing me of my chance to confess." As he muttered complaints, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Qin Sihai. Chen Yang had just used that card to make a purchase of 19 million, so he felt a bit guilty. Once the call connected, Chen Yang hurriedly said, "Mr. Qin, today I bought a villa, and the price is a bit high, so..." Before he could finish, Qin Sihai's voice came through, trembling with respect, "Mr. Chun. Master Chun, please don't feel uncomfortable. The fact that you could use that card and spend money on it means you hold me in high regard. Without you, I would have lost my life. What is 19 million to you? Please buy what you like." Seeing Qin Sihai's politeness, Chen Yang felt relieved and smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Qin Sihai continued, "Mr. Chun, I have a favor to ask. A good friend of mine has fallen ill with a strange condition and has been bedridden for the past month. He has visited renowned hospitals around the world, but to no avail. You diagnosed my ailment and cured me. So, could you please take a look at my friend?" Chen Yang smiled and replied, "Of course. Where is he?" Qin Sihai eagerly said, "Mr. Chun, I will take you there. Where are you now?" Chen Yang shared his location. 20 minutes later, a stretched Lincoln pulled up at the entrance of Fengming Community. Once inside the car, Qin Sihai hurriedly introduced, "Mr. Chun, you might know my friend. He is Wang Lin, the CEO of Qinda Group." Chen Yang chuckled, "Mr. Qin, your social circle is impressive. I didn't expect you to know even the former tycoon, Wang Lin." Qin Sihai laughed. "When we started out, his funding was even less than mine, but he hit the real estate boom and became the richest man. Oh, that villa halfway up the mountain is his residence in Qingzhou City." Before long, Qin Sihai led Chen Yang into the villa. Several bodyguards bowed as they saw Qin Sihai and did not obstruct their entrance into the bedroom. Inside the room were numerous medical devices, and 3 family doctors were attentively caring for a man in his 50s lying on a hospital bed, connected to an oxygen tube and covered with medical equipment, completely immobile. Qin Sihai brought Chen Yang to the bedside and said to Wang Lin, "Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Chun, the miracle healer I mentioned who cured my ailment. Without him, I would have been done for." Wang Lin on the bed nodded weakly and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chun." Chen Yang was somewhat taken aback. After all, He had seen Wang Lin on television and in news interviews not long ago, and now, merely a month later, he was in such a dire state. Chen Yang checked Wang Lin's pulse and examined his eyes, expressing confusion. What is going on? Both his pulse and appearance indicate that Mr. Wang's health seems fine. Qin Sihai explained, Yes, Mr. Chen, a month ago, Wang Lin was in excellent health, often hiking and swimming, even healthier than his peers. Just a month ago, he hiked across Qinglong Mountain in our Qingzhou city, and the day after returning, he suddenly lost the ability to move, as if paralyzed, unable to even breathe properly. Yet his mind remains clear. In the past month, he has visited various hospitals for examinations, but no cause could be identified. All the hospitals suspect a cerebral hemorrhage. Yet with the most advanced equipment, they cannot pinpoint the source of the bleeding. Xinyang nodded and said, Let me take a look. He extended his hand and placed it on Wang Lin's chest. Having inherited the Taoist healing arts, he naturally possessed medical knowledge. Chen Yang's palm channeled Taoist energy into Wang Lin's center, circulating throughout his body along the pathways. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yang concentrated, and suddenly, his eyes brightened with an expression of disbelief. He distinctly sensed several spiritual cores lodged in the meridians at Wang Lin's cervical vertebrae. The human body's meridians serve as conduits for the flow of vital energy and blood, although current instruments cannot directly ascertain the shape of these meridians. It is universally acknowledged that they indeed exist, along with various acupoints. These pathways are essential for the circulation of energy, which invigorates the body, allowing for both mental clarity and physical agility. Presently, Wang Lin's governing vessel acupoint, located at the nape of his neck, has become obstructed by a spiritual core, resulting in a blockage of energy and blood flow, thereby incapacitating his entire body. Most crucially, Chen Yang was astonished to discover a spiritual core within Wang Lin. Contrary to being a poison, this core represents a vital energy source for martial artists. In essence, it forms only in areas rich in spiritual energy. When martial artists absorb this core, they can rapidly enhance their strength. However, for ordinary individuals, the inability to digest this energy leads to blockages in their meridians, causing paralysis. Chen Yang raised his hand with a smile and addressed Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, I have thoroughly examined your condition and can provide treatment. The process may involve some discomfort, so I kindly ask for your cooperation. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he tremulously spoke. Mr. Chen, please save me. Chen Yang nodded and placed both hands on Wang Lin's neck, channeling his Taoist mystical energy into Wang Lin's governing vessel. This energy swiftly dissolved the spiritual core, and 5 minutes later, the core dispersed, transforming into a gentle aura that flowed throughout Wang Lin's body. In the next moment, Wang Lin gasped deeply, sitting upright in astonishment, removing his oxygen mask to look incredulously at Chen Yang and the others. He jumped from the bed, moving his limbs, and was amazed to find himself completely healed. Wang Lin fell to his knees before Chen Yang, expressing his profound gratitude. Thank you, Master Chen. I thought I would spend my life as a vegetable, but now, in my moment of despair, I am restored. Chen Yang quickly helped him to his feet. Nearby, Qin Sihai laughed heartily, boasting, Mr. Wang Si, the divine doctor I recommended is absolutely reliable. Wang Lin embraced Qin Sihai in excitement, his body trembling with joy. Soon after, Wang Lin invited Chen Yang and Qin Sihai to the living room, pouring a glass of water for Chen Yang, respectfully inquiring, Mr. Chen, what exactly is the nature of this strange ailment? Chen Yang hesitated, deciding to withhold details about the spiritual core. He replied, Mr. Wang, it appears you were paralyzed by a specific pollen toxin during your mountain expedition. Additionally, could you kindly provide me with a detailed account of your climbing route? I intend to eliminate this toxic pollen to prevent others from suffering the same fate. Chapter 25. Reverence the spiritual core holds significant importance for martial artists. Prompting Chen Yang to keep this information concealed, Wang Lin and Qin Sihai praised Chen Yang's words, with Wang Lin giving a thumbs up, saying Mr. Chen not only possesses exceptional medical skills, but also embodies great righteousness. Please exercise caution on your journey. Do not fall victim to the same pollen. Chen Yang nodded slightly, assuring him, rest assured, Mr. Wang, such toxins are trivial for me. However, I need you to detail your route through Qinglong Mountain as precisely as possible, leaving no detail unmentioned. Wang Lin agreed, retrieving his phone to show the recorded route. Before long, Wang Lin sent the map to Qin Yang, who felt a surge of anticipation. If Wang Lin had encountered the spiritual core along his path, it indicated that a rich source of spiritual energy must lie hidden beneath Qinglong Mountain, which would greatly benefit his own cultivation. Wang Lin glanced at the time, stating, Mr. Chun, there is no need to delay further. I'll have my staff prepare a meal for us three. Qin Yang quickly waved his hands, saying, No, Mr. Wang. You are too kind. I must go to the hospital to pick up my mother, and I just purchased a house that I need to settle into. Since Mr. Wang had fully recovered, he prepared to leave. Wang Lin paused, surprised that Qin Yang made no demands. He quickly grasped Qin Yang's arm, exclaiming, Mr. Chun, please wait. I have some antique paintings I'd like to gift you. Qin Yang immediately declined, saying, There's truly no need for such gestures, Mr. Wang. Treating you was merely a small effort on my part. You need not worry about it. I really must head to the hospital now. As he spoke, Qin Yang pulled out his phone to summon a ride. Seeing that Qin Yang had no transportation, Wang Lin felt a pang of gratitude. This young man had saved his life, yet refused any form of compensation. Wang Lin insisted, Mr. Chun is indeed a man of great virtue. I will no longer bring up the matter of compensation. Since you lack a mode of transport, I happen to have a car in this villa that I seldom use. I'd like to offer it to you for your convenience. Without giving Qin Yang a chance to refuse, Wang Lin called to his butler, instructing, Bring the Bentley from the garage. Qin Yang, taken aback by Wang Lin's enthusiasm, had no choice but to accept. Shortly, a silver-gray SUV arrived at the entrance, with the butler respectfully handing the keys to Qin Yang. He waved goodbye to Wang Lin and Qin Sihai before driving off toward the hospital. Inside the villa, Wang Lin watched the car depart, letting out a deep sigh as he turned to Qin Sihai, saying, Old Qin, I owe you greatly. If it weren't for your acquaintance with Mr. Chun, my later years would have been in vain. Qin Sihai nodded. Not only you, but I too am fortunate. Had I not met Mr. Chun, I might not have survived. Wang Lin laughed heartily, raising his arm. Today is a joyous occasion. Tomorrow, I will host a recovery banquet in Qingzhou to officially announce my recovery and reassure investors that Qinda Group faces no issues, thus boosting our stock. Additionally, we shall invite merchants from across Qingzhou to foster a lively business atmosphere. Qin Sihai agreed. That sounds excellent. We should also send an invitation to Mr. Chun to honor him. Wang Lin laughed. We think alike. Most importantly, we must invite Mr. Chun to strengthen our ties. The two cunning old foxes exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, Qin Yang arrived at Qingzhou Central Hospital. His mother had been subjected to humiliation by Du Hu, but fortunately, her injuries were superficial. After a brief bandaging and disinfection, she was fine. Qin Yang entered the ward, escorted his mother out, and they settled into the Bentley. Huang Zihua, seeing the luxurious vehicle, was momentarily taken aback, asking, Son, this car isn't cheap. Where did you get it? Driving, Qin Yang chuckled. A CEO named Wang Lin gifted it to me. By the way, Mom, I've been meaning to ask you, how did you know about martial artists? When you witnessed me kill Du Hu in his office today, you didn't seem overly surprised. Have you encountered martial artists before? Huang Zihua instinctively lowered her gaze, a look of panic flickering in her eyes. She quickly shook her head. Son, I've never encountered them, though your father mentioned them long ago. I never realized they could be so powerful. Son, regardless of how formidable you become or whether you are a martial artist, always hold reverence for life and respect for the law. One must not trample upon it recklessly if one wishes to live long and happily. Qin Yang nodded. I understand, Mom. I will heed your teachings. Huang Zihua turned to gaze out the window, a quiet sigh escaping her lips, realizing that her son had indeed embarked on a perilous path. 10 minutes later, she noticed they were not heading home and asked, Son, are you lost? Qin Yang chuckled softly, then spoke, Mom, we've moved into a new home. While you were in the hospital, I purchased a villa. From today onward, we will reside in our new house, and I will ensure that you are never in danger again. Upon hearing this, Huang Zihua's tears streamed down her face as she nodded, saying, All right, my son has made something of himself. At that moment, Qin Yang's phone rang. He answered, and a bright, urgent voice came through. Uncle Chun, where are you? Can you come pick me up from kindergarten? Qin Yang, puzzled, inquired, Where's your mother? Didn't she come to pick you up? However, the child, did not respond but continued pleading, Uncle Chun, please come get me, all right? Amused by her earnestness, he replied, Of course, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, he drove towards Guizhou Kindergarten, not far from Foming Community. At the kindergarten entrance, A group of children awaited their dismissal. Among them stood Yi at the center, surrounded by a few others who were laughing heartily. What a pitiful creature, no daddy at all, they teased. Yi is just a wild child, a child without a father. Yi, indignant, clenched her fists and retorted, I have a dad. He'll gonna pick me up soon. Despite her protests, the laughter persisted, especially from a chubby boy who pointed at her and exclaimed, You're lying, Yi. You're just a pitiful wild child without a dad. Hurry up and go home. Enraged, Yi charged at the boy, and they soon began to wrestle. The kindergarten teacher, Lu Xiaoyan, noticed the commotion and hurried over. She forcibly separated them, admonishing Yi, Why are you fighting again? Do you understand that such behavior is unacceptable? With reddened eyes, Yi explained, Teacher, Ninghao started it by calling me a wild child without a dad. Lu Xiaoyan frowned and replied, You don't have a father. They're speaking the truth. You were wrong to hit first. The other children cheered at her words, pointing and laughing, A wild child without a dad. A wild child without a dad. Chapter 26. Standing up as Chun Yang alighted from his car and approached, he witnessed the scene. Children ridiculing Yi, even the teacher joining in the derision. His heart shattered at that moment. Striding forward, he thundered, What is going on here? How can you all be so rude? He swiftly scooped Yi into his arms. The other children recoiled at Chun Yang's presence, while Yi clung to his neck, sobbing, Uncle Chun, are you my dad? You are my dad, right? Embracing her, Chun Yang affirmed, Yes, I am your dad. If anyone bullies you again, tell me, and I'll take care of it. His gaze landed on the chubby boy. Ninghao, startled by Chun Yang's fierce look, Ninghao shrank back and began to cry, overwhelmed with guilt for having bullied Yi previously. Lu Xiaoyan rushed to comfort Ninghao, saying, It's all right, don't cry. Then, she shot an icy glare at Chun Yang, Sir, what are you doing? You frightened our student. Chun Yang's eyes narrowed with fury. He hadn't intended to frighten the boy. After all, they were just children, innocent of true malice. However, the most despicable was Lu Xiaoyan. She had witnessed the bullying and yet chose to side with Ninghao, chastising Yi alone. Holding Yi tightly, Chun Yang stepped closer, his imposing demeanor bearing down on Lu Xiaoyan. You are their teacher? What kind of woman are you to be a teacher? Apologize to Yi. Immediately, his voice boomed, a palpable aura of authority enveloping Lu Xiaoyan. Trembling, she felt as if the weight of the world pressed upon her. She collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, stammering, I'm sorry. It was my fault for not handling it properly. Yi, witnessing her typically cruel teacher apologize, clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Oh, look, the teacher apologized to me. I'm not a wild child without a dad. He is my dad. She cheered, clinging to Chun Yang. The other children, seeing the teacher kneeling before Chun Yang, were filled with trepidation, realizing they could no longer bully Yi without consequence. Chun Yang huffed and addressed Lu Xiaoyan, Get up. If you ever favor one child over another again, you will regret it. Lu Xiaoyan gasped for breath as she stood, silently regretting how she had reacted. Why had she been so easily intimidated? Ninghao was the grandson of a powerful figure. She felt justified in defending him. Yet here she was, apologizing to a child without a father. I must inform you, sir, that Ninghao is the grandson of the third master. Your daughter should avoid him, Lu Xiaoyan warned. Chun Yang's lips curled into a cold smile as he retorted, It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. At that moment, a plump middle-aged man rushed out from the office. It was the kindergarten principal. Upon seeing the scene before him and the luxury Bentley parked nearby, he felt a jolt of alarm. The principal approached, pointing at Lu Xiaoyan's forehead, and chastised, Lu, what is going on? How can you not handle such a minor incident? Where is your professionalism? Before Lu Xiaoyan could explain, the principal pushed her aside and scolded, As a teacher, you must manage disputes among children properly. If this happens again, you may find yourself without a job. Turning to Chun Yang, the principal bowed and said, Sir, I sincerely apologize. This is entirely our kindergarten's responsibility, and we will address it appropriately. Please trust us to care for your child. Our kindergarten is the finest in the area. Chun Yang nodded in acknowledgement. That's more like it. Now, I'll be taking my daughter home. The principal quickly agreed. Yi, still jubilant, wrapped her arms around Chun Yang's neck and exclaimed, Oh, Daddy, in 3 days our kindergarten is having a camping event. The teacher said it's best if parents come along. Will you and Mom join me? Chun Yang's heart shattered upon hearing Yi's words. Without a second thought, he replied, Of course, I have plenty of time. I will certainly accompany you and your mother. He assured her that his father could take her to enjoy many delightful activities. As Chen Yang gently patted Yi's head, they walked toward the Bentley, where he placed her in the back seat, entrusted to his mother, Huang Zihua. With a swift push of the accelerator, he drove toward Fengming Community. Inside the kindergarten, Lu Xiaoyan's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked up at the principal. Principal, you once promised to take good care of the third master's child, but just now, why did you show such favoritism toward Yi? The principal shot her a glare, exasperated. Are you blind? Did you not see that the man was driving a Bentley Mulsanne? Let me tell you, there are fewer than 10 Bentleys in all of Qingzhou. The car he just drove off and cost 9 million. Do you really think you can afford to offend a man who drives such a vehicle? Have you lost your mind? The principal scoffed. Whether it's the third master or the owner of a Bentley, there are individuals we cannot afford to offend. Be more astute in your actions moving forward. Lu Xiaoyan opened her mouth, finally grasping the situation. Meanwhile, the Bentley had arrived at Fengming Community. Huang Zihua cradled Yi in her arms, her eyes scanning the little girl before her. Huang Zhanhua's hands trembled slightly as she swallowed hard and asked Chen Yang, "Who was at the wheel, son? When did you give me a granddaughter? Why didn't you tell me about this before?" Huang Zihua was overwhelmed with excitement, tears nearly welling up at her eyes. Chen Yang, while driving, replied with a hint of disbelief, "Mom, what are you talking about? She is not my daughter. She is the daughter of our boss, Mr. Yi." Huang Zihua was taken aback by this revelation. "Impossible. This child, her eyes, nose, and mouth resemble yours when you were little." Chapter 27. A trip to the countryside. As Chen Yang drove, he chuckled, "Mom, I can tell you're eager for grandchildren. Don't worry, I'll expedite the process and marry again, giving you a bunch." Huang Zihua burst into laughter at his words, but her gaze remained fixed on Yi, puzzled by the striking resemblance the child bore to her son in his youth. Before long, the car came to a halt in front of Villa Number 3. Although the villa was not large, it was situated in an excellent location by the lake at the center of Fengming Community, with the lake in front and mountains behind, along with bamboo groves and pavilions nearby, creating a serene yet convenient environment. Chen Yang drove into the courtyard, and Huang Zihua led Yi out of the car. Captivated by the little girl's charming appearance, Huang Zihua's heart melted. She embraced Yi and asked, "Sweetheart, are you hungry? Grandma will make you something delicious." Upon hearing this, he clapped her hands and exclaimed, Oh. There's good food. I want to cook with Grandma." Huang Zihua beamed, carrying Yi into the villa. Inside, every household necessity was present, and even the refrigerator was stocked full of fresh vegetables, rice, and meat, courtesy of the manager and sales staff. Huang Zihua quickly set to work, preparing layered pancakes and dumpling soup for Yi. As Yi savored the pancakes, her eyes sparkled, and she drooled with delight. She bounced around, exclaiming, "Grandma, your cooking is amazing. How can it be so delicious?" Huang Zihua's smile widened, and she stroked Yi's head, saying, "Is Grandma's cooking good? These dishes were your Uncle Chen's favorites when he was young. If you like them, you can come over every day after school, and Grandma will cook for you." He clapped her hands in excitement, nodding vigorously. "That sounds great, Grandma. I'll come over often. My mom is always so busy with work. She only makes one meal a day. Grandma is the best." Yi's words made Huang Zihua burst into laughter. Watching this heartwarming scene, Chen Yang felt a deep sense of comfort. If only Yi were truly his daughter, that would be even better. Over the years, he had truly let his mother down, and now, being able to let her enjoy family bliss was his greatest wish. However, after experiencing the failure of his marriage with Lu Yu, he knew he had to approach his next relationship with utmost caution. Lost in thought, Chen Yang's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Yi Qingya. He answered, "Hello, Mr. Yi. There is no need to worry. I picked up Yi. My mom is currently preparing delicious food for her, and she is quite happy. Of course, you don't need to thank me. I really like Yi." On the other end of the line, Yi Qingya was instantly enraged. "Chen Yang, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to pick up my daughter from kindergarten? And why did you bring her to your home without permission? What if you feed her junk food? Return her immediately." Chen Yang was taken aback, completely unprepared for her hostile attitude. He had kindly gone to pick up her daughter and even brought her home to care for her. Yet this woman didn't even utter a word of gratitude before unleashing a torrent of insults upon him. Was this how a person should behave? Suppressing his anger, he retorted, "Yi Qingya, have you lost your mind? Did you know that Yi was bullied at kindergarten? She called me in tears, asking me to pick her up. Do you have any idea how utterly useless you are as a mother? And here you are accusing me of feeding her junk food? Everything she ate was prepared by my mother. How could it be junk food? You, an irresponsible mother, dare to scold me? If it weren't for I would have blocked you already. Listening to Chun Yang's words, Yi Qingyao was infuriated. Yes, it's my fault for not taking good care of my daughter. But that's not entirely on me. Her worthless father failed in his responsibilities. He.S. a shameless scoundrel. Now return to Yi at once. After hurling her insults, she abruptly hung up the phone. Chun Yang stared at his phone in disbelief, feeling a mixture of anger and amusement. Was Yi Qingyao going through a midlife crisis? She could berate her husband, but why take it out on him? He wasn't even Yi's father. Turning to see Yi's cheerful face, his anger dissipated significantly. He approached her, lifting her up and saying, "All right, it's time to go home. Your mother is back from work." Leading Yi toward Yi Qingyao's home. Chun Yang noted that although they were both in Fengming community, he lived in the villa area, while Yi Qingyao's residence was on the other side, necessitating a detour around the community's lake. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the foot of her building. Yi clapped her hands with glee, exclaiming, "Uncle Chun, are you going to live in that big house from now on? We're in the same community, so I can come and play with you." Chun Yang nodded, "Yes. Yes. From now on, whenever you have time, come over to Uncle Chun's house to play. Grandma can cook delicious food for you." Yi clapped her hands in excitement. "I want to live in a super big house too." As they climbed the stairs, they encountered Su Wei, who hurriedly approached with a man in a suit. Su Wei, still showing signs of having been beaten, saw Chun Yang and Yi, and his expression changed dramatically. He frowned. "Chun Yang, you scoundrel. Why are you coming back with Yi?" Chun Yang glanced at Su Wei, responding lazily, "I picked her up from kindergarten." "What business is it of yours?" Su Wei, infuriated, shouted, "What do you think you are? Who gave you the right to pick up Yi? If anyone should pick her up, it should be me. You're just an employee of Yi Qingyao's company. Know your place." Chun Yang could not help but chuckle as he addressed Su Wei. "Su, I truly admire your audacity. The last time you bragged in front of President Yi, you even had the audacity to secretly photograph Yi Qingyao and Su Yin, and now you still have the nerve to approach our President Yi. The thickness of your skin is unmatched, even by the ancient city walls." He burst into laughter, tugging at Chun Yang's hand. "Uncle Chun, let us hurry into the elevator." Chun Yang embraced Yi as they entered the elevator. Su Wei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with rage. He trembled with anger, yet found himself unable to retaliate. Standing in the elevator, Chun Yang glanced at Su Wei, who remained outside, and asked, "What's the matter, Su? Aren't you coming up?" Su Wei's chest heaved with indignation as he coldly retorted, "I want to go in. I am not on the same level as someone like you. A mere worker." With that, Su Wei turned away, ignoring Chun Yang. Chun Yang merely chuckled, closed the elevator door, and ascended. Outside, Su Wei, infuriated, clenched his fist and struck the wall, cursing, "That bastard Chun Yang dares to compete with me for women? What is he even worth? A lowly employee like him thinks he deserves to pursue Yi Qingyao? How presumptuous." Chapter 28. The madman standing beside Su Wei was his cousin, Yu Jin. Adjusting his suit, Yu Jin smiled at Su Wei. "Cousin, how can the illustrious scion of the Su family allow a lowly worker to bully him? I am quite curious to see the woman you have pursued for over half a year. What could possibly enchant you so deeply?" Su Wei irritably shook his head. "Cousin, you haven't seen Yi Qingyao. If you did, you would understand she is no ordinary woman. Even if she has a child, I would not mind and still wish to marry her." Hearing this, Yu Jin couldn't help but burst into laughter to have the esteemed Su scion settle down. "This Yi Qingyao must be exceptionally beautiful. Come, cousin, let us pay her a visit." Su Wei nodded, and together with Yu Jin, they took another elevator to Yi Qingyao's residence. Inside Yi Qingyao's room, Chun Yang had just ushered Yi inside when Yi Qingyao, upon noticing Chun Yang's arrival, immediately seized her daughter and pulled her behind her. Pointing at Chun Yang, she exclaimed, "Chun Yang, you have gone too far. It is one thing to pick up my daughter in secret, but to bring her to your home? What are your intentions?" Yi, seeing her mother so furious, quickly grasped her mother's hand. "Say, Mom, don't scold Uncle Chun. He saved me, and he even had the teacher apologize. The other children no longer dare to bully me. Uncle Chun is wonderful." Yi Qingyao's heart sank further at Yi's words. She had dreaded this moment, and now it was unfolding before her. Yet, Yi still needed Chun Yang's acupuncture treatments, leaving her unable to completely dismiss him or sever his connection with her daughter. However, The pace at which Chun Yang and Yi Yi's relationship was progressing was alarming. Yi Qingya's face turned pale with anger as she pointed at Chun Yang, demanding leave. Get out immediately. Chun Yang furrowed his brow and retorted, Are you out of your mind? Fine, I'll go, but let me tell you, if Yi is bullied at school, it's your failure as a mother. With that, he stormed out. Just as he exited, he encountered Su Wei and Yu Jin. Su Wei, initially feeling frustrated, thought Qin Yang had begun picking up and dropping off children for Yi Qingya. However, upon hearing the argument within, he realized the two were at odds. Su Wei smugly whistled at Qin Yang, saying, Some people have truly thick skin. Qingya hasn't even allowed you to pick up her child, yet you still insist on forcing your way in. You deserve it. Qin Yang kicked Su Wei's abdomen, snapping, Get lost, you big fool. He made his way to the elevator, leaving Su Wei on the ground, seething with anger but too intimidated to pursue him. Knowing he was no match for Qin Yang. Inside, Su Yan, surprised by Yi Qingya's outburst, quickly embraced Yi and nudged Yi Qingya. Qingya, what is wrong? Are you perhaps experiencing menopause? Qin Yang is only trying to help. Why must you insult him? Look, you frightened Yi to tears. Yi, resting her head on Su Yan's shoulder, cried, Uncle Chun is a good person. I want him to be my daddy. With him around, none of the kids in kindergarten dare bully me. Plus, I've already told my teacher and classmates that when we have an outdoor excursion, Uncle Chun and Mommy will go with me. You cannot scold Uncle Chun. He must come as my daddy. Yi Qingya, already anxious, felt her heart race at Yi's words. She never expected her daughter to start calling Chun Yang daddy and making plans for an excursion with him. The more she thought about it, the more agitated she became. Noticing Yi Qingya's distress, Su Yin quickly suggested, Qingya, are you under too much work pressure? Just relax. Business failures happen. Everyone is struggling these past couple of years, so don't take it too seriously and don't let work stress spill over into your home life. At that moment, Su Wei and Yu Jin entered. Su Wei smiled. Qingya, you need not worry about business matters. I brought my cousin along. Your product needs to be promoted in the Qingda Group's department store, right? My cousin, Yu Jin, is a supervisor at Qingda Group in Qingzhou. He can help you make the connections. Upon hearing Su Wei's words, Yi Qingya invited the two to sit down, putting aside her previous grievances about Su Wei's boasting and surreptitious photography. Once seated, she began, Our company, Xiron Cosmetics, has just launched a new line of natural cosmetics, but it lacks recognition, making sales challenging. Therefore, I wish to place this product in Qingda Group's cosmetics counter, but their approval process is quite stringent. If you two could assist me, I would be immensely grateful and would ensure you are not neglected. Su Wei immediately replied, Qingya, you're being too formal. Your matters are my matters. My cousin will certainly help, right, cousin? Yu Jin's gaze shifted between Yi Qingya and Su Yin, and in that moment, he finally understood why his cousin, the esteemed Su Sion, was so infatuated with a married woman. Both women possessed an unparalleled beauty, and beyond their attractive appearances, they exuded an indescribable charm. One was a regal and alluring ice queen, while the other was charmingly innocent and delightful. Straightening his collar with confidence, Yu Jin proclaimed, President Yi, I will take care of this matter. You are a dear friend of my cousin. I will exert my utmost effort on your behalf. The highest authority at Qingda Group in Qingzhou is Fang Yixing, who is a classmate of mine from abroad. He will certainly give me face. Leave it to me. With that, he promptly dialed Fang Yixing's number. Yi Qingya felt grateful for Yu Jin's support. As the call connected, Yu Jin laughed heartily. Old Fang, you're still the supervisor for the Qingzhou region at Qingda Group, right? On the other end, Fang Yixing chuckled. Yes, old Yu, I haven't been promoted yet. What is up? Yu Jin quickly conveyed Yi Qingya's request, adding, Old Fang, considering your position at Qingda Group, it shouldn't be too difficult to get this cosmetic line promoted in our Qingzhou Qingda department store, right? Fang Yihang smiled and said, It's not difficult at all. However, our chairman at Qingda Group is currently in Qingzhou, so I cannot make a decision directly. How about this? Tomorrow evening, there will be a significant business gathering at Qingda Plaza, hosted personally by our president, Wang Lin. Bring the president of this cosmetics company along to the gathering at Qingda Plaza, and I will merely need to present the product and the proposal to our president for his review. Yu Jin expressed his gratitude, placing his phone down, and confidently turned to Yi Qingya, saying, It's all set. Tomorrow evening, Qingda Group will host a business gala. Bring the product and its related documentation, and we can finalize everything there. Chapter 29. successful individuals, Yi Qingya was overjoyed, continuously expressing her thanks. Su Wei quickly waved his hand, saying, Qingya, there's no need to be so polite. My connections are your connections. There's no need for unnecessary formality between us. It's getting late, so my cousin and I will head back now. We'll meet at Qianda Group's banquet tomorrow evening. Ye vingia promptly e presit head gratitude. Su Wei and Yulai Jin left her room and got into their car outside the community. Yulai Jin couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, Cousin, I finally understand why you can't forget about Yi Qingya. She truly deserves the title of the most beautiful young woman in Qingzhou. She is extraordinarily stunning. There are no signs of having given birth. Instead, she exudes even more allure, combined with a regal and aloof demeanor. Keep at it, cousin. With your esteemed status as the Su family's young master, you can definitely win her over. Su Wei sighed and replied, Cousin, I used to think the same, but now I realize Yi Qingya is quite unyielding. Moreover, my father hasn't provided me with any substantial support, making it challenging to pursue her. Yulai Jin laughed heartily, saying, Cousin, you're just too emotionally invested, which is why you lack confidence. Additionally, Yi Qingya's friend, Su Yan, is also very beautiful. If you win over Yi Qingya, I will pursue Su Yan, and we will both have the best of both worlds. The two of them laughed boisterously in the car. In Villa number 3, Qinyang returned home, filled with frustration. His mother, Huang Zaihua, approached him and said, Son, I'm going to buy some groceries tomorrow. You should invite Yi and her mother over for dinner. I feel that Yi's child is particularly fond of me. We should have more interactions between our families. Qinyang irritably waved his hand and replied, Mom, stop thinking about inviting her over for dinner. She doesn't deserve it. The manager of our company, Yi, is simply a menopausal, domineering woman, a lunatic. If it weren't for Yi's sake, I would have blocked her long ago. Huang Zaihua found this peculiar, saying, Son, the last time I met that manager Yi, she was not only beautiful, but also quite polite. Although she doesn't smile much, I had a very good impression of her. Qinyang shook his head helplessly and said, Mom, you're mistaken. Whoever marries that woman will have truly bad luck. Let us just focus on dinner. I'm tired today and need to rest early. After dinner, Qinyang familiarized himself with the villa and then went to sleep. Lying in his comfortable bed, listening to the steady breathing from his mother's room, Qinyang felt a wave of peace and joy wash over him. Finally, he was able to provide a good life for his mother. The next day, Qinyang practiced Tai Chi in the villa's courtyard. Not long after, he received a call from Qin Sihai, who insisted that Qinyang attend the evening banquet at Qianda Plaza. Unable to decline, Qinyang agreed. At 5:30 in the afternoon, he arrived at Qianda Plaza in his Bentley Mulsanne. As one of the landmark buildings in Qingzhou, Qianda Plaza was bustling with visitors, and the parking lot was nearly full. Qinyang found a corner spot and parked his car, then proceeded toward the lobby of Qianda Plaza. Upon entering the lobby, a distinct voice called out, Hey, Qinyang, you're here too? Turning around, he saw a group of over 10 men and women chatting on the sofas in the lobby. The speaker was a young man in his 20s with a center-parted hairstyle, dressed in flashy Armani sportswear, his former high school class monitor, Yulain. Surrounding Yulain were several high school classmates. To his left stood a tall girl in a floral dress, wearing glasses and with a ponytail. Although her attire was simple, she was quite beautiful. This was Wu Qian, Qinyang's former deskmate and the class beauty. Qinyang was somewhat surprised and waved at them, saying, What a coincidence. Wu Qian, seeing Qinyang, was equally astonished and quickly approached him, joyfully exclaiming, Old deskmate, it's really you. I thought you wouldn't come. This is wonderful. Qinyang nodded, feeling pleased to see his former deskmate, especially since he had harbored a secret crush on Wu Qian during high school. Despite Yulain's multiple attempts to switch seats with him, Qinyang had steadfastly refused, even when threatened. Throughout high school, his most frequent interaction was with this class beauty. Qinyang smiled broadly, shaking hands with Wu Qian, saying, What a coincidence running into you here. Yulain, seeing Qinyang and Wu Qian shake hands, felt displeased. Standing up, he said, Look, Qinyang, you're trying to play it cool. You came here to join our class reunion, didn't you? Even though we didn't invite you, you still showed up unannounced. Ha ha ha. Other classmates gathered around, eagerly questioning. Qinyang, we lost touch after graduation. You must be doing well now, right? Of course. Back then, Qinyang was considered one of the top students in our class, getting into Jinling University, one of the prestigious 985 and 211 universities, ranked among the top 20. Now that he is doing well, He doesn't want to connect with us old classmates anymore, does he? A group of them laughed and teased Qinyang. Hearing this, Qinyang smiled wryly, knowing he wasn't particularly close to these classmates. He had always been serious about his studies during high school and rarely attended gatherings. Additionally, because Wu Qian was his desk mate, Yu Lian often sought to switch seats with him, which had caused Yu Lian to harbor resentment towards Qinyang, leading others to isolate him. However, those were minor grievances. 6 or 7 years later, as adults, they likely had forgotten about such trivial matters. Qinyang nodded and smiled at his classmates, saying, after graduation, I've been working in Qingzhou. Things have been quite difficult, and I honestly didn't know about your gathering. I'm here to attend the banquet on the top floor at Qingdao Plaza. One girl nearby paused, then incredulously exclaimed, What? Qinyang, did you say you receive an invitation to the Qingdao Group S banquet on the top floor? Qinyang nodded, somewhat puzzled, yes. What is the matter? The girl immediately moved closer to Qinyang and said, I can't believe you're doing so well. This banquet is attended by notable executives from Qingzhou. Yes, I've heard that although it's an informal gathering, it's hosted by President Wang from Qingdao Group. So it must be quite prestigious. Oh my goodness, we have an influential figure among us. Qinyang, you must take me along in the future. Surrounded by his classmates, Qinyang was showered with friendly banter as they pretended to be quite familiar with him. Beside him, Wu Qian's eyes sparkled as she smiled and said, Old desk mate, it seems you've been doing well. Did you deliberately choose not to attend our gathering? Qinyang was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the warmth of his former classmates over what he thought was merely an invitation to a dinner party. He quickly waved his hands, saying, Hold on, everyone. Don't misunderstand. It's just a friend's invitation to dinner. I am not a successful person. Oh, come now, don't be so modest. A female classmate chimed in with a grin. We are all old classmates. You can't forget us just because you made it big. Exactly. Today is our high school reunion. Let us head to the private room, they urged, encircling Qinyang and leading him toward a nearby private room. Yu Lian, standing at the back, felt a surge of discomfort upon witnessing Qinyang's popularity. He turned to a hefty companion, Shirley, and remarked, Is Qinyang really that impressive? Yes, even attending the Qingda Group's banquet? Shirley scratched his head, uncertain. It shouldn't be. I haven't heard he has been doing that well. Wait a moment, let me investigate. Chapter 30. Just 500,000 after making a few calls. Shirley soon returned to Yu Lian, stating, Brother you've been deceived. This guy has no qualifications to attend the Qingda Group S banquet. He is nothing more than a complete loser. Yes, he did attend Jinling University, but he never even graduated. After returning to Qingzhou, he became a junior employee at a cosmetics company. I heard he recently got divorced and is living a miserable life. Do you think someone like that has the right to attend a banquet? Yu Lian couldn't help but scoff. This Qinyang, who would have thought he'd learned to show off after not seeing him for years? It's quite amusing. He almost fooled me into thinking he was attending the banquet. Let us go in. I want everyone to know he is just a pretender. Shirley chuckled, of course. Among our classmates, brother you are doing the best. Despite not excelling academically during school, they now relied on Yu Lian's success. He laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. I've always found that Qinyang was a nuisance. That bookworm insisted on sitting next to the class flower, Wu Qian. I tried to swap seats with him several times, but he refused. Today, I'll make him aware of the gap between us. Shirley's eyes lit up, and he said, Brother I noticed Wu Qian seems to still have a good attitude toward Qinyang. There is nothing going on between them, is there? Yu Lian laughed and replied, What could possibly be between them? Wu Qian has had her share of problems. Her father ran away after accumulating massive debts. She'll soon be coming to me for help. Shirley grinned. Congratulations, big class leader. Sounds like you'll have a chance to win Wu Qian over today. Yu Lian laughed heartily, nodding, of course. The woman I set my sights on cannot escape. In high school, Wu Qian always criticized his studies, but now he would show her that good grades mean nothing. She would ultimately fall into his grasp. As Yu Lian and Shirley approached the private room, Qinyang maintained a smile, engaging in superficial conversation with his classmates. In truth, he wasn't well acquainted with most of them. The only one he felt close to was his old desk mate, Wu Qian. Their reunion stirred many emotions within him. During their previous deskmate days, their discussions revolved mainly around academic issues, and they both felt somewhat shy about topics beyond study. This time, their camaraderie felt even stronger. Upon entering the private room, Yu Lian noticed the lively exchange between Qinyang and Wu Qian, further fueling his anger. Concealing his expression, he laughed heartily and said, Come, Everyone, let us take our seats. Qinyang, since you receive an invitation from the Chinda Group's banquet, I'm curious about your current business and how many billions you're worth now. Qinyang glanced at Yulayin and replied calmly, I'm currently not doing anything and don't have much money. As I mentioned, the invitation was simply from a friend asking me to join for dinner. Yulayin burst into laughter, saying, Come on, Qinyang, even now, you're still pretending? We're all old classmates. Is this act really necessary? You're just a low-level employee in a small company. Didn't your wife leave you for being broke? You're just a complete failure who only knows how to bury himself in books. Don't take my words too harshly, Qinyang. If you truly can't make it in life, feel free to seek me out. Shirley immediately chimed in. Look at how magnanimous our big class leader is. Even though Qinyang came in lying, the class leader is being generous. The surrounding students exchanged puzzled glances, questioning Qinyang's credibility. Could it be that Qinyang is indeed exaggerating? This doesn't seem like him. Years had passed since graduation, and people do change. I also don't believe Qinyang to be a successful individual. Perhaps he was lying about attending the Chinda Group's banquet. Yulayin casually leaned back, a smug smile on his face. Shirley approached Qinyang, looking down at him with a grin. Qinyang, stop dawdling. Hurry up and toast a brother you. Qinyang furrowed his brow, sensing the hostility from Yulayin and Shirley. However, as he hadn't intended to stay at the reunion, he decided to leave since he felt unwelcome. As he stood up to leave, Shirley grabbed his arm, frowning. Qinyang, are you really that pathetic? You boast. And when we expose you, you want to walk away in embarrassment. Didn't you hear that you need to toast a brother you? Get on with it. You're truly useless. Brother you is giving you a chance to curry favor with him, and you don't even appreciate it. No wonder you're a complete loser. Seeing the impending conflict, Wu Qian hurriedly stepped in front of Qinyang, waving her hands. Class leader, Shirley, please don't rush. I believe Qinyang isn't the type to boast. We're all old classmates. Let us keep the peace. Yulayin's anger flared upon witnessing Wu Qian protect Qinyang. He slammed the table, saying, Wu Qian, do you want to resolve your problems or not? The truth is out. You're still defending this fraud. If you think he is so impressive, let him help you with your troubles. I want to interfere. Initially reluctant to engage further, Qinyang was surprised by Shirley's words and turned to his old desk mate. What's going on, old desk mate? Do you need assistance? Wu Qian's face flushed slightly, and she sighed. It's my father. He is in a bit of trouble. Qinyang smiled and replied, I remember you mentioned your father was in the stone business, and quite successful. What happened? Wu Qian sighed. My father indeed had a thriving business, and we were well off. However, a year ago, he suddenly became obsessed with gambling on stones and antiques, and eventually lost everything, accumulating a mountain of debt. He has now fled abroad to evade his debts, leaving behind a bank loan of 500,000 that is overdue. The bank has demanded repayment within 7 days, threatening to seize our family's house if the payment is not made. Our home, valued at over 5 million in the market, would likely only sell for about 3 million if taken by the bank, resulting in a loss of 2 million. I find myself in a desperate situation and can only implore the class monitor for assistance, hoping he can help me raise 50,000 to settle the overdue loan and buy me a few months to sell the house. Upon hearing my plea, Qinyang chuckled and said, Is that all? You should have said so earlier. I just met you and you were hesitant. 50,000? I can lend it to you. Chapter 31. A collision. As Qinyang finished speaking, both I and my classmates were taken aback. Overwhelmed with joy, I instinctively grasped Qinyang's arm and stammered, Qinyang, do you really have that much money? Can you truly lend me 50,000? The current state of the real estate market makes it difficult to sell our house, and I fear it may take months to find a buyer. Qinyang, looking at me, couldn't he help but smile. In high school, I was his desk mate, the class beauty, and the object of his secret affection. Back then, I felt isolated and ostracized while he was often alone. I would always assure him of my support. Now, just when he was about to clash with Wu Lei, I stood by him like a guardian eagle. He truly is a kind-hearted person. Although my feelings from high school have long faded, he remains my desk mate and friend. Qinyang waved his hand and said, You don't need to be so formal, old classmate. You don't have to sell the house to repay me. Once you have a job and earn enough, you can repay me the 50,000. He suggested we add each other on WeChat so I could send him my account details and he would transfer the money. My heart swelled with gratitude as I nodded vigorously, tears welling in my eyes. Since my father became infatuated with gambling, our financial situation has plummeted from affluence to ruin. He has amassed a mountain of debt and fled abroad. I bear all the suffering alone, with friends distancing themselves, fearful of my requests for help. Now, faced with the dire need for 50,000, I sought out the most affluent class monitor, Yu Lian, for assistance. However, despite his verbal agreement, his gaze suggested ulterior motives. He seemed intent on extracting some benefit from me in return for the money. But here was Chun Yang, without a hint of hesitation, directly offering 50,000 without conditions. This is true camaraderie, genuine friendship. I expressed my heartfelt thanks to him. We exchanged WeChat information, and without further ado, Chun Yang transferred the 50,000 to me. The onlookers were astonished by his generosity, quickly gathering around him. Chun Yang, you've truly struck it rich. Yes, Chun Yang. Tell us where you're working now, and if you could lend us a hand. We're all old classmates. You mustn't forget us. Seated nearby, Yu Lian seethed with anger. He had hoped to use this opportunity to win Wu Qian's affection and fulfill his high school dreams. But now, with Chun Yang's unexpected generosity, his plans were thwarted. As classmates fawned over Chun Yang, Yu Lian slammed his hand on the table and sneered, Chun Yang, you're quite the show-off. I bet this money is from the demolition of your old house, right? I heard your wife left you, and you and your mother are living in a run-down place. How can you afford to lend Wu Qian money? You just love to put on a front. Shirley chimed in, exactly, Chun Yang. If you're broke, don't pretend otherwise. Is it worth it to give all your money to a female classmate? Your actions are no different from those foolish individuals who squander everything on female streamers. Look at our class monitor. His family is worth millions, and his uncle is a renowned tycoon in Qingzhou. What are you even trying to boast about in front of him? Chun Yang glanced at Shirley and Yu Lian, too indifferent to engage. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a woman in high heels and a form-fitting dress entered. It was Zhao Qing, a former classmate who had transformed from a plain girl into someone strikingly attractive. The male classmates were taken aback, unable to believe their eyes. Zhao Qing, is that really you? Did you undergo plastic surgery? How did you suddenly become so beautiful? Amid their banter, Zhao Qing tossed her hair and explained, I dressed up for the reunion. However, I have a bit of a problem. While parking downstairs, I accidentally broke a car's headlight because of my high heels. What should I do? This car belongs to my uncle, and I only bought basic insurance, not comprehensive coverage. Yu Lian's eyes lit up at her dilemma. He anticipated that the formerly unremarkable Zhao Qing could transform so dramatically. Though not as stunning as Wu Qian, her new appearance made her more approachable. He stood up eagerly, saying, Don't worry, Zhao Qing. I'll handle this. I organized this gathering. I'll let you pay for the repairs. What kind of car did you hit? Zhao Qing beamed at his offer, stepping closer and massaging his shoulders. Class monitor, you're the best. Thank you. The car looked luxurious, but I don't know what it was, only that it had a emblem. Yu Lian chuckled. AB? That must be a Buick or a BYD. Even if it's a BMW, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Zhao Qing giggled, but class monitor, I recognize those brands. The emblem is just a big B. I even took a picture. She pulled out her phone and displayed a photo of a Bentley with a completely shattered left headlight. Yu Lian gasped, his face paling as he stammered. Zhao Qing, you hit a Bentley? A Mulsanne, no less. That car costs over 10 million, and the parts are imported. You've broken a headlight. The repair could cost tens of thousands. Zhao Qing slumped into a chair, trembling as she pleaded, class monitor. Please help me. You said you'd take responsibility for everything since you organized this gathering. Chapter 32. Popularity. Yu Lian, with a grim expression, hurriedly addressed Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing, don't pin this on me. Although I organized the gathering, it was your car that collided. If you had hit another vehicle, it would have been one thing, but this particular car is beyond my means to compensate for. We must adhere to reason in our dealings. Zhao Qing, upon hearing Yu Lian's words, felt a wave of despair wash over her. She could hardly believe that after meticulously dressing up and borrowing her uncle's car to attend the class reunion, she was now burdened with debts amounting to hundreds of thousands before the gathering had even commenced. Her classmates looked at her with sympathy, yet none could offer assistance. For the repair costs were indeed exorbitant. In her moment of hopelessness, Chun Yang rose and spoke. Zhao Qing, let me see the photos. Zhao Qing's eyes lit up with hope as she rushed over to Chun Yang, saying, Chun Yang, you excel academically and are quite clever. You must have a way to resolve this, right? Chun Yang took Zhao Qing's phone, glanced at the images, and confirmed that it was indeed his vehicle. Although the headlight was damaged, it did not hinder its ability to drive. With a reassuring smile, he remarked, "It's all right. You want need to compensate for this car." Zhao Qing, overwhelmed with joy, enthusiastically shook Chen Yang's arm, exclaiming, Thank you, Chen Yang. I am so fortunate to have encountered you today. I truly appreciate it." Sitting at the table, Yu Lian watched Zhao Qing's admiration for Chen Yang and the respect his classmates had for him. In a fit of anger, he slammed the table and pointed at Chen Yang, saying, "Chen Yang, stop pretending. Do you even comprehend the value of this car? Do you know how much the repair costs? It infuriates me to see you boast like this." Chen Yang cast a sidelong glance at Yu Lian, chuckling lightly. "What's the matter? This car is mine. It's merely a broken headlight. It won't affect its operation on the road. So I certainly won't ask an old classmate to pay for it. Even if the entire front was wrecked, it wouldn't matter." The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. "What? Chen Yang, that Bentley Mulsanne is yours? My goodness. Just a moment ago, Yu Lian mentioned that car costs around 10 million. What on earth are you doing? Driving a $10 million vehicle? How many people in our entire city can afford such luxury? My distant uncle is worth 50 to 60 million and only dares to drive a $2 million Maybach." Zhao Qing, equally astonished, raised her glass excitedly, saying, "Chen Yang, thank you so much. I toast to you." With that, she gulped down a large glass of beer. Yu Lian, noticing the classmates gathering around Chen Yang, seethed with rage as he gritted his teeth and pointed at Chen Yang. "Damn it, Chen Yang, you're getting more outrageous by the minute. Do you really think you can compare to us? Do you even know what a Bentley Mulsanne represents?" Furrowing his brow, Chen Yang decided he would no longer hold back. He approached Yu Lian and declared, "I've said it before, that car is mine. If it isn't, I will kneel and apologize to you. If it is mine, you must bark like a dog and leave this room. Are you willing to take that bet?" Yu Lian, teeth clenched, replied, "Fine. I don't believe you can afford that luxury car. Besides, there are no more than 3 Bentleys in our city, and I have yet to hear of one belonging to you, Chen Yang. Even if it were yours, it would be rented." With a smirk, Chen Yang pulled out the car keys from his pocket and tossed them to Zhao Qing, saying, "The ownership documents are inside the car. Zhao Qing, you all can go take a look." Although the car was a gift from Wang Lin, he had meticulously ensured that it was properly registered and transferred. Upon seeing Chen Yang genuinely produce the Bentley keys, Yu Lian's face drained of color. Stammering, he pointed at Chen Yang. "You." Suddenly, Shirley shoved Chen Yang aside, fuming. "Chen Yang, who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to our silver brother? Don't forget, Su Jiang is silver brother's second uncle, and the illustrious young master Su Wei is his cousin. What are you anyway? Even if you drive a Bentley Mulsanne, what does that matter?" Chen Yang, unfazed by Shirley's words, merely scoffed and stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap to Shirley's face. Weighing over 200 pounds, Shirley crashed to the ground, unable to rise. Chen Yang then stepped closer, pointing at Yu Lian, since he lost the bet. "Hurry up and bark like a dog before you leave." Fuming with rage, Yu Lian recognized that even the imposing Shirley could not withstand a single blow from Chen Yang, leaving him no chance to contend. In utter humiliation, he could only grit his teeth and bark 3 times, "Woof, woof, woof." Zhao Qing and Wu Qian burst into laughter. Hearing their laughter only fueled Yu Lian's anger. He ground his teeth and turned to leave. Shirley, recovering, chased after him. "Silver brother, wait for me." The two departed in disgrace. With Yu Lian gone, Chen Yang felt considerably relieved. He nodded at Wu Qian, saying, "Apologies for interrupting everyone's reunion." Wu Qian shook her head and approached him, her eyes sparkling. "Old classmate, you are so handsome now, far surpassing your high school self." Zhao Qing joined in, saying, Yes, Chen Yang, you exude charm and authority, truly a prince charming." The surrounding students continued to shower him with compliments. Chen Yang waved his hand, smiling helplessly. All right, please stop teasing me. I genuinely have matters to attend to. You all enjoy yourselves while I head up to a banquet." Waving goodbye to his classmates, he quickly turned and left. He had little interest in the reunion. Aside from Wu Qian, he felt no deep connections with his other classmates. As he exited the private room, the remaining students erupted into discussions. Chen Yang has really made it big. Indeed, driving a $10 million car and forcing Yu Lian to bark like a dog. What an impressive display. "Oh, Wu Qian, I believe you still have a chance," quickly pursued Chen Yang. "You two are old classmates, and he seemed to have had a crush on you back in high school. Yes, Wu Qian, you must act fast. If I were a girl, I would have captured Chen Yang tonight." Laughter filled the room as Wu Qian's cheeks flushed with warmth. A mix of gratitude and affection for Chen Yang swelling within her. Who would have thought that the timid bookworm from their school days would transform into such a charismatic figure? Chapter 33. Acquaintances. Chen Yang entered the elevator, ascending directly to the top floor of the China shopping center. The venue had been transformed into a lavish banquet setting. As he stepped out of the elevator, intending to enter the event hall, he noticed two individuals engaged in an animated discussion, one of whom was his high school class monitor, Yulain, and the other, Su Wei. Yulain, visibly frustrated, wiped his eyes and said to Su Wei, "Cousin, you must help me get even. That guy from our class is utterly outrageous. He made me bark like a dog. I'm meticulously prepared for this reunion, only for him to overshadow me. I cannot let this slide." Su Wei clapped Yulain on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, cousin. Leave this to me. Just send me your classmate's information, and I will take care of him." Yulain nodded gratefully. "Thank you so much, cousin. It would be best if you could deal with him decisively." As Yulain vented his frustrations, Chen Yang approached with confident strides. Yulain looked up, startled at the sight of Chen Yang, and quickly hid behind Su Wei, saying, "Cousin, this is the guy." Su Wei turned around and was taken aback to see Chen Yang. He directed his gaze toward Yulain and inquired, "Is this the classmate you mentioned, Chen Yang?" Yulain nodded. "Cousin, so you know this guy too?" Su Wei snorted. "Know him? This pathetic loser has been vying for the same woman as I am." Chen Yang glanced at Su Wei, then at Yulain, smirking. "Oh, how did you two misfits end up together?" Su Wei, incensed, retorted, "Chen Yang, what are you doing here? This is no place for you. You need an invitation to enter. Who do you think you are to attend the Qingda Group's gala?" Chen Yang raised his foot and kicked Su Wei in the stomach with a thud, impatiently stating, "Mind your own business, get lost." He then strode confidently into the venue, showcasing his phone to the security guard at the entrance, and proceeded without a hitch. Yulain, witnessing this spectacle, was astonished. He knew his cousin Su Wei was the heir of the Su family, deeply rooted in Qingzhou. How dare Chen Yang lay a hand on him? Who exactly was he? Hastily, Yulain helped Su Wei to his feet. "Cousin, is Chen Yang really that formidable? He even dares to strike you. What is his background? Is he a newly emerged mysterious mogul?" Su Wei, clutching his stomach, "See that he's no mogul. Damn it. He's just a complete loser. A mere salesman at Yi Qingya's company. His wife ran off with someone else. He only gained her favor because of a bit of medical knowledge. If it weren't for Yi Qingya, I would have dealt with him already. Oh, my stomach. This bastard is getting too comfortable with hitting me. It infuriates me." Yulain, utterly shocked, swallowed hard. "Cousin, if he has such a waste, why tolerate him? Why not call the police and have him arrested?" Su Wei shook his head. "That won't do. If I call the police, Yi Qingya will resent me even more. Besides, I can't confront him directly. But don't worry. He is truly a nobody. Cousin, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll give you 200,000 to take care of him." Upon hearing this, Yulain eagerly nodded. "All right, cousin, with your word, I'll ensure he is thoroughly disgraced and humiliated, banished from Qingzhou." Chen Yang entered the gala, scanning the room, but failing to spot Qin Sihai and Wang Lin. He shrugged, deciding not to continue searching. The venue was replete with delectable dishes. The aroma of fine wines mingled with the scent of gourmet food wafting through the hall. Chen Yang found a corner, donned gloves, and began devouring bread and various seafood with gusto. While others mingled in small groups, toasting and discussing business, Chen Yang felt no pressure, as his sole purpose for being there was to enjoy the meal. Just as he was indulging, a puzzled voice broke through. "Chen Yang, what are you doing here?" Turning around, he was surprised to see Yi Qingya, a wine glass in hand, her cheeks flushed with intoxication, approaching him briskly. Chen Yang initially intended to greet her, but recalled her unpleasant demeanor from the previous day, allowing his anger to simmer, and he merely huffed, ignoring her while resuming his meal. Yi Qingya reached his side, observing his voracious appetite, her brow furrowing. "Chen Yang, how did you sneak in? You're not here just to scavenge for food, are you? The security is quite strict. You'd better keep a low profile." Annoyed, Chen Yang glanced at her. "You don't need to worry about me. Take care of yourself, you heartless woman." Taken aback by his harsh remark, Yi Qingya pouted and retrieved a set of car keys from her bag, handing them to Chen Yang. "Regardless, it's great to see you. If I get drunk later, you'll drive me home." With exasperation, Chen Yang replied, "Yi Qingya, understand this. I've decided to resign. I am no longer your employee, let alone your chauffeur. Don't expect me to come running at your beck and call. Furthermore, I am EE's family doctor. You should at least show me some respect." Recognizing the hurt she had caused on the previous day, Yi Qingya sighed. "All right, Chen Yang, stop being so petty. I was wrong yesterday. I was just anxious about some matters. Besides, Yu Haven T formally resigned. Yu Haven T submitted your resignation letter, and I Haven T approved your departure. So you're still part of the company. I am your boss, and you would drive me home. Understood? Also, I want to hold you accountable for the scratches on my car or the 26 points you've deducted from my license. As she spoke, she placed the keys in Chun Yang's hand. Hearing her apology, he huffed. I'll help you one last time, but only because of Yi and Su Yan. Also, why are you drinking so much at a banquet? Yi Qingya sighed, nibbling on a piece of bread. I don't want to drink, but there's no choice. You know, our company has been struggling lately. Previously, we secured $50 million from a Seahai investment group for the production and promotion of our new product, the natural cosmetics set. However, sales have been poor, and I plan to get it into Qingdao Mall as cosmetics counter. If we could secure a spot there, it would open up sales channels, which is why I brought the materials and products tonight. I initially thought that with my cousin Su Wei's connections, the signing would go smoothly. Unfortunately, the director of Qingdao Mall, Fang Yihong, is quite the drinker. It seems that without alcohol, I want to be able to seal the deal tonight. Chen Yang, unfazed, replied, so it's just a trivial matter. You manager, you're overcomplicating things. Getting our company as products into Qingdao Mall is straightforward. I can just have a word with Wang Lin. Chapter 34. The Trap. Yi Qingya, irritated by Chen Yang's nonchalance, shot him a glare. Chen Yang, can you be serious for once? Securing a place in Qingdao Mall is a matter of life and death for our company. Stop joking around and boasting. If you really know Wang Lin, I'll immediately promote you to head of the marketing department. Chen Yang scoffed, I'm not boasting. Knowing him isn't difficult. Besides, I have no desire to be a supervisor. I've made up my mind to resign. I can't stand your unpredictable temperament, you old single woman. Once I resign, I'll be free from your sight and can live in peace. Yi Qingya was infuriated by his words, especially when he referred to her as a single old woman. She seized Chen Yang's shoulder tightly, her chest heaving. Chen Yang, just wait. And remember, I told you, if I get drunk, you're responsible for taking me home. With that, Yi Qingya strode away, her heels clicking angrily on the floor. The more she thought about it, the more furious she became, having been mocked by Chen Yang. True, she was older than him, but if it weren't for Chen Yang 5 years ago, she wouldn't have ended up pregnant and unmarried. Still single to this day. Wiping a tear from her eye, she took a deep breath and headed towards a private VIP room in the corner. At this moment in the VIP office, Su Wei's cousin, Yulai Jin, was engaged in conversation with a greasy middle-aged man wearing glasses who happened to be Fang Yihong, the manager of Qianda Shopping Mall in Qingzhou City. Yulai Jin turned to Fang Yihong and said, Old Fang, considering our relationship, why hesitate? Just sign the contract for Yi Qingya's products and place them in your cosmetics counter at Qianda. Why make things difficult for her? Do you really need her to come and drink with us? Fang Yihong glanced at Yulai Jin and replied, Old Yu, let me ask you, is Yi Qingya beautiful? Yulai Jin nodded vigorously. Of course she is. If she weren't, would my cousin Su Wei, the wealthy young master, pursue her like a lovesick fool for so long? He has chased her for over half a year and hasn't even held her hand. Fang Yihong laughed heartily and whispered, So, Old Yu, this is an opportunity. I am doing this for Su Deshao's benefit. Yulai Jin looked at Fang Yihong with confusion. How is this for my cousin's good? If it were really for his benefit, you should hasten to sign her product and give him some face. Fang Yihong smirked lewdly and leaned closer to Yulai Jin, saying, Old Yu, you're a man in your 30s. How can you not see through this? Women should not be spoiled. The more you chase and flatter them, the more indifferent they become. Even if I bring her products into our Qianda shopping mall, do you think Yi Qingya will agree to your cousin's pursuit? Not a chance. Thus, I must make things challenging for her so she understands the harshness of the world, and then your cousin can come to her rescue. Only then will she realize the benefits of marrying someone like Su Deshao. Hearing this, Yulai Jin's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but laugh. All right, old Fang. I see you've honed your skills in charming women over the years. Fang Yihong chuckled. Women are just like that. As an executive at Qianda, I've encountered countless beautiful women, and I've gradually gained experience in handling them. Of course, he continued, you must not mention this to your cousin. Tonight, we'll get Yi Qingya drunk and seize the opportunity. I refuse to believe you wouldn't be tempted, Old Yu, by such a stunning woman. You have no thoughts on the matter? Yulai Jin paused, then burst into laughter. Old Fang, of course, I have my thoughts about her, but she has been pursued by my cousin for so long. This feels a bit inappropriate. Besides, my maternal uncle has some influence. If we truly offend my cousin, we might face consequences. Fang Yihong waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, we're not planning anything harmful for Yi Qingya. We just want to take advantage of the situation to get her drunk, satisfy our desires, and give your cousin a chance to play the hero. After tonight, Yi Qingya will inevitably become Su Deshao's woman. Yu Lai Jin slapped his thigh and gave a thumbs up. Wow, old Fong, you're brilliant. This plan is simply killing two birds with one stone. Hearing you say this, I can hardly resist. Wait a moment, I'll fetch a camera. Once we've gotten Yi Qingya drunk, I must take some memorable photos. The two older men chuckled excitedly in the office. Just then, Yi Qingya entered, carrying some documents. Yu Lai Jin scrutinized her, his heart racing. Although she was his cousin, Su Wei's object of affection, she was still unattainable. He certainly could not let this opportunity slip by. Fong Yihong discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth. As a high-ranking executive, he often found himself at tables with various women, many of whom were brought by company heads to curry favor with him. However, he had never encountered someone as exquisitely beautiful and coldly elegant as Yi Qingya. Fong Yihong stood up and formally invited Yi Qingya to sit down. He began, Ms. Yi, I've reviewed your materials and tried your products. They are quite good. But to meet the revenue requirements of our cosmetics counter at Qianda, there's still a gap. Yi Qingya, feeling somewhat apprehensive, quickly responded, Mr. Fong. Although the initial results of our cosmetics may not be impressive, they are all natural and pose no harm to the skin. The long-term effects are absolutely satisfactory. Fong Yihong waved his hand. Don't emphasize that too much. In this fast food era, which customer would repeatedly try your products? Of course, while your product may not yet meet our requirements, I can still approve it for your company in light of my old classmate Yu Lai Jin. Yi Qingya sighed with relief and promptly thanked Yu Lai Jin. Fong Yihong then produced several bottles of red wine from beneath his desk, expertly opened them, and said, Ms. Yi, I prefer not to beat around the bush. For your product to enter Qianda, it would be akin to going through the back door. I only do this for friends. After sharing this meal and drink, we will be friends, and you can approach me directly with any difficulties your natural skincare company faces. Friends help each other out. With that, Fong Yihong filled a glass to the brim and poured himself a large glass as well. He raised his glass, proclaiming, If we are friends, let us drink to that. Yi Qingya raised her glass, secretly lamenting. This glass of red wine was substantial, and as someone who rarely drank, she knew it would surely make her dizzy. However, if she refused, her company would face significant difficulties. Taking a deep breath, she smiled at Fong Yihong, then Mr. Fong, I will drink this as a toast. Chapter 35. Living impatiently, Yi Qingya had made up her mind. She would secure this deal no matter what. She closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and gulped down the entire glass of wine. At that moment, she realized that having Chun Yang by her side was quite advantageous, as it allowed her to drink freely at this gathering without concerns. If it were someone else escorting her, she would inevitably feel uneasy. Across the table, Fong Yihong and Yu Lai Jin exchanged glances, both revealing smiles in their eyes. This bottle of dry red wine appeared similar to ordinary wine, but it was a blended type with an alcohol content of nearly 30%, and it acted quickly, even faster than strong white liquor. As soon as Yi Qingya finished her drink, Fong Yihong swiftly poured her another glass, smiling. Ms. Yi, you are indeed forthright. Our future cooperation will surely be delightful. From now on, we are friends, and friends share 3 cups when they meet. Come, I'll drink with you. As he spoke, Fong Yihong brought the glass to his lips, but instead of swallowing, he held it there. Yi Qingya initially considered refusing, yet hearing Fong Yihong's words, she steeled herself. Having already drunk 1 glass, 2 more wouldn't pose much of a problem. If she felt unwell, so be it, as long as it revitalized her company. Yi Qingya lifted her glass again and downed 2 more. Setting her glass down, she smiled. Mr. Fong, regarding the contract for our company's natural product entering Qianda, what do you think? Fong Yihong interjected. Ms. Yi, your straightforwardness is commendable. The contract is absolutely no problem. Old Yu, should you raise a toast to this beautiful lady? Yu Lai Jin immediately stood up. Yes. My apologies. I should have toasted Ms. Yi first. Without giving Yi Qingya a chance to refuse, he quickly downed a glass. Seeing this, Yi Qingya had no choice but to rise and toast in return. After a few glasses of wine, Yi Qingya suddenly realized that her head was spinning. She was somewhat astonished, not expecting the red wine to be so potent and to take effect so quickly. She attempted to bring up the matter of the contract again, but Yu Lai Jin and Fong Yihong, seasoned veterans in the business arena, swiftly diverted her attention elsewhere. 5 minutes later, Yi Qingya was already feeling dazed, fixating solely on the contract issue, completely oblivious to her intoxication. At that moment, Yu Jin and Fang Yihong exchanged sly smiles, convinced that it was all too easy to manipulate a mere woman. In another 2 minutes, Yi Qingya would be utterly unconscious, with no recollection of the day's events. Fang Yihong reached out, gently placing his hand over Yi Qingya's small one. At this juncture, she had forgotten to evade, her eyes blurred and her mind clouded. Fang Yihong felt a surge of joy upon witnessing her intoxicated state. His heart raced as he gazed at Yi Qingya, who was now slightly tipsy. He immediately poured her 2 more glasses of wine and exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Jin. Understanding the unspoken signal, Yu Jin promptly rose to secure the door, transforming the office into a private sanctuary for the two of them. After locking the door, Yu Jin returned to Fang Yihong, inquiring with mock concern, "Old Fang, do you think what we're doing is illegal?" Fang Yihong chuckled. "Old Yu, your courage has diminished since returning home. Look at her. She is completely intoxicated. What is there to fear? As long as we don't tear her clothes, we can do as we please. In the end, we'll just give her a bath, clean her up, and dress her anew. It'll all be fine." The two men laughed sinisterly as they reached for Yi Qingya's collar. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Both Yu Jin and Fang Yihong froze momentarily, with the beauty right before them. How could they possibly retreat? Fang Yihong quickly declared, "Don't panic, I'll see who it is. Who dares interrupt us?" He approached the door and cracked it open slightly, revealing Chen Yang standing outside. Having taken Yi Qingya's car keys, Chen Yang was aware of her intention to negotiate inside, and he had been vigilantly observing the office. Despite his disdain for Yi Qingya, the unpredictable widow, she was still his superior, and her handing him the keys indicated she wanted him to look after her. Thus, he kept a watchful eye on the office. Initially, everything seemed fine, but upon noticing the door suddenly shut, Chen Yang felt a surge of alarm and promptly knocked. Fang Yihong, opening the door just a crack and seeing a stranger, impatiently asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Chen Yang glanced at Fang Yihong and called out, "Ms. Yi, it's time to go back." He repeated her name loudly, but the office remained silent. Realizing Chen Yang was a subordinate of Yi Qingya upon hearing his words, Fang Yihong's expression hardened. "What nonsense are you talking? Ms. Yi is conducting business with us. You wait outside. If you delay our negotiations, you will bear the consequences. Get lost," he shouted irritably. Chen Yang furrowed his brow at the lack of response from Yi Qingya. Instinctively sensing something was amiss, he forcefully pushed the door open, revealing Yi Qingya slumped over the desk, completely inebriated. Seeing Chen Yang disrupt his scheme, Fang Yihong barked, "Where are the security guards? Get this guy out of here." Chen Yang narrowed his eyes and slapped Fang Yihong across the face. A swift kick sent Fang Yihong sprawling. Chen Yang then strode towards the desk. Upon seeing Chen Yang approach, Yu Jin stood up, pointing an accusatory finger. "Chen Yang, what are you doing here? This is none of your business. Leave." Chen Yang smirked coldly, then retaliated with a slap that sent Yu Jin flying as well. Reaching the desk, he looked down at the drunken Yi Qingya and shook his head in exasperation, muttering, "Ms. Yi, you truly are a fool." With that, he hoisted her up in his arms. As Fang Yihong got back on his feet, fury boiled within him at the disruption of his carefully laid plans, especially from a mere underling like Chen Yang who dared to strike him. He swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed the security department of the mall. "Get over here immediately. There's a troublemaker causing a scene. Apprehend him." As a supervisor at Qingdao Mall, Fang Yihong held considerable authority. The security guards, upon receiving his command, rushed to the scene with urgency, converging outside the office door. Fang Yihong sneered, "Pointing at Chen Yang. You have the audacity to cause a ruckus at Qingdao? Seize him." The security guards brandished their batons and surged forward. Chen Yang, still cradling Yi Qingya, smirked at the oncoming guards. Meanwhile, Yu Jin, reveling in the chaos, shouted, "Go, go. Beat this brat to a pulp. How dare he act so arrogantly in Qingdao Mall?" The guards, reassured by the knowledge that Chen Yang was merely a lowly employee, rushed in with their weapons drawn. Chen Yang, however, wasted no breath. With a leap, he sent dozens of guards flying, all collapsing to the ground in a matter of moments. Yu Jin and Fang Yihong stared in disbelief as more than 10 additional security guards rushed forward, weapons drawn, ready to engage. Just then, a booming voice echoed from outside. "Stop right there. What is going on?" The guards parted to reveal Wang Lin and Qin Sihai, accompanied by their secretary, storming in with palpable anger. Wang Lin, having organized the evening's event, was in a meeting with Qin Sihai when he noticed the commotion. Naturally displeased, he approached the office. Upon seeing Chen Yang, he paused momentarily before striding over. "Mr. Chen, what is the situation here?" Chen Yang replied tersely, "Our Ms. He was brought here for negotiations and was intoxicated by your people, who intended to engage in unscrupulous behavior. I came to escort her home, only to be cornered by security." Wang Lin turned sharply to Fang Yihong, who hurried over. No, Mr. Wang, you must listen to me. This is not what it seems. I merely invited Ms. Yi for business discussions, and her intoxication is due to her poor tolerance for alcohol. Wang Lin, however, had no patience for Fang Yihong's explanations, knowing all too well that Chen Yang would not lie. He waved his hand dismissively. "Seize him, and take this accomplice as well. Separate them and call the police. I am infuriated that such unlawful acts could occur under my watch at Qingdao Mall." Yulai Jin leapt up, exclaiming, "Wait, this is not my doing. I'm not even part of Qingdao Group. Why should I be arrested? Let me go." Yet, the security guards swiftly separated Fang Yihong and Yulai Jin, dragging them away. Wang Lin wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Chen Yang. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for this incident. I never anticipated my subordinates would resort to such behavior." Chen Yang observed Wang Lin's demeanor and simply nodded, saying it's all right. "Fortunately, nothing happened today, otherwise I would have had difficulty facing our general manager Yi." Wang Lin quickly apologized. "Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry. By the way, what business is Miss Yi here to discuss?" "Oh, you're too polite. Since this concerns your company, just give me a call directly. There's no need to involve Fang Yihong," Chen Yang remarked, glancing at the contract on the table. "It's just a minor matter concerning our cosmetics that we wish to promote and sell at the China department store's cosmetics counter. I didn't want to trouble President Wang." Wang Lin immediately responded, "Such matters are hardly a trouble at all. Just call me, and it will be resolved with a word. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will take care of the cosmetics issue. I'll have someone stamp it now, and it will take effect immediately." Chen Yang expressed his gratitude to Wang Lin, saying, "Our general manager, Yi, is intoxicated. I will take her home first. We can gather again another time." Wang Lin hurriedly replied, Yes, Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. Next time, I will definitely treat both General Manager Yi and you to a meal." Chen Yang carried Yi Qingya and left the gala with the contract. Inside the VIP room, Wang Lin stared in astonishment at the security guard lying on the floor and turned to Qin Sihai, saying, "Old Qin, it turns out that Mr. Chen is not only skilled in medicine, but also possesses remarkable martial prowess." Qin Sihai nodded in admiration, commenting, "It seems that Mr. Chen is indeed a martial artist." As Chen Yang descended the elevator carrying Yi Qingya, he made his way to the parking lot. Opening Yi Qingya's car door, he secured her in the passenger seat, accidentally brushing against her chest while fastening her seatbelt. Chen Yang swallowed hard, muttering, "I never expected this woman to be quite enticing." He got into the car and drove towards Fengming Community. After a few minutes, Yi Qingya, still dazed, reached out and slurred, "Chen Yang, you scoundrel." Startled by her accusation, Chen Yang thought she might have realized his earlier unintended touch. "General Manager Yi, I was merely fastening your seatbelt. I assure you, it was unintentional." Yi Qingya remained unresponsive, continuing to mumble, "Chen Yang, you scoundrel, don't think you can embrace Yi. Yi belongs to me. She is mine alone. Chen Yang, you shall not have her." After a while, she resumed her tirade, calling Chen Yang arrogant and shameless. Chen Yang sighed in relief as it became evident that Yi Qingya was indeed drunk and oblivious to her surroundings. Yet, he felt a pang of grievance. He had done nothing wrong, yet she was berating him. What had he done to offend her? Shaking his head, he chose to disregard her words. Upon arriving at Fengming Community, Chen Yang carried Yi Qingya into her room. Inside, Suyin was washing Yi, preparing her for bed. Seeing Chen Yang enter with Yi Qingya, Suyin hurried over. "Chen Yang, what happened? Why did you come back with Qingya? How did she get so drunk?" Chen Yang shook his head, responding helplessly, "General Manager Yi was deceived into discussing business and ended up getting drunk. Thankfully, she encountered me. Otherwise, she might have been taken advantage of tonight." As he spoke, he placed Yi Qingya on the bed in the bedroom. Su Yin, hearing this, felt a shiver of dread and quickly expressed her gratitude. She covered Yi Qingya with a blanket and then put Yi to bed. After attending to these matters, Su Yin returned to the living room, thanking Chen Yang Chen Yang. I truly appreciate your help today. Chen Yang, seated on the sofa, smiled and said, it's nothing. Is only right. After all, General Manager Yi has it tough, raising a child alone. Thankfully, she has you as a friend. Otherwise, she would struggle to manage. By the way, whose child is Yi? Chapter 37. Treatment. Su Yin, hearing Chen Yang's question, shook her head and replied helplessly, I've asked Chen Ya this question numerous times, but she has never told me. I've never seen that man either. If I ever find out who he is, I will surely have someone take his head off and use it as a ball. Su Yin spoke with resentment. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle at her last remark, saying, I never expected the esteemed campus belle to have such a fierce side. Realizing her words, Su Yan's face flushed, and she quickly waved her hands, laughing, haha, I was just too angry. By the way, Chen Yang, are you really a student of the medical program? Chen Yang nodded. Of course, I graduated in the same class as you from Jinling University. Su Yin pondered for a moment, but wait, I specifically checked the list of graduates from Jinling University yesterday, and I couldn't find you. A shadow crossed Chen Yang's eyes as he sighed softly. You must have checked for students who graduated normally with their certificates. I encountered some issues in my 4th year, which prevented me from obtaining my diploma and degree. It is understandable that you could not find me. What? Su Yan, you don't suspect that I'm trying to get close to you, do you? Su Yin giggled, covering her mouth. Of course not. I just wanted to look up some information about you. At this, she quickly glanced away, as if her words had revealed something. Chen Yang, however, did not dwell on it and sighed. Some matters occurred during university that prevented me from graduating normally. After returning to Qingshui City without my diploma and degree, it became challenging to find a good job. Thankfully, General Manager Yi took me in, and I now work at her cosmetics company. Thinking back, I feel embarrassed. After all, a graduate from a prestigious university earns less than 3,000 a month. Su Yin laughed. You are not bringing shame. You are bringing glory. By the way, Chen Yang, I genuinely want to learn about traditional Chinese medicine from you. Also, you mentioned helping me with my health issues. I experience excruciating pain during my menstrual cycle, and nothing relieves it, not even brown sugar water. Chen Yang nodded. You are experiencing cold in the womb? Likely due to exposure to cold water or consuming excessively cold foods when you were young, resulting in stagnation of blood flow. Medication can alleviate it, but this is a minor issue. I can help you with acupressure to dispel the cold energy within you. Su Yin eagerly replied, Really? Can you treat me now? Chen Yang smiled. Of course, it would be my honor to treat the campus belle. Su Yin leaped with excitement. Great. What should I prepare? Chen Yang thought for a moment, his face slightly reddening. You don't need to prepare anything, just expose your belly button and stomach. Without hesitation, Su Yin replied, All right, wait for me. I will go change. She dashed into her bedroom. Moments later, she emerged. Chen Yang, upon seeing Su Yin, was momentarily taken aback. She had changed into a yoga-style sleep outfit. Black pants clung to her legs, accentuating her curves. The top was a short sports tank that barely covered her chest, revealing her slender waist and an adorably cute navel. Chen Yang's heart raced, and his face flushed as he quickly looked away. Su Yin, confidently reclining on the sofa, asked, Chen, can you help me with my treatment now? Chen Yang nodded repeatedly, saying, All right then. I shall begin. He placed his palm over Su Yan's navel, and simultaneously, the Tao which Xuanli within him permeated through his hand into Su Yan's body. This mystical energy was indeed quite precious under normal circumstances. Chen Yang would be reluctant to employ it for treating an ordinary patient, opting instead for a mere injection, as multiple such treatments could suffice. However, in Su Yan's case, he was exceedingly generous. Reclining on the sofa, Su Yin initially wore a cheerful expression, eager to engage Chen Yang in a discussion about traditional Chinese medicine. Yet soon, she was taken aback. A comforting warmth enveloped her abdomen, and she distinctly sensed a coldness within her dantian gradually melting away. Chen Yang's palm felt akin to a great furnace. Wherever it rested, her abdomen ignited with a sensation reminiscent of a gentle flame. Chen Yang, this is truly miraculous. Is this what traditional Chinese medicine is all about? My goodness, it feels so delightful. For over 20 years, I have endured the chill in my belly. Even the slightest cold drink or brisk wind would lead to discomfort. Yet now, I feel immensely at ease. Chen Yang, you are remarkable. Hearing Su Yan's praise, Chen Yang chuckled heartily and exerted even more effort in her treatment. After half an hour, he withdrew his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and announced, All done. esteemed class flower. Henceforth, you shall no longer suffer from menstrual cramps. Su Yin sat up, caressing her abdomen in sheer astonishment. With an enthusiastic thumbs up, she exclaimed, Chunyang, you are incredible. How about I take you on as my mentor? Yes, it's settled. Chunyang quickly waved his hands, saying, no need, no need. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you in the future. Su Yin giggled and replied, that simply won't do. I've already decided to recognize you as my master. The two shared a hearty laugh. Glancing at the time, Chunyang noted it was already past 8 in the evening. He stood up and said, Su Yin, I must take my leave for now. We shall continue our conversation tomorrow. Su Yin nodded and then hurried to the kitchen, retrieving a small cake from the refrigerator. She approached Chunyang, offering it to him, saying, try this, I made it especially for you. Upon hearing that it was made specifically for him, Chunyang's heart raced with excitement, akin to a sweet nectar. He gazed at Su Yin, suddenly feeling that the renowned class flower was not so distant from him after all. Perhaps he truly had a chance to pursue her as a girlfriend. Su Yin, too, realized her last comment had been somewhat forward. She quickly added with a smile, you mustn't misunderstand. What I meant was, this is your payment for the treatment. After all, you healed me. Chunyang chuckled, clutching the cake with a beaming smile as he exited Yi Qingya's room. As he strolled through the community, he looked at the cake in his hands and felt a renewed yearning for love and marriage. If he could marry the kind-hearted Su Yin, it would indeed be splendid. Upon returning home, he carefully placed the cake in the refrigerator. Seeing her son return, Huang Zihua remarked, son, why not eat the cake you bought? Cool me. Let me have a taste. Chunyang hurriedly waved his hands, saying, Mom, this cake isn't for eating, it's for contemplation. It's a cake made specially for me by your future daughter-in-law. Ha ha ha. Chapter 38. Belief the next morning. Chunyang awoke early to find that his mother had prepared breakfast. A table laden with delicious dishes awaited him. Fried eggs, soy milk, fried dough sticks, dry mixed noodles, flaky pastries, and roasted cumin cakes. Chunyang, eyes gleaming at the bountiful spread, wiped his mouth and exclaimed, Mom, you've made too much. Huang Zihua sat down at the table, smiling. I know you're a martial artist with a large appetite. Eat more. Besides, I'm not engaged in any work at the moment, so I might as well prepare more food. You could take some to Yi as well. Thinking of Yi, Chunyang nodded, all right, Mom. I'll pack some breakfast to bring to President Yi and Su Yin too. Huang Zihua looked up, smiling, son, is this Su Yin the future daughter-in-law you mentioned yesterday? Chunyang's face flushed as he nodded. Something like that, though we haven't officially started anything yet. She's also a student at Jinling University, quite renowned. Our class flower, beautiful, academically gifted, and kind-hearted, filled with sunshine and purity. I honestly don't know what kind of man could be worthy of her, but I'll strive to do my best. Huang Zihua chuckled, good son, keep it up. I'll also do my part. From now on, I'll prepare delicious meals for you to take to her. To win a girl's heart, one must first capture her stomach. Once you have her appetite, she won't be able to resist you. Chunyang laughed heartily, filled with joy. In that moment, he realized that his cheerful and kind-hearted mother had returned. Reflecting on the past year of his marriage to Lu Yu, he recognized how his mother had endured silent suffering, oppressed by the daughter-in-law. To avoid straining his relationship with Lu Yu, she had swallowed her grievances. Stepping forward, Chunyang embraced his mother, saying, Mom, you are wonderful. Rest assured, when I marry again in the future, I will definitely seek your opinion. If you disapprove, I will firmly refrain from marrying. Furthermore, Mom, we will lead a better life from now on. Chunyang packed the breakfast and headed toward Yi Qingya's residence. At Yi Qingya's home, Su Yin was preparing to send Yi to kindergarten while washing up. Yi Qingya, nursing a slight headache, crawled out of bed. Sitting on the sofa, she glanced at the signed contract, then looked around in confusion, asking Su Yin, how did I return home yesterday? My goodness, what happened afterward? I can't recall anything at all. Su Yin emerged, laughing. It was Chunyang who brought you back. You needn't worry. When you returned, you were perfectly dressed. Yi Qingya sighed in relief, saying, so, it turns out I relied on Chunyang to come back. Though I despise that guy, I must admit he is indeed a good employee. Just then, the door swung open, and Su Wei stood at the threshold, holding a bouquet of flowers. Upon seeing Su Wei, Yi Qingya quickly said, Su Xiao, please come in. I was just about to call you. I drank too much yesterday and forgot to express my gratitude. Su Wei beamed at her words, placing the flowers by the door, and entered, saying, Qingya, you are too polite. I told you, there is no need for such formalities between us. Your connections are my connections. By the way, have you finalized the contract? Yi Qingyao retrieved the contract from the table, which bore the seal of Qingda Commercial House. She replied, the contract is all set. I just forgot how we signed it yesterday. Su Wei laughed heartily, saying, how it was signed is a trivial matter. What matters is that the product can now enter Qingda Commercial House. I told you with my cousin involved, there would be no issues. Yi Qingyao expressed her gratitude profusely. At that moment, the door swung open once again, and Chen Yang entered, carrying several bags of breakfast. Su Wei, seeing Chen Yang arrive early in the morning, stood up abruptly, glaring at him and demanding, Chen Yang, what are you doing here? Why are you barging into President Ye's room so early? What do you mean by this? Chen Yang placed the breakfast on the table, responding nonchalantly, what do I mean? I'm here to deliver breakfast to President Yi. Is that not perfectly normal? As for you, how dare you show your face here? Your cousin deliberately got President Yi drunk last night, intending to take advantage of her. Honestly, people like you truly disgust me. Su Wei's face turned pale with rage as he pointed at Chen Yang, exclaiming, nonsense, Chen Yang, what are you blabbering about? I see that the contract has been finalized. My cousin has sought assistance from his old classmate, Fang Yihong, to ensure that President Yi's contract was properly arranged. Yet, you continue to defame me, truly believing that I, Su Wei, am merely a plaything for you to bully? Yi Qingyao promptly stood up, her brows furrowed as she addressed Chen Yang. Chen Yang, what nonsense are you spouting? If it weren't for young Master Su, our company would be in jeopardy. Chen Yang scoffed, President Yi, your brain must be muddled. Just yesterday, your cousin and Fang Yihong got you intoxicated, intending to commit a crime against you. It was I who intervened in time to call the police, and your cousin was apprehended. Do you genuinely think it was his connections that facilitated the signing of the contract? Su Wei, upon hearing this, was infuriated. Although he had been unable to reach Yu Lai Jin, he refused to believe such claims. Pointing at Chen Yang, he retorted, all right, Chen Yang, you really know how to fabricate stories. Just wait, I will call my cousin right now. Su Wei grabbed his phone and dialed Yu Lai Jin's number. After 50 seconds of ringing, there was still no answer. Su Wei remarked, perhaps my cousin is just too exhausted from last night. Yeking esot an angry glutta at Chen Yang, leaf. The contract has already been signed, and you still humiliate young Master Su like this. It is utterly excessive. At that moment, Su Yin, who had been standing nearby, spoke up, Qingya, I think Qingya might be telling the truth. After all, it was he who brought you back last night. We could easily clarify this by calling Qingda Group. Their customer service number is readily available. Chen Yang added, indeed. Su Yin is right. A simple inquiry will suffice. Su Yin, demonstrating her intellect, quickly found a phone number for Qingda Commercial Plaza and made the call. Hello, may I ask if the supervisor at Qingda Commercial Plaza is Fang Yihong? The customer service representative replied, I'm sorry, but Fang Yihong was arrested last night on suspicion of criminal activity. Is there anything I can assist you with? Su Wei's jaw dropped in disbelief as he hurriedly grabbed Su Yan's phone, exclaiming, wait a moment, miss, you can't be serious. Isn't Fang Yihong the supervisor at your plaza? I needed to speak with him last night. The representative confirmed, yes, he was indeed our supervisor yesterday, but he is now in custody. Currently, our plaza is under the direct supervision of Mr. Wang from the group. Upon receiving this confirmation, Su Wei collapsed onto the sofa in shock. Su Yin ended the call and turned to Yi Qingyao with a playful smile. Qingyao, see? We almost wronged Chen Yang. I told you before, he doesn't lie. Yi Qingyao's face paled as she looked at Su Wei, suppressing her anger. Young Master Su, I misjudged you. Please leave at once. Chapter 39. Revenge. Su Wei had not anticipated that his cousin would collude with an old friend to engage in such deceit. He opened his mouth to apologize to Yi Qingyao, but at that moment, Chen Yang seized Su Wei by the hair and forcefully kicked him out. Su Wei tumbled to the ground, his head bleeding. As he stood up, he pointed at Chen Yang in fury, shouting, Chen Yang, you will pay for this. Chen Yang raised his fist, causing Su Wei to turn and flee in terror. In the room, Chen Yang turned to Yi Qingyao. Did you see that? I told you this guy is nothing but trash, yet you refuse to believe me. Yi Qingyao frowned at Chen Yang. If this contract wasn't facilitated by Su Wei's cousin, then how was it signed yesterday? Why did Qingda Group still stamp it? Chen Yang shrugged. I already told you I know Wang Lin. It was a simple matter for him to finalize the contract. Yi Qingyao, astonished, asked you, truly know Wang Lin? Chen Yang replied, what is there to lie about? A smile crept onto Yi Qingyao's face as she said, Chen Yang, as we discussed yesterday, if you truly know Wang Lin, I will entrust you with the role of the market department supervisor. Let's head to the company shortly to handle the handover. Qinyang plopped down onto a chair, laying out breakfast. He said to Yi Qingya, "No need, President Yi. I've already stated that I intend to resign. I have no interest in remaining in the company, whether as a lowly employee or a supervisor." Yi Qingya retorted, "That is unacceptable. I will not approve your resignation, at least until Yi has fully recovered. You must remain in the company." Qinyang was at a loss for words. Yi and Su Yin, drawn by the aroma, rushed over. Su Yin wiped her mouth and exclaimed, "What a delicious breakfast. It's wonderful." He clapped her hands. "Uncle Chun, these are made by Grandma, right? They are so tasty. I want to eat Grandma's breakfast every day." Qinyang chuckled. "All right, as long as he enjoys it, I will bring it to her daily." Su Yin nodded eagerly. "I want some too. Qinyang, don't forget to bring me some." Laughter filled the air. Yi Qingya, standing by the table, felt her initial good mood wane as she witnessed her daughter and friend growing closer to Qinyang. She began to worry, unable to accept the current situation. Though frowning, she refrained from kicking Qinyang out, considering the contract's significance. Outside the community, Su Wei seethed with rage. Finally understanding why his cousin Yulai Jin had not answered his calls, this scoundrel had been arrested. Breathing heavily, he had intended to leverage Yulai Jin's influence to gain favor with Yi Qingya, but now all his efforts had been thwarted by that fool. Just as he was consumed by anger, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen to see it was his younger cousin, Yulain. Fuming, Su Wei answered the call. "Yulain, how dare you call me? Do you believe I want to take you and your brother down?" On the other end, Yulain, bewildered, replied, "Cousin, what are you on about? I merely wanted to inform you that I have gathered information on that Qinyang guy. He divorced a month ago. His ex-wife is named Lu Yu, a complete gold digger." Su Wei, still fuming, perked up upon hearing this. "What? You found Qinyang's ex-wife? Quickly, extract every detail from her about Qinyang's misdeeds. The more detailed, the better." Yulain chuckled. "Cousin, I believe I can not only extract Qinyang's secrets from Lu Yu, but I can also win her over. Wouldn't that be a humiliation for Qinyang? He would be wearing a green hat." Su Wei, thrilled by this prospect, exclaimed, "Wow, Yulain, if you can pull that off, I owe you big time. As we agreed yesterday, I'll transfer you 200,000. You must secure his ex-wife." Su Wei hung up and immediately sent the funds to Yulain. At that moment, Yulain stood outside a CAF. Inside Starbucks, Lu Yu sat nervously at a table, anxiously awaiting. She rarely frequented such establishments, as they were far beyond her usual means of indulgence. After making the call, Yulain pushed open the door of Starbucks and took a seat opposite Lu Yu. As she looked up, her heart raced. Yulain exuded the carefree charm of a wealthy young man, a class of individuals she had never encountered before. Yulain extended his hand towards Lu Yu and said, "Hello, I am the one who invited you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yulain, and I'm a high school classmate of Qinyang. My family primarily engages in the business of building materials and stones, with assets amounting to several tens of millions." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, he was a scion of a prominent family, a bona fide second-generation wealthy individual. Lu Yu hurriedly replied, Hello. What brings you to me?" Yulain smiled slightly and said, "The matter is this. Qinyang and I have had a bit of falling out, so I would like to inquire about some details regarding him." Lu Yu, relieved to hear this, instantly smiled and said, "You scared me. I thought you were a friend of Qinyang's. It's wonderful to know you have a grudge against him. That good-for-nothing Qinyang secretly stashed away a sum of money while we were married for a year, then kicked me aside after the wedding, using that money to indulge himself in luxury and frivolity. I would love to break his legs." Yulain laughed heartily at this, taking Lu Yu's small hand in his own, and remarked, "So it seems we share a common goal." Lu Yu felt elated at his initiative and nodded with a smile, saying, "Of course we are allies and friends. Young Master Yu, feel free to express any desire. I shall comply." Blushing, she lowered her head, having firmly resolved that this young master before her was her current target, one she could not afford to let slip away. In comparison, her elementary school classmate, Gao Qiming, seemed utterly inadequate. As they held hands, they exchanged many amusing anecdotes about Qinyang. At that moment, Yulain was convinced that Qinyang was nothing but a complete loser, and that the Bentley he drove was most certainly acquired through dubious means. With a sly grin, Yulain stood and declared, "Lu Yu, we have hit it off splendidly. Be my woman." Lu Yu immediately nodded in a flurry. "Certainly, young Master Yu from now on. I shall be your woman." Yulain laughed heartily, taking out his phone to capture a photo of them embracing, which he proudly shared in their high school classmates group chat. He then boasted, "Dear classmates, can you guess who this woman by my side is? Haha, she is none other than Chunyang's wife. You have all been deceived. Chunyang is merely a loser, a pitiful soul. Even his wife has abandoned him." Chapter 40. Revenge. Ulayin was immensely pleased, having finally vented his frustrations. He took a few more intimate photos with Lu Yu and shared them in the group chat, chuckling to himself. Meanwhile, Chunyang was entirely unaware of the unfolding drama, as he was not part of the high school classmates group. After finishing his meal, he returned home, harboring no interest in working at Yi Qingyao's company. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw that it was a call from Wu Qian. Answering the call, Chunyang laughed, saying, "Old deskmate, what can I do for you?" Hearing his cheerful tone, Wu Qian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly responded, "Chunyang, please don't take it to heart. The past is behind us, and some women are simply not worth your affection." Confused by her words, Chunyang asked, "Wu Qian, what are you talking about?" Wu Qian hastily replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Really, I was just wondering, do you have time today? To thank you for your help, I would like to personally cook a meal for you and serve you some fine wine I have cherished for over a decade." Chunyang smiled and said, "That sounds great. Yesterday was too crowded. There are many things I couldn't say, but today, just the two of us, we can catch up properly." Wu Qian giggled, saying, "Oh, Chunyang, you make it sound as if you were about to confess your feelings. Hurry over. Who knows, I might just accept your confession." Chunyang laughed. "Old deskmate, you are much bolder now than you were in school." After hanging up, he drove straight to Wu Qian's home. Wu Qian lived in an older, upscale neighborhood, which had been affluent over a decade ago. If it weren't for her father's gambling addiction and obsession with collectibles, their family wouldn't have fallen into disarray. Upon arriving at Wu Qian's residence, Chunyang observed the modest furnishings of her spacious home, which measured over 200 square meters, a standard large flat, though the furniture was quite simple, consisting only of basic tables and chairs. Chunyang chuckled, "Old deskmate, you live in a $500,000 house with $500 furniture." Wu Qian smiled wryly, walking over to pour him a glass of water, and lamented, "The furniture was taken by creditors, and this house remains because it is our only residence, so the court hasn't seized it. Our once happy family is now in shambles due to my father's vices, leaving us with a debt of 20 million. At this point, Wu Qian chuckled at her own misfortune, shaking her head and saying, "It doesn't seem matter anymore. My parents have fled abroad. I can't repay the debts they incurred. Once I sell this house, I will disappear and start anew, living a life where those creditors cannot find me." Such is life. As they spoke, Chunyang's phone rang again. Frowning at the caller ID, he realized it was his ex-wife, Lu Yu. After a moment's thought, he stepped aside to answer, coldly asking, "What do you want?" On the other end, Lu Yu laughed triumphantly, saying, "Chunyang, I never expected you have a rich second-generation classmate. I must thank you. It is thanks to you that I am now dating Ulayin." Chunyang, infuriated, replied with a laugh, "Lu Yu, have you lost your mind? Weren't you with your elementary school classmate who sells fish? How did you end up with Ulayin?" Lu Yu retorted, "Who I am with is none of your business. I just wanted to thank you for giving me the chance to be a rich man's girlfriend. Don't think that just because you bought a villa, you're impressive. I'll have more money than you in the future, ha." With that, Lu Yu arrogantly hung up. Chunyang was seething with anger, and Wu Qian, noticing his demeanor, quickly approached him, saying, "Chunyang, your ex-wife is truly despicable. Don't let such a worthless woman get to you." Chunyang turned to Wu Qian, puzzled, "Old deskmate, how do you know about this? Did Ulayin tell you?" Wu Qian hesitated, ultimately revealing the high school classmates group chat. "Chunyang, please don't be upset. You're not in the group, but Ulayin, in his desire for revenge, shared some intimate photos of him and Lu Yu." Taking Wu Qian's phone, Chunyang opened the group chat and saw the photos Ulayin had shared, images of him holding Lu Yu's hand, as well as intimate moments of Lu Yu kissing him. It was utterly shameless, and from the timestamps, it was evident that their meeting was merely the first day. Seeing these images, Chunyang's face darkened. Though Lu Yu was already divorced from him, witnessing her being used as a weapon for Ulayin's revenge filled him with indignation. He reflected on why he had ever married her in the first place. Perhaps, often, being single brings more joy, simplicity, and happiness than being married. Wu Qian, observing Chunyang's grim expression, quickly said, "Chunyang, everyone encounters unworthy individuals at some point. Don't take it to heart. Ulayin's actions are shameful." Chunyang's face remained somber as he waved his hand and said, "There's nothing I can do, It's all my fault for being blinded and insisting on marrying her. Wu Qian gently patted Chen Yang's hand and said, "Old deskmate, cheer up. Look, isn't it quite wonderful now that you're divorced? You are single again and can pursue more beautiful girls. Honestly, if I weren't burdened with a debt of 20 million, preventing me from leading a normal life, I might even consider chasing after you." Chen Yang chuckled and replied, "Don't joke around. I secretly admired you for over 2 years in high school, yet you never acknowledged it." Wu Qian laughed. "Who told you to only admire me in silence without writing me love letters? See, you missed your chance." After exchanging a few light-hearted words, their spirits lifted. Wu Qian then suggested, "Chen Yang, let me show you the remnants of my father's reckless gambling." She led him into the adjacent room, which was filled with stones of various sizes. Pointing at the collection, she lamented, "These are my father's gambling stones. A waste of several million. All his antiques have been claimed by creditors, leaving only this pile of worthless stones. Every time I see them, it breaks my heart." Chen Yang comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Suddenly, Chen Yang's eyes lit up as he walked over to a wooden rack in the corner. There, he found a jade stone, roughly the size of a rice cooker, slightly translucent and marred with cracks. Intrigued, he exclaimed, "This stone feels rather special." As he placed his hand upon it, he could distinctly sense that it was akin to a vessel, capable of containing the mystical energy within him. With a subtle exertion of his internal energy, he directed it into the stone. Soon, the jade began to emit a soft green glow, confirming that indeed, the energy was being absorbed. Wu Qian, who had been chattering away, turned to see the transformation and gasped in astonishment. Chen Yang, startled, quickly withdrew his hand and sheepishly asked, "Wu Qian, what's wrong? Did I break it?" Shaking her head in disbelief, Wu Qian approached and pointed at the stone. "No, Chen Yang, what did you do? How did it change color? This is impossible. It was merely a piece of waste." Her voice trembled with excitement as she placed her delicate hand on the stone, her fingers quivering in disbelief. Chen Yang inquired, "What has got you so worked up, old deskmate?" Wu Qian swallowed hard and replied, "Chen Yang, this stone, it has transformed into a magnificent imperial green jade. How can this be? It was supposed to be worthless." Realizing the significance of her words, Chen Yang smiled and explained, "I see now. When I infused my energy into it, the stone changed. If you say it's imperial green, then perhaps it is a spiritual stone?" Wu Qian looked perplexed, unable to comprehend fully. Chen Yang continued, "This stone indeed possesses unique properties. Although it was a mere scrap, it likely belongs to the category of spiritual stones. Spiritual stones provide energy to warriors, and this one resembles the imperial green you mentioned. It can store energy. The purity of my mystical energy allowed it to absorb and thus change its color and texture." Although Wu Qian was still bewildered, she understood that it was Chen Yang's energy that had transformed the stone. She urged, "Chen Yang, check the other stones in this room. Could any of them also absorb energy? My goodness, do you realize how much this stone could be worth?" Chen Yang shook his head, and Wu Qian held up 5 fingers, declaring, "This stone, after being infused with your energy, is worth at least 50 million. Chen Yang was taken aback and began searching the room, but found that the other stones were ordinary and could not store his mystical energy. He sighed and informed Wu Qian, "None of the other stones can do this. Only this one is special. Moreover, old deskmate, don't celebrate too soon. While this stone can store energy, it won't hold it indefinitely. In 3 to 5 days, once the energy is depleted, it will revert to its original transparent state." Wu Qian, initially elated, now realized the implications of his words. With a rueful smile, she said, "Right, I completely overlooked that. Let us have a meal first. And after a few hours, we can check the stone's condition and decide what to do next." They returned to the living room, where Wu Qian donned an apron and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chen Yang, stroking his chin, pondered, "It seems the rumors about core jade mines containing spiritual stones may indeed hold truth. Furthermore, the purity of my mystical energy is evidently far superior to that of ordinary warriors. After all, if a regular warrior infused their energy into this stone, it would not change color, yet mine did, transforming it into a prime spiritual stone. This clearly demonstrates that my mystical energy surpasses both purity and intensity of typical spiritual stones." Before long, dinner was ready. As they dined and enjoyed some wine, they reminisced about their high school days, bursting into laughter and reflecting on how swiftly time had passed since their university graduation. After 5 or 6 hours, They returned to the room to check the jade stone, only to find that its color had indeed faded slightly. Wu Qian, disheartened, touched the stone and sighed, alas. It's true, it didn't last. I thought you might possess some magical ability to turn an ordinary stone worth a few thousand into a $50 million treasure. Ultimately, it was just a dream. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Just then, a notification from her WeChat group chimed, and upon checking her phone, she wore a look of disdain. Qianyang leaned over to see that Yulain was posting a video of his date with Lu Yu. Yulain smugly proclaimed, "Now you understand, don't you? Qianyang is utterly worthless compared to me. As a wealthy heir worth millions, I can have any woman I desire with a mere wave of my hand. What asks Qianyang? His wife is mine tonight." Qianyang's eyes narrowed at Yulain's words. Wu Qian quickly urged, "Don't get angry. Just ignore him. Let him gloat. Why bother with such scum?" Qianyang scoffed, contemplating the jade stone. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Old deskmate, why don't we sell this stone to Yulain? Isn't he worth millions? He should be able to afford it." Wu Qian replied incredulously, "Qianyang, this stone is ultimately fake. Yulain isn't foolish enough to pay a fortune for a worthless piece of jade." Qianyang grinned mischievously and suggested, "That may not be the case. If we put on a show, he will surely bite. He is currently with Lu Yu, who has previously worked at a jade shop. As you mentioned, when I infused my inner energy into the stone, it transformed into an exquisite imperial green jade, indistinguishable from the genuine article. Given this, let us sell this counterfeit stone to Yulain for 30 million and see how he flaunts it." Upon hearing this, Wu Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Absolutely. Although the stone is fake, its ability to pass as genuine is remarkable. Let us finalize this decision. Qianyang, quickly channel your inner energy into the stone. We shall commence right away. Once Yulain pays up, we shall see if Lu Yu will continue to date him." Chapter 42. Selling the stone. Qianyang and Wu Qian wasted no time. Qianyang infused his Taoist energy into the jade, causing it to radiate a vivid, crystalline green. Even as a novice, Qianyang could discern the stone's substantial value. Wu Qian took out her phone, snapped several pictures of the jade, and sent them to their classmates' group chat. Wu Qian remarked, "Class monitor, stop belittling Qianyang. He possesses considerable strength. Moreover, he has pledged to repay my debts, asserting that this stone is worth 30 million. Once sold, he will clear my dues." The group chat erupted with excitement. What? 30 million? Is Qianyang's stone truly that valuable? It turned out that Qianyang's ostentatious car was a reflection of his jade business. The stone in the pictures appeared beautiful, yet I could hardly believe it could fetch 30 million. The chatter grew animated. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Yulain and Lu Yu were preparing for a bath. A moment of intimate connection. Yulain, glancing at his phone, burst into laughter upon seeing the group chat, saying to Lu Yu, "Little Yu, your ex-husband is indeed a gem. To impress our class beauty, he claims his stone is worth 30 million. Ha! It's hilarious that our class beauty actually believes him. How naive can she be?" Lu Yu joined in the laughter. Does Qianyang even possess such a stone? If he had a 30 million yuan stone, I would have known long ago. As she spoke, she glanced at Yulain's phone. Upon seeing the jade stone's photographs, her eyes widened in disbelief. What? How is this possible? Where did Qianyang acquire such exquisite imperial green jade? Yulain was taken aback and asked, "What? Is this stone genuinely valuable?" Lu Yu, visibly excited, nodded vigorously. "I used to work at a jade shop. This is top-tier imperial green jade, worth a fortune. And the size is enormous. Such a piece could easily sell for 50 million, or even more. In a favorable market, it could fetch 70 or 80 million effortlessly." Yulain swallowed hard, his heart racing with envy and resentment. How could that waste of space, Qianyang, possibly own such a precious stone? Where did he get it? He is clearly oblivious to its true worth, still claiming he will sell it for 30 million to Wu Qian. Lu Yu, realizing the vast profit margin, felt her hands tremble with excitement. She grasped Yulain's arm, saying, "If we can purchase this stone for 30 million, it would be an incredible bargain. Have your classmates send over more photos, and let us consult an expert quickly. Time is of the essence. If anyone else discovers the stone's true value, or if Qianyang realizes its worth, we may lose our opportunity." Yulain's heart raced as well. He no longer cared about intimacy with Lu Yu. He immediately took out his phone and shamelessly messaged Wu Qian. "Wu Qian, Could you send me a few more pictures of Chunyang stone? Wu Qian received Yu Lai's message and couldn't help but chuckle, turning to Qinyang. See? He has taken the bait. Qinyang laughed heartily. I knew that as long as Lu Yu was by his side, he wouldn't pass up this opportunity. Let us proceed according to plan. Wu Qian picked up her phone, snapped more photos of the jade stone, and sent them to Yu Lai. After sending the pictures, she added, Class monitor, your family is powerful. Could you also inquire if any buyers would be willing to pay 30 million for this jade? I wish to sell it swiftly. If Qinyang changes his mind, he may refuse to repay my debt. Yu Lai received Wu Qian's message and was filled with excitement, quickly replying, All right, Class Beauty, don't worry. I'll handle this. I promise to help you sell it. Please don't ask anyone else. He promptly sent the pictures to his father, Yu Feng, asking him to consult jade experts for appraisal. In about 5 minutes, Yu Feng called, stating, Son, this stone is of exceptional quality. I consulted several experts, and they all confirm it is top-tier imperial green jade, quite valuable. However, our family's assets cannot cover such a purchase, so don't get your hopes up. Yu Lai, brimming with excitement, insisted, No, Dad. Listen to me. This stone is being offered by a classmate for only 30 million. The key is that he is unaware of its true value. If we act swiftly, we can acquire it. Yu Feng, hearing the 30 million price, exclaimed, Is that true? This stone could easily sell for 60 or 70 million. Who would be foolish enough to let it go at that price? It sounds like a trap. Yu Lai replied, Dad, whether it's a trap or not, let us prepare the money and have an expert available for appraisal. If it's real, we stand to profit immensely. If it's fake, we can simply walk away without any loss. We need to act quickly before my classmate realizes the stone's worth. I suspect the pictures have already circulated in the group chat, and it won't be long before others catch on. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng no longer hesitated. All right, son, I'll promptly arrange for Uncle Zhou. You coordinate with your classmates. We just received a significant amount of funds, over 20 million. I can borrow a bit more to gather 30 million. Draft a contract that ensures the deal is final. After the transaction, there can be no backing out. Make sure your classmate has no chance to reconsider. Yu Lai replied eagerly, Understood, Dad. Leave it to me. Half an hour later, Yu Lai had secured an expert, gathered the 30 million, and finalized the contract. He called Wu Qian, cheerfully stating, Wu Qian, you asked me to find a buyer for that stone, and I've succeeded. When can we arrange a meeting? Wu Qian hesitated. So soon? I just sent it to other classmates. How about we wait until tomorrow? Yu Lai, alarmed, urged Wu Qian. That's not the right approach. Didn't we agree that you would keep this to ourselves? I'll put myself out there to find a buyer. You can't just throw a wrench in the works. We must meet today, otherwise I'll lose face. Feigning distress, Wu Qian relented. Fine. Let us meet in half an hour at the CAF. I'll have Qinyang bring the stone. Yu Lai agreed. All right, it's settled. Half an hour later, Yu Lai, Yu Feng, and the bespectacled jade expert Zhou Wenbo awaited eagerly in the Starbucks CAF. After a full 10 minutes, Qinyang and Wu Qian finally entered, cradling a stone. Qinyang, visibly reluctant, grumbled, Wu Qian, I asked you to find a buyer, so why did you bring Yu Lai here? This fellow has dubious intentions, and I truly wish to avoid any dealings with him. Upon hearing Qinyang's complaint, Yu Lai felt a pang of anxiety. He feared that Qinyang might suddenly back out. With a forced smile, he feigned flattery, laughing heartily. Oh, Qinyang, we have been classmates for 3 years in high school. While we may have had some minor disagreements, those are merely trivial matters between old classmates and friends. When it comes to business and money, you must surely trust an old acquaintance like me. Wu Qian, do persuade Qinyang. After all, jade stones lack a standard pricing, and selling them can be quite challenging. I have painstakingly found a buyer, and if we miss this opportunity, who knows when we might encounter another suitable buyer. Wu Qian nodded and urged Qinyang, Since we are already here, let us not dwell on who the buyer is. Qinyang sighed and replied, Fine. He placed the stone on the table, opened the cloth bag, and revealed a deep green, lustrous jade stone. Instantly, Yu Feng, Yu Lai, and Zhou Wenbo held their breath. They had seen this jade in photographs, but witnessing it in reality left them utterly astounded. Zhou Wenbo, in particular, was ecstatic. He touched the stone, examined it through a magnifying glass, and then discreetly pinched Yu Feng under the table, signaling him to seize it at any cost. Clearing his throat, Yu Feng turned to Yu Lai and declared, Son, since you are all classmates, I believe we need not haggle over the price. Let's acquire this stone for 30 million. Yu Lai nodded and then addressed Qinyang. What do you think, Qinyang? Feigning hesitation, Qinyang was nudged by Wu Qian who said, "Chun Yang, didn't you mention wanting to sell this stone for 30 million? Since Uncle Yu has not negotiated the price, isn't that exactly what you wanted? Let us finalize this." With a resigned sigh, Chun Yang agreed. "All right, but I require full payment. It must be cash on delivery." Overjoyed, Yu Lion promptly produced a prepared contract, and both parties signed, transferring 30 million to Chun Yang's account. With the funds received, Chun Yang felt a weight lift from his chest, handing the stone over to Yu Lion. He stood up, took Wu Qian's hand, and turned to leave. Seated, Yu Lion, realizing the transaction was complete, could not contain his exuberance and laughed heartily. "Haha, Chun Yang, you fool, you truly cracked me up." Ignoring Yu Lion, Chun Yang continued to escort Wu Qian outside. At that moment, Lu Yu approached, aware that the deal had concluded. With her arms crossed, she pointed at Chun Yang. "Chun Yang, you truly are a big fool. After a year of marriage, I had no idea you possessed such an exquisite jade stone. However, you deserve to be poor for the rest of your life. Such a magnificent stone, and you settle for just 30 million. It's utterly laughable. If you had any sense, you would know this stone could easily fetch 70 or 80 million. Chun Yang regarded Lu Yu with disdain, offering a hollow smile. "Is that so? Then why don't you sell it?" He and Wu Qian hastily departed. Lu Yu clenched her teeth, feeling irked as she noticed Wu Qian, so beautiful, holding hands with Chun Yang. It vexed her that yet another attractive woman was close to him after Su Yin had previously claimed to be his girlfriend. Where did this guy find such luck with women? Were they all blind to associate with someone like him? Lu Yu scoffed and turned back towards the CAF. Inside, Yu Lion and his companions were thrilled. Zhou Wenbo caressed the jade stone, exclaiming, "Old Yu, you've hit the jackpot this time. This stone, it is not merely imperial green. It feels incredibly smooth to the touch. Moreover, when in proximity, one can sense a flow of vitality. Do you know what this signifies?" Yu Feng eagerly inquired, "Old Zhou, what does it signify? Could this stone be even more valuable?" Zhou Wenbo nodded. "Indeed, it is the finest of imperial green, known as spirit imperial green. This stone not only possesses immense aesthetic value, but also promotes health and vitality. If placed on the market, it could potentially sell for 100 million. Yu Feng and Yu Lion leaped for joy. Lu Yu, overhearing the potential value of the stone, felt elated. She approached Yu Lion, grasping his arm. "Darling, congratulations. You've just made a fortune. If Chun Yang knew this stone could sell for 100 million, he'd probably be livid." Yu Lion laughed heartily, embracing Lu Yu. "Xiao Ye, your contribution is acknowledged. Rest assured, I will not treat you poorly." Overcome with joy, Yu Lion could not resist pulling out his phone to boast, posting on social media about encountering a fool and effortlessly making a 7 million profit. "Ha! I shall soon be a person of over 100 million in worth." He then instructed Zhou Wenbo to seek potential buyers. Meanwhile, Chun Yang and Wu Qian returned home, where Chun Yang handed 2 million to Wu Qian. She was taken aback by such a significant sum. Looking up at him, "Chun Yang, this is too much. It was your effort that sold the stone. Besides, Yu Lion will surely cause you more trouble. I cannot accept 2 million. Chun Yang smiled and waved his hand. "This is what you deserve. After all, the stone rightfully belongs to you. Take the 2 million, settle your family's debts, and start anew. Do not let the hardships of the past hold you back." Wu Qian nodded, biting her lip, overwhelmed with gratitude. This was indeed 2 million, given to her without any strings attached. Wiping away her tears, she said, "Chun Yang, thank you. I really want to muster the courage to ask you, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you consider me?" Hearing her words, Chun Yang blushed and laughed heartily. "Old deskmate, don't jest. I've just divorced and am not looking for a girlfriend at the moment. Besides, I might already have a girlfriend." Chun Yang thought of Su Yin. Though they had yet to establish anything substantial, he could not deny that Su Yin was more attractive than Wu Qian, and he sensed a unique connection with her. Wu Qian's heart sank upon hearing this. She smiled up at him. "Oh, I never imagined my first confession to a boy would end in rejection. You better not regret it." Chuckling, Wu Qian rose on her toes to embrace Chun Yang, saying, "Chun Yang, old deskmate, I am truly grateful. I thought I would be stuck in a mire for a lifetime, but now you've rescued me." Chapter 44. Blame it all on you. Lu Yu was overjoyed, having helped Yu Lion secure a windfall of several million. Yu Lion also mentioned he could accept Lu Yu as a mistress. Elated, Lu Yu realized she was soon to become a wealthy lady. She shared the news with her mother, Wang Meihua, who was ecstatic to learn her daughter had become Yu Lion's girlfriend. Before dinner, All of Wang Meihua's relatives were informed that her daughter was thriving, marrying a wealthy heir worth over 100 million. People flocked to express their congratulations to Wang Meihua, eager to curry favor with her and Lu Yu. Relatives gathered, first cursing Chun Yang for delaying Lu Yu, and then congratulating Wang Meihua on her newfound wealth. Lu Yu, naturally elated, could hardly contain herself as she went shopping with Yu Lain, spending over 500,000 in a single afternoon on luxury goods. By dinner, Yu Lain had brought Lu Yu back to Yu Feng's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Yu gently waved to Yu Feng, exclaiming, "Uncle Yu, we are back." Yu Feng, however, wore a dark expression, his demeanor menacing. He glanced at Lu Yu before turning his gaze to his son, Yu Lain. Puzzled, Yu Lain approached and asked, "Father, why you look so grim? We just made tens of millions. It seems as if our family is on the verge of bankruptcy." With a cold snort, Yu Feng raised his hand and slapped Yu Lain across the face, gritting his teeth as he said, "You foolish pig, you've been deceived. The jade you purchased is all fake." Startled, Liang exclaimed, "Impossible." We all saw it. Even Uncle Zhou confirmed it. That was top-tier imperial green jade. How could it possibly be fake? Yu Feng seized Yu Lain by the ear and dragged him into the living room, pointing at the stone. "Come and see for yourself. This stone is losing its color. It's nothing but a counterfeit." Only then did Yu Lain notice that the stone they had bought at noon had turned a pale green. He dropped to his knees before it, frantically hitting it, insisting, "This cannot be. How could it lose its color?" It was undeniably deep green. It was imperial green. Lu Yu hurried over, touching the stone in disbelief. Could this truly be a counterfeit? The forgery techniques were astonishing. How had that scoundrel Qin Yang accomplished this? Yu Feng's voice was cold as he stated, "I just had Zhou Wenba praise it. He said that although he doesn't know how the forgery was done, this piece of jade will likely fade completely by tomorrow, becoming nothing more than worthless scrap worth a few thousand. Our 30 million is gone just like that." You prodigal son, in a fit of rage, Yu Feng kicked Yu Lain aside. Enraged, Yu Lain nearly spat blood, his gaze shifting to Lu Yu, whom he now found utterly detestable. Grabbing her hair, he bellowed, "It's you, you scheming harlot. You and Chun Yang conspired against me. Return my money." As he cursed, he struck Lu Yu repeatedly across the face. She knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, and after enduring over half an hour of blows, he finally ceased. Lu Yu, nearly beaten into a pulp, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and pleaded, "Darling, I swear I'm not with Qin Yang. I truly had no idea the stone was fake. We can get the money back. I know where he lives in Fengming community." Yu Lain gritted his teeth, pulling her hair again, warning, "You better get it back, otherwise I'll break your legs." Fuming, Yu Lain turned to Yu Feng and declared, "Father, rest assured, I will retrieve the money. That bastard Qin Yang thinks he can swindle me out of 30 million. He is mistaken. I've disliked him for a long time, and this time, I will make him pay." Without delay, Yu Lain called for his workers, distributing 2,000 each to over 30 individuals. Soon, they headed to Fengming community, led by Lu Yu. At the entrance, the security guard stopped them, but Yu Lain's temper flared, and they pushed past him, marching toward Villa number 3. Chun Yang was watering the flowers in the yard when he noticed the approaching car. He knew instantly that Yu Lain had discovered the jade was counterfeit and had come to confront him. As Yu Lain jumped out of the car, dragging a battered Lu Yu, Qin Yang chuckled upon seeing her pitiful state, remarking, "Oh dear Lu Yu, did your new boyfriend give you a beating?" Furious, Lu Yu pointed at Qin Yang, accusing, "You shameless scoundrel. You deceived young master Yu with fake stones. Return the money at once." With a sly smile, Qin Yang picked up a wooden stick and charged at Yu Lain and his men. In an instant, they were sent sprawling into the nearby lake. Pointing at Yu Lain, Qin Yang commanded, "I'll count to 3. Get lost immediately, or I will break your legs right now." Terrified, Yu Lain stared at Qin Yang, who had single-handedly dispatched over 30 men. In a panic, he scrambled back to the car, disappearing in a flash. Back at the Yu residence, Yu Lain lamented, "Father, Qin Yang is incredibly strong. We were no match for him." Yu Feng, seething with rage, slapped Yu Lain 3 times and barked, "What can we do if we're not his match? Are we just going to sit back and watch 30 million vanish? That is our entire cash reserve. And over 5 million was borrowed from various sources. If we cannot retrieve that money, our family will surely face bankruptcy within a month." With a pained expression, Yu Lain replied, "Father, what should we do? We have a contract, but we can't win against Qin Yang. We can't fight him, and we can't reason with him. What are we supposed to do?" Yu Feng clenched his teeth, his expression darkening as he declared, "Damn it. If your classmate seeks death, then I want to hold back. Leave the rest to me. Send this woman back immediately." Turning to Lu Yu, Yu Lion's anger flared anew. Grabbing her hair, he shouted, "You wretched woman, you've caused me such loss. This afternoon, you squandered over 50,000 on luxury items. Now, return my money and compensate me with 1 million. If not, I will make you pay dearly." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu broke into tears, pleading, "Darling, I don't have 1 million. Yu Lion slapped her again, insisting, "I don't care. If you don't return the money tonight, I'll ensure you and your brother lie in bed for the rest of your lives. You harlot, get out." Chapter 45. Kneeling Yu Lion expelled Lu Yu, demanding that she transfer the money that night before returning to the house with Yu Feng. His hands still trembled uncontrollably. He felt a mix of fury and helplessness toward Qinyang. Grinding his teeth, Yu Lion asserted, "Father, we absolutely cannot let this go." Yu Feng replied coldly, "Of course not. A powerless, lowly person dares to swindle 30 million from me. He must be dreaming. I will contact San Yi and pay him some to have Qinyang captured. Tonight, we must retrieve our 30 million. Yu Lion inquired hastily, "Father, who is this San Yi? Can he handle Qinyang?" Yu Feng scoffed. "San Yi is a subordinate of Hu Yi. I've heard that Hu Yi is currently in seclusion, and the leader of the Hu gang is now to Sahan Hongting. San Yi is her third cousin and is quite influential in the Hu gang. It will certainly be no problem to find him, though the cost may be high. Previously, he could be hired for several 100,000. Now, it may take 1 to 2 million. Yu Lion quickly responded, "As long as we can retrieve the money, even 1 to 2 million is worth it." Yu Feng nodded, "Of course, I'll make the call right now." He promptly dialed Ning Santai's number. Upon connecting the call, Yu Feng promptly stated, "Third Master, this is Yu Feng. I toasted to you at a dinner last month." The person on the other end, Ning Santai, had long forgotten who Yu Feng was. With an air of impatience, he muttered, Yes, I remember little Yu. What do you need from me?" Yu Feng quickly replied, "Third Master, I wish to teach someone a lesson, and the price is negotiable." Hearing this, Ning Santai understood that work was at hand. He laughed heartily and said, "So you want to teach someone a lesson? Speak up. Do you want his hands, his legs, or perhaps his life?" "Of course. If it's the latter, that could be quite troublesome." Yu Feng hurriedly responded, "Third Master, let us forget about the life. Just break his legs and arms. Render him disabled for life." He continued, "His name is Chun Yang, residing in Fengming Community, and he is an employee at a cosmetics company." Upon learning that they were merely dealing with a lowly employee and that his life was not at stake, Ning Santai chuckled and said, "All right, the price has gone up recently. To ensure he can never get up again, it will cost 3 million. Once the money is in, we'll handle it immediately." Yu Feng winced at the quoted price of 3 million, but felt helpless, knowing that even bringing more men would not match Qinyang's prowess. He promptly said, "Third Master, the money will be transferred right away. However, Qinyang is quite capable. Previously, I brought over a dozen brothers, and they were all beaten back by him." Ning Santai laughed dismissively. "Once the money is settled, you need not worry. Why all the chatter over dealing with a mere nobody?" After nodding in agreement, Yu Feng hung up, sighed, and reluctantly borrowed 3 million. Although his family had some business and a modest fortune of tens of millions, he was now not only bankrupt due to the Jade Stone, but also owed millions to outsiders. He transferred the funds to Ning Santai's account and subsequently sent Chen Yang's photo and address to Ning Santai's phone. At that moment, in a luxurious sauna club, Ning Santai glanced at the 3 million that had appeared in his account, laughed heartily, and stood up, waving his hand. "Brothers, let us get to work. Tonight, we will teach someone a lesson, and later I will take you all to a more upscale venue to revel." With boisterous laughter, Ning Santai, accompanied by over 20 men armed with steel rods and knives, headed towards Fengming Community. The security at Fengming Community, upon seeing Ning Santai's vehicles, did not dare to intervene as 5 cars sped directly towards Qinyang's villa. Qinyang was sitting on the sofa, watching television, and was quite pleased with the additional 10 million in his account. However, he was also aware that this newfound wealth would not come easily, as the Yu family would undoubtedly not let things slide. While he pondered this, the sound of cars echoed from outside. Qinyang Chuklet, grabbing a wooden stick from behind the door as he walked out of the villa. Outside, Ning Santai and his men had jumped out of the car. Ning Santai sized up Qinyang, feeling relieved, and casually remarked, "So, you're Qinyang?" Qinyang beckoned with his finger, bypassing any small talk, all right? You must be sent by Yulayin. Come on, let us get this over with. I don't have much time to waste. With that, Qinyang charged at Ning Santai with a stick in hand. Ning Santai was momentarily stunned. Typically, he was the one dishing out beatings. Never had he encountered someone so audacious. He and his subordinates rushed towards Qinyang. A cacophony of clashing sounds ensued as Ning Santai and his 20-plus men were sent flying, landing back in the lake. Qinyang stood on shore, pointed at Ning Santai, and declared, "Go back and tell Yulayin that if he dares to try again, it won't just be a dip in the water." With that, he turned and walked back into the villa. Ning Santai struggled to rise, his eyes burning with rage. Wiping the mud from his face, he seethed. "Damn it, this kid is indeed formidable. What kind of person did you phone provoke?" One of his subordinates spoke up. "Third master, what now? We are no match for him. Even if we brought in 20 more brothers, it's unlikely we could defeat him. He is likely a martial artist." Ning Santai nodded, acknowledging, "Of course, I can see he is a martial artist. But don't forget, I am Ning Santai, the third cousin of the big sister. There aren't too many in Qingzhou City who dare to trample on me." After contemplating, he took out his phone and dialed Han Hong Ting, affably saying, "Hong Ting, I've encountered a tough character. This guy looks down on our tiger gang and has injured me and my brothers, throwing us into the lake, declaring he wants to see our gang perish." Upon hearing this, Han Hong Ting's voice crackled with anger. "Where are you?" "I'm on my way." Ning Santai sent her his location. Shortly thereafter, 10 black Audis lined up outside the villa. The central Audi door opened, and Han Hong Ting, dressed in a red gown, stepped out, flanked by martial artist bodyguards. Since the passing of the Tiger Master, she had become the leader of the Tiger Gang. She concealed the news of the Tiger Master's death, claiming he and his most loyal subordinates were in seclusion, leaving all matters to her. Naturally, everyone respected her authority. Han Hong Ting, Sigaret pinched betwen ha fingish, approached Ning Santai, noticing her cousin covered in mud. She coldly smiled and said, "What audacity to dare bully my Tiger Gang members. Burn this villa down." As her command echoed, Qinyang stepped out of the villa, wooden stick in hand. Ning Santai pointed at Qinyang. "Cousin, it's him. This bastard is the one who beat me." Upon recognizing Qinyang, Han Hong Ting was startled and fell to her knees, trembling. Ning Santai, bewildered by her sudden submission, hastily helped her up. "Cousin, what's wrong? Are your legs weak?" Han Hong Ting, turning abruptly, slapped Ning Santai across the face, then hastily approached Qinyang with a smile. "Mr. Chun, my subordinate was blind and failed to recognize your stature. I apologize profusely. I will handle this matter. Please, do not be angered." Qinyang nodded slightly, choosing not to hold a grudge against Han Hong Ting. "All right, it's getting late. Quickly take your people and leave. Don't disturb my mother's rest." Upon hearing this, Han Hong Ting felt a sense of relief and quickly complied. Yes, Mr. Chun, we will leave right now." As she turned, she delivered 3 swift slaps to Ning Santai's face. Pointing at his head, she commanded, "Everyone, return immediately. No one is permitted to disturb Mr. Chun." Some of Han Hong Ting's subordinates murmured in discontent, puzzled as to why their leader was being so courteous to an apparently ordinary man. Han Hong Ting coldly retorted, "Mr. Chun is the benefactor of the Tiger Master. He once saved the Tiger Master's life. Anyone who dares to disrespect Mr. Chun is disrespecting me and the Tiger Master. Understand?" The crowd quickly acquiesced. Han Hong Ting led her men away in haste. Ning Santai, drenched in sweat, was taken aback. He did not expect Qinyang to be the Tiger Master's benefactor. Han Hong Ting turned to Ning Santai. "Ning Santai, I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Who sent you to deal with Mr. Chun? You need to resolve this matter and ensure Mr. Chun has no worries. Otherwise, I cannot protect you. Prepare for your end." With that, Han Hong Ting and her entourage departed swiftly. The villa had finally settled into tranquility. Soon after, Su Yin approached, holding Yi Yi's hand. Yi pressed the doorbell and called out loudly, Uncle Chun, come open the door. I brought Aunt Su Yin to visit you." Qinyang opened the door and stepped out, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, Welcome. Please come in." Su Yin, her mouth agape in surprise, addressed Qinyang. "Qinyang, you truly live in a villa?" When he told me, I thought she was joking. "I can't believe we live so close." Qinyang chuckled heartily. "I only just bought this house and hadn't the chance to tell you or Mr. Yi yet." With a smile, Su Yin remarked, "Living this close means I can come over for dinner more often." The three of them made their way toward the villa. Su Yan, however, felt little awe at the sight of the villa. She leaned closer to Chunyang and whispered, Chunyang, I think I saw someone from Tiger Ye's group in our neighborhood recently. We need to be cautious, especially you, since Du Huixing is still in the hospital. A mere vegetable. Tiger Ye's anger is still simmering. I fear he may strike again. Chunyang shook his head reassuringly. Don't worry, Su Yin. Tiger Ye won't come after us again. Su Yin, shaking her head, replied, Chunyang, you mustn't be complacent. I've heard that Tiger Ye has been in seclusion for training, and now his wife, Sister Hong, is in charge. If Tiger Ye emerges stronger, it could spell trouble for us. A sigh escaped Su Yin, revealing her genuine concern. After all, Du had already reached the pinnacle of the great Zhou heaven. Should he break through to the master realm, even with Uncle Fu by their side, their safety would be in jeopardy. Chunyang merely shrugged and said to Su Yin, rest assured, Du Hu is dead. I've told you before, he won't trouble us any longer. Keep your worries at bay. He then called out to the upstairs, Mom, we have guests. Huang Zihua descended from the upper floor, first scooping up Yi, then appraising Su Yin. Upon seeing Su Yan's beauty and grace, her round face radiated a prosperous aura, causing Huang Zihua's heart to bloom. Chunyang, is this your good friend, Su Yin, whom you often mention? She asked eagerly. Chunyang nodded, yes, Mom. This is Su Yin. Isn't she beautiful? Huang Zihua instantly agreed. More beautiful than you described. Please sit down. Have you had dinner yet? Su Yin blushed and thanked her. Meanwhile, Yi tugged Huang Zihua into the kitchen in search of food. The four shared laughter and joy in the villa, and after dinner, Su Yin packed a portion, cheerfully saying, lately, Yi Qingya has been coming home later and later. I'll bring her something for a late-night snack. At that moment, Yi looked up at Chunyang and said, Uncle Chun, don't forget you promised to take me on an outing tomorrow. We're going to Qinglong Mountain to gather herbs, have a barbecue, and enjoy a bonfire party. Chunyang, startled, exclaimed, oh, right? Uncle Chin one tea forget. I have plenty of time. Yi beamit vit joy. Extending her pinky. Then let us make a pinky promise. No backing out. I've already told my classmates that my parents will accompany me, so everyone will see I have a dad. Chunyang lovingly ruffled Yi's hair before escorting Su Yin and Yi home. The next day, Chunyang prepared by packing warm clothes and picnic supplies, then headed to Yi Qingya's residence. Upon arriving at the base of her building, he saw Yi, already dressed and carrying her backpack, pulling Yi Qingya down. Yi Qingya held a large bag, and as soon as Yi spotted Chunyang, she exclaimed with excitement, Mom, hurry up. We're going on an outing with Uncle Chun. We'll have a bonfire dinner and sleep in a tent. I've been looking forward to this day for so long. Yi Qingya frowned, watching her daughter's exuberance with a mixture of tenderness and guilt. What other children took for granted was a luxury for her daughter. She longed for a family outing, but could not fulfill that wish. Looking up at Chunyang, resentment surged within her. If it weren't for him 5 years ago, she would not be in this position. But never mind. It was a gift from above, a little angel sent to her. Unaware of Yi Qingya's inner turmoil, Chunyang waved at her. Hey, Ms. Yi, are we gathering at the kindergarten first? Yi Qingya shook her head. No, we're heading straight to Qinglong Mountain. The teachers and other parents will gather at the camping site there. Chunyang nodded in realization. Then let us take my car. Yi Qingya shot him a glare. When did you buy a car? And when did you sneak into our neighborhood? I'll tell you, don't even think about getting close to Yi on ordinary days. Chunyang looked at her incredulously. Just then, a Mercedes Maybach pulled up beside them. The door opened, and Su Wei jumped out, waving at Yi Qingya and Yi. Qingya, since it's the kindergarten outing today, let me give you a ride. Yi Qingya was taken aback by Su Wei's sudden arrival, while Chunyang chuckled derisively. Su, your face is quite thick. I assent it. After what your cousin did last time, how can you still show your face? Su Wei pointed a finger at Chunyang, fuming. My issues with you are irrelevant. He quickly turned to Yi Qingya. Qingya, please give me a chance to make amends. I've completely cut ties with my uncle's family and will no longer associate with them. The last incident was indeed my oversight. I never expected my cousin to act so disgracefully. I saw EES kindergarten on the list for the outing at Qinglong Mountain, so I came to pick you up. The camping site is an investment of my family. Not only will the cost be waived, but EE will also receive better care and have more fun. It's all for the child. Please don't refuse me. Yi Qingya nodded. Thank you, Su. I believe this incident had nothing to do with you. It was solely your cousin's wrongdoing. Su Wei, hearing her words, nodded vigorously with a smile. Qingya, you have the most understanding heart. Let's get in the car. Yi Qingya and Yi climbed into Su Wei's vehicle. Observing this, Chen Yang frowned. We have our own car. Why should we ride with this guy? Mei Siye. Our family of 3 is going on outing. What's the point of bringing along this third wheel? Yi Qingya shot him a glare. Hurry up and get in the car. Stop talking so much nonsense. Chen Yang, exasperated, took the passenger seat. Su Wei, grinning, turned to Chen Yang. Your skin is indeed thick. How dare you speak of a family outing when you're just a bystander? Qingya, you must be cautious with this kind of person. As Su Wei pressed the gas pedal, they sped towards the Qinglong mountain camping site. In the back seat, Yi Qingya held Yi's hand. Feeling a slight sense of relief, she chose to ride with Su Wei, not because of the family's investment in the camping site or a desire to reconnect with him, but purely out of concern that Chen Yang and Yi's bond would deepen too much. This outing was something Yi insisted on, wanting Chen Yang to be her dad, leaving Yi Qingya with no choice but to comply. However, Yi Qingya was deeply troubled, concerned that Chen Yang and Yi's relationship was advancing too rapidly to an inseparable extent. She had resolved that once her daughter's health improved, she would ensure Chen Yang departed from her life entirely, unwilling to maintain any lingering ties with him. Now that Su Wei was involved, things became much simpler. With Su Wei around, Yi and Chen Yang would not be constantly attached to one another. The journey to Qinglong Mountain was not short. It was not until noon that they reached the foot of the mountain, and after another half-hour winding up the mountain roads, they arrived at a vast picnic site at the summit. The camp was bustling with people, as many chose to visit during the weekend to enjoy the outdoors, gathering with friends to cook and share fire. They would attend a bonfire party in the evening, sleep in tents, gaze at the stars, and experience a different kind of life. Yi was delighted. She held Yi Qingya's hand with one hand and Chen Yang's with the other. Upon arriving at the campsite and seeing her kindergarten classmates, she joyfully introduced, Look, this is my mommy, and this is my daddy. We came out to play together. She repeated this with every classmate, brimming with happiness and pride. Yi Qingya watched this scene, letting out a soft sigh, her eyes slightly reddened, feeling guilty towards her daughter. Chen Yang also sighed in pity, glancing at Yi Qingya beside him, reproaching her. Yi, who is this child's father? So irresponsible. Tell me where he lives, and I will give him a piece of my mind. Yi Qingya rolled her eyes at Chen Yang's words, retorting, Shut your mouth. You are more detestable than her father. Chen Yang felt utterly dejected upon hearing this. He pulled Yi closer, saying, Yi, we ought to speak honestly. True, your company took me in after graduation, but the salary was not high. I have worked diligently for over a year, contributing significantly to the company's profits. Now, I am here to treat Yi and accompany her for fun. I do not seek praise, but I have certainly put in a lot of effort. Can you refrain from constantly berating me like a madwoman? Yi Qingya huffed, contemplating revealing the truth and giving Chen Yang a piece of her mind. However, the thought that this scoundrel might compete with her for Yi's affection deterred her. Yi Qingya turned her head, merely snorting angrily a couple of times without further complaints. The picnic site was quite large, with the kindergarten children gathering in the northwest area. Su Wei, like a shadow, closely followed Yi Qingya, ensuring she and Chen Yang did not grow overly intimate. Although Yi Qingya harbored a dislike for Su Wei, she was more concerned about the closeness between Yi and Chen Yang, so she tacitly allowed Su Wei to remain nearby and even encouraged Yi to play with him. After all, Su Wei was one of the stakeholders of the picnic site, allowing them privileges to skip queues for various attractions. Yi seemed to be having a splendid time with Su Wei. Chen Yang acutely sensed Yi Qingya's wariness towards him, feeling perplexed by her thoughts. Did she perhaps have feelings for Su Wei and was fostering a bond between Yi and him to eliminate obstacles? If she truly ended up with Su Wei, would Yi accept him as her father? The mere thought unsettled Chen Yang. He chuckled coldly, addressing Yi Qingya. Since you've taken a liking to Su Wei, why drag me along? Shouldn't the 3 of you enjoy yourselves here? Yi Qingya turned back in confusion, frowning. What nonsense are you spouting? Go enjoy yourself. Yi has already introduced you to her friends. Your task is complete, and you need not linger. Chen Yang felt a pang of hurt at her words. Strangely, even though he was not fond of Yi Qingya, her cutting remarks still stung him. Could it be that her beauty captivated him? Unlikely. He shook his head, muttering, Fine. You ungrateful woman. I shall not hold it against you. I will entertain myself. With that, Chen Yang turned and ventured deeper into Qinglong Mountain. Previously, when he treated Wang Lin's spiritual core, he had surmised that beneath Qinglong Mountain lay a rich source of spiritual energy. With nothing else to occupy him, he decided to investigate. Chapter 48. An unexpected encounter. Qinglong Mountain stretches across the entirety of Qingzhou City, extending toward the distant Yangtze River. Though not particularly tall, its vast expanse is densely forested and complex, with many areas shrouded in perpetual shadow, home to various poisonous insects and snakes. This environment has allowed for the growth of some rare wild medicinal herbs, leading to the demise of many herb gatherers each year. Locals are well aware of the danger here, and thus few dare to venture deep into Qinglong Mountain for recreation. Qinyang opened his phone to retrieve Wang Lin's previous route. With a leap, he swiftly followed Wang Lin's path, reveling in a solitude where he could run and jump freely. His abilities had long surpassed that of an ordinary master. In this moment, as he raced with all his might, he resembled a flying monkey, flitting through the trees like a phantom. Approximately an hour later, Chen Yang reached the innermost part of Qinglong Mountain, slowing his pace as he followed Wang Lin's hiking trail. Upon arriving at a valley, he paused, casting his gaze toward the right. The valley was shrouded in mist, filled with unfamiliar trees and shrubs, and a faint aura of spiritual energy wafted from within. Chen Yang's spirit lifted. He recognized this place as the source of the abundant spiritual energy he sought. Only in areas rich with spiritual energy could the essence coalesce into spiritual cores. Clearly, the source of this energy lay beneath the valley. Chen Yang gently leapt down into the valley. The descent was steep. Not even a mountaineering athlete could manage it. Moreover, the damp environment teemed with poisonous insects lurking beneath the foliage, and a single misstep could result in amputation or worse. Even Chen Yang needed to proceed with caution. As he navigated among the branches, 10 minutes later, he reached the valley floor, where the spiritual energy enveloped him. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction, but then rubbed his chin, muttering, "It seems this place indeed conceals a spiritual vein or treasure. Unfortunately, the energy is buried deep. Unearthing it will be a monumental task." With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Yang realized he could not excavate the spiritual vein alone. He marked the location and began to climb back up from the valley. Meanwhile, at the Qinglong Mountain picnic site, Su Wei was joyfully playing with Yi. Upon witnessing Yi Qingya dismiss Chen Yang, he could not help but feel elated. Previously, he believed he had lost all hope of winning Yi Qingya over, convinced that a romance had blossomed between her and Chen Yang. Thus, he had brazenly decided to accompany her on this outing, fully prepared. Su Wei was adorned with a special fragrance, a scent that effortlessly relaxed the mind and fostered affection for nearby individuals of the opposite sex, often referred to as affinity perfume. As for Chen Yang, Su Wei had already arranged for his employees to ensure that even if Chen Yang had not been chased away by Yi Qingya, they would find a way to drag him out and leave him in the depths of Qinglong Mountain's woods. This would allow Su Wei to create a private world with Yi Qingya that evening. As long as they could spend the night together in a tent, Yi Qingya would surely develop feelings for him. Coupled with the perfume's effects, that night would undoubtedly lead to a union of hearts. Su Wei had meticulously planned all this. But to his surprise, Yi Qingya's disdain for Chen Yang was so profound. In that moment, Su Wei felt a surge of triumph. Su Wei's companion was particularly exhilarated, jubilantly celebrating her experiences. She had engaged in numerous enjoyable activities and, more importantly, demonstrated to all the children around her that she had a father. Not only that, but she also had Uncle Su. Observing Yi Yi's excitement, the kindergarten teacher, Lu Xiaoyan, felt her teeth clench in anger. Ever since she had been forced to kneel and apologize to Yi by Chen Yang 2 days prior, her heart had been filled with resentment towards Yi and fury towards Chen Yang, though she dared not act impulsively. Today, however, the opportunity had finally arrived. Lu Xiaoyan glanced around before picking up her phone and dialing a number, stating, "Third Master, are you not yet at camp?" On the other end, Ning Santai's voice resonated. "Teacher Lu, I'm still on my way and will be there shortly. Has that bully who picked on my son arrived at the camp?" Lu Xiaoyan promptly replied, "Yes, they have already arrived." Ning Santai scoffed. "All right, I understand. How dare he bully my son and frighten him to tears? He must be seeking death." With that, he hung up. Before long, an Audi pulled up at the picnic site, and Ning Santai stepped out with Ning Hao. The chubby Ning Hao, following closely beside his father, instinctively shrank his neck upon spotting Yi in the distance, whispering, "Dad, Let's go play somewhere else. I'm scared of you. Ning Santai surveyed the scene, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips as he seized his son's hand, exclaiming, "Son, you are truly shameful." Getting frightened by a little girl. He then marched directly towards Yi. Meanwhile, Su Wei, brimming with pride, was preparing to gather supplies for the evening's bonfire party with the Yi. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Ning Santai struck Su Wei's face. Taken aback, Su Wei staggered back, clutching his cheek and glaring at Ning Santai. "You bastard! Why did you hit me? Are you seeking death?" Ning Santai sneered, pointing at Su Wei. "Kid, you have quite the audacity to bring your daughter to bully my son. Do you even know who I am?" Su Wei, seething with rage, retorted, "What are you? Do you know who I am?" He then brandished his phone, barking, "Someone teach this bastard a lesson." Su Wei had already prepared his men. Initially intended to deal with Chun Yang, but now they were faced with this audacious opponent instead. Soon, 8 bodyguards clad in work uniforms rushed over, strong and capable men selected by Su Wei for handling Chun Yang. Su Wei pointed at Ning Santai and commanded, "Go. This bastard dared to slap me. Beat him until he doesn't recognize himself." The 8 bodyguards charged at Ning Santai. With a flurry of blows, they ruthlessly pummeled him into a state resembling that of a pig's head. Su Wei, reveling in the moment, jeered, "Kid, you should have inquired about who I am before provoking me." Chapter 49. The target Ning Santai lay on the ground, his chest heaving with rage. Beside him, Ning Hao trembled, crying out, "Please stop hitting my dad. Please." Su Wei pointed at Ning Santai and Ning Hao, his expression one of triumph, declaring, "Get out of here. From now on, if you see Yi at kindergarten, avoid her. Understand?" Ning Hao, shaking uncontrollably, clutched his father and cried as they retreated. Ning Santai's fury was palpable. He had just suffered a beating from Chun Yang and been chastised by his cousin. To be bullied again at kindergarten was unbearable. Was he not the renowned third master? What had happened to his face and authority? Spitting blood, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number, furiously demanding, "Tell the brothers around Qinglong Mountain to come armed and get here immediately. I want at least 50 men in 20 minutes. I will kill that bastard." Before long, motorcycles, vans, and Santana cars surged towards the Qinglong Mountain picnic site, raising a cloud of dust. Soon, over 40 men wielding machetes and steel rods surrounded Ning Santai. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, "Grab your weapons and follow me. Today, I will seek revenge." At that moment, Su Wei stood beside Yi, confidently proclaiming to Yi Qingya, "Rest assured, Qingya, I will protect you and Yi from any harm at kindergarten. It's not easy for a woman to raise a child alone, but with me around, you will always have sunny days ahead." Yi Qingya frowned, exclaiming, "Su Xiao, you were too impulsive just now. The children are classmates. How could you resort to violence?" Su Wei shook his head, insisting, "I did not strike first. He hit me. In any case, do not worry about this, Qingya. I will handle it." Just then, Ning Santai appeared, flanked by over 40 men, all brandishing various weapons, advancing towards Su Wei with menacing intent. Su Wei's face turned pale at the sight, and he shouted to his bodyguards, "Get over here, quickly." His bodyguards, all elite professionals from a security company, rushed to stand in front of Su Wei. One of them furrowed his brow, advising, "Su Xiao, I suggest you retreat. Those men seem to be desperate individuals." Su Wei scoffed, "I paid a hefty sum to hire you 8. Can't you handle these small-time thugs? They are nothing but a bunch of ruffians. What is there to fear?" Ning Santai, upon hearing this, laughed in fury, crossing his arms and declaring, "All right, you are the first to dare call me a thug. Brothers, attack." Ning Santai's men charged at Su Wei and his bodyguards. The fight was fierce. Machetes and steel rods fell with a thud, slicing through flesh. In the blink of an eye, all 8 bodyguards lay on the ground, drained of strength and bleeding profusely. Su Wei was left dumbfounded, his legs trembling. In that moment, he could no longer consider Yi Qingya beside him. He turned and fled, fearing for his life. Ning Santai watched Su Wei's retreating figure, pursuing him for a few steps before halting. He called out, "Kid, where do you think you can run? Don't forget, your wife and child are still here. Go ahead and flee. I'll count to 3, and if you don't return, your wife will be mine today." Ha ha! Though initially filled with rage towards Su Wei, Ning Santai's attention was quickly diverted by the stunningly beautiful Yi Qingya, and he found himself reluctant to continue his pursuit. Such a breathtaking woman was a rare sight indeed. He shouted after Su Wei, but Su Wei, terrified, did not dare look back and disappeared in an instant. Yi Qingya observed Su Wei's departure with a sense of exasperation, yet she felt no anger. After all, Su Wei was not her concern. Turning to the imposing Ning Santai, she offered an apology. Mr. Ning, I am sorry. My daughter and your son had a conflict at kindergarten, but it was merely a misunderstanding among children. Ning Santai turned to Yi Qingya, unable to restrain a smirk as he wiped the corner of his mouth, replying, yes, indeed, it was a children's dispute. But your husband struck me and humiliated both me and my son. My son's spirit has been severely wounded. How will you compensate for this? As he spoke, he advanced step by step towards Yi Qingya. He smiled gently and said, I believe there is no need for you to elaborate on how to compensate. I am rather magnanimous. Since we are destined to meet and our children attend the same kindergarten, I shall not make things difficult for you. Let us proceed to my car, where we can discuss matters at a leisurely pace. As Ning Santai spoke, he seized Yi Qingya's wrist. Yi Qingya violently shook him off and exclaimed, What do you want, sir? Wait a moment. The man earlier is not the child's father. He is merely a friend of mine. Let go of me. She struggled free from Ning Santai's grasp and retreated in a panic. At this moment, other parents and teachers from the kindergarten rushed over. Lu Xiaoyan stood aside, witnessing the scene, and began to laugh triumphantly. She addressed Ning Santai, saying, Third master, last time at the kindergarten, this little girl and her father bullied Ning Hao. Ning Santai nodded in satisfaction and turned to Yi Qingya, stating, Do you have anything to say now? Having bullied my son, shouldn't you apologize? Come with me. He grasped Yi Qingya's hand firmly and shouted at the surrounding parents. What are you all staring at? Get the hell out of my way. The surrounding parents quickly dispersed, especially upon seeing the 8 bodyguards on the ground, battered and bleeding, which instilled even greater fear. Who is this person? What does he intend to do? In broad daylight, could he really be committing a crime? Keep your voice down. Do you know who he is? He is the infamous Third Master, the cousin of the Tiger Gang's matriarch. What? He is the cousin of the Tiger Gang's matriarch? No wonder he is so arrogant. This is bad. It seems that Yi's mother is in for a terrible time today. It is not easy for a woman to raise a child alone, and today she will surely face humiliation from this man. The crowd retreated, not daring to intervene. Lu Xiaoyan was filled with glee. Meanwhile, Yi cried uncontrollably, clinging tightly to Yi Qingya. Lu Xiaoyan seized Yi's arm and said, Why are you crying? Shut up. Soon, Third Master will release your mother. No crying, just wait here. Then, she turned to Ning Santai, saying, Third Master, you go ahead. I will take care of Ning Hao here. Ning Santai nodded in satisfaction, pulling Yi Qingya along as he cheerfully said, Let us go to the car to discuss the compensation. Yi Qingya struggled with all her might, feeling waves of despair. She had never imagined that trouble would arise at such a gathering. Just then, a figure rushed over from a distance. It was Chunyang. Chapter 50. Rescue Chunyang had sprinted from the depths of Qinglong Mountain to the picnic site, intending to greet Yi Qingya before departing. For it was evident that she held disdain for him. He had no intention of forcing himself upon her, having already fulfilled Yi's wish. However, upon arriving at the picnic site, he was taken aback to see Ning Santai arrogantly gripping Yi Qingya's arm, while Lu Xiaoyan was dragging the trembling, tearful Yi. Yet, no one dared to intervene. Chunyang's fury ignited as he rushed forward. At that moment, Yi Qingya was desperately trying to retreat, her heart filled with despair. What shattered her even more was the sight of her daughter, crying uncontrollably in terror. Yi Qingya turned to see Lu Xiaoyan tightly gripping Yi's arm. Yi trembled like a leaf, utterly terrified. Filled with rage and despair, Yi Qingya felt powerless to resist. Suddenly, a figure dashed to Yi's side. It was Chunyang. Upon seeing Yi's state, Chunyang's heart ached. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Xiaoyan, sending her flying through the air, flipping multiple times before landing at Ning Santai's feet. Chunyang scooped up Yi and gently patted her back, saying, Yi, don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Daddy is here. Upon seeing Chunyang, Yi burst into tears, clinging tightly to his neck and urgently pleading, Daddy, please save Mommy. Save her from the bad man. Chunyang looked up at Ning Santai. Upon recognizing Chunyang, Ning Santai felt a wave of shock, and when he heard Yi call Chunyang Daddy, it was as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. After all this time, Chunyang was Yi's father, and he had dared to provoke Mr. Chen's woman and bully her daughter. Ning Santai's mind raced with thoughts of what would happen to his family after his demise. His legs trembled, and he instinctively released Yi Qingya. Yi Qingya turned and ran toward Qinyang and Yi, embracing her daughter tightly. In that moment, she had forgotten her own safety, repeatedly assuring Yi, "Don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Mommy is here." Qinyang looked at Yi Qingya, feeling a deep sense of compassion. This woman had to play the role of both mother and father, standing bravely in front of her daughter despite the looming danger. Qinyang narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Ning Santai. Ning Santai gulped and hurriedly stammered, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I truly didn't know they were Mr. Chan's wife and daughter. It was merely a conflict between children. As he spoke, his voice quivered. The brothers behind Ning Santai were still trying to grasp the situation, brandishing their weapons and approaching Qinyang and the others. Ning Santai bellowed, "What the hell are you doing? Get back." The nearby brothers exchanged puzzled glances. Qinyang snorted coldly, pointing at Ning Santai. "You get back too." Upon hearing this, Ning Santai felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if he had been pardoned from death, and quickly replied, Yes, I was just about to leave. It's all the kindergarten teacher's fault. She instigated everything. It was merely a children's matter, and she stirred the pot. Mr. Chun, you carry on. We will take our leave." With that, Ning Santai seized Lu Xiaoyan by the hair and dragged her toward the parking lot. The crowd stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend why the previously imposing Ning Santai so readily submitted to Qinyang. Yi Qingya, who had been filled with despair and contemplating calling the police, suddenly noticed that Ning Santai and everyone else had vanished. Confused, she turned to Qinyang, who said nothing more, primarily concerned for Yi's well-being and not wanting to escalate the situation. He comforted Yi, saying, "Don't be afraid, Yi. Daddy will take you mushroom picking, herbal gathering, and we will go fishing for a campfire dinner." Yi, hearing this, nodded excitedly and clung to Chunyang's neck. Chunyang led Yi toward a nearby stream, while the surrounding parents quickly made way. Though they did not understand the situation, they recognized that Yi Qingya's family was not to be trifled with. With Ning Santai's departure, the 8 bodyguards, previously battered, were taken away by an ambulance, and soon, the picnic site was restored to tranquility. The kindergarten principal, along with a professional team, prepared for a campfire evening with the children, roasting food. Yi was filled with joy, experiencing happiness like never before. With Qinyang, she not only gathered mushrooms and caught fish, but also unearthed a wild polygonatum worth thousands. As night fell, the campfire blazed brightly, with a group of children dancing around it, while various delicacies wafted delightful aromas. Laughter filled the air, and the children played until past 9 o'clock, exhausted and yawning before finally retreating into their tents to sleep. Qinyang had already set up the tent when Yi ran over, one hand holding Chunyang's and the other grasping Yi Qingya's. With a cheerful tone, she exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, let us go to sleep." Qinyang gently ruffled Yi's hair and replied, "You and your mother can sleep first. I'm not tired yet. I'll keep watch outside the tent." Yi shook her head defiantly. No, Dad, you should sleep with us. All the other kids sleep in the tent with their parents." Upon hearing this, Qinyang felt a bit embarrassed. He glanced at Yi Qingya, who was bowing her head, showing no signs of dissent. Qinyang found it odd. Why was Yi Qingya so silent at this moment? They were about to sleep in a confined tent, after all, and with 3 people inside, there would be hardly any space to retreat. Yi Qingya had always been known for her icy demeanor, maintaining distance from men and often criticizing herself. Yet now, as they were to share a tent, she chose to remain silent. Not receiving any objection from Yi Qingya, Qinyang reluctantly complied with Yi's request. The 3 of them crawled into the tent. Yi yawned and nestled herself between Qinyang and Yi Qingya, taking both their hands and placing them over her chest. As their hands met, both Qinyang and Yi Qingya instinctively recoiled. Yi giggled, "Mom and Dad, why are your hands shaking?" She then pulled their hands together, wrapping her small body around their palms. This time, neither Qinyang nor Yi Qingya withdrew their hands. In just 2 minutes, Yi drifted off to sleep with a sweet smile, while Qinyang and Yi Qingya's hands remained intertwined. Chapter 51. Deep bonds of blood. Chunyang's heart raced. Although Yi Qingya, this middle-aged woman, was often unpredictable and self-deprecating, she had undeniably been the most stunning beauty in the company over the past year. As the aloof CEO, She was revered as a goddess by nearly all the male employees. The company attracted many talented, highly educated job seekers, as well as affluent young men, who were not merely there for a paycheck, but were drawn by Yi Qingya, the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou City. Now, with her hand resting in his palm, Chen Yang could feel the warmth of Yi Qingya's delicate and soft touch. It would be a lie to say he was not moved. After a moment, Yi Qingya's fingers stirred slightly, and she quietly withdrew her hand from Chen Yang's grasp. They both instinctively turned in opposite directions, their backs facing each other, separated by E in the middle. Yi Qingya opened her eyes. In the dim, confined tent, she could sense her own heartbeat. The scenes from earlier that afternoon replayed vividly in her mind, when Chen Yang had come to rescue her and her daughter in her moment of despair. She felt immense gratitude, even a hint of attraction. In that instant, Chen Yang had indeed provided her with a profound sense of security. Even now, nestled in this tent in the wilderness, she felt no sense of danger. It was the security that Chen Yang brought. Yet abruptly, Yi Qingya's thoughts turned to that harrowing scene from 5 years ago, when Chen Yang had pressed her down in the midst of a raging fire, disregarding her pleas for mercy. Over the past 5 years, she had endured countless hardships, gossip, and disdain while raising their child alone. Only she knew the extent of her suffering. Resentment surged within her once more. A tear slipped from Yi Qingya's eye, and after a moment, she let out a long sigh and said, "Chen Yang, let's call it even." By uttering these words, Yi Qingya signified that she would no longer harbor resentment towards Chen Yang for what had transpired 5 years prior. After all, the grievances of the past had been settled today. Furthermore, despite the pain and scorn he had caused her, he had also given her the most precious gift, their adorable daughter. After speaking those words, Yi Qingya closed her eyes, preparing to sleep. Chen Yang, beside her, was utterly bewildered. "Yizong, what do you mean? What does call it even imply? I'll have you know, even though I haven't been to work these past few days, it's already the end of the month, and I've still worked over 20 days this month. You still owe me wages. How can it be even?" He muttered in disbelief. Yi Qingya, who had initially found tranquility, felt her anger rekindle upon hearing Chen Yang's complaints. Just then, Yi, who was nestled between them, sleepily turned and wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's arm, her little head bobbing like a chick as she nestled under his armpit, clutching his collar and drifting off to sleep. They resembled two koalas, intimately close. Chen Yang felt Yi's warmth and affection, unable to suppress a smile as joy welled within him. He was perplexed, unsure why he felt so elated. With Yi by his side, he suddenly found that even if Yi Qingya was irritable, irrational, or menopausal, he could tolerate it all. Yi Qingya turned to discover her daughter had crawled into Chen Yang's embrace. She paused momentarily, and her heart tightened. It dawned on her that matters had escalated to a perilous level. Her daughter had clearly formed a bond with Chen Yang. Although they had only spent a few days together, the connection between Yi and Chen Yang ran deeper than she had anticipated. Was this the instinctive bond of blood? The deep-seated affection between father and daughter? No, this simply could not stand. Yi belonged to her, and Chen Yang had no right to encroach upon their relationship. Yi Qingya inhaled deeply, realizing it was time to make a decision. She could no longer allow Chen Yang to remain close to them. Chen Yang had been performing exceedingly well, far exceeding her expectations. In the past year, he had been nothing more than an inconspicuous employee in her company, a rather ordinary, timid man who failed to meet her standards. Yet, upon truly engaging with him, Yi Qingya discovered that Chen Yang could provide an overwhelming sense of security and foster deep attachment in Yi. This simply could not continue. With Yi's health improving, the time for Chen Yang to depart from their lives had come. Once they returned to the office, she would dismiss him. After all, Chen Yang seemed disinterested in working there anymore. Once Yi was fully recovered, she would ensure they would not cross paths again. With that thought, Yi Qingya finally relaxed, closed her eyes, and within minutes, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yi Qingya awoke abruptly, sitting up to find the tent empty. Both Chen Yang and Yi had risen and gone outside to play. Feeling revitalized, she was astonished and scratched her head. As a single mother managing a company valued at several billion yuan since her 20s, she often felt immense pressure and struggled with sleep. Given the uncomfortable conditions of sleeping on a hard sleeping bag in the wilderness, she had braced herself for a night of insomnia. Yet, now she realized she had fallen asleep in mere minutes, without dreams or awakenings, and had slept soundly until dawn. How peculiar! In the presence of a man, In the wilderness, on such an uncomfortable sleeping bag, she had managed to sleep so well. It was truly astonishing. Shaking her head, Yi Qingya stepped out of the tent and stretched. Outside, Chun Yang and Yi were frolicking on grass. Yi's laughter ringing clear and joyous in the morning sun, a happiness she had not experienced in quite some time. Yi Qingya took a deep breath, silently turning away, her resolve strengthening. She must dismiss Chun Yang and draw a firm line between them. Chun Yang and Yi were running on the grass when suddenly, Chun Yang's phone rang. He glanced at it, puzzled. It was only 6:30. Why was someone calling him now? He answered the call, and an urgent voice came through. Mr. Chun, help. Chapter 52. A cry for help. Hearing the trembling voice on the other end, Chun Yang was taken aback and quickly inquired, Mr. Qin, what has happened? The caller was indeed Qin Sihai. Trembling, Qin Sihai replied, Mr. Chun, someone wants to kill me. It must be that master who set up the reversed 5-element formation in my office. He has come to Qingzhou to kill me. Last night, I nearly lost my life. Fortunately, I returned home just in time. My driver and secretary died right before my eyes. I have invited Master Wu, but I still feel uneasy. Mr. Chun, do you have time? Could you come to my house? Upon hearing Qin Sihai's shivering voice, Chun Yang felt it impolite to refuse. He responded, all right, I'll come over now. I'm at Qinglong Mountain, not too far from your home. I should arrive at your villa in about 20 minutes. Qin Sihai hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Chun Yang hung up and turned to see Yi Qingya standing dazed by the tent. He approached her, smiling, Ms. Yi, I never imagined that despite your disheveled appearance, you are still quite beautiful. Yi Qingya was taken aback, suddenly recalling that she had not washed up or even combed her hair since waking. She quickly lowered her head to tidy her hair. Chun Yang, in a somewhat disgruntled tone, said, Ms. Yi, do you know you were talking in your sleep last night? You were rather harsh, accusing me of being a beast, as if I were about to do something to you. I must clarify, I behaved myself last night. Moreover, there was that time you were drunk, and I took you home. You rambled on about me, wanting to take Yi away. You always assumed the worst of me, when I was merely trying to do a good deed. Yi Qingya, slightly annoyed, lifted her head and glared at Chun Yang. Enough. I need to discuss something with you regarding our company. Chun Yang waved his hand. Let us put that on hold. I have something important to attend to. You and Yi enjoy yourselves. Explain to her that I must go save someone. With that, Chun Yang walked towards a nearby parking lot, hopped into a shared taxi, and sped away. Yi Qingya had intended to discuss her resignation with Chun Yang, offering him compensation to leave the company. But he had left before she could express her thoughts. She let out a slight sigh, watching Chun Yang's retreating figure, only to realize there was a twinge of disappointment within her heart, but it was merely a fleeting feeling. Yi Qingya understood that she must dismiss Chun Yang, cut off all ties between him and he. She approached Yi and called out, Yi, let us go fishing together. Yi ran over with a smile, saying, what about Uncle Chun? Shouldn't the three of us go fishing together? Yi Qingya brushed her hair back and replied, Uncle Chun has urgent matters to attend to. He has already spent the whole day and night with you, and needs to focus on his own affairs. Yi, understanding, nodded and accompanied Yi Qingya to play. Chun Yang's taxi raced towards Qin Sihai's villa. In the villa's courtyard stood 8 burly men, while inside, Qin Sihai huddled on the sofa, trembling. Opposite him sat a man in his 40s with a goatee, dressed in a Taoist robe, wielding a 7-star sword. Though not tall, he exuded a formidable presence. It was this man, known as Master Wu of Jiangbei, who provided Qin Sihai with a semblance of security. Qin Sihai, shaking, retrieved a cigar, taking a hesitant puff, yet found it impossible to quell his inner fear. The previous night, he had returned to the villa only to find his shoelaces untied. Consequently, his driver and bodyguard entered first, while he lagged behind by several meters. Those few moments had saved his life. As soon as his bodyguard and driver pushed open the villa door, black flames suddenly engulfed them. His bodyguard, a seasoned mercenary and a skilled martial artist, had been hired at great expense, yet even he had no time to react before being consumed by the flames, leaving him a mere pile of ashes within half a minute. Qin Sihai watched in horror as his bodyguard and driver perished before his eyes, stumbling into a muddy flower bed in the courtyard. Hiding in the muck, he saw his wife and brother-in-law emerge from the villa, accompanied by a frail-looking old man, Master Zhumu, the very master who had previously set up the formation in his office. When Qin Sihai witnessed his wife and brother-in-law brazenly appearing in his villa, he knew his life was forfeit, they had been captured. However, their unexpected appearance suggested that Master Zwa had rescued them. Master Zwa's powers were unfathomable, and even calling the police would not ensure his safety. The trio exited the villa, glanced around, and then retreated back inside, evidently waiting for Qin Sihai to return home. Terrified, Qin Sihai remained hidden, his fear causing him to lose control of his bodily functions. Once Master Zwa and the others had re-entered the villa, Qin Sihai hastily took out his phone, dialing Master Wu's number for assistance, offering a reward of 50 million. Half an hour later, the bearded Master Wu, accompanied by 8 disciples, arrived at Qin Sihai's villa. As a peak martial artist of the Great Zhou Heaven, he was exceptionally formidable. Upon entering the villa, he discovered it to be deserted. Neither Master Zwa nor Qin Sihai's family was present. After thoroughly searching the premises, he reassured Qin Sihai that the villa was secure and urged him to rest without worry, as he would personally keep watch. Qin Sihai spent a sleepless night, filled with trepidation, yet nothing transpired. However, as the sun rose, he nestled deeper into the sofa, increasingly aware of the lurking danger. He knew his wife and brother-in-law had not left. They would not relent until he was dead. Thus, Qin Sihai contacted Chen Yang, pleading for him to inspect the villa, recalling that Chen Yang had previously disrupted Master Zwa's formation. Taking a few puffs from a cigar, Qin Sihai finally calmed his trembling body. Observing his state, Master Wu chuckled. Stroking his goatee, "Mr. Qin, I assured you of your safety. There is no need for such anxiety. By the way, the person you called for help, is he Mr. Chen? Who is this Mr. Chen? When did Qingzhou gain another formidable figure like him?" Chapter 53. Underestimation. Listening to Master Wu's words, Qin Sihai forced a smile and replied, "Chen Yang is a young man, not particularly well known. I am not quite sure of his capabilities. However, it was he who saved me last time. He discerned at a glance that I was ensnared by the Zhuangmu formation, and it was his timely intervention that allowed me to survive until today. This time, I find myself filled with trepidation, sensing that Zhuangmu would not leave so easily. He surely lurks in the shadows, preparing to confront me." Wu Bei shook his head, chuckling softly. "Mr. Qin, the opponent did not dare to show himself in the darkness, let alone confront you. Now that the sun has risen, he must surely be even more cautious, unwilling to emerge. Since you have sought my assistance, do not squander your efforts on those who seek fame and fortune at your expense." Upon hearing this, Qin Sihai merely smiled in response, hesitant to speak further. After all, Wu Bei is a renowned master in Qingzhou, one of the top 10 extraordinary experts in the entire city. A figure whom even the formidable Tiger Yi would not dare to offend. Yet, Qin Sihai felt a sense of reassurance in summoning Chen Yang. Before long, the sound of an approaching vehicle resonated at the villa's entrance, and soon after, Chen Yang strode towards the villa. In the courtyard, Wu Bei's 8 disciples promptly appeared, blocking Chen Yang's path. These 8 individuals were robust and formidable, all possessing the strength of small Zhou Tian practitioners. The levels of martial artists are classified into 3 realms: body refinement, Zhou Tian, and Grandmaster. The Zhou Tian realm further divides into small and large Zhou Tian. In Qingzhou, attaining small Zhou Tian status is exceedingly rare and signifies a high position. Remarkably, all 8 bodyguards were of small Zhou Tian strength. They confronted Chen Yang with vigilant expressions. 3 drew specialized handguns, while the remaining 5 brandished various poison concealed weapons and blades. Chen Yang hastily explained, "Mr. Qin summoned me. You must be his bodyguards, right?" "This is a misunderstanding." The 8 furrowed their brows, and one burly bald man shouted towards the house, "Mr. Qin, there is a young lad here claiming to seek you. Did you send for him? I suspect he poses a threat." Upon hearing the bodyguard's call, Qin Sihai quickly opened the villa door. Spotting Chen Yang, he exclaimed, "Yes, yes, that's Chen Yang. I summoned him. Mr. Chen, please come in." Hearing this, the 8 disciples finally sheathed their weapons. The bald man extended his arms to block Chen Yang's way, stating, "It is our duty to inspect you for any concealed dangers." Chen Yang, unfazed, extended his arms. The bald man patted down Chen Yang's pockets and body, finding nothing amiss, and nodded, "You may enter." As Chen Yang stepped into the villa, Wu Bei, seated in the living room, smirked coldly. He had not anticipated that the so-called helper summoned by Qin Sihai was merely a youth, evidently lacking any substantial skill. Had a significant figure entered, They would not have permitted his disciples to search him. After all, a martial artist's dignity is inviolable. However, Wu Bei was unaware that Chen Yang had only recently become a martial artist and had yet to experience such notions of dignity. Inside, Chen Yang surveyed the surroundings of the villa, his brow furrowing in concern. Qin Sihai quickly urged him to sit on a stool, exhaling in relief. "Mr. Chen, you have finally arrived. If it weren't for a stroke of luck last night, I would have been reduced to ashes by now." The Zhumu master had set up the inverted 5-elements array in my office, yet he somehow rescued my wife and brother-in-law. I cannot fathom how he accomplished that. I had sent both of them to the largest detention center in Qingzhou. Furthermore, although nothing occurred last night, I still feel that Zhumu has not gone far, and I sense danger still lingers in this villa. Chen Yang patted Qin Sihai's shoulder, saying, "Mr. Qin, your instincts are spot on. Fortuitously, you called me. Otherwise, within half an hour, you would have faced dire consequences." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Qin Sihai gasped, his anxiety intensifying. At that moment, Wu Bei, seated across from them, suddenly burst into laughter. He stroked his goatee, looking at Chen Yang, then back at Qin Sihai, and remarked, "Mr. Qin, I never imagined you could be so easily deceived. I have always regarded you as a shrewd business magnate with meticulous thought and high emotional intelligence. Yet here you are, duped by such a young lad. It seems your wealth of over 100 billion was merely a stroke of luck." Qin Sihai, taken aback by Wu Bei's words, quickly waved his hands, insisting, "Master Wu, he is truly capable. He would not lie to deceive me." Wu Bei chuckled, "Truly capable? This young lad? Any of my disciples could easily best him in a fight. The crucial point is he dares to boast that if he hadn't arrived, you would undoubtedly face death within half an hour. Huh, with me here in the villa, how could Zhumu harm you in the slightest?" Qin Sihai was momentarily taken aback by Wu Bei's overt hostility towards Chen Yang. He quickly shook his head at Chen Yang, signaling him to endure the situation. Chen Yang glanced at Wu Bei, but chose to ignore him, instead addressing Qin Sihai. "Mr. Qin, do you have any furniture made of peachwood in this room?" Qin Sihai eagerly nodded, pointing towards the second-floor bedroom. "There's a peachwood cabinet in my bedroom. Do you think that would suffice, Mr. Chen?" Chen Yang replied affirmatively. "Yes, I will take a look." He then ascended to the second-floor bedroom. In the living room below, Wu Bei remarked to Qin Sihai, "Mr. Qin, you are usually so astute. Why have you allowed yourself to be deceived by this young lad? He arrived here, conjuring all sorts of theatrics, claiming there is danger, and seeking peachwood furniture. His deceit is evidently trivial." Qin Sihai shook his head rapidly. "Master Wu, please do not dismiss him. Mr. Chen is exceptionally formidable, and I sense that this villa is indeed unsafe. Although daylight has broken, my unease only deepens." Wu Bei laughed heartily, rising with hands clasped behind his back. "Mr. Qin, you have been thoroughly hoodwinked by that boy. As you mentioned, Zhumu is a master of formations, practicing malevolent arts. Such individuals thrive in the cover of night. With the sun now risen and the yang energy of the world surging, even if he is a master, his power is significantly diminished during the day. Do not worry. Even if I were to send just one of my disciples to guard this villa, Zhumu would stand no chance." Wu Bei's words exuded confidence, for he was not only a peak-level grandmaster, but also a genuine practitioner of Taoist arts. Based on Qin Sihai's description, Zhumu was evidently a sinister expert in feng shui formations, a type who preferred to operate covertly under the cover of darkness. Now, with the sun high in the sky, such lowly figures would dare not show themselves. Chen Yang's proclamation of impending doom within half an hour was clearly the ramblings of a charlatan, intended merely to extort money from Qin Sihai. How could a mere youth hope to deceive his discerning eyes? Wu Bei scoffed disdainfully before settling back onto the sofa to rest his eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Sihai, listening to Wu Bei's assertions, could not shake his unease, still sensing an ominous presence looming. At that moment, not far from Qin Sihai's villa, in an underground garage, 3 individuals stood beside an incense altar. Before the altar lay a blood-red circular engraving, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, inscribed with intricate runes and incantations. At the edge of this blood-red circle, 5 coffins lay arranged, their crimson hue starkly accentuating the eerie atmosphere of the dimly lit underground garage, instilling an unsettling chill that sent shivers down one's spine. The trio before the ritual site comprised Zhumu, along with Qin Sihai's wife, Du Mei, and her younger brother. Leaning affectionately against Zhumu, Dume whispered, "Darling, how much longer must we wait for that scoundrel Qin Sihai to meet his demise?" Zuomu wrapped his arm around her waist, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Now, the sun has just risen, infusing the world with yang energy, which shall lend the final surge of power to my Een Fire Blood Corpse array. Rise, Een Fire Blood Corpse array." With a swift motion, Zuomu struck his palm downwards, and instantly, a crimson light erupted. The entire circular formation ignited with eerie black flames, and the 5 crimson coffins positioned within the array burst open with a resounding crack. Satisfied with the spectacle, Zuomu nodded and declared, "Let us proceed to the villa to collect Qin Sihai's remains." Dumei, upon hearing this, eagerly nodded, exclaiming at last, "The day has come. That rascal Qin Sihai has proven remarkably resilient. The last time, when he was on the brink of death, he inexplicably dismantled the reversed 5 elements array in his office, thwarting my attempt to seize his assets. This time, fortune shall not favor him." Zuomu laughed heartily, stroking Du Mei's hair. "Little Mei, you have endured much over the years. That worthless Qin Sihai is unworthy of you." Unfazed by Zuomu's age, Du Mei grasped his hand, and the 3 ascended towards the upper levels of the garage. Meanwhile, Qin Sihai's villa, basking in the serene light of dawn, was suddenly enveloped by a thick, foul-smelling black mist that surged ominously around the property. Simultaneously, the ground at 5 points surrounding the villa caved in, and from beneath emerged 5 blood-red corpses, their bodies ablaze with black flames. Each step they took shattered the floorboards beneath them. In the yard, a bald man and 7 disciples of Wu Bei were patrolling vigilantly. Upon witnessing the abrupt appearance of the 5 blood corpses, they immediately sprang into action, their reflexes honed from years of training. At that moment, the bald man shouted towards the back, "Master, something sinister has emerged in the yard." No sooner had he spoken than the blood corpses lunged forward with lightning speed. The sounds of necks snapping echoed sharply, and in the blink of an eye, 5 martial artists lay lifeless on the ground, their necks marked with deep crimson imprints. Their faces turned ashen, foam escaping their lips. They were evidently poisoned beyond recovery. The bald man, witnessing this horrifying scene, was struck with terror. Without a second thought, he dashed towards the villa, fully aware that despite his superior strength, he was still no match for the blood corpses that had just annihilated his comrades. With a resounding crash, he burst through the villa's door. Inside, Wu Bei had already risen, and upon seeing his disciple in such a state of panic, he felt a wave of disgrace wash over him. "Fool, why are you so flustered?" he scolded. Yet, as Wu Bei's words left his mouth, 2 more corpses tumbled into the living room, the remains of 2 of his other disciples. Moments later, 5 blood corpses emerged at the entrance, their presence instilling a palpable dread. Wu Bei's complexion shifted dramatically. He trembled as he realized, these are Een Fire blood corpses. Someone has set up an elaborate array nearby. Qin, run! With a swift kick, he sent a sofa crashing into one of the blood corpses, but it shattered against the creature's body without effect. Realizing the severity of the situation, Wu Bei turned to flee. However, another blood corpse appeared at his side, and the 5 corpses lunged at him relentlessly. With a clatter, Wu Bei drew his 7-star sword and slashed at the nearest blood corpse. Though he was at the pinnacle of the Great Zhou realm, his strike merely severed a part of its shoulder, having no substantial impact. The blood corpse retaliated, unleashing a wave of black flames that enveloped him in a suffocating haze. As Wu Bei inhaled the toxic smoke, dizziness washed over him, and he felt a rush of blood surge to his head. Panic set in as he realized the overwhelming power of the corpse poison. These blood corpses were not only swift and strong, but also impervious to blades, rendering them virtually indestructible. He lamented the fate that had befallen him, grappling with the thought that he might meet his end in this villa. In his moment of despair, a figure suddenly leaped down from the 2nd floor, Chunyang. Upon entering the villa, Chunyang sensed the presence of the Een Fire blood corpse array surrounding the premises. Aware that the formation was complete and irreparable, he immediately inquired where he could find peach wood. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he smashed a piece of peachwood furniture to craft a rudimentary sword. As Chunyang descended, he swung the wooden sword with great force toward the blood corpses. Though the wood was not sharp, in his hands, it wielded the might of a massive broadsword. With a crack, the first blood corpse was cleaved in 2. The momentum of the strike continued unabated, and in a matter of moments, the 5 blood corpses, once so formidable, were reduced to 10 mangled pieces. As the corpses were severed, the flames surrounding them began to extinguish, and soon after, they transformed into pools of blood, flooding the living room. In a corner, Qin Sihai, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, collapsed to the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gasped for breath. It was only now that he could finally inhale. The terror of the 5 blood corpses had rendered him breathless. On the other side, Master Wu Bei lay amidst the blood, his face darkened, frothing at the mouth, gazing at Chunyang in disbelief. In that moment, regret washed over Wu Bei. He had underestimated this young man, allowing his pride to cloud his judgment. Realizing his impending demise, he summoned his remaining strength to address Chunyang. Mr. Chun, you truly are a remarkable individual. I was blind to your greatness. I possess a bank card. I implore you to take it and look after my daughter. I will be eternally grateful. Wu Bai, acutely aware of the enemies he had made due to his arrogance, understood that if he perished here, not only would his wealth be lost, but his daughter would also be at risk of retribution. Although one of his disciples had survived, the bald man had already fled, leaving Wu Bei's daughter vulnerable to those who sought revenge against him. Chunyang listened to Wu Bei's words, wearing an expression of exasperation. He approached Wu Bei and said, "You old man, what on earth is the purpose of giving me a bank card? Furthermore, you should take care of your daughter yourself. I have no intention of wading through this murky water." As he spoke, Chunyang's fingers swiftly pressed on Wu Bei's chest and forehead, activating the Taoist mystic energy within Wu Bei's body. This pure and potent energy surged through him like a fiery tide, instantly dispelling the corpse poison that had invaded Wu Bei's system. Standing up, Chunyang walked towards Qin Sihai, who was in the corner. With a smile, he remarked, "Mr. Qin, fortunately, your home still possesses this peachwood cabinet. Otherwise, dealing with these 5 blood corpses would have been quite troublesome." Chunyang chuckled as he helped Qin Sihai to his feet. For Chunyang, even without the peach wood, eliminating the 5 blood corpses would have been feasible, albeit with much more effort. After all, blood corpses are neither dead nor alive, and their bodies are riddled with venomous toxins that require substantial Taoist mystic energy to eradicate. Now, with the aid of the peach wood, the task became exceedingly effortless. Qin Sihai, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Chunyang's arm, tears streaming down his face. He felt that his most prudent decision was to trust his instincts and summon Chunyang. Indeed, the renowned Master Wu Bei had met his match. Without Chunyang, he would have surely perished by now. Lying in a pool of blood, Wu Bei looked bewildered. He understood the terrifying nature of corpse poison and realized that even a mere trace of the toxins emitted by these blood corpses could cost him his life. Corpse poison is notoriously challenging to eliminate. Typically, only a highly skilled Buddhist monk or a Taoist adept proficient in talismans could painstakingly suppress and expel it. Yet now, after just 2 taps from Chunyang on his forehead and chest, the excruciatingly cold poison within him vanished in an instant, and he felt no dizziness or weakness, as if he had suddenly returned to normal. How could this be possible? Who exactly is Chunyang? His strength and capabilities are utterly remarkable. Not only did he effortlessly slay the 5 blood corpses, but he also completely rid me of the toxins within me. This man is truly a deity. While Wu Bei remained in a state of shock, footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Zuomu confidently entered, holding Du Mei's hand, making a beeline for the villa. Upon seeing the bodies of Wu Bei's disciples strewn across the courtyard, Du Mei burst into laughter. "Darling, this old ghost Qin Sihai actually dared to resist and called upon some so-called Master Wu for protection. Ha ha! Now, how do you see? No one can stand against you, my dear." Zuomu wore a smug smile as they entered the villa. Du Mei and her brother were ecstatic. With Qin Sihai now dead, his vast fortune would soon belong to them. They envisioned a life of indulgence in the South Seas with their newfound wealth. The 3 of them excitedly stepped into the villa, but Zuomu's expression suddenly shifted as he realized the situation was not as he had anticipated. The villa was drenched in blood, yet Qin Sihai was alive, holding a young man's hand and speaking animatedly. As for Master Wu, he sat on the ground, looking utterly astonished, as if he were in a stupor. Zuomu's gaze fell on the seated Wu Bei, whom he considered the only real threat. He chuckled, "Oh, it seems I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to withstand the assault of my fire blood corpse formation without being reduced to a mere puddle. But I imagine the taste of corpse poison must be quite unpleasant. Huh? Ha ha ha." Wu Bei raised his head, scrutinizing Zhumu, his eyes narrowing as he said, "So you are an elder of the corpse refining sect from the South Seas. I was careless. I never imagined that your ilk would dare to wreak havoc in our homeland, believing there would be no one to challenge you here." With that, Wu Bei sprang into action, leaping towards Zhumu. Zhumu's expression changed dramatically. He had never expected that the seemingly incapacitated Wu Bei, lying in a pool of blood, would still possess such strength. Caught off guard, he barely had time to react before Wu Bei's sword cleaved through him, severing him in two. Wu Bei, a peak-level practitioner of the Great Zhou Tian, though unable to break through the Yin Fire Blood Corpse formation, found it effortless to engage in close combat and dispatch Zhumu. After slicing him in half, Wu Bei did not hesitate to sever Zhumu's head from his body. Du Mei and her brother, standing behind Zhumu, fell to their knees in terror. Wu Bei glanced at them and turned to Qin Si Hai, asking, "Mr. Qin, how shall we deal with these two?" Du Mei immediately prostrated herself, pleading, "Old Qin, please spare us. We have been married for years. Have mercy on us. I beg you. My brother and I promise we will never return to this country." With narrowed eyes, Qin Si Hai, a seasoned veteran of the business world, understood the principle of eliminating threats at their root. Turning his back to Du Mei and her brother, he said, "Kill them." Wu Bei wasted no time, and with a swift stroke of his sword, Du Mei and her brother became lifeless corpses. Qin Si Hai sigid deeply, bowing profoundly to Chen Yang. "Thank you, Mr. Chun, for saving my life once again." Chen Yang waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It was merely a trifling matter. Now that your troubles are resolved, I shall take my leave." As Chen Yang turned to depart, Qin Si Hai, momentarily stunned, hurriedly grasped Chen Yang's arm. "Mr. Chun, please don't leave just yet. If you go like this, I would feel truly remiss. You must stay for lunch. I insist on treating you and Master Wu to a fine meal to express my gratitude." Chen Yang shook his head, saying, "There's no need for such gratitude. I genuinely have matters to attend to. Oh, by the way, I just thought of something I must inquire about." Qin Si Hai, eager, replied, "Mr. Chun, please go ahead. Whatever you need, I will surely accommodate." Chen Yang smiled and waved his hand. "Mr. Qin, you are exceedingly courteous. I wish to ask how to legally and appropriately excavate a valley in Qinglong Mountain using a stone crusher and an excavator without attracting too much attention." Qin Si Hai paused. "Excavate Qinglong Mountain? That area is rife with poisonous insects and lacks mineral resources. No one would bother to excavate it. Mr. Chun, if you had asked me this a week ago, I would have had no solution. Although Qinglong Mountain is not a protected area, random excavation is still prohibited. However, now that you mention it, there's indeed a way." Chen Yang's expression brightened at Qin Si Hai's words, and he eagerly pressed, "Mr. Qin, how can we excavate it legally and appropriately?" Qin Si Hai smiled. "A week ago, the head of the business bureau in Qingzhou approached me, seeking to develop Qinglong Mountain without harming its ecology. The idea is to promote tourism, hot springs, and medicinal herb cultivation without damaging the mountain. He asked me to think of a way to acquire a lease, which would not require rent, but would necessitate a guarantee of 5 million in annual taxes and the creation of at least 100 jobs. I had not taken this matter seriously before, but if Mr. Chen seeks to develop Qinglong Mountain appropriately, this could indeed be an opportunity. After all, don't you work in a cosmetics company? In every cosmetics company, there exists a license for the cultivation of medicinal herbs. You may submit an application to establish a plan for cultivating herbs on Qinglong Mountain, and I assure you that you will secure the bid. As long as the area does not exceed 500 acres, Mr. Chun, it can be yours directly. Once you acquire Qinglong Mountain, you may proceed as you wish. Even transporting excavators and stone crushers is permissible, provided that you refrain from blasting the mountain." Upon hearing Qin Si Hai's words, Chen Yang could not help but feel elated. He quickly responded, "All right, old Qin, it's settled then. I want a section in the middle of Qinglong Mountain. I will return now to discuss with our boss the establishment of a medicinal herb cultivation company and the acquisition of Qinglong Mountain. I wonder if that menopausal woman will agree to my proposal." Qin Si Hai firmly grasped Chen Yang's arm and said, "Mr. Chun, please hold on for a moment." Subsequently, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Secretary Zhang, our Si Hai company previously invested 50 million in natural whitening cosmetics. Please transfer this share immediately to Mr. Chen Yang's name. You have 2 hours to complete this task." After hanging up, Qin Si Hai smiled at Chen Yang and remarked, "Mr. Chun, I'm transferring this 10% share to you. Does this not resolve the issue?" With this share, you will no longer have to heed your boss's whims. Establishing a traditional Chinese medicine company will be a breeze. Have your team draft a business plan for cultivating herbs on Qinglong Mountain and submit it to me. You need not worry about the rest. Within 3 days, that land will be yours, and you may do as you please. Chen Yang laughed heartily and gave Qin Sihai a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Old Qin, your thoughtfulness is remarkable." Nearby, Wu Bei approached, continuously expressing gratitude to Chen Yang. Curiously, Wu Bei asked, "Mr. Chen, with such formidable strength, you must rank among the top 3 in Qingzhou. Why have I not heard of your reputation before? Which school did you study under? Surely, you are a master nurtured by one of those illustrious families from the capital." Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I am merely an inconspicuous figure. It is natural that you have not heard of me. Master Wu, you have likely lingered at the pinnacle of the great Zhou heaven for quite some time, have you not?" Wu Bai Zait, expressing his distress, "I hope you do not mock me, Mr. Chen. When I first began my cultivation, my progress was rapid. Everyone deemed me a genius. I reached the great Zhou heaven level in just 5 years. However, now, after over 40 years of cultivation, I remain at the great Zhou heaven level. This threshold has held me back for over 30 years. No matter the methods I employ, the elixirs I consume, or the techniques I practice, I cannot break through. It appears I am destined to remain here for life." Chen Yang smiled and said, "Master Wu, your talent for cultivation is indeed commendable. However, there exists a fibroma located beneath the skin at the renal acupoint of your spine. I discovered it when I was purging your body of toxins. While it does not affect your health, it obstructs the acupoint. Before reaching the great Zhou heaven level, it did not impede your progress. But to advance from great Zhou heaven to the master realm, all meridians and acupoints must be unblocked. You seem to be stymied at this point. I suggest you visit a hospital for laser surgery or another method to remove this fibroma. You will likely break through into the master realm shortly thereafter." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Wu Bei's mouth fell agape, and his face twitched as he trembled with emotion. He suddenly knelt before Chen Yang, tears streaming down his face. "Mr. Chen, your kindness is something I, Wu Bei, shall never forget." Chapter 57, Together. At that moment, Wu Bei felt genuine gratitude. He had believed himself destined to be trapped at the pinnacle of great Zhou heaven. But now Chen Yang had unexpectedly provided him with hope for advancement to the master realm. Achieving this level would not only elevate his power and status, but also extend his lifespan by at least 30 years. By noon, the equity transfer contract had been completed, and Chen Yang successfully acquired 10% of natural whitening cosmetics. Eagerly, he bid farewell to Wu Bei and Qin Sihai and hurried toward Yi Qingya's natural whitening cosmetics company. Upon arriving at the company entrance, he encountered the plump supervisor Gao, who was walking toward him with his hands clasped behind his back. Gao Hongtao looked up, spotted Chen Yang, and strode over, pointing at Chen Yang's head. "Chen Yang, where have you been these past few days? Why haven't you come to work? You youngsters are becoming increasingly undisciplined. The company pays your salary. It is not an invitation for you to fish for 3 days and sunbathe for 2. What is the matter with you? Not only did you fail to request leave, but you also did not come to work, and you ignore my calls. Do you no longer want to work here?" Chen Yang glanced at the corpulent supervisor, disinterested, and continued walking. Gao Hongtao was taken aback, his anger escalating. He could not believe Chen Yang had become so brazen. For over a year, Chen Yang had been compliant and diligent, never daring to refuse any assigned tasks. How had he suddenly grown such audacity? Gao Hongtao raised his hand to strike Chen Yang on the back of the head. Yet, before his hand could land, Chen Yang seized his wrist and delivered a swift kick to Gao Hongtao's backside. Gao Hongtao tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times before hastily getting up, astonished to see that Chen Yang had dared to strike him. Chen Yang looked at Gao Hongtao, unhurriedly saying, "Supervisor Gao, adjust your attitude. Although you frequently struck me in the past, that can be overlooked. From now on, I shall be your boss. Should you treat me disrespectfully again, I will have no choice but to terminate your employment." With that, Chen Yang walked toward the elevator. Gao Hongtao remained frozen in place, his face flushed with rage as he stomped his foot and cursed, "Has Chen Yang gone mad? After a few days, he imagines himself the boss of the company?" Chen Yang took the elevator directly to Yi Qingya's office. She had returned and was reviewing the sales performance of the company's products from the previous day. Upon seeing Chen Yang enter, she rose and gestured to the sofa, saying, "Chen Yang, please sit." I actually have something to discuss with you today. Qin Yang smiled slightly and replied, President Yi, I have something to discuss with you as well. Yi Qingya waved her hand, saying, let me speak first. Chen Yang, you were previously insistent on resigning, correct? After some consideration, I believe your resignation is acceptable. I will process your resignation paperwork and provide you with the highest compensation possible. Additionally, Yi's health has improved significantly, and I am grateful to you for that. Please propose a price for her medical expenses, and I will cover it. After speaking, Yi Qingya lowered her gaze to the table, her expression cold. In that moment, she felt a twinge of loss. Regardless, this man was the biological father of Yi. Yet, precisely because he was Yi's father, she could not keep him. She must harden her heart. For the sake of her future peaceful life with Yi, she had to be resolute and unwavering. Qin Yang sat on the sofa, his mouth agape, taken aback by Yi Qingya's words. Did this woman have some sort of mental lapse? Just yesterday, he had saved her and Yi, and they had spent the night in the tent together. Now, she intended to dismiss him? Was it because they had shared a tent? Contemplating this, Qin Yang stood up and said to Yi Qingya, are you being unreasonable? Previously, I wanted to leave, and you wouldn't let me. Now that I wish to stay, you want to dismiss me. What does this mean? We spent the night in the same tent. That was not my fault. You consented to it. After a night of restless sleep, you now refuse to acknowledge me and wish to cast me aside, punishing me for your own mistakes. Yi Qingya abruptly raised her head, glaring at Qin Yang, and retorted, what do you mean by refusing to acknowledge me? Speak more civilly. Qin Yang, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, saying, I cannot be civil. It is you who has gone too far. I understand that your decision to dismiss me stems from our shared night together. But can you truly place the blame on me? You did not refuse me either. Yi Qingya fixed her piercing gaze on Qin Yang. Just then, a low sound of surprise emanated from the office door, followed by the sound of footsteps. Qin Yang swiftly opened the office door to glimpse the plump Gao Hongtao rushing towards the elevator. Qin Yang called out loudly, Gao Hongtao, what on earth are you doing? Gao Hongtao turned around, his eyes filled with envy and resentment as he looked at Qin Yang. Like a submissive puppy, he hurriedly bowed and said, Qin Yang, you and General Manager Yi continue your conversation. I will return in the afternoon. Please carry on. With that, Gao Hongtao hurried into the elevator, anxiously descending. Inside the elevator, he felt as if his teeth were rotting with bitterness. Previously, he had been humiliated by Qin Yang, and his plan was to discuss Yi Qingya's dismissal of Qin Yang. However, upon reaching the office door, he overheard their fierce argument. Qin Yang accused Yi Qingya of refusing to acknowledge him after their night together, stating she had not objected. In that moment, Gao Hongtao realized that Qin Yang and Yi Qingya were indeed involved, connecting this with Qin Yang's earlier assertion that he would become his boss. Gao Hongtao felt certain that Qin Yang had indeed won over Yi Qingya, becoming the husband of the company's owner. A wave of envy surged within Gao Hongtao as he let out a heavy sigh. How could this underachiever, Qin Yang, capture Yi Qingya's affection? Among the many affluent young men in the company, with their superior qualifications, it was absurd that Qin Yang had made the first move. As he stepped outside the company, he stumbled upon Su Wei, who was parked in front of the entrance in a Porsche, clutching a bouquet of flowers, preparing to enter. Su Wei spotted Gao Hongtao and beckoned, Old Gao, come here and deliver these flowers to General Manager Yi. Check on her mental state and ask if she still harbors any resentment towards me. Understanding Su Wei's status, Gao Hongtao approached him like a sycophant and murmured, Su Xiao, there's really no need to send these flowers. Su Wei frowned, what? Do you look down on me too? Do you think I can't win over Yi Qingya? Gao Hongtao quickly shook his head, sighing, Su Xiao, it's not that Yi Qingya is unworthy of you. It's just that she spent the night with Qin Yang. Chapter 58. Do not think of dismissing me, Su Wei, initially beaming with delight, dropped the flowers in shock upon hearing Gao Hongtao's words, standing frozen like a wooden puppet. Rage and frustration surged within him. He seized Gao Hongtao by the neck and shouted furiously, what the hell are you saying? Repeat that. Gao Hongtao hastily pushed Su Wei's hand away. His face contorted in despair. Su Xiao, please calm down. I heard it right at the office door. If I'm lying, may I be struck by a car. Su Wei, teeth clenched in fury, could hardly believe it. After pursuing Yi Qingya for over half a year without even touching her hand, she had chosen to be with a lowly employee and even shared a bed with him. How could he endure such humiliation? The fire of anger burned in his heart. At that moment, the affection he once held for Yi Qingya was eclipsed by his seething resentment. In a fit of rage, Su Wei punched his car window, shattering the glass with a loud crash. He flung open the car door and, pressing the accelerator, sped away, crashing through the parking barrier as he left the company premises. Gao Hongtao rubbed his neck, feeling dejected. He had intended to curry favor with Su Wei and gain some advantage, but instead, he had nearly been choked to death. With a disdainful spit, Gao Hongtao muttered to himself, "No wonder he can't win over General Manager Yi. He doesn't know how to treat people properly. Damn it, can't he show me a little favor?" Gao Hongtao shook his head, leaving in frustration. Back in the office, Yi Qingya frowned and said to Chen Yang, "I have made myself clear. It is not because of last night. I simply believe you should leave the company. You know, despite being a student from Jinling University, you lack a degree or graduation certificate. I hired you out of pity. Now that you're doing well, you need not worry about starving. Seek opportunities elsewhere." Chen Yang scoffed. "I refuse to accept that. Do you think dismissing me will be so simple?" With that, he slammed a document on Yi Qingya's desk. Yi Qingya furrowed her brow and responded, "As the company's president, it is my prerogative to dismiss my employees." Just as she was about to continue, her words faltered. She looked down at the equity contract on the table and quickly flipped through it, only to find that the third largest shareholder of the company was now Chen Yang. Yi Qingya gaped in disbelief. "Chen Yang, what is the meaning of this?" Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly. "Qin Sihai transferred 10% of his shares to me, meaning I am now a co-owner of this company. If you disagree, you may buy back this 10% for 50 million. If you cannot, I will be a member of the board and one of the company's owners." Yi Qingya's mind raced. She had initially thought it would be easy to dismiss Chen Yang, but now he was not only staying, but had also become a board member. This cosmetics company, in which she held 51% of the shares, gave her absolute voting power. The second largest shareholder was her grandfather, Yi Qingshan, who represented the entire Yi family with 39% of the shares. Chen Yang held 10%. Yi Qingya placed the equity contract on the desk, taking a deep breath. She realized that she could not easily rid herself of Chen Yang now. Looking at him, she remarked, "Chen Yang, I did not expect you to have such a close relationship with Qin Sihai." Chen Yang replied, somewhat exasperated, "Did you not know? I told you I knew Qin Sihai. When you and Su Yin approached Sihai Investment for funding, if I hadn't spoken on your behalf, do you think you would have secured that 50 million so easily? So, I'm also a contributor to the company. During its most precarious times, I helped secure a substantial amount of funding." Yi Qingya's mouth fell open in astonishment. "What? So it was truly you who helped? I thought it was Su Wei's cousin who facilitated that." Yi Qingya sank back in her chair, looking anew at Chen Yang. This individual had completely surpassed her understanding. Not only did he know Wang Lin, the chairman of Qinda Group, but he also had such a close relationship with Qin Sihai from Sihai Investment. How did he possess such charisma to connect with so many influential figures? Yi Qingya finally said, "Well, regardless of everything, thank you. The company's turnaround is also thanks to your assistance on these two occasions. I will now convene a senior management meeting to announce this matter." Chen Yang nodded, adding, "That is acceptable. Additionally, I have one more thing to discuss. I plan to contract Qinglong Mountain to cultivate some rare medicinal herbs. Therefore, it is imperative that our natural white company establish a subsidiary dedicated to the cultivation of medicinal herbs, utilizing this new entity to acquire the Qingshan land." Yi Qingya listened in bewilderment, and after a full 5 seconds, she turned to Chen Yang with a puzzled expression and said, "Chen Yang, have you lost your senses? Firstly, our company lacks the financial surplus to embark on such ventures. Secondly, the cultivation of medicinal herbs is a laborious task that offers little reward, and we do not possess the necessary technical personnel to undertake it. Most importantly, Qingshan is a treasure of our Qingshu city. How can we possibly develop it at will? Your thoughts are utterly fanciful and devoid of reason." Chen Yang shook his head and replied, "You need not concern yourself with those details. Your sole responsibility is to announce the establishment of the natural white medicinal herb company. I will handle the rest. Acquiring Qingshan will not require a single cent, nor will it necessitate any talent from our company. Moreover, once the company is established today, I can secure Qingshan within 3 days. Just appoint me as the CEO of the medicinal herb company, and you need not worry about anything else. Although this herb company may not yield significant profits, it will enhance our overall company assets. Our company is currently valued at 500 million. With the establishment of the subsidiary and the acquisition of Qingshan, the valuation could reach at least 700 million. Yi Qingyan nodded immediately and said, Qinyang, if you are so confident, then let us proceed without delay. I will notify the company's executives and have the secretary apply for the subsidiary's license. We do possess the cultivation permit, and I will ensure it is finalized by this afternoon. Yi Qingya was decisive. She certainly could not miss such a promising opportunity. Although she harbored concerns about Chun Yang's rapidly progressing relationship with Yi during this period of significant company development, she felt it was best to set limitations on their meetings in the future, alleviating her worries. In the afternoon, within the core conference room of Natural White Cosmetics Company, Qinyang stood beside Yi Qingya. Yi Qingya announced, Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Qinyang, who holds 10% of our company's shares and is our third largest board member. We will be establishing a new subsidiary, the Natural White Medicinal Herb Company, with Chun Yang as its CEO, fully responsible for all subsidiary affairs. Chapter 59, Resolving Difficulties in the Office. Over 20 executives wore expressions of astonishment. They simultaneously glanced at Gao Hongtao. These individuals vaguely recognized that Chun Yang had previously been a mere employee in Gao Hongtao's department, and now he had suddenly become a shareholder and is to become the general manager of a subsidiary. The speed of his ascent was astonishing. Gao Hongtao felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment, believing that Chun Yang's promotion was due to his relationship with Yi Qingya, thus attaining this lofty position. Gao Hongtao led the applause, smiling respectfully at Chun Yang. Congratulations, Chun Yang. You must remember to promote me in the future. Gao Hongtao grinned like a sycophant, and upon hearing his words, the other executives joined in the applause. Yi Qingya remained expressionless and said coolly, All right, these are the main matters at hand. The company will issue a formal statement to celebrate the establishment of our medicinal herb subsidiary. The publicity and public relations departments should follow up and release the statement within an hour. Once our medicinal herb company grows stronger, it will benefit the overall valuation of our company. Everyone present were the company's executives and veterans. As the company flourished and prepared for an IPO, they would all reap the benefits. This time, the applause was even louder. After the meeting, Chun Yang began preparing the project proposal for acquiring Qingshan, intending to submit it before the night was over. In the conference room, the executives departed in small groups, perplexed. What was happening? Our cosmetics company was thriving. Why suddenly establish a medicinal herb subsidiary? I cannot comprehend the situation. Wasn't Qin Yang just a minor employee in the business department? How did he suddenly become a shareholder? And with 10% of the shares at that? This seemed excessive. We should inquire with Gao Hongtao. He seems to have known the inside story all along. Over a dozen executives surrounded Gao Hongtao. Noticing their curious expressions, Gao Hongtao sighed helplessly, stopped speculating. Qin Yang was definitely not promoted due to his relationship with our General Yi. Disperse. Just ensure you curry favor with the new Mr. Chun. Gao Hongtao left with his hands behind his back. The onlookers, astute as they were, understood his words. Although Gao Hongtao claimed it was not due to a romantic relationship with Yi Qingya, everyone knew it was precisely because Chun Yang had won her over that he had become the company's general manager. The young executives, upon hearing Gao Hongtao's words, felt their faces flush with anger. Many had joined the company driven by Yi Qingya's beauty, diligently working for 2 years to earn her attention and perhaps advance their personal interests. Now, an unknown employee had seized the opportunity before them. Such an insult was intolerable. Equally discontent was Su Wei, who sat in the Night Rose Bar, surrounded by over 10 bottles of expensive champagne, each priced at 8,000 to 9,000 yuan. Though they were not particularly palatable, Su Wei was indifferent to the expense. However, wealth offered him little solace. Frustrated, he downed another drink. The barmaids, noticing the expensive bottles before Su Wei, attempted to approach him, hoping to gain his favor. Yet, he rejected them all, finding them overly made up and grotesque. If only one of them possessed even a fraction of Yi Qingya's beauty, his irritation deepened. At that moment, Su Wei received a notification on his phone from a local news outlet in Qingshu City. The message revealed that the Natural White Cosmetics Company had recently established a medicinal herb subsidiary, with Chun Yang as its head and the third largest shareholder. Su Wei picked up his phone and read the news, his anger surging to new heights. He smashed the bottle he held onto the floor. He could not fathom how he had suffered such a humiliating defeat, losing to someone like Chen Yang. What was worse, Chen Yang not only seemed to have won Yi Qingya's affections, but had also secured 10% of shares and become the general manager of the new company. Su Wei cursed loudly, prompting the bar staff to rush over to clean up the shattered glass, knowing better than to offend a patron of his stature. With clenched teeth, Su Wei seethed in frustration. Just then, a woman in a floral dress approached and sat beside him. Su Wei glanced over, noting her round face, which resembled that of a pig. His demeanor icy, he exclaimed, "Get away. Your face is larger than a pig's, and you dare sit next to me." The woman was Lu Yu. Upon hearing Su Wei's remark, she felt disheartened and touched her face. The surrounding barmaids stifled their laughter. The woman appeared as a grotesque figure, brazenly trying to ingratiate herself with Su Wei. We were all shooed away by Su Wei. Does she really lack self-awareness? They whispered. Look at her face, resembling a roasted pig's head. How does she have the audacity to approach the young master? Lu Yu disregarded the ridicule around her. In truth, she was not overweight nor unattractive, but her appearance had suffered due to an altercation with Yu Lian. The Yu family had been swindled out of 30 million by Chen Yang and had incurred the wrath of the Tiger Gang, leading Yu Lian to unleash his fury upon Lu Yu. Not only did Lu Yu suffer a severe beating, leaving her looking like a pig's head, but she also lost over 1 million yuan to her assailant, which has led to her dire financial situation. However, after the incident with Yu Lian, Lu Yu's spirit has become wild. She no longer finds ordinary men appealing. Her sole ambition now is to find a better man and trample Chen Yang beneath her feet. From Yu Lian, Lu Yu learned of Su Wei's background. She knows that the Su family was once one of the top 3 super families in Qingzhou City, and she is aware that Su Wei has been pursuing Yi Qingya, a true scion of a prominent family. Spotting Su Wei sulking alone in a bar, Lu Yu recognized her opportunity and boldly approached him. When Su Wei insulted her, she did not retreat. Instead, she reached out and gently grasped his hand. "Su Xiao," she began, "don't be too downcast. I am Chen Yang's ex-wife, and I am here to alleviate your troubles." Su Wei initially intended to push her away, but upon hearing her identity, he turned to scrutinize her in disbelief. "You say you are that scoundrel Chen Yang's ex-wife?" he asked, furrowing his brow. Lu Yu nodded eagerly. "Su Xiao, Chen Yang is our common enemy, and I can help you deal with him." Su Wei remained skeptical, frowning as he replied, "How could that be? Even if Chen Yang is a waste, he would never look your way." Feeling frustrated, Lu Yu quickly pulled out her phone to explain, "Su Xiao, I didn't always look like this. It was your cousin Yu Lian who made me this way. Look, here are my previous photos." She opened her album, revealing several heavily edited and flattering pictures. After a glance, Su Wei finally grasped the situation. He pulled her closer, gritting his teeth. "You came at the right time. I have pent-up anger that needs an outlet, and you will serve perfectly." As he spoke, he ripped Lu Yu's dress. She quickly shielded her body and smiled. "Su Xiao, there's no need to rush. Besides, I can not only accompany you, but also help you achieve your desires. The reason you are currently at a disadvantage in your pursuit of Yi Qingya is that you are too fixated on her. To win a woman's heart, one must be ruthless." That good-for-nothing Chen Yang used underhanded tactics and shamelessness to win her over. Su Wei paused, considering her words. He poured her a drink and said, "You truly are an engaging conversationalist. Come, let's share a drink." Lu Yu exhaled in relief, her heart swelling with satisfaction. She understood that her first step had succeeded. By ingratiating herself with Su Wei, it would not be long before she became his woman. At that moment, she would truly soar to new heights. Chen Yang was nothing compared to what she desired, which far exceeded his possessions. The surrounding barmaids watched in disbelief as Su Wei poured Lu Yu a drink. Engaging in jovial conversation, clearly intrigued by her, they felt a pang of jealousy. What is going on? Su Xiao chooses her over me? How peculiar. Does he have a peculiar taste for larger-faced women? They were indignant, feeling that a woman like Lu Yu should not have captured the attention of such a distinguished man. As the other women, realizing their chances with Su Wei were slim, began to leave, Lu Yu and Su Wei shared several more drinks. Eventually, Lu Yu said, "Su Xiao, obtaining Yi Qingya is actually quite simple. To win her heart, you must first secure her physically. You have been going about it the wrong way, seeking her affection before deepening your relationship. But that woman is not worth such effort." Su Wei clapped his hands, embracing Lu Yu, and exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, you're like a worm in my belly, my strategist. If only you had appeared sooner." Lu Yu chuckled, "It's not too late now, Su Xiao. Although Yi Qingya seems to be in a solid relationship with Chen Yang, granting him shares and promoting him to general manager. Deep down, he remains unworthy of her. You are the only one deserving of Miss Yi. She continued, you just need to stage a heroic rescue, starting with her child. Su Xiao, you can easily win Yi Qingya's heart. Su Wei was taken aback, looking at her incredulously. Is that true? He asked eagerly. Lu Yu nodded affirmatively. Of course. I understand women better than you. Su Xiao. Yi Qingya is a woman who has little desire for romance. Her only concern is her daughter. If you approach her through her child, the rest will fall into place. Su Wei slapped his hand, gritting his teeth indeed. That scoundrel Qinyang approached her through her daughter. He seized the opportunity during an outing, and I can't believe I didn't think of that. Xiao Yu, what should I do next? Lu Yu shrugged. It's simple. Find someone to kidnap her daughter, then swoop in to rescue her, winning Yi Qingya's heart in the process. Once you do this, she will no longer harbor any disdain for you and will truly become yours. She added, but Su Xiao, once you have Yi Qingya, do not forget me. I am willing to be your maid, your strategist, the woman behind you, supporting you always. If you ever tire of Yi Qingya, I will help you find someone else. Su Wei laughed heartily, taking Lu Yu's hand and declaring, all right, Xiao Yu from now on, you belong to me, Su Wei. You are right. Let us proceed with this plan. Although Qinyang had initially won Yi Qingya's heart, securing Lu Yu, his ex-wife, was still a victory. He vowed to show Qinyang what it truly means to be a wealthy heir. As Lu Yu accompanied Su Wei out of the bar, her eyes gleamed with triumph. She knew that from this day forward, her life would be entirely different. The Su family was a true powerhouse, once the pinnacle of influence in Qingzhou City. Though they had fallen from grace, Su Wei remained a genuine young master of the city, and she was finally on the path to ascendancy. Upon returning to Su Wei's residence, they found only servants and bodyguards present. His family was abroad. Su Wei picked up his phone to investigate further and informed Lu Yu. Xiao Yu, I have discovered that the most notorious gangs in Qingzhou City, aside from Tiger Gang, are the Bloodblade Society and the Black Wolf Group, with the Bloodblade Society being the most ruthless. The leader, Su Te, known as the Blade King, is not only a master at the Great Zhou Tian realm, but also commands over 20 martial artists. I will call Su Te to arrange for the kidnapping of Yi Qingya's daughter and take care of that scoundrel Qinyang in the process. Then I will rescue her daughter and win Yi Qingya's heart. The plan will be a success, Su Wei declared, dialing Su Te's number. Once connected, he respectfully introduced himself. Hello, Lord Blade King, I am Su Wei. We are from the same family. You may not know my name, but... Before he could finish, Su Te chuckled on the other end. Su Xiao, no need for introductions. I know you. You are the son of Su Kunlun. Su Wei was taken aback, a wave of surprise washing over him. He had never anticipated that even the illustrious leader of the Blood Knife Society was aware of his existence. Su Wei quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, It is an honor, Lord Knife King. I would like to request your assistance in kidnapping a young girl and taking a man's life. Please name your price. Su Te, on the other side, chuckled heartily and replied, We share the surname Su, and our common ancestor dates back 300 years. Young Master Su, I do not require your money. I can assist you with this task. However, I do have a need for that black Buddha statue belonging to your Su family. Chapter 61. The kidnapping. Upon hearing Su Te's words, Su Wei froze in astonishment. He was bewildered, unable to comprehend how the leader of the Blood Knife Society knew about the existence of a black Buddha statue in his home. That statue was hardly a revered artifact. It had been kept locked away in a basement, and he had only glimpsed it a few times during his childhood, never giving it much thought. Why would the leader of the Blood Knife Society specifically mention such an object? Su Wei smiled and asked, Su Te, how did you come to know about the black Buddha statue in my home? It is not particularly valuable. It is merely stored in our family warehouse. And the key is with my father. If you could assist me in this matter, I would be willing to procure the statue for you. Su Te responded immediately. Young Master Su, then it is settled. Send me the details of the person you wish to kidnap and kill, and I will complete the task for you today. I will come to your residence this evening to collect the Buddha statue. Su Wei promptly agreed, saying, Indeed, it is a deal. After hanging up the phone, he made an okay gesture towards Lu Yu beside him. He laughed heartily. I never imagined that the leader of the Blood Knife Society would know me, and he is willing to help me without asking for a single penny, only a small gift in return. It seems that the reputation of the Su family is indeed substantial. Lu Yu immediately chimed in with praise. Young Master Su, the Su family has always been formidable. Your name is renowned throughout Qingzhou City. It is merely that Yi Qingya is blind to your worth and fails to appreciate your genuine feelings. She deserves her fate. Su Wei nodded in agreement. You are right. If it were a different woman, I, Su Wei, would have won her over long ago. How could I have been overshadowed by a waste like Qinyang? Lu Yu quickly added, of course, Qinyang is not worthy to carry your shoes, young Master Su. The two erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Qinyang was exceedingly busy with the establishment of his new company. He had no subordinates aside from himself and had no intention of hiring anyone in the short term. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up his phone and dialed the class beauty, Wu Qian. As the call connected, Wu Qian's voice came through with a cheerful tone. Qinyang, you finally thought of calling me. You helped me pay off 2 million in debt, so let me treat you to a meal. It was evident that Wu Qian was genuinely delighted to receive a call from Qinyang, her face beaming with joy. Qinyang chuckled and replied, old classmate, let us not rush into the dinner plan. You majored in promotional planning, right? I currently have a position available. Would you be interested in working with me? Wu Qian was taken aback and asked, you want to work for you? What kind of job? Qinyang explained the situation regarding his branch company, saying, right now, I'm the only one in the company, and I need an assistant. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian smiled brightly. What an honor. It sounds like you need a secretary, and I have experience in that role. I believe I can manage it. Qinyang eagerly replied, that's wonderful. Please come to our natural white cosmetics company right away and help me draft a plan for the cultivation of medicinal herbs. I need to submit it today. The sooner we secure Qinglong Mountain, the better. Wu Qian responded cheerfully, all right, wait for me. I'll quickly do my makeup and head out. Qinyang hurriedly said, makeup? We've known each other since high school. No matter how beautiful you make yourself, I already know what you look like. Hurry over. He hastily ended the call. Not long after, Wu Qian arrived at the Natural White Cosmetics Company, and together they began crafting the proposal for the company's contract for Qinglong Mountain. At that moment, at the kindergarten, Su Yin stood outside the gate waiting for Yi to finish school. Soon, Yi came bouncing towards her, backpack on her back. She was particularly joyful lately because her classmates had learned that she had a father now. Previously, classmates and teachers had bullied her, calling her a wild child without a father. Now, both peers and teachers treated her exceptionally well, and her least favorite teacher, Lu Xiaoyan, was no longer working at the kindergarten. Holding Su Yan's hand, Yi smiled and asked, Aunt Su Yan, why didn't Uncle Qinyang come with you to pick me up? Su Yan replied with a smile, your Uncle Qinyang is very busy right now. He has starting a company, so I'm the one here to pick you up. Yi tilted her head and asked, will I be able to see Uncle Qinyang tonight? Hearing this, Su Yan laughed and said, you can see him right now. Let's go to the mall. Have some delicious food, and I'll let you video call Uncle Qinyang so you can see him. Su Yan picked up her phone and dialed Qinyang's video call. As the call connected, Qinyang smiled and greeted. Su Yan, were you missing me? Blushing, Su Yan replied, it's not me who's missing you. It's Yi. She asked me why you didn't come to the kindergarten to pick her up, and she wants to video call you. Qinyang laughed and said, so both you and Yi miss me. Su Yan simply smiled. Sitting next to Qinyang, Wu Qian heard his side of the conversation and felt a pang of disappointment. At that moment, she realized that Qinyang had already found someone he liked, and they seemed to have a child together. Wu Qian sighed softly. It appeared that she and Qinyang were destined to be apart. If only Qinyang had confessed his feelings in high school, or if they had been together back then, perhaps they would be husband and wife now. Unaware of Wu Qian's emotions, Qinyang waved at Yi. Su Yan led Yi down to the mall. As the three were video chatting, suddenly, a burlap sack fell from above, enveloping Su Yan and Yi in an instant. The phone in Su Yan's hand clattered to the ground. Seeing this unfold, Qinyang was momentarily stunned, then immediately shouted in rage, Su Yan, what is happening? Scoundrel, can you hear me? However, the burly man with a bushy beard swiftly hoisted Su Yan and Yi into a sack and single-handedly jumped into a van. In an instant, the unmarked van sped away, leaving Qinyang screaming into the phone with no response. Furious, Qinyang hung up the video call, realizing that Su Yan and Yi were in grave danger. Seeing Qinyang's expression, Wu Qian hurriedly asked, Qinyang, what happened? Qinyang waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's nothing, Wu Qian. You stay here and continue with the proposal. I need to step out for a moment. Grinding his teeth, Qinyang quickly took a screenshot of the video, capturing the image of the bearded kidnapper. He sent the picture to Qin Sihai and, while leaving the company, called him, Old Qin, this is urgent. Help me find out who this person is. He dares to kidnap my woman and EE. Chapter 62. The Laird Qinyang was indeed filled with furious bewilderment, unable to grasp who would resort to such means against Su Yin and EE. As he drove, he rapidly contemplated the situation. Fortunately, he had been video chatting with Su Yin at the time, capturing the kidnapper's appearance. With Qin Sihai's connections in Qingzhou City, uncovering the kidnapper's identity should be a simple task. Within 5 minutes, Qinyang arrived at the mall where Su Yin and EE had been abducted. At this moment, several security guards stood by the mall, evidently unaware of the kidnapping that had transpired, mistakenly believing a customer had merely lost a mobile phone. And thus they remained in place, awaiting further developments. Qinyang approached the guards and instructed, "Quickly retrieve the surveillance footage from 7 minutes ago and call the police immediately." The guards exchanged bewildered glances as they accessed the nearby video feeds, only to discover that a kidnapping had indeed occurred just outside the mall. Upon acquiring the footage, Qinyang swiftly captured several frames of the vans and the kidnappers, sending them to Qin Sihai for assistance in identifying the perpetrators. Before long, Qinyang's phone rang. It was Qin Sihai. Once connected, Qin Sihai addressed him. "Mr. Chun, I have uncovered some information." The man with the bushy beard in the video goes by the name Duan Meng. He has an extensive criminal record and was notorious in Qingzhou City a decade ago. After being wanted for his crimes, he joined the Blood Knife Society, where he has since become a key member. Following his induction, he received significant training and is now likely a martial artist. Gritting his teeth, Qinyang inquired, "Where's the Blood Knife Society located? I intend to confront them." Qin Sihai responded with reluctance, "Mr. Chun, the Blood Knife Society, along with the Tiger Gang and the Black Wolf Group, are the three most infamous underground forces in Qingzhou City. Among them, the Tiger Gang, led by the formidable Tiger Yi, wields considerable power, controlling the Tiger Transport Company, making them untouchable in the East City area. The Blood Knife Society is known for its ruthless and lawless operations. Its leader, Su Te, is a formidable martial artist, though not as strong as Tiger Yi. However, he commands a large number of martial artists, with over 20 being minor martial artists. As for the Black Wolf Group, they have the largest membership and engage in various underground enterprises, though they pose less of a threat. I am unaware of the exact location of the Blood Knife Society's headquarters, but I believe Master Wu from Jiangbei should have the necessary information, as they are all seasoned martial artists and likely know each other." Qinyang promptly stated, "All right, I will inquire with Wu Bei." After ending the call, he immediately dialed Wu Bei's number. At that moment, Wu Bei lay in a hospital bed, his emotions tumultuous. He had come to realize that the reason he had been stagnating at the pinnacle of the Great Zhou Heaven Realm was not due to a lack of talent, but rather because of a fibroma located at one of his acupoints. While fibromas are not considered diseases, and many ordinary individuals possess them without any impact on their lives, Wu Bei was astonished to find that this minuscule fibroma had kept him trapped at the peak of the Great Zhou Heaven for decades. Had it not been for the fibroma, he mused, he would have likely made his breakthrough long ago. In this regard, Mr. Chun had truly been his benefactor, not only saving his life, but also providing him with hope for transcending to the realm of a master. Lost in thought, his phone rang. Wu Bei glanced down to see it was Qinyang calling. Overwhelmed with excitement, he quickly answered, "Master Chun, I was just about to thank you. I came to the hospital for a checkup and discovered a small fibroma, which has now been eliminated with laser treatment. I hope to finally break through to the master level." Qinyang simply replied, "Well, master, I have a question for you. Where's the Blood Knife Society's headquarters? Do you know their leader, Su Te?" Sensing the urgency in Qinyang's voice, Wu Bei hurriedly responded, "I can help you find out the location of the Blood Knife Society's headquarters. As for Su Te, he is somewhat deranged, arrogant, and has been progressing rapidly in strength. So I don't know him very well. What happened? Did he offend you? Where are you? I can come to assist you in dealing with Su Te." Qinyang quickly replied, "No need for that. Just provide me with the address of their headquarters." After hanging up within a minute, he received the location. The Blood Knife Society's lair was situated in a villa 20 kilometers away, northwest of the 3rd Ring Road. Without hesitation, Qinyang jumped into his car and sped towards the Blood Knife Society's stronghold. The vehicle raced forward as fury ignited within his eyes. At that moment, he felt a mix of worry, panic, and intense anger. He could not comprehend why the Blood Knife Society would target Su Yin and EE. 20 minutes later, Qinyang's car burst into a red villa. This establishment was clearly an illegal construction, sprawling over 5 floors. Numerous rooms occupied the interior. while the surrounding grounds featured artificial hills, ponds, and lawns. Chunyang pressed the accelerator, crashing through the villa's entrance and into the yard. Within the courtyard, over 20 burly men were exercising on the lawn. Upon noticing Chunyang's car, they all converged, some brandishing firearms, others wielding steel rods, their faces twisted in menace. Stepping out of the car, Chunyang surveyed the scene and furrowed his brow, demanding, "Did you just capture a little girl and a woman?" A buzz-cut man holding a gun erupted into laughter, pointing at Chunyang. "Kid, you certainly came to your demise swiftly. Mengge just brought the hostages here, and you waltz right in to meet your end. It seems the captives are your wife and daughter. How delightful. You can wait in hell for your family to join you." The buzz-cut man's laughter echoed as the others joined in, closing in on Chunyang. Noticing Chunyang's lavish Bentley, the buzz-cut man mused, "Didn't he expect a rich kid driving a Bentley to show up? Perfect timing, as I need to replace my BMW. You're practically delivering it to me." Before he could continue, Chunyang suddenly lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant, and delivered a resounding slap to the buzz-cut man's face. The force sent the man crashing against the iron panel in the courtyard. The remaining men were momentarily stunned by Chunyang's swift action before raising their weapons. Even the weakest among them was nearing martial artist status, making them formidable compared to ordinary individuals. In a leap, Chunyang struck with a flurry of blows, incapacitating the group, leaving them scattered across the yard, unable to move, all but defeated. Seizing the buzz-cut man by the collar, Chunyang demanded coldly, "Tell me where the two captives are. If you utter a single lie, I will end you." Trembling in fear, the buzz-cut man stuttered, I have nothing to do with it. The captives are locked up in the villa by Mengge." With a swift motion, Chunyang crushed the man's throat, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Chunyang strode purposefully towards the villa. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted over 20 individuals approaching him. Among them the bearded man who had abducted Su Yin and Duanming. Seeing Duanming here, Chunyang felt a sense of relief wash over him. Finding this kidnapper confirmed that Su Yin and were indeed held captive within the stronghold. Duanming frowned at Chunyang, his voice cold. "Who dares to intrude upon the Blood Knife Society's territory?" With a smirk, Chunyang replied, "I've finally found you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chunyang, so you may know whose hands you will perish in today." Upon hearing Chunyang's name, Duanming and his associates were momentarily taken aback. Then Duanming burst into laughter. "I never anticipated my luck would be this fortuitous. I was just about to hunt you down, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. How splendid. This saves me the trouble of chasing you down. Ha ha ha." Duanming's laughter resonated, with those around him viewing the encounter as mere entertainment. Chunyang cast a glance at Duanming and his companions, furrowing his brow. All of them were formidable martial artists. The most powerful among them, Duanming, had already attained the great cycle of qi, while the remaining dozen or so possessed the lesser cycle of qi. Such a group of martial artists, reckless and unruly, were nothing more than members of a nefarious gang. If they were to wreak havoc in the world, ordinary law enforcement would stand no chance against them. Chunyang nodded, stating, "It is commendable that you are martial artists, yet you only choose to engage in villainy. You shall not be spared today." With a leap, Chunyang surged toward Duanming. He raised his fist, unleashing a flurry of blows. The sound of impact echoed as Duanming and his companions were sent flying by his strikes. The lesser cycle practitioners were utterly incapable of enduring the force of his punches. In the blink of an eye, Duanming and the others lay sprawled on the ground, with all but Duanming having drawn their last breath. Chunyang approached Duanming, placing a foot upon his neck and demanding, "Tell me, where are the individuals you have captured?" Duanming's face turned ashen, fear coursing through him. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Trembling, he pointed upward and stammered, "Please, do not kill me. It was our leader who ordered the abduction. I had no part in it. Spare my life." Before he could finish his plea, Chunyang's foot descended, crushing Duanming's life out of him. Chunyang promptly ascended toward the upper floors of the villa. He searched swiftly through the expansive estate, each room lavishly appointed, which explained its status as the headquarters of the Bloodblade Society. On the 3rd and 4th floors, he discovered numerous women imprisoned within, evidently abducted by the Bloodblade Society for their own depraved amusements. Many of these women were still students. In addition to the women, some rooms were cluttered with contraband. Chunyang's eyes darkened with fury. The Bloodblade Society was indeed a den of iniquity unperturbed by any moral bounds. It was particularly perplexing that these individuals could become martial artists at all. Typically, martial artists must hone both their bodies and minds. Those who ascend to such heights are generally endowed with both talent and resolute character. While these individuals might commit nefarious acts, they usually possess some semblance of a moral compass. Yet, the martial artists of the Blood Blade Society appeared utterly devoid of such limitations. As if a band of ruffians had suddenly stumbled upon a treasure and ascended to martial prowess without any corresponding development of virtue or responsibility. Their strength had risen, but their moral integrity had plummeted, rendering them even more unscrupulous and malevolent. Clenching his jaw, Chen Yang continued his ascent. Suddenly, he heard the sound of soft weeping. His heart jolted, and he made his way toward the left room. The only entrance was a heavy iron door, devoid of windows. Unside, Suyan held Yi tightly, her fear palpable, yet she maintained a semblance of composure. She surveyed the room, her mind racing for an escape plan. However, the absence of windows and the thick spongy walls rendered the room a veritable prison, as if designed for those suffering from depression or suicidal tendencies. Escaping was impossible, let alone self-harm. Little Yi trembled in Su Yan's embrace, clinging to her neck and asking, "Aunt Su Yan, will we ever go home? Will I see Mommy again?" Su Yan ganti pate Yi sebak, ri surin ker, do not nori, Yi. Someone will come to rescue us. Your mother will come. The police will come. Uncle Qinyang will come too. Upon hearing this, Yi's eyes brightened. Uncle Qinyang will come too? Last time, during the camping trip, it was Uncle Qinyang who saved me and Mommy. Will he come again? Su Yan nodded emphatically. Yes, he will surely come. Internally, Su Yan fervently prayed for Qinyang to arrive swiftly with the police and to inform Uncle Fu. After all, they had been speaking with Qinyang moments before their abduction. She clenched her fists in disbelief, never imagining that despite having hidden in Qingzhou, they would face such a dire situation. Just then, she heard a loud crash as the door lock was shattered, and the heavy iron door creaked open. Su Yan instinctively tightened her hold on Yi, fearing that a villain had entered. However, the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was Qinyang who stepped through the threshold, filled with excitement and disbelief. Su Yan realized that it had only been 5 minutes since she and Yi were imprisoned, yet Qinyang had already come to their rescue. "Su Yan, are you all right?" he asked as he hurried toward her. Upon hearing his voice, tears streamed down Su Yan's face. Yi turned to see Qinyang and leapt into his arms, exclaiming, "Daddy, you're here." Asi joyfully embranje Qinyang. Su Yan sit aside her modesty, burying her face in his chest and weeping. The half hour of captivity had filled her with dread, and her mind had raced with thoughts of the sorrow her parents would feel if she perished, and of the desperate measures she might take in the face of humiliation. Now, seeing Qinyang, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief and safety wash over her. Chapter 64. The boss Qinyang wrapped his arms around Su Yan's slender waist, gently patting her back to console her. "It is all right now. You are safe." Su Yan nodded repeatedly, and after a minute, she lifted her gaze, only to realize that her tears had soaked Qinyang's shirt. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Qinyang, however, was unfazed. Cradling Yi in one arm while embracing Su Yan with the other, he lifted them both effortlessly. Su Yan was taken aback, looking at him with surprise. "I will take you to the car first, then return to have a word with the leader of the Blood Blade Society," he stated. With one in each arm, he swiftly descended the stairs and placed them safely inside his Bentley parked in the courtyard. As Su Yan surveyed the scene, noting the bodies strewn about, she marveled at Qinyang's prowess. She had known he was strong, yet she had never anticipated his capability to infiltrate the lair of the Blood Blade Society single-handedly. "Wait for me in the car. I will return shortly," he instructed, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat before re-entering the villa, striding purposefully toward the uppermost floor. On the villa's top floor, in a vast chamber, a man slightly over 6 feet tall, Su Te, hummed a tune while contentedly bathing, his mood buoyant. He had not anticipated that this mission, which involved abducting a young girl and eliminating an ordinary office worker, would yield such unexpected rewards. Duan Meng had not only captured the girl, but had also brought back an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Even Su Te, with his status in the Blood Blade Society, had never encountered a woman as stunning as Su Yan. He was elated and began to prepare himself in the bath, for as the leader of the Bloodblade Society, he frequently abducted attractive female students from various locales and schools. Yet, this time, he felt a genuine attraction. Su Yin was unlike any of the others he had previously taken. He envisioned keeping her close, perhaps even embarking on a romantic relationship. If she were willing to stay by his side, she could become the matriarch of the Bloodblade Society. Su Te desired to present a gentler demeanor. Rinsing the suds from his hair, he spritzed on some cologne and admired his muscular physique in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Occasionally, sounds of commotion echoed from downstairs. But Su Te paid them no mind, assuming it was merely his subordinates engaged in roughhousing to expend their energy. After all, outsiders would not dare to intrude upon the stronghold of the Bloodblade Society. It was simply that his minions were excessively boisterous. Su Te shook his head, feeling that the exuberance of these individuals stemmed from his excessive kindness towards them. He had shared his blood knife aura with these subordinates, enabling them to become warriors. Consequently, these rascals, fueled by newfound vigor, frequently engaged in brawls amongst themselves, which was truly distressing. With a slight sigh, Su Te envied the members of the Black Wolf gang, particularly its leader, Black Wolf. Although Black Wolf possessed no remarkable abilities and appeared rather sickly, he commanded the unwavering loyalty of over 800 devoted followers who were steadfastly loyal and bonded by brotherhood. At that moment, Su Te realized that the most elusive treasure after his blood knife had grown was having subordinates who were utterly devoted to him. He shook his head and then scoffed, muttering, "Even if that Black Wolf has over 800 loyal brothers, what does it matter? Ultimately, they will all fall before me, ha ha ha. After all, strength is paramount." Chewing gum, Su Te stepped out of the bathroom and into his office, only to discover a young man seated on his sofa. Su Te paused for a moment, then furrowed his brow and shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you? Do you know where you are? Which new subordinate are you? Do you not have any sense of decorum? Get the hell out. No one is allowed on this top floor, except me." Qinyang looked at Su Te, stood up, and with a cold smile said, "So, you are the leader of the Blood Knife Society?" Su Te scrutinized Qinyang and suddenly realized that he was not one of the new recruits of the Blood Knife Society. Seeing Qinyang's youthfulness, Su Te couldn't help but burst into a derisive laugh, pointing at him. "Kid, since you've come here to meet your demise, I shall oblige you." As Su Te spoke, he lunged towards Qinyang like a whirlwind. His speed was remarkable, and his punch was powerful, clearly indicating that Su Te had reached the pinnacle of the Great Circulation Realm. Previously, when Qinyang had gathered intelligence from Wu Bei, he had been informed that Su Te was merely at the mid or late stages of the Great Circulation Realm, with a rapid pace of improvement. However, it was evident now that Su Te had indeed attained the pinnacle of the Great Circulation Realm. Moreover, many small-time ruffians within the Blood Knife Society had also managed to become warriors at the small and great circulation levels. At this moment, Qinyang understood that Su Te and his ilk must have obtained some extraordinary treasure to progress so swiftly. Nevertheless, despite Su Te's status, Qinyang still regarded him as nothing more than a novice. With a slight shift of his body, Qinyang suddenly raised his knee, and with a resounding thud, his knee struck Su Te's face. A sharp crack echoed as Su Te's facial bone fractured, and he was sent flying backward, crashing against the wall of the villa. With a splatter, Su Te coughed up blood as he slowly slid down the wall, collapsing onto the ground. He looked at Qinyang in disbelief. Terror etched on his face, trembling as he stammered, "You? Who are you? Did Lord Tiger send you to kill me?" Qinyang approached Su Te and inquired, "I ask you, why did you capture Yi and Su Yan? What is your motive for taking them?" As Su Te listened to Qinyang's question, understanding dawned upon him. Qinyang had come to rescue Yi. Rage surged within him as he cursed Su Wei internally, who had clearly stated that Yi was just the daughter of an ordinary CEO and that Qinyang was merely a low-level employee, an ordinary person. Yet, this abduction had brought about his downfall. Despite his anger, Su Te knew he had no way out now, and he struggled to rise with the aid of the wall. "Master, spare me, and I shall reveal the truth. You have offended a formidable entity, and they forced me to capture that little girl," he said, leaning against the table, blood spilling from his mouth as he continued. "The one who sent me to capture that little girl is..." Before he could finish, Su Te suddenly pulled a silver desert eagle from the table. Pointing the enormous barrel at Qinyang, he fired with a loud bang. The bullet whizzed through the air, spiraling directly towards Qinyang. A wicked smile crept across Su Ti's face at such a short distance. Even a warrior at the initial stage of the Master Realm would find it impossible to evade the destructive power of the Desert Eagle. Confident in his marksmanship, Su Ti relaxed, preparing to fire 3 more shots while Chunyang was injured. However, in the next moment, the golden bullet flew towards Chunyang, who waved his hand and suddenly made the bullet vanish. Su Ti was momentarily stunned and hastily fired again, but it was too late. Chunyang flicked his hand, and the bullet from the Desert Eagle shot back, piercing directly into Su Ti's neck. Su Ti clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Chunyang. In that moment, Su Ti realized that Chunyang's strength had genuinely reached the Master Realm, and he was no ordinary warrior at the initial stage, but rather had attained the later stage, even the pinnacle of the Master Realm. How could such a young man possess such formidable power? With a thud, Su Ti fell to the ground, lifeless. Chunyang approached, gazing at Su Ti's corpse, frowning slightly. He had not yet had the chance to inquire why Su Ti had captured Yi and Su Yin, only to find that this fool had chosen his own demise. Shaking his head, Chunyang took the Desert Eagle from Su Ti's hand. The handgun was clearly a specially handcrafted piece, boasting enhanced power and reduced recoil. Chunyang tucked the weapon into his pocket, intending to give it to Su Yin so that should she face danger again, she could use it to catch her enemies off guard. As Chunyang turned to leave, he suddenly heard coughing sounds emanating from within the wall on his right. He halted, staring at the wall in astonishment, realizing that someone was concealed within. Feeling along the wall, he eventually discovered a button beneath a lamp. After turning it, the wall cracked open, revealing a hidden chamber. Chunyang stepped inside, where he found a desk, a safe, and a metal pillar next to the desk. Bound to the pillar was a middle-aged man, the source of the earlier coughing. The man was battered and bruised, his beard unkempt, indicating he had endured considerable torment. Chunyang approached the middle-aged man and patted his face. As the man lifted his head, hatred shone in his eyes. Despite his severe injuries, his gaze remained resolute. "Just kill me," he said coldly. "There's no point in wasting your efforts. You will never take away my brothers and the assets of the Black Wolf Gang." Chunyang, perplexed by the man's words, replied, "The leader of the Blood Knife Society has already been slain by me, and the entire society is nearly destroyed. I am not a member of the Blood Knife Society, so you need not be alarmed." With that, he abruptly tore the ropes binding the middle-aged man, releasing him. Chunyang then approached the desk and the safe. He rummaged through the desk, finding numerous documents but no valuable items. Upon reaching the safe, he discovered it was not locked, merely ajar. Opening it revealed a blood-red longsword, and a wave of exceptionally pure aura surged forth from within. Chunyang couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, such a rich aura. This is a treasure." He grasped the blood-red longsword, its blade inscribed with intricate runes, emanating streams of energy. However, the aura of this great sword was evidently waning, its hilt to blade devoid of luster, save for a faint crimson glow at the tip. Upon observing this, Chunyang shook his head in disbelief, lamenting the waste of such a fine weapon falling into the hands of the Blood Knife sect scoundrels, which explained their rapid advancements in strength. He tucked the sword into his embrace and glanced toward the safe, which contained over 30 golden ingots of high purity and considerable worth. After an initial assessment, Chunyang estimated their value to be at least 20 million. Grinning, he filled his backpack with the gold, preparing to depart. The Black Wolf on the ground stared at Chunyang in astonishment. He had believed his demise was imminent, only to be unexpectedly saved by a young man who claimed he would annihilate the Blood Knife sect. This seemed utterly implausible. As the Black Wolf glanced outside the office and spotted Su Ti's lifeless body, he began to believe that indeed, the Blood Knife sect had been vanquished, and Chunyang was his savior. Struggling to rise, the Black Wolf called out to Chunyang, "Wait. Benefactor, I have yet to learn your name." Cough, cough. After a few words, he broke into a fit of coughing. Chunyang turned to glance at the Black Wolf, then approached him, grasping his wrist and examining it with a touch. "You are a minor practitioner of the small Zhou Tian," Chunyang remarked. "Though you have superficial injuries and have suffered greatly at the hands of the Blood Knife sect, your external wounds are not severe. However, your lungs are clearly compromised, likely due to heavy metal residue, causing damage to your pulmonary meridians." The Black Wolf looked up in surprise, offering a wry smile. "I did not expect you to be a divine healer. Indeed, over a decade ago, while working in a factory with my brothers, I discovered that the owner was a rogue. The factory was filled with heavy metal toxic gases, yet he never warned us, leading to all of us inhaling the dust and developing lung abscesses. The Black Wolf shook his head in shame. That explains it, Qinyang replied. Nevertheless, this is not a grave ailment. You are currently lying on the ground. The Black Wolf looked at Qinyang in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Qinyang pressed the Black Wolf down and raised his palm, striking the area around the Black Wolf's shoulder blade with force. Simultaneously, Qinyang's mystical energy surged through his palm, entering the Black Wolf's lung meridians. After 3 firm strikes, the Black Wolf erupted into a violent coughing fit, expelling a copious amount of dark, foul phlegm onto the ground. In an instant, he felt a significant relief in his lungs, the urge to cough dissipating. Astonished, he gazed up at Qinyang, who nodded. That should suffice. Though heavy metals are highly toxic, they are relatively easy to expel. With that, Qinyang prepared to turn away. Witnessing this, the Black Wolf suddenly fell to his knees, grasping Qinyang's ankle, trembling as he implored, Benefactor, please reveal your name. I beseech you to save my brothers. I, the Black Wolf, am willing to dedicate the latter half of my life to repay your kindness, provided you can rescue my comrades from their suffering. Please. Chapter 66. Jealousy. Qinyang turned to regard the kneeling Black Wolf, exasperated. Please rise. There is no need for such grand gestures. The Black Wolf shook his head. Sir, heed my request. My brothers are innocent. I implore you to save them. With a sigh, Qinyang conceded, Very well, but I have matters to attend to. Gather them tomorrow, and I shall provide them with treatment. The Black Wolf's face lit up with joy as he hastily extended his hand. Sir, what is your contact information? Qinyang promptly shared his name and phone number. The Black Wolf nodded vigorously, saying, Master Chun, you may leave with peace of mind. I will handle the aftermath of the Blood Knife sect. Furthermore, I will ensure all assets and properties of the Blood Knife sect are organized and transferred to your name, Master Chun. Qinyang paused, looking at the Black Wolf. You can manage to acquire the Blood Knife sect's assets? The Black Wolf replied earnestly, Master Chun, our Black Wolf Brigade has battled the Blood Knife sect for years. I am thoroughly familiar with their operations and properties. As long as Su Ti's body remains, we can easily resolve everything using his fingerprints, phone, and computer password. Rest assured, Master Chun, Qinyang nodded. In that case, I will leave this matter in your capable hands. We shall connect tomorrow. With that, he turned and departed. Upon reaching the courtyard and entering his vehicle, Su Yin and Yi exhaled in relief upon Qinyang's return. Qinyang handed Su Yin the Desert Eagle from his pocket, smiling. Su Yin, take this gun. It possesses considerable power and will serve as a means of self-defense. Su Yin nodded. Had it been before, she might have hesitated, but after recent events, she understood the necessity of self-protection. As Qinyang drove toward the Fengming community, Yi Qingya's mind was a blank slate. She had just received a call from the police, only to discover that both her daughter and Su Yin had been kidnapped, and the kidnappers had yet to make contact, leaving her in a state of uncertainty regarding their intentions. Trembling with fear, Yi Qingya felt as though her life had lost all meaning without Yi. Meanwhile, Su Yin stood at the foot of her building, leaning against her Mercedes. Unsure of where to go or what to do to rescue her daughter, her mind clouded with panic and devoid of rational thought. Just then, a yellow Porsche screeched to a halt beside Yi Qingya. Su Wei emerged from the vehicle, striding quickly to her side. Qingya, he said, I just learned about Yi's situation from a friend. Do not panic. I assure you, I will find Yi within half an hour. Ye vinges tout, dumbfounded. Her mind a fog, but upon hearing Su Wei's words, she turned sharply, as if grasping a final lifeline. Excitedly, she gazed at Su Wei, her voice trembling. Su Xiao, are you serious? Can you really rescue Yi within half an hour? Su Wei confidently patted his chest, assuring her, Qingya, trust me. You know my connections in Qingzhou. With the standing and resources of the Su family, we can certainly resolve this matter within half an hour. Do not worry. I will handle everything. Tears streamed down Yi Qingya's face as she nodded repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Su Xiao. If you can save Yi, I will surely repay you. Su Wei felt a surge of excitement at Yi Qingya's emotional response, her tear-streaked face stirring a thrill within him. He realized Lu Yu's strategy was indeed effective. He had swiftly embedded himself in Yi Qingya's heart. Once the Blood Knife sect eliminated Qinyang, and he rescued Yi, It would be nearly impossible for Yi Qingya to resist becoming his woman. With a facade of nonchalance, Su Wei took out his phone, made several calls, and then turned to Yi Qingya, saying, "Qingya, do not worry. My contacts are reliable. They will undoubtedly gather information within 10 minutes. I am willing to expend any effort or cost for you." Ye Vingya nodded gratefully. At that moment, a Bentley slowly came to a halt. The door swung open, and Yi dashed out from the back seat, calling out loudly, "Mom, Mom." Upon hearing Yi's voice, Yi Qingya abruptly turned her head and rushed over. Enveloping Yi in head arms, leaping uncontrollably. Su Yan and Qinyang also exited the vehicle. Su Wei turned sharply, gazing incredulously at Yi, then at Qinyang, his eyes betraying confusion, fear, and anger. He could not comprehend how the Blood Knife Society had managed to abduct Yi only to release her again. Moreover, he had explicitly instructed Su Te to eliminate Qinyang, yet here he stood, completely unharmed, having returned with Yi. Qinyang glanced at Su Wei and remarked, "Ah, Su Xiao, your timing is impeccable. Did you come here to witness the spectacle of our General Ye's sorrow, hoping to console her and win her affection?" Su Wei pointed an accusing finger at Qinyang, seething with rage. "Qinyang, don't you dare slander me. Wasn't Yi kidnapped? How could she return in your car? Do you have a connection with those kidnappers?" Qinyang chuckled lightly and walked towards Yi Qingya. By this time, Yi had clung to her neck, chattering about the events that had transpired. Yi Qingya looked up, her tear-filled eyes meeting Qinyang's, and she sobbed with joy, saying, "Qinyang, thank you. Thank you for saving my Yi." Qinyang replied, "It was nothing. Rest assured, such occurrences will not happen again." Ye Vingya Ganti nodded, bringing Yi to Qinyang's side, and with open arms, she embraced his shoulders, resting her head against his neck, filled with gratitude. Qinyang patted her back, saying, all right, General Yi. Yi is safe now. You needn't cry any longer." Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingya said, "Thank you, Qinyang. By the way, let us head home. I'll prepare dinner." Qinyang laughed heartily. "That sounds wonderful. It's quite rare to enjoy a meal prepared by you. Su Yan, let us go home," he added, taking Su Yan's hand as they ascended the stairs together with Yi Qingya. Su Wei, witnessing this scene from beside the car, felt his anger surging, consumed by jealousy. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Su Te, demanding an explanation for this absurd situation. However, Su Te's phone was completely unreachable. In a fit of rage, Su Wei smashed his phone against his car, turning to glare at Qinyang and the others ascending the stairs, his fury intensifying. Qinyang, a mere low-level employee, a waste from Qingzhou, how could he so easily embrace both Yi Qingya and Su Yan? This was a privilege that only he deserved. Clenching his teeth, Su Wei jumped into his car and sped off, determined to unleash his wrath upon Lu Yu. Meanwhile, Qinyang and the others returned home. Su Yan took Yi to shower, cleansing her of the day's misfortunes, while Yi Qingya donned an apron and entered the kitchen. Qinyang sat on the sofa, idly fiddling with his phone. After some contemplation, he decided to lend a hand in the kitchen. Upon seeing Qinyang enter, Yi Qingya immediately shook her head, insisting, "You stay out. You are the hero of the day. Just relax on the sofa," she added, "and besides, a kitchen is no place for a man like you." Yi Qingya pushed him out, bustling about with her preparations. Qinyang stood at the kitchen door, observing her diligent figure, and sighed softly. Truly, Yi Qingya was remarkable, not only beautiful, but also possessing an elegant demeanor. Though somewhat aloof, she was kind-hearted, adept in both the kitchen and the parlor. Commendable woman. If only she weren't experiencing an early onset of menopause and the associated emotional turmoil. Qinyang shook his head and returned to the sofa. Before long, the bathroom door opened, and Su Yan and Yi emerged, their damp hair glistening. Clad in white bathrobes and slippers, they looked revitalized. Qinyang lifted his gaze to Su Yan, momentarily entranced by her beauty. In that moment, Su Yan was exquisite, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her fair skin enveloped in a misty aura, her large, sparkling eyes captivating Qinyang's heart with every blink. Suddenly, he tugged at Su Yan's hand and giggled. "Aunt Su Yan, look. Uncle Qinyang is mesmerized by you. He must have noticed you're not wearing a bra." Su Yan's face flushed crimson as she quickly covered Yi's mouth, turning away in embarrassment. "Don't say such things. I'll go change." Her heart raced as she hurried to her room. Although her bathrobe was quite thick, Yi's exclamation left her feeling utterly mortified. In her bedroom, as Su Yin changed clothes, thoughts of Chun Yang staring at her in the living room made her heart race even faster. She recalled their first encounter when she had dashed out of the bathroom without a stitch on. What had his expression been like then? Su Yin abruptly covered her face with her hands, unable to bear the thought any longer. After donning a nightgown, she finally emerged from her bedroom. In the living room, Chun Yang was drying Yi's hair, their bond resembling that of father and daughter. Su Yin approached, and Chun Yang picked up the hairdryer, saying, "Su Yin, sit down. Let me dry your hair too." Su Yin quickly shook her head, blushing, "No, I can do it myself." Chun Yang playfully pressed her down onto the sofa, smiling, "Whether it's one or two, it's all the same. Just sit back and relax." His fingers gently caressed her hair, causing her cheeks to flush and a sweet sensation to blossom within her, one that refused to fade. At that moment, she felt life was so beautiful, existence so marvelous. She simply wanted to remain there, allowing Chun Yang to dry her hair. Meanwhile, he bounced on the sofa, cheerfully exclaiming, "Oh, Aunt Su Yin is blushing. Aunt Su Yin likes unchile Chun Yang." Su Yin playfully swatted at Yi, who continued to giggle. Although slightly embarrassed, Su Yin did not distance herself from Chun Yang. With a smile on his face, Chun Yang felt waves of happiness wash over him. After finishing with Yi's hair, he reluctantly switched off the dryer. They sat side by side on the sofa, and Su Yin pointed toward the bathroom, asking, "Chun Yang, are you going to take a shower?" Chun Yang shook his head. "No need. It's just around the corner. I'll shower after dinner." Su Yin laughed. "You smell a bit fishy. You should wash up quickly." She pulled Chun Yang up and pushed him toward the bathroom, pointing at the various bottles on the vanity. "This is body wash, this is shampoo, and this is for your face. Oh, and I have a new towel and bathrobe for you." Su Yin, acting like a considerate girlfriend, had prepared everything for Chun Yang's shower. Under the shower head, Chun Yang beamed, suddenly realizing that he and Su Yin truly shared mutual feelings. That he had developed a connection with the campus beauty from Jinling University unlike any before. After a shower, Chun Yang emerged in a slightly snug bathrobe. By this time, Yi Qingya had prepared a meal, and they all gathered around the table. Raising a glass of red wine, Yi Qingya addressed Chun Yang, "Thank you so much. If anything had happened to Yi, I truly wouldn't know how to carry on. You saved her twice, and I toast this glass to you." Yi Qingya raised her glass of red wine and drank it down in one gulp. Chun Yang quickly interjected, all right, President Yi, there's no need for such formality. I've already mentioned that I have a great affinity with Yi. It felt as if we had known each other for several lifetimes upon our first meeting. For whatever reason, I would always come to Yi's aid." Su Yin, seated opposite Chun Yang, chimed in, "Indeed, Qingya, there's no need for such politeness. It only serves to create distance. Come, let's enjoy a drink together. I've longed for your culinary skills, having stayed at your place for over 6 months. I've only had the pleasure of tasting your dishes a handful of times. Tonight is truly a rare occasion." Laughter filled the air as the group chatted and dined. Beneath the table, Su Yan's foot gently swayed, and at that moment, Chun Yang's foot reached out, their toes brushing against one another. Both Su Yin and Chun Yang were momentarily taken aback, their faces flushing, yet neither withdrew their feet. Instead, they shared a silent understanding, playfully nudging each other's feet. Su Yan's heart raced like a little deer, and an overwhelming sense of happiness bubbled within her. This meal brought her immense joy, and for the first time in her 23 years, she truly understood the feeling of mutual affection. After the meal, Chun Yang gathered his old clothes and left Yi Qingya's residence, heading back to his villa. In Su Yan's room, Yi Qingya took Su Yan's hand and sat at the edge of the bed. With a furrowed brow, she asked, "Su Yan, something seems off with you tonight. Could it be that you've developed feelings for Chun Yang?" Su Yan's face flushed at Yi Qingya's sudden inquiry, and she hastily shook her head. "What are you saying, Qingya? How could I possibly like Chun Yang? We're all just friends." Yi Qingya scoffed, "Stop trying to hide it. Your behavior at the dinner table was glaringly obvious. Even a blind person could see it." Su Yin, feeling a sense of gloom, lowered her gaze, pondering, could it really be that apparent? Yi Qingya pulled Su Yin closer and spoke earnestly. "Su Yin, you and Chun Yang are truly incompatible. He is not worthy of you. Your current infatuation is merely a fleeting illusion, born out of gratitude for his rescue today. You may think this is love, but in reality, it is simply the most ordinary form of gratitude. You will encounter many better men in the future, and they will be your true matches." Furthermore, consider your own status. Although you have escaped your family, you are still the young lady of the Su family. How could your boyfriend possibly be someone as ordinary as Qin Yang? So please, do not let yourself become ensnared, lest you suffer later. With a gentle pat on Su Yan's shoulder, Yi Qingya stood to leave. Su Yan gazed at Yi Qingya in confusion, unable to comprehend why Yi Qingya seemed to oppose Chun Yang so vehemently. Now that she harbored feelings for Chun Yang, Yi Qingya's disapproval baffled her. Su Yan shook her head slightly and decided not to continue the argument. After all, nothing had been set in stone yet. Moreover, there was some truth in Yi Qingya's words. That night, Yi Qingya tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, her heart heavy with concern. She had not anticipated that Chun Yang would not only forge a close bond with her daughter, but also attract her best friend. This was unacceptable. Yi Qingya inwardly cursed Chun Yang, blaming him for the predicament. If Chun Yang were to end up with Su Yan, how would Su Yan react upon discovering that Chun Yang was Yi Yi's biological father? Their friendship might be irreparably damaged. The thought sent Yi Qingya into a panic, and she shook her head vigorously, covering herself with the blanket in an attempt to banish those troubling thoughts. Her grandfather and the others would soon return to the country. She should focus on how to report business matters to them instead. The following morning, after washing up, Chun Yang picked up his phone and dialed Su Yan for a video call. When the call connected, Su Yan was still nestled under her blanket, yet to rise. Chun Yang chuckled. I knew you wouldn't be up yet. I'm planning to buy breakfast. What would you like? I'll bring you a portion. Su Yan giggled and shook her head. No need. I feel like a burden. She paused, then added, by the way, Chun Yang. Qingya told me yesterday to maintain some distance from you, so we should be discreet when we communicate. Chun Yang's face fell at her words. Why should we? What does our relationship have to do with her? She's no longer my boss, and even if she were, she still wouldn't have a say in my life. Su Yan's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly replied, Who said anything about being in a relationship with you? Don't go making wild claims. Besides, Yi Qingya is my best friend. I don't want to hurt her feelings. We just need to be careful. Chun Yang, feeling speechless, asked Su Yan, Why do you think Yi Qingya is trying to stop us? Does she perhaps have feelings for me? Su Yan burst into laughter at this. Please. Yi Qingya will probably never like another man in her life. She continued, Let's keep things under wraps for now. I'm getting out of bed. Let's meet at the Yonghe soy milk shop outside the community for breakfast. Chun Yang nodded eagerly. All right, I'll wait for you at the shop. Not long after, the two met at the Yonghe soy milk breakfast shop. Though they were enjoying the simplest of meals, their faces were alight with joy and happiness. After breakfast, Chun Yang's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Black Wolf's voice on the other end. Master Chun, do you have time today? I've gathered my brothers, waiting for you to treat them. Chun Yang replied, Oh, sure, just send me the address, and I'll head over shortly. Black Wolf expressed his gratitude, and soon after, Chun Yang received the address. Su Yan looked at Chun Yang and said, You should go take care of your business. I'm going to head home. If we stay out too long, Yi Qingya might get suspicious. Chun Yang couldn't help but laugh. Are we in a romantic relationship or conducting secret intelligence operations? Why must we be so secretive? Su Yan blushed and smiled before quickly leaving with her breakfast. Chun Yang got in his car and drove straight to the address provided by Black Wolf. Arriving outside a warehouse in the suburbs, Chun Yang parked and surveyed the area. Next to the warehouse was a facility named Fu Gui, traditional Chinese medicine processing plant, and it appeared that this warehouse was indeed part of the medicinal plant storage. Chun Yang was taken aback to discover that Black Wolf's base was situated in a traditional medicine factory. As he approached the warehouse, he was met by Black Wolf and dozens of individuals hurrying towards him. Black Wolf, visibly excited, approached and bowed deeply, addressing his companions. Brothers, this is Master Chun Yang, the one who cured my lung ailment. Let's give a warm welcome to Master Chun. The crowd erupted in applause. Chun Yang nodded and inquired, Where are the patients? Black Wolf pointed towards the warehouse and led the way inside. Upon opening the warehouse door, a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted out, followed by a chorus of harsh coughing. Chun Yang's brows furrowed at the sound of the intense coughing as he stepped into the warehouse area. His eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. The space was filled with rows of hospital beds, housing 200 to 300 patients. Some were receiving acupuncture, while others were on intravenous drips. Each patient had jars of medicine beside them, indicating they had been undergoing treatment with traditional Chinese medicine. Chun Yang was taken aback and turned to Black Wolf. So many patients? Black Wolf sighed, his eyes reddened, and replied, It's my fault, Master Chun. Years ago, I brought these brothers to work in Qingzhou. I failed to comprehend the situation thoroughly. I undertook a significant project involving the installation of construction equipment, only to find that my comrades and I inhaled toxic gases laden with heavy metals, resulting in severe pulmonary ailments. The most disheartening aspect is that this affliction remains untreatable. Over the years, I have accompanied them to numerous hospitals. While medical equipment can detect inflammation in our lungs, no amount of antibiotics or anti-inflammatory medications has proven effective. Even surgical interventions to eliminate the inflammation have been futile, as more pulmonary fluid and inflammatory cells inevitably reemerge. All the hospitals are unable to provide a cure. They can only offer various medications and traditional remedies to sustain life. I implore Master Chen to save them. Chapter 69. From now on, you belong to me. Chen Yang approached the patients in the warehouse, and upon observing them, he swiftly grasped the situation. The heavy metal toxins primarily affected their pulmonary meridians. With blocked channels, relentless coughing ensued, leading to inflammation and fluid accumulation in the lungs. However, the root cause of this ailment eludes detection by contemporary instruments, as modern medicine is blind to the concepts of meridians and acupoints, rendering treatment impossible. Qin Yang turned to Black Wolf and remarked, "It seems your gang is quite affluent. Caring for these 200 to 300 patients must incur substantial medical expenses annually, does it not?" Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Black Wolf froze momentarily, his eyes reddening, nearly overwhelmed with tears. The bedridden individuals could no longer contain their emotions, crying out in despair. "Dr. Chen, you must save us. For so many years, Brother Wolf has been covering our medical expenses, sustaining our lives, and supporting our families. We are but a burden to him. Without his patience, Brother Wolf could have soared to success long ago. Why would he remain in Qingzhou and manage the Black Wolf gang as a notorious figure? We have let Brother Wolf down." Around them, the patients lamented their fates, blaming themselves for being a burden to Black Wolf. Qin Yang was taken aback by the scene. He had not anticipated such affection for Black Wolf, the leader of an underground faction. A young man beside Black Wolf, noticing Qin Yang's confusion, sighed softly and said, "Master Chen, to be candid, our leader founded the Black Wolf gang out of sheer necessity. He was financially strained and needed to care for these individuals. Most importantly, he had to support their families, ensuring their children could attend school and their parents had food and clothing. Such immense expenses were beyond what Brother Wolf could bear, which led to the creation of our Black Wolf gang." Black Wolf quickly waved his hands, shaking his head. "Let us not dwell on this. They are all my brothers. Over a decade ago, they trusted me and followed me to Qingzhou for work, and it was their trust that led them to join me in this project. As their foreman and leader, I failed to conduct adequate research and accepted a toxic project, which left them disabled. How could I possibly neglect my responsibilities? How could I fail to care for their families or seek treatment for them?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yang finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that Black Wolf had played a role akin to a contractor over a decade ago, only to inhale significant amounts of heavy metal toxins during the project, resulting in lingering toxins in himself and his workers, blocking their meridians and causing relentless coughs that left them bedridden. Black Wolf established the Black Wolf gang to generate income in order to provide for his brother's medical needs. Qin Yang gave a thumbs up and said, "Well done. A man should shoulder his responsibilities. I shall now attend to your ailments." The 200 to 300 individuals lying on the beds appeared earnest, all rural workers who had migrated to the city. Qin Yang approached them, starting to clear their pulmonary meridians and expel the residual heavy metal toxins. The process of healing was not overly complex and was relatively effortless for Qin Yang. However, while treating one person was manageable, treating 100 or 200 became taxing, as it required substantial expenditure of his internal mystical energy. After more than 3 hours, Qin Yang finally completed the treatment for all the patients, having depleted over half of his mystical energy. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sighed in relief. Under different circumstances, he would have been reluctant to expend so much effort treating members of a gang. Nonetheless, Black Wolf had provided him with a unique perspective. The fact that he had cared for so many individuals for over a decade was praiseworthy. Black Wolf, holding a cup of tea, stood beside him, filled with gratitude. "Master Chen, please have some water." Qin Yang gulped down the tea and stood up, exhaling, "It's done. There are still more than 10 patients in severe condition. I will return in 3 days to treat them again and they should recover completely. The others should be fine moving forward. After speaking, Qinyang waved his hand. Well then, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Black Wolf could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears. He knelt before Qinyang, and the 200 patients Qinyang had treated also knelt in unison. Startled, Qinyang quickly helped Black Wolf to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such grand gestures. Healing and saving lives is a physician's duty. I merely happened to cross paths with you and was fortunate enough to provide treatment. There is no question of neglecting to save lives." Shaking his head, Black Wolf wiped away his tears, sobbing, "Mr. Chun, you do not understand. These years have been unbearably difficult. I have had to provide treatment for so many subordinates, support their families, and bear the expenses of over 200 households. It has been an insurmountable challenge. There have been countless times over the past decade when I contemplated suicide. I could hardly endure it, believing that this torment would persist until my death. I never expected you, Mr. Chun, to save me. Thank you, thank you. From this day forth, I, Black Wolf, shall be yours, Mr. Chun. My Black Wolf gang will serve as your right hand." Qinyang assisted Black Wolf to his feet, saying, "Let your brothers rise first. You are a grown man. There is no need to weep so. Moreover, you are already a practitioner of the small Zhou Tian. Why must you still shed tears? It is unbecoming for a warrior." Black Wolf nodded quickly, helping the others to stand. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "In any case, I shall follow you, Big Brother Chun, from now on." Qinyang pondered briefly. In the past, he would have undoubtedly rejected the Black Wolf gang. Regardless of the circumstances, the Black Wolf gang was still a faction, one of the 3 major underground forces in Qingzhou. However, after the recent kidnapping incident involving Su Yin and Yi, Qinyang began to reassess his sources of intelligence and connections. Coupled with his newfound trust in Black Wolf's character, he considered these factors and nodded, leading Black Wolf toward a nearby reception room. Along the way, Qinyang's phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Answering the call, a middle-aged voice on the other end spoke politely. "Mr. Chun, is that you?" "Hello, I am Lei Dagwan, the director of the Land Development Bureau in Qingzhou. Previously, you submitted a proposal to contract the Qinglong Mountain project, which Director Qin has already forwarded to me. I have reviewed it, and it is indeed quite impressive." Upon hearing about the Qinglong Mountain matter, Qinyang came to an abrupt halt, excitedly inquiring, "Director Lei, does this mean we can sign a contract to secure the Qinglong Mountain project?" With a slight sigh, Lei Dagwan replied, "Mr. Chun, to speak candidly, had this been before, it would have been absolutely feasible, especially with Director Qin backing you. However, a small issue has arisen now. Thus, your project proposal may no longer be approved." Chapter 70. The strange illness. Qinyang was initially filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to extract the spiritual energy from Qinglong Mountain. However, after hearing Director Lei Dagwang's words, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Reluctantly, Qinyang inquired, "Director Lei, what has happened? Is there an issue with the proposal? Or is there another reason?" He added, "We could discuss this. That piece of land in Qinglong Mountain is of utmost importance to me, and our company will spare no effort to see this project through." Director Lei sighed on the other end, saying, "Mr. Chun, I am truly sorry. It is due to my side that your proposal cannot pass the review. I apologize to you and to General Qin. If there is an opportunity, I shall certainly invite both of you to dinner as an apology." With that, Lei Dagwang abruptly ended the call, leaving Qinyang without the chance to discuss conditions. Holding his phone, Qinyang furrowed his brow. If he could not secure that land, the loss would be substantial. Although he could secretly excavate the area, should he be discovered, it would lead to significant complications and exhausting efforts. Beside him, Black Wolf observed Qinyang's expression and quickly asked, "Mr. Chun, has something happened? I know Director Lei from the Land Planning Bureau. Was that him on the phone?" Upon hearing Black Wolf's words, Qinyang nodded. Yes, it was him. Previously, they proposed a reasonable development plan for Qinglong Mountain. I wanted a piece of land there, and I had already established connections and submitted the proposal. But now, he suddenly called to inform me that my proposal cannot be approved. That land is crucial to me, and I hope to negotiate with him. Yet he hung up decisively, clearly indicating I have no chance. Black Wolf, upon hearing this, quickly replied, "Boss Chun, I've dealt with Director Lei numerous times. He is quite approachable. Let me take you to meet him. There's always a possibility for a turnaround." Qinyang, encouraged by Black Wolf's words, promptly agreed. The two then drove straight to the land planning office. Upon arrival, they inquired and learned that Lei Dogwang was not at work that day, as he was in hospital. His daughter seemed to be ill. Black Wolf and Chen Yang hurried to the central hospital of Qingzhou. Reaching the emergency department, they spotted a middle-aged man with a bald head, sitting and repeatedly patting his shiny scalp. Not far off, the ICU's door was illuminated, indicating a critical situation within. Chen Yang and Black Wolf approached quickly. Black Wolf greeted, "Hello, director Lei." Lei Dogwang looked up, recognizing Black Wolf, but the sorrow and fear in his eyes were unmistakable. Black Wolf sat down and asked, "Director Lei, what has happened?" With a quiver in his voice, Lei Dogwang pointed towards the rescue room and said, my daughter is inside." Black Wolf, upon hearing this, hurriedly suggested, "Director Lei, perhaps you could consult Mr. Chun. He is a miraculous physician. I suffered from chronic cough and heavy metal poisoning, as you know. Yet Mr. Chun cured me in mere seconds." Upon hearing this, Lei Dogwang quickly turned to Chen Yang and asked, "Mr. Chun, are you the same Chen Yang who submitted the proposal?" Chen Yang approached, extending his hand. "Hello, Director Lei, I am Chen Yang, the one you called earlier." Lei Dogwang shook Chen Yang's hand and sighed. "Mr. Chun, I sincerely apologize regarding the proposal. You are a good friend of General Qin and acquainted with Mr. Black Wolf. Under normal circumstances, I would have approved your project. However, I receive a call from an unknown number, claiming he desires the land in Qinglong Mountain. If I do not comply, my daughter will undoubtedly perish. Now, I have no choice but to believe him. As you can see, my daughter has been taken to the ICU, and the doctors cannot identify the cause. They are at a loss." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Yang replied, "Let me first check on your daughter's condition. We can discuss the proposal later." He proceeded towards the emergency room. Just then, several doctors emerged, led by Director Meng Ping of the hematology department. Meng Ping noted at Chen Yang, remembering him from a previous incident where he had identified poisoning and treated a patient successfully. Meng Ping approached Lei Dogwang, who anxiously asked, "Director Meng, how is my daughter?" Meng Ping furrowed his brows and sighed. "Mr. Lei, please do not panic. Your daughter's condition is currently stable, but she has clearly been poisoned. We have yet to determine the specific toxin. For now, we can only provide 4 fluids and various instruments to sustain her vital functions. I have instructed the laboratory to expedite the analysis to identify the toxin and formulate a treatment plan." Hearing this, despair flickered in Lei Dogwang's eyes. Meng Ping, shaking his head, added, "I regret to inform you that I cannot guarantee when we will ascertain the cause of the illness. The toxin your daughter has encountered is rather unusual and complex. Prepare yourself for a prolonged hospitalization." At this moment, Chen Yang interjected, "May I enter to take a look?" Meng Ping quickly responded, "Of course, Mr. Chun, please follow me. By the way, have we identified the toxin that affected ye previously?" As they walked, Chen Yang explained, "The toxin in her body was relatively straightforward. It was a forbidden combination from traditional Chinese medicine, specifically the interaction between eugenol and curcumin, resulting in a neurotoxic blood poison." Meng Ping, astonished, exclaimed, "This toxin sounds quite intricate. I am impressed that you could identify it." The group entered the ICU room, where Chen Yang approached the bedside of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. The child's complexion was dark, with bruising at her brow and strange black markings on her skin. Witnessing this, Chen Yang's brow furrowed deeply as he stated, "This is not an ordinary poison, but rather a toxin derived from a corpse insect extracted from ancient tombs. Such poison cannot be eliminated by conventional methods. We must transfer this child to a regular ward. Mr. Lei, you must immediately prepare fresh chicken blood and black dog blood, each at least 500 milliliters." Upon hearing Chen Yang's instructions, Lei Dogwang was immensely excited and grasped Chen Yang's arm, imploring, "Mr. Chun, will just these 2 items suffice? I will arrange for them at once. I entrust everything to you." With that, Lei Dogwang hurriedly departed. Chapter 71. The Poison King in a standard single-patient ward, Chen Yang. Meng Ping, Black Wolf, and others stood by the bedside. Meng Ping turned to Chen Yang and inquired, "Mr. Chun, can you discern what poison she has been afflicted with?" Chen Yang nodded. "The perpetrator is a master of toxins. He has cultivated a poisonous centipede using a corpse insect found in ancient tombs. The centipede's bite inflicted this condition on the girl." As he spoke, Chen Yang pulled down the girl's pants to reveal a small bite mark on her ankle from a centipede. He pointed to the wound and explained, "The toxin has permeated her body through this entry point. This corpse insect poison is exceptionally difficult to cure with standard methods. Do not presume that only Western medicine lacks understanding. Even the most skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioners find themselves powerless against such toxins. The corpse poison is exceedingly tenacious. Only the individual who cultivated the centipede, which inflicted the bite on the girl, can save her by brewing the corpse of that very centipede and administering it to her. Beyond this, other detoxification methods prove largely ineffectual. Upon hearing these revelations, Meng Ping felt as though a new world had opened before him. His trust in Chun Yang deepened, intensifying his awareness of his own limited knowledge. With a sigh, Meng Ping remarked, "Mr. Chun, your insights are indeed profound. I have never encountered such a toxin before." Chun Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "It is not solely your ignorance. Many martial artists and masters of traditional medicine have rarely encountered it. This method of poisoning involves the use of gu poison, and there are few masters of gu in our Jiangnan region, as their teachings are often shrouded in secrecy." At that moment, Lei Daiwan hurriedly entered the room, carrying 2 thermos containers filled with black dog blood and rooster blood. Chun Yang instructed the Black Wolf to close the door and then addressed Lei Daiwan. "Director Lei, begin applying the black dog blood and rooster blood gradually to your daughter's fingertips and toes. These substances, being of utmost yang, can counteract the corpse poison. We shall drive the toxins from her body towards her gastrointestinal tract, and I will guide the toxins out through her mouth." Lei Daiwan nodded, anxious yet resolute. "Understood, Mr. Chun. I will do it right away." He meticulously applied the black dog blood and rooster blood to various parts of his daughter's body, starting from her fingers and toes, gradually channeling the poison towards her stomach. The centipede toxin within her was slowly expelled, ultimately concentrating in her stomach. Chun Yang extended his hand, his finger pressing on the girl's stomach point. A surge of pure Taoist energy surged into her body, requiring considerable expenditure of his strength. This energy guided the centipede toxin towards her throat. In the next moment, the girl violently retched, expelling a copious amount of foul, purulent blood along with more gastric juices and remnants of her meals. She continued to vomit for several instances until finally, what emerged was while devoid of any foul odor. Seeing this, Chun Yang sighed in relief and gently pressed on the girl's back, halting her vomiting. He turned to Meng Ping and said, "Director Meng, I entrust her care to you now. Her toxins have been thoroughly cleansed." Meng Ping promptly replied, "Certainly, I will ensure she receives electrolyte injections and nutrients without delay." He assisted the girl away. Witnessing this, Lei Daiwan broke into tears, grasping Chun Yang's hand. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Without you, my daughter might not have survived." Chun Yang, now grasping the situation, responded, "Director Lei, the intent was not to kill your daughter. Rather, it was to use her as leverage against you to obtain the contracting rights for Qinglong Mountain, who is competing with me for those rights." Realizing the implications, Lei Daiwan exclaimed, "The competitor is a company named Weiware Investment. The person in charge is Lu Yu, who has inexplicably set her sights on the land at Qinglong Mountain." Chun Yang furrowed his brow at this revelation. Lu Yu? How did she come to establish an investment company? Where did she acquire the funds? What are her intentions? Besides, given her capabilities, it is inconceivable that she could have inflicted such toxins upon your daughter. Hastily, Lei Daiwan inquired, "Mr. Chun, do you know Lu Yu?" Chun Yang nodded affirmatively. "She is my ex-wife. Weiwei Investment? Could it be that the other owner is Su Wei?" As this thought settled, he felt an unsettling confirmation. He had not anticipated that this pair of scoundrels would align themselves. Beside him, Lei Daiwan promptly stated, "Mr. Chun, you saved my daughter. The rights to Qinglong Mountain will undoubtedly be granted to you. Let us meet at my office at 2 o'clock this afternoon to finalize the matter." Relieved, Chun Yang concurred. "Very well, it is settled." With determination, Lei Daiwan declared, "I will call Lu Yu now. I cannot believe this woman is so shameless as to poison my daughter merely to thwart your acquisition of Qinglong Mountain." He dialed Lu Yu's number, stating, "Hello, Ms. Lu. This is to inform you that at 2 o'clock this afternoon, the Land Planning Office will publicly finalize the contracting rights for Qinglong Mountain. I kindly ask for your punctual attendance." On the other end, Lu Yu chuckled, hanging up the phone before turning to Su Wei. "Darling, it's all set. Director Lei just informed me that the final rights will be determined at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I believe he is utterly terrified. If he does not yield the rights to us, his daughter is doomed." Su Wei Smikon Li, Zet Ponding, Naija Li. "This time, I have enlisted the notorious Poison King of Qingzhou, Liu. With him involved, dealing with a mere Qinyang will be a trivial task. Lu Yu laughed. You always know how to handle things, Su. However, I think we need not complicate matters. Simply poisoning Qinyang would suffice. Su Wei gritted his teeth. Of course, Qinyang cannot escape. However, before his demise, I intend for him to understand who truly rules Qingzhou. How dare he, a mere nobody, aspire to claim Qinglong Mountain? Such ambition is laughable. Though I have no interest in Qinglong Mountain, I will not allow him to succeed in his endeavors. Rest assured, tonight, the Poison King of Qingzhou will make his appearance. And Qinyang will be rendered nothing but a puddle of pus, Su Wei declared, his eyes gleaming with malice as he raised his glass and drank deeply, reveling in his triumph. Chapter 72. Seizing the valley. Lu Yu leaned against Su Wei, a triumphant smile gracing her face. After a year of marriage to Qinyang, she had always looked down upon him. Finally, after extracting everything of value from him, she cast him aside and divorced him. Lu Yu had assumed that Qinyang would be reduced to a mere lapdog, begging for her to remarry him. Yet, to her astonishment, after their divorce, Qinyang flourished, driving luxury cars, residing in villas, and accompanied by beautiful women, an outcome she could not fathom. Now, Lu Yu found herself somewhat grateful to Qinyang. After all, it was thanks to him that she could now associate with Su Wei, a true scion of Qingzhou's elite. Once Qinyang was out of the picture, she would occasionally burn incense for him, expressing her gratitude. Amused by her thoughts, Lu Yu laughed heartily, turning to Su Wei. Darling, once we secure Qinglong Mountain, what shall we do with it? I have no desire to cultivate medicinal herbs there. Perhaps we could develop a tourism project, and I shall be the leading lady. Su Wei smirked. Let us discuss that after tomorrow. For now, our priority is to secure the contracting rights to Qinglong Mountain. I want Yi Qingya to understand that while Qinyang is incapable, I am more than capable of accomplishing what he cannot. Once we ascertain her intentions for Qinglong Mountain, we can deliberate on the development plans. Lu Yu, upon hearing Su Wei's words, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy and remarked, Su, you are truly kind to that woman, Yi Qingya, but it's a pity she fails to appreciate it. Su Wei scoffed and replied, she may not understand the value of it now, but she will in due time. Tonight, that useless Qinyang is as good as dead. The key factor is that Yi Qingya's grandfather, Yi Qingshan, along with some other family members, will be returning to the country. Yi Qingshan is eager to see Yi Qingya married to me. Once tomorrow passes and he applies pressure, I cannot believe Yi Qingya will continue to reject me. Su Wei, with a smug smile, added, it's almost time. Let us proceed to secure the contracting rights for Qinglong Mountain. The two of them dressed up and hopped into a Porsche, heading straight for the Land Planning Bureau. Upon arriving at the Bureau's office, they found it transformed into a venue for a public bidding conference. According to regulations, the bidding for Qinglong Mountain required media supervision. With the participation of at least 2 companies and the presence of notary personnel, several media outlets had already set up cameras, with staff members engaged in casual conversations at the tables. Just as Lu Yu and Su Wei settled in, they noticed Qinyang entering. Lu Yu smirked disdainfully upon seeing Qinyang, exclaiming, Oh Qinyang, what a surprise to find you here. How have you been? I heard you've become a trophy boy, a shareholder in the natural whitening cosmetics company, and that Yi Qingya sent you to secure the land at Qinglong Mountain. Huh, who would have thought you'd find such success as a trophy boy? Qinyang glanced at Lu Yu and Su Wei, responding coolly, shut your foul mouth. Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. Lu Yu huffed, pointing at Qinyang. The one who should be silent is you, Qinyang. Let me tell you, the land at Qinglong Mountain belongs to me and Su. With you being a mere loser, a trophy boy relying on women to rise, how dare you compete with us? Go eat dirt. Su Wei laughed heartily, boasting, all right, Lu Yu, no need to stoop to this loser-esque level. He stands no chance against us, this time. Our victory is assured. Qinyang frowned slightly, losing patience with these 2 contemptible individuals. Were it not for the crowd, he would have confronted them directly and put them in their place. At that moment, Lei Dagwan entered briskly with documents in hand. After taking a look at Su Wei and Lu Yu, Su Wei arrogantly raised his chin, crossing his arms, and said, Director Lei, let us expedite this. Announce the results quickly. We have much to do. Lei Dagwan granted, nodding. Then I declare the approval conference for the Investment and Rational Development Project in the Qinglong Mountain area officially commenced. The surrounding staff and media began recording, whispering among themselves. The area of Qinglong Mountain was quite large, Yet surprisingly, only two companies were competing. The victor was undoubtedly Su Wei. Given that the Su family was a prominent family in Qingzhou, historically ranking among the top 3 elite families. As Su Wei and Lu Yu overheard the discussions, their pride swelled. Lei Daguan succinctly announced, based on the final determination of our office staff, I hereby declare that the Qinglong Mountain area is awarded to Mr. Chun of the Natural Whitening Traditional Chinese Medicine Company for development. We hope Mr. Chun will create more job opportunities in the next decade, protect the ecological resources of Qinglong Mountain, and utilize the land rationally to generate benefits for Qingzhou. Chen Yang smiled slightly at Lei Daguan, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your trust, Director Lei. I will not let Qingzhou down. Upon hearing the announcement, Lu Yu and Su Wei were taken aback. Su Wei abruptly stood up, glaring at Lei Daguan coldly. Lei Daguan, have you lost your mind? Lei Daguan's eyes glimmered with resentment as he looked at Su Wei, stating, Su, in future competitions, it's best not to resort to underhanded tactics. Even your father Su Kunlun won't be able to save you if you do. Furthermore, regarding my daughter, I have already reported the matter to the police. If I find that her poisoning is related to you, you will be apprehended. Su Wei, astonished, regarded Lei Daguan, not expecting him to risk his daughter's life to defy him. He let out a cold snort, grabbed Lu Yu, and stormed out. The project approval meeting concluded, and Chen Yang officially obtained the development rights for the Qinglong Mountain area. The moment he secured the rights, he immediately contacted Black Wolf, a person he trusted. As one of the 3 major underground forces in Qingzhou, the Black Wolf faction may not excel in combat, yet they control numerous industries. Over a third of Qingzhou's gray market industries are in their hands. It is precisely through these gray industries that Black Wolf sustains the medical and living expenses for his 300 brothers. Chen Yang addressed Black Wolf. Next, I will take you to a valley in Qinglong Mountain. You must begin excavating immediately, aiming to uncover treasures beneath the valley within 3 days. Chapter 73, Poison Chen Yang. Accompanied by Black Wolf and a few others, headed straight for Qinglong Mountain. They donned thick protective suits, and, after 3 hours, finally reached the valley where the spirit core had previously been discovered. Chen Yang pointed to the valley's bottom, instructing Black Wolf, this is the spot. No matter the cost or effort required, we must excavate this valley promptly. Of course, there may be dangers below. Should you encounter anything suspicious, leave immediately and call me. Do not force the excavation. Black Wolf nodded, grinning at Chen Yang. Boss Chun, rest assured. While we may not be the best at fighting, when it comes to digging and construction, no one in Qingzhou can claim the top spot over us. I'll arrange for 2 excavators via helicopter, along with some rock crushers and drill bits. I estimate we can clear this site in just a day and a night. Chen Yang was pleasantly surprised by this response. Indeed, having Black Wolf as an ally made everything considerably easier. With the Black Wolf faction backing him, his Chinese herbal medicine company wouldn't need additional staff. With Wu Qian as his secretary, alongside the employees from the Black Wolf faction and the rich Guo Chinese medicine factory as a base, everything was well in hand. Chen Yang clapped Black Wolf on the shoulder, saying, good, then take your brothers and get to work. I need to see Lei Daguan. He awarded us this project, and Su Wei is undoubtedly seething with resentment. I'm certain assassins will come after Lei Daguan tonight. Black Wolf nodded promptly, understood, Boss Chun. I will begin the excavation immediately and ensure complete confidentiality. You go handle your matters. Chen Yang left Qinglong Mountain, hurrying back to Qingzhou City. And by the time he arrived, night had fallen. Around 7 in the evening, he drove to Lei Daguan's residence. Lei Daguan lived in an old government housing complex, on the ground floor with a small yard. Chen Yang leaped into Lei Daguan's home, entering the interior. Lei Daguan's daughter had been brought back from the hospital and was sleeping soundly in the bedroom. Hearing footsteps, Lei Daguan turned to see Chen Yang and breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly stood up, approaching Chen Yang, and said, Mr. Chun, you finally arrived. I've been quite anxious. Tonight certainly feels ominous. Chen Yang nodded, I understand. Given that the assassin poisoned your daughter and you did not comply with his demands, he will undoubtedly come tonight. Rest assured, with my presence, you and your daughter will encounter no peril. Lei Daguan pulled Chen Yang to sit at the dining table, extracting 3 sets of gas masks from his bag. With a smile, he remarked, since the adversary is a master of poison, I anticipated they would surely poison the air. Hence I prepared several N95 masks. However, upon further reflection, I doubted their efficacy, so I procured 3 sets of gas masks from the fire department. Surely, these should provide adequate protection against toxins, yes? Chen Yang laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. Director Lei, your meticulousness is commendable. Indeed, with these gas masks, confronting our opponent will be significantly easier. The two conversed over their meal, discussing matters of land planning. Around 8 o'clock, Chen Yang's ears twitched slightly. He stood and said, "Someone has arrived. Put on your gas mask." Upon hearing this, Lei Daguang instantly tensed, hastily grabbing a mask from the table to cover his face. Peering out the window, he saw nothing. Growing anxious, he hurriedly extinguished all the lights in the living room. Chen Yang offered a faint smile to Lei Daguang, assuring him, "Just sit on the sofa. There is no need for concern." In the shadowy corner outside the courtyard, a man clad in night attire observed the commotion within. Noticing Lei Daguang extinguish the lights, Li Jun's lips curled into a smirk. As the notorious Poison King of Qingzhou, his vision in the darkness was far superior to that of an ordinary person. He could clearly discern the actions and expressions of Chen Yang and Lei Daguang inside. Li Jun was seething with anger, never anticipating that the insignificant Lei Daguang would dare defy him. Previously, Li Jun had received an order from Su Wei, instructing him to coerce Lei Daguang into acquiring the Qingshan plot with a generous offer of 50 million. This sum was not only for threatening Lei Daguang, but also included the intent to take Chen Yang's life that very night. Li Jun was determined to secure this 50 million, but he never imagined that his initial move would falter. Lei Daguang audaciously disregarded his daughter's safety in favor of Chen Yang, igniting Li Jun's fury. Thus, he hastened to Lei Daguang's courtyard shortly after 8 o'clock. Upon observing both Lei Daguang and Chen Yang inside, a cold smile crept across Li Jun's face. This was fortuitous. He could accomplish both tasks simultaneously, making Lei Daguang rue his choices while also eliminating Chen Yang here. Li Jun approached the house slowly, a faint gray aura emanating from his body. Gazing at Lei Daguang and Chen Yang donning their gas masks, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. These two oblivious fools truly believed that mere gas masks could shield them from the Poison King of Qingzhou. Suddenly, Li Yun accelerated, swiftly waving his hands towards the doors and windows. In the blink of an eye, gray smoke wafted into Lei Daguang's room, quickly enveloping the entire living room. Lei Daguang, trembling on the sofa, suddenly convulsed, breathing erratically, and with a thud, he fell to the floor, foam escaping his mouth, his body turning cold. Struggling, he extended his hand towards Chen Yang, gasping, "Mr. Chen, this is bad. I think I've been poisoned." Panic surged through Lei Daguang. How could he have been poisoned despite wearing the highest grade gas mask? Was it possible for him and his daughter to escape this ordeal? Could Chen Yang truly protect them? At this moment, Chen Yang also collapsed to the ground with a thud. Outside, Li Jun witnessed both Chen Yang and Lei Daguang sprawled on the floor, erupting into laughter. He then kicked open the door and strode into the room. Li Jun was unperturbed by the gas masks, unconcerned that the two might be feigning their condition. He boisterously declared, "Lei Daguang, how audacious of you to defy my intentions and reject my terms. Do you think donning a gas mask will safeguard you? As the Poison King of Qingzhou, if I desire to kill someone, it matters not if they cease to breathe, eat, or drink. My ghostly smoke can be absorbed through the skin. As long as a sliver of skin is exposed to the air, poisoning is inevitable. Ha ha ha." Chapter 74. Strange Illness. Li Jun reveled in his triumph, drawing a dagger from his waist and advancing towards Lei Daguang by the sofa. Just as he was about to strike, a blood-red long knife suddenly slashed through the air, cleanly severing Li Jun's neck. With a thud, he collapsed, eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Chen Yang, unable to fathom why Chen Yang had not succumbed to the poison. Chen Yang waved his sleeve, dispersing the lingering, ghostly smoke from the room. He did not dare underestimate Li Jun, the Poison King, and swiftly ended his life with a single stroke. Chen Yang turned on the lights and approached Lei Daguang, quickly pressing on the acupoints in his body. The mystical energy within Chen Yang surged into Lei Daguang, completely neutralizing the ghostly smoke within him. As Lei Daguang sat up, he beheld the corpse on the floor, a wave of dread washing over him. Grasping Chen Yang's leg, he expressed his gratitude. "Mr. Chen, thank you so much." This man was indeed elusive. "Thankfully, your strength is formidable." Chen Yang smiled gently. "I cannot claim exceptional strength. It was merely that he employed ghostly smoke, a form of corpse poison, which my internal energy happened to counteract effectively." Chen Yang rummaged through Li Jun's corpse, retrieving several vials. Among them were 2 jars containing black centipedes and scorpions, both exceedingly venomous and Li Jun's secret weapons. Chen Yang tossed these toxic creatures into the fire, reducing them to ashes. He examined the remaining vials, discovering ghostly smoke, a toxin that could be absorbed through the skin, perilous and swift in its effects. Fortunately, Chen Yang possessed the mystical energy akin to pure yang internal energy, which was particularly effective against malevolent entities, corpse poison, and ghostly apparitions. This mystical energy also had the capacity to concoct elixirs, inscribe talismans, and engrave runes, far surpassing ordinary internal energy and potency. In addition to ghostly smoke, there were several other poisons, including a powder capable of completely disintegrating a corpse. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, remarking, "This fellow truly lives up to his title as the Poison King of Qingzhou. The poisons he concocted are indeed formidable." It was fortunate he revealed himself today and underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, offending such a character would be utterly perilous. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang sent a message to Black Wolf, instructing him to thoroughly investigate the acquaintances and relatives of Li Jun, the Poison King of Qingzhou, to ascertain if any disciples remained in Qingzhou. If so, they were to be apprehended immediately. Having completed these tasks, Chen Yang departed from Lei Dawang's home and returned to his villa. He retrieved the blood-red long knife acquired from Su Te, noting its remarkable sharpness as it had effortlessly dispatched Li Jun. At this moment, the residual spiritual energy on the blade was nearly depleted. Chen Yang cleaned the knife and then sat cross-legged, placing his palm upon its surface, allowing the refined spiritual energy to flow into him. He distinctly felt his mystical energy replenishing rapidly, with his cultivation level advancing. After continuously treating members of Black Wolf's group and attending to Lei Dawang's daughter, his mystical energy had been significantly drained. Fortunately, the long knife still retained some residual spiritual energy. After practicing until past 11 o'clock, Chen Yang rose and picked up his phone. After a moment's thought, he sent a message to Su Yin, inquiring if she had gone to bed. A minute later, Su Yin replied that she had just lain down. Chen Yang initiated a video call. As the connection was established, he smiled at Su Yin on the other end, asking, "Why are you still awake at this late hour?" Su Yin lay on her bed, rubbing her eyes, and spoke. "Yi Qingya is feeling down. Her grandfather and other relatives have returned home. As soon as they arrived, they insisted that Yi Qingya go on a blind date with Su Wei. I sense trouble is brewing for her." Chen Yang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Yi Qingya's grandfather is back, and he wants her to meet Su Wei? That scoundrel has done so many unscrupulous things. Has Yi Qingya's grandfather lost his senses? With a sigh of resignation, Su Yin replied, "There's nothing to be done. After all, the Su family still holds significant influence. Even if they are in decline now, they remain a prominent family in Qingzhou. Regardless of the circumstances, the Su family was once quite illustrious. Yi Qingshan hopes to leverage Qingya's connection to the Su family to elevate the Yi family, which is understandable." After a brief conversation, Su Yin suddenly frowned, a look of anguish crossing her face. She hurriedly turned to Chen Yang and said, "Chen Yang, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll sleep now. You should rest early too." Concerned, Chen Yang observed Su Yin on the video call and asked, "Su Yin, what's wrong? You seem to be in pain." Su Yin quickly shook her head. "It's nothing, just a late night causing a slight headache." "Good, Chen Yang." With that, she hastily ended the call and set her phone aside, curling up into a ball. She felt as if a knife made of ice was slicing through her insides, inflicting excruciating pain. Desperation washed over her. This strange illness had been manifesting more frequently. It used to occur once a year, then every 7 to 8 months. And now it was only 2 months since the last episode. Clutching the blanket tightly, she breathed heavily, waiting for the pain to subside. Her prestigious Su family had been unable to find a remedy for this ailment, and during an episode, all she could do was endure. In another room, Yi Qingya sat at the head of her bed, unable to sleep. She had just received a call from her grandfather, Yi Qingshan, and was feeling quite troubled. Yi Qingshan was adamant that Yi Qingya should give Su Wei a chance. She sighed and shook her head. Had this been a fortnight ago, Yi Qingya might not have resisted her grandfather's wishes. However, with Chun Yang's emergence and the recent chain of events, she had seen through Su Wei's character. More crucially, she realized she could not entertain the prospect of being with any other man. Yi Qingya sighed deeply and shook her head, exasperated. It was a crucial time for the company's development, yet she had to deal with these bothersome matters. Just as she was about to sleep, she heard Su Yan's agonized moans from the adjacent room. Startled, she sprang up and hurried to Su Yan's bedroom, seeing Su Yan curled up and trembling under the blanket. Yi Qingya's heart ached. She rushed forward to embrace Su Yan. "What's wrong? Su Yan, is your illness acting up again? Hang in there. I have some painkillers ready. If it becomes unbearable, we can take some medication." Su Yan nodded, opening her eyes to meet Yi Qingya's gaze, and forced a smile. "Thank you, Qingya. It's truly comforting to have you here." The two women held each other tightly, and due to the pain, Su Yan was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 75. Opening a restaurant at this moment, in the western part of Qingzhou City, within an older, grand estate. The main hall of the mansion was brightly lit, filled with the aroma of wine. At the dining table sat Su Wei in the primary seat, flanked by Yi Qingshan, Yi Hai, Yi Long, Yi Gao, and other members of the Yi family. Yi Qingshan raised his wine glass and addressed Su Wei. "Young Master Su, rest assured. We are fully aware of your affections for Yi Qingya. Whether it's me as her grandfather or these uncles and cousins surrounding us, we all support you, including Yi Qingya's parents. Although they haven't to return home, I can assure you they would endorse your union with Qingya. It is a blessing for our Yi family to be favored by young Master Su, and we express our gratitude for your attention." Yi Qingshan spoke with fervor, quickly downing his drink. Su Wei chuckled heartily and replied, "Grandpa Qingshan, with your words, I feel at ease. I have been pursuing Qingya for nearly a year now, and while our relationship was once strong, a certain Qinyang has come along, getting too close to her and maligning my character, leading Qingya to avoid me. It's truly vexing. Thankfully, you have returned. Otherwise, she might have been deceived by that scoundrel." Yi Qingshan slammed his hand on the table. "Such a thing exists? Young Master Su, worry not. Now that I am back, no one can deceive Yi Qingya. Tomorrow, I will have a talk with her, and by tomorrow evening at the latest, you two will be together. If you're not averse, I would prefer your marriage to Qingya to be expedited." Su Wei was overjoyed upon hearing this, eagerly nodding, "Absolutely, as long as Qingya agrees, I am ready to marry at any moment." Despite the humiliation of having Yi Qingya bewitched by Qinyang, who had even spent a night with her in the countryside, Su Wei could endure it all. His ultimate goal was to win Yi Qingya over and fulfill his long-held wish. Should he tire of her after a year or so of marriage, he could simply dismiss her. In any case, he must possess this woman. Otherwise, he could not quell the turmoil within his heart. As for Qinyang, that scoundrel, he was likely already a ghost by now. Few could survive the wrath of Qingzhou's Poison King. After the meal, Su Wei left the Yi family mansion, elated at the prospect of his future wedding with Yi Qingya. The following morning, Qinyang awoke and promptly called Su Yan. Sensing that Su Yan had appeared unwell the previous night, he invited her to breakfast. Su Yan took a shower and changed her clothes. The illness that had struck her again last night made her acutely aware of the preciousness of time. She slung her bag over her shoulder and called out to Yi Qingya, "Qingya, I'm heading out." Yi Qingya nodded but puzzled asked Su Yan, "Why are you dressed so beautifully so early in the morning?" With a playful smile, Su Yan replied, "I'm just going shopping to lift my spirits. See you later." She left quickly, not daring to tell Yi Qingya that she was going to meet Qinyang. When the two met for breakfast, Qinyang asked Su Yan, "Is everything all right? You seemed troubled last night." Su Yan pondered for a moment and replied, "Nothing major, just some sudden pain. Could you help me with a diagnosis?" Qinyang nodded and felt Su Yan's pulse. Her pulse was steady and healthy. Yet, still concerned, he infused a trace of his mystical energy into her body. Following her meridians, he finally withdrew his hand and smiled. "Your health is excellent, although your dantian is blocked, preventing you from becoming a martial artist. Your natural meridians are resilient, and your vitality is robust, far healthier than most." Upon hearing this, Su Yan chuckled, though a hint of sighing lingered in her heart. Indeed, even Chun Yang's medical skills could not uncover the root of her mysterious ailment. She had previously consulted numerous renowned doctors, and their assessments echoed Chun Yang's sentiments. It is often said that one's health is robust, yet Su Yan is acutely aware that the chill within her may soon manifest with increasing frequency. After breakfast, Qinyang shook his phone and proposed, "Let's go watch a film." Su Yan readily agreed. "Sure, let us indulge in a romantic love story." Their decision made, they ventured to the cinema. Nestled together, they watched the film, as Chun Yang's hand gently reached out to intertwine with Su Yan's petite hand. She did not resist, feeling a warmth envelop her cheeks, with a sense of bliss swelling within. Her heart raced, realizing the beauty of love. After finishing the movie, they exited the theater, strolling through the mall like any other couple, eventually pausing before a newly opened Fish Head hot pot restaurant. The establishment, with its opulent decor and expansive space, stood out prominently within the Qingdao Mall. Hand in hand, Chun Yang and Su Yin entered the restaurant, only to be interrupted by a sudden voice. Chun Yang, what on earth are you doing here? They turned to find Lu Yu, clad in a suit, frowning at them. The surrounding staff treated Lu Yu with utmost respect. Chun Yang, taken aback by the unexpected encounter, glanced at her but chose to ignore her, leading Su Yin further into the restaurant. The establishment was nearly filled to capacity, a testament to its grand opening and promotional discounts. Lu Yu, incensed by Chun Yang's disregard, stepped forward, demanding, "You two halt." Her gaze fixed on their clasped hands intensified her ire. She had never anticipated Chun Yang's survival, let alone his audacity to flaunt his relationship with such a beautiful woman. Chun Yang furrowed his brows and replied, "Step aside. I have no desire to converse with you. I have yet to settle the score for your misdeeds with Qingzhou's poison lord." Lu Yu smirked. "Chun Yang, do not attempt to intimidate me. Furthermore, this restaurant does not welcome you. I demand you leave at once." Chun Yang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is this your establishment?" Lu Yu, basking in her self-importance, crossed her arms and declared, "Indeed. To be frank, this Fish Head hot pot restaurant is mine. I am the owner, and my mother and brother manage it." "Surprised?" "After leaving you, I have thrived immensely. This restaurant's 5-year lease, renovations, and franchise fees totaled 20 million. Can you match that? But I, Lu Yu, can now." Lu Yu's smugness was palpable. She reveled in her newfound success, believing that Chun Yang's departure had liberated her to soar to greater heights. Just then, Wang Meihua approached, her demeanor lively, accompanied by Lu Chang, seated in a wheelchair. Wang Meihua addressed Lu Yu. "Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Hurry to the kitchen and ensure those cooks are not slacking off. Those lowly workers will take advantage if left unchecked." Upon catching sight of Chun Yang, Wang Meihua's excitement surged. She approached him, exclaiming, "Well, if it isn't my former worthless son-in-law, are you here to congratulate us? Chen Yang, I always said you were unworthy of our Xiaoyu. Now you see the truth, don't you? Without you, our family has soared. We can now run such a large hot pot restaurant in Qingdao Mall. You held my daughter back, and now you understand your inferiority." Chun Yang regarded Wang Meihua and Lu Yu's triumphant expressions, and a sardonic smile crept across his face. He sighed, "Had I known this restaurant belonged to you, I would have thought twice before dining here. Surely, your integrity has long been compromised. The hygiene standards here must be appalling, and one might very well suffer food poisoning." As he spoke, he subtly flicked his fingers, an inconspicuous gesture unnoticed by Lu Yu and Wang Meihua. Lu Yu, buoyed by her arrogance, retorted, "You pitiful wretch. All you deserve is to envy me from afar. Get out. This establishment will not serve you." Beside Chun Yang, Su Yin frowned slightly, gripping his hand. "Chen Yang, let us dine elsewhere. There is no need to engage in such disputes with them." Chun Yang nodded. "For the sake of our health, even if they invited us, I would refuse to eat here." He chuckled, leading Su Yin towards the exit. Wang Meihua scoffed, seething. That worthless Chun Yang has found such a beautiful new girlfriend. What a fool she must be to associate with him. Lu Yu chimed in, "Mother, we shall have no further dealings with him. He is but an insignificant insect. While our family is poised for greatness, thanks to young Master Su, the Lu family shall become a formidable force in Qingzhou." Wang Meihua eagerly nodded in agreement. Lu Chang, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against Chun Yang for past humiliations, added, "Sister, once we gain power, my first order of business will be to toss Chun Yang and his useless mother into a cesspool. I will ensure he regrets it for life." As the three of them reveled in their arrogant laughter, a customer at a nearby table suddenly retched, spewing remnants of food onto the table. Soon, others began to vomit uncontrollably. Some fainted on the spot, while others could not reach the restroom in time, soiling themselves. Within half a minute, the hot pot restaurant was engulfed in a foul stench, chaos reigning as customers convulsed and some collapsed, needing urgent medical attention. "What is happening?" Lu Yu gasped in horror. A bald customer, while calling for an ambulance, pointed accusingly at Lu Yu, shouting, "You unscrupulous business people! Your ingredients are toxic and expired. How can such a filthy establishment pass health inspections? My daughter, please wake up. The restaurant was thrown into turmoil. Shortly thereafter, more than 10 ambulances arrived, followed by a swarm of police officers and health inspectors, who promptly shut down Lu Yu's hot pot restaurant. Chen Yang and Su Yin had not ventured far when Su Yin, filled with indignation on Chen Yang's behalf, suddenly heard the commotion from the restaurant. Turning back, her eyes lit up as she smiled at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, did you orchestrate this? Chen Yang chuckled, patting his pocket. I merely added a little something to their hot pot. Just the day before, Lu Yu and Su Wei had threatened Lei Daguan and his daughter, even plotting to end their lives. However, the Poison King of Qingzhou failed in his attempt and was dealt with by me. The poisons I recovered from him, although recently diluted, are still potent enough to make the diners in the restaurant run to the restroom multiple times. Upon hearing this, Su Yin covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. She pinched Chen Yang's arm and said, "You're quite mischievous. These diners are innocent, and now you've caused them to suffer. I wouldn't be surprised if some end up in the hospital." Chen Yang laughed heartily. "Don't worry, it's merely a case of food poisoning. They will be fine. Let's move on to another restaurant for dinner, and afterward, I'll take you home." Su Yin nodded in agreement. Yes, we need to hurry home. I've been out for too long, and Yi Qingyao will be asking a million questions. Besides, her mood isn't great right now, so I shouldn't appear too excited. Both of them couldn't help but chuckle. After their meal, Chen Yang and Su Yin returned to Fengming Community together. They walked upstairs, and upon exiting the elevator, arrived at Yi Qingyao's door. Just as Su Yin was about to knock, Chen Yang suddenly grabbed her arm, his brow furrowed as he pointed towards the room, saying, "Something's wrong." Su Yin was startled by his words. What happened? Is Qingyan in danger? Chen Yang shook his head. Not exactly danger, but it seems rather grim. Inside the room, Yi Qingshan was seated in the living room with more than a dozen members of the Yi family, while Yi Qingya stood defiantly across from him. She bit her lip and spoke to Yi Qingshan. "Grandfather, I've told you repeatedly, I will not marry Su Wei. I will never marry in this lifetime. While other matters can be discussed, this is non-negotiable, so please stop trying to persuade me." Yi Qingshan slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Yi Qingya and angrily scolding, "Yi Qingya, have you grown wings? Consider the disgraceful things you've done over the years, becoming pregnant before marriage. A woman bearing a child alone. You've brought shame upon our Yi family. Now, Su Wei is willing to marry you despite it all, and you have the audacity to refuse. Let me tell you, today you will marry him, whether you like it or not. Bring forth the family law." With a furious roar, Yi Qingshan commanded, and 4 women from the Yi family immediately approached Yi Qingya. 2 grasped her arms, while another tugged at her hair, and the last kicked at her legs. With a thud, Yi Qingya was forced to the ground. Kneeling there, she gazed at Yi Qingshan in disbelief. Her voice filled with indignation. "Grandfather, what is the meaning of this?" Flames of fury ignited in Yi Qingshan's eyes as he glared at her. "What is the meaning? You dare question me? This is for your own good, for the good of the Yi family. Qingya, you were once my most cherished granddaughter. All the resources of our family were invested in your education, your studies abroad, and your entrepreneurial pursuits. Yet, what have you given back to the Yi family? You became pregnant out of wedlock and bore a child, bringing disgrace upon us. Now, we have a rare opportunity. Marry Su Wei, and your future will be limitless, elevating our family as well. If you refuse, the family law will be enacted. If you agree, we shall all rejoice." Yi Qingya looked at her grandfather in disbelief. In her memory, although Yi Qingshan had not shown her much affection, he was still her grandfather, a figure of familial bond. Yet in this moment, he appeared as an enemy, intent on pushing her to the edge of a cliff. Despairing, Yi Qingya shook her head. "Grandfather, our company is thriving well. We can grow without relying on the Su family." Yi Qingshan scoffed, angrily responding, "Do you think I am unaware? The Baiwa Cosmetics Company was on the brink of collapse. If it weren't for Master Su's assistance in securing a 50 million investment, it would have gone under long ago. How dare you attempt to deceive me again? Someone, slap her." Immediately, someone approached Yi Qingya, causing her to panic. Outside, Chen Yang overheard everything clearly. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Su Yin and said, "Su Yin, wait here, I need to fetch something." Su Yin looked at him curiously, slightly confused. Chen Yang waved his hand, not waiting for her response, and hurried to the elevator. Soon, he returned from his home with a kettle of hot water and some paper cups. Seeing Chen Yang come back, Su Yin anxiously stomped her feet. "Chen Yang, it sounds like something is wrong in there. I heard Yi Qingya crying. We should go check. Qinyang waved his hand. Hold on. I'll serve them some water first. With that, he opened the kettle and poured 13 cups of steaming hot water. Suyan exclaimed, Qinyang, those people are clearly bullying Yi Qingya. They are bad people, and you're serving them water? Qinyang laughed heartily. Even if they are bad, they are still Yi Qingya's grandfather and her blood relatives. We can't just kick them out, can we? If they are unreasonable, we must still show them hospitality. As he spoke, he lifted the tray holding the 13 cups of hot water and with a bang, kicked open Yi Qingya's door. Inside, Yi Qingshan was seated on the sofa, angrily berating Yi Qingya, while the four women held her down, pulling at her hair. As the door swung open, Yi Qingshan coldly demanded, Who are you? Get out. This is my granddaughter's room. Outsiders are not welcome. Qinyang chuckled. We are friends of Yi Qingya, residing in this house. We heard her elders had returned, so we brought you some water to ensure we are good hosts. Suddenly, Qinyang stumbled over a chair, causing the tray to fly from his hands. The 13 cups of scalding hot water soared through the air, landing squarely on the faces of Yi Qingshan and the other 13 individuals. The room erupted in cries of shock as they jumped up, resembling monkeys that had stepped on a tail. Kneeling on the ground, Yi Qingya was momentarily stunned, while the four women holding her down shrieked in pain from the burns. Rolling on the floor, I am burning. I am burning. My eyes are going blind. I've been disfigured. That scoundrel, call the police. Amidst the chaos, Yi Qingya stood up, wiping away her tears, incredulous at the scene before her. She turned to Qinyang, who scratched his head innocently, and said, Miss Yi, I didn't mean for this to happen. I genuinely wanted to offer your grandfather some refreshments, but I tripped and spilled the water all over them. Yi Qingya, seeing the gravity of the situation, quickly dialed for an ambulance. After all, burns were no trivial matter. The water was at least 90 degrees. And if it got into someone's eyes, it could cause serious damage. Yi Qingshan roared in anger. Not only call an ambulance, but also the police. This brat did this deliberately. Not long after, several ambulances arrived downstairs, followed by a few police officers who stepped out of their vehicles. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, they discovered that Qinyang had not acted with malice. It appeared he had merely tripped, causing the teacup to fly out. However, the officers were perplexed as to how the hot water had so precisely splashed onto everyone's faces while Yi Qingya, who was directly involved, remained completely unscathed. Yi Qingya explained the situation to the officers, and subsequently, the ambulances and police cars departed. Without concrete evidence, they naturally would not apprehend Qinyang. Moreover, this time, Yi Qingshan and others had intruded into Yi Qingya's residence, employing familial authority to compel her to kneel and physically assault her, which was already a criminal offense. Inside the room, Su Yin chuckled and gave Qinyang a thumbs up, exclaiming, Qinyang, your method is truly commendable. Those scoundrels deserve a fitting punishment. Yi Qingya sighed in relief, expressing her gratitude to Qinyang before frowning. Qinyang, while I am thankful for your intervention, don't you think your approach was rather harsh? What if my grandfather and the others were severely burnt? Qinyang waved his hand dismissively, reassuring her, do not worry. They might only suffer from severe blisters and be too embarrassed to face anyone for half a month. There will be no lasting harm. Yi Qingya felt a sense of relief, but then sank onto the sofa, shaking her head in resignation. Grandfather has truly gone too far this time. In order to coerce me into marrying Su Wei, he resorted to family tactics. They have never been this vicious before. Has something happened to them abroad? Chapter 78. Coercion. Qinyang turned to Yi Qingya, unable to suppress a chuckle as he remarked, Miss Yi, you are remarkably kind-hearted, even attempting to excuse your grandfather's actions. Regardless of what they may have encountered abroad, they have no justification for treating you this way, forcing you into a marriage with Su Wei and using familial authority against you. Can you truly forgive such relatives? This is foolish filial piety. Hearing this, Yi Qingya furrowed her brow and sighed in resignation. After all, he is my biological grandfather, and I owe much of my entrepreneurial success to his support. The White Makeup Company still holds their shares. Let us hope this matter can conclude here. I will clarify with them that Su Wei is merely a scoundrel. Meanwhile, at the Central Hospital of Qingzhou City, Yi Qingshan and his relatives were being wheeled into the burn unit, wailing in pain. The attending physician hurriedly treated their burns, and soon, the 13 members of the Yi family were wrapped up like dumplings. Yi Qingshan's cousin, Yi Gao, clenched his fists in anger and turned to Yi Qingshan, saying, Grandfather, I warned you long ago that Yi Qingya is shameless and should not remain in our family. You did not believe me and insisted on supporting her business endeavors. Now you see, she is a wolf in sheep's clothing, feigning submission while allowing that gigolo to burn us all. What purpose does keeping such a woman serve? Yi Gao was infuriated, and Yi Qingshan, equally enraged, responded, "This matter is far from over. Call her and demand she immediately dismiss that scoundrel. As for Yi Qingya, she still holds value for us, so we cannot dismiss her just yet. We must bide our time. Ye Gao Sukofut. I believe we should expel both her and that wretched child as soon as possible." After saying this, Yi Gao turned to the window, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated returning to find that Yi had regained her health, a reality he found unacceptable. Yi could not remain. She must either perish or be completely banished from the Yi family. Yi Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Enough, Yi Gao. Yi Qingya still holds some value for us. Marrying her off to Su Wei will elevate our family. Just then, the door to the ward swung open, and Su Wei entered, carrying a basket of fruit. Upon seeing Yi Qingshan and the others injured, he feigned concern and approached Yi Gao, saying, "Grandfather Qingshan, what has happened to you all?" Yi Qingshan, eager to ingratiate himself, hastily got out of bed, exclaiming, "Su Wei, how considerate of you. Please have a seat. Today, we visited Yi Qingya's home to discuss your match, only for that scoundrel Qinyang to scald us all with boiling water." Su Wei's heart leaped with joy at this news, though he maintained a facade of sorrow. "Grandfather Qingshan, I have always warned you that Qinyang is nothing but a low-born scoundrel, devoid of manners or compassion. He has deceived Yi Qingya with sweet words. She trusts him entirely and has even given him shares in the company, making him the head of subsidiary. This rascal must not be allowed to remain by Yi Qingya's side." Yi Qingshan, now even more infuriated, declared, "I understand, young Master Su. Rest assured, I will have Qingya dismiss Qinyang immediately. We must rid our family's company of this vile character." Yi Qingshan grabbed his phone and dialed Yi Qingya, seething. "Yi Qingya, come to the hospital at once. Furthermore, I command you to expel that scoundrel Qinyang effective immediately, ensuring he will never again set foot in our cosmetics company, severing all ties with the Yi family." Yi Qingya, alarmed by her grandfather's fury, quickly responded, "Grandfather, please calm down. Qinyang did not act with intent. I will bring him to see you and clarify everything." Yi Qingshan angrily retorted, "Clarify nothing. Dismiss him at once, or do not expect me to acknowledge you as my granddaughter." With that, he hung up the phone. In Yi Qingya's room, she set down her phone, looking helplessly at Qinyang. "Qinyang, look at the mess you've created. Now my grandfather is furious and insists I dismiss you." Qinyang scoffed. "On what grounds? I am the third largest shareholder in the company. He cannot simply dismiss me." Yi Qingya waved her hand impatiently. Enough. This is not the time for defiance. Here is the plan. Qinyang, come with me to the hospital. We need to smooth things over." Qinyang frowned helplessly. "Fine, I can apologize to them. But what if they continue to pressure you into marrying Su Wei?" Yi Qingya shook her head. "That won't happen. I will explain everything to them. Now let us go." She picked up some fruit and, together with Qinyang, they headed to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital ward, Yi Qingya entered only to find Su Wei already there. Yi Qingshan, noticing Yi Qingya's arrival, scoffed, "Qingya, look at Su Wei, who upon learning of our injuries, has graciously come to visit us, despite his esteemed status. And what about Qinyang? This scoundrel, with his humble beginnings, has acted with such cruelty, showing no respect for his elders, a true lowlife. Do you not feel any shame associating with such a person?" Yi Qingya furrowed her brow and took a deep breath, patiently explaining, "Grandfather, please listen to me. Some events transpired while you were abroad. Qinyang is indeed a remarkable employee and a trustworthy friend. He cured Yi's illness and even saved her life. Moreover, during the most critical financial crisis of the cosmetics company, he was the one who revived it. As for Su Wei, I do not wish to say more. I genuinely want nothing to do with him. He is a complete stranger to me." Ye Vingshan, upon hearing these words, slammed the sickbed in a fit of rage and exclaimed, "Nonsense. Yi Qingya, you have been thoroughly deceived by this scoundrel beside you. I demand that you expel her today and sever all ties with him. Otherwise, do not blame me for withdrawing my investment from the cosmetics company. Furthermore, I shall remove you from the Yi family lineage forever, along with your parents. Think carefully and make your decision now." Ye Vingshan snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Yi Qingya, exuding confidence, for he knew she would neither dare to be ousted from the family tree nor allow her funding to be withdrawn. Yi Qingya stood there dumbfounded. Before she could utter a word, Chen Yang, who stood beside her, burst into laughter. He stepped forward and declared, "Hey, old man, if you don't withdraw your shares today, you are no longer a person, nor do you deserve the Yi surname. You are merely an old dog who does not keep his word." Yi Qingshan's face turned pale with fury at Chen Yang's words, and his anger flared. In Chapter 79, I am here to buy. Yi Qingshan never expected that Chen Yang, this rascal, would not only cause harm to his people, but also come into the hospital room to insult him instead of offering an apology. Pointing at Chen Yang, he stammered with rage, "Very well. And you too, Yi Qingya, my dear granddaughter, you actually brought this scoundrel here to provoke me. Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" Yi Qingya hastily waved her hands, attempting to explain, but Chen Yang seized her hand and interjected, "Yi, there is no need to say anything. Since this old dog has threatened you first, then let us just kick him out of the board. After all, you hold the power in the company." Yi Qingya turned, her eyes wide with fury as she glared at Chen Yang. Yi Qingshan shouted, "Very well. I will sell my 39% shares immediately. If you cannot repurchase them within 3 days, prepare for bankruptcy. And you, Yi Qingya, get out. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Yi family." Chen Yang pulled out his phone, grinning as he said, "You see, I've recorded this. These are your own words, so don't deny it later." With that, he lifted Yi Qingya in his arms and left the hospital room. The scene left Yi Qingshan and the others in stunned silence, with Su Wei's expression darkening in outrage. He could hardly believe that Chen Yang, this rascal, was still alive, his audacity now even greater, openly insulting Yi Qingshan and whisking Yi Qingya away from the Yi family. Outside the hospital, Yi Qingya's mind was blank until she realized she was still in Chen Yang's embrace as they entered the elevator. She immediately struggled, pounding on his shoulder in frustration. Trembling with anger, she clutched at Chen Yang's collar and shouted, "Chen Yang, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? You insult my grandfather, demand he relinquish his shares, and force me to leave the Yi family. Are you trying to destroy my life?" Chen Yang placed a hand on her shoulder and replied, "Yi, it is you who are not thinking clearly. Clearly, your grandfather does not care about your feelings. He is determined to marry you off to Su Wei. Are you really willing to sacrifice your own happiness for the sake of this family tie?" Yi Qingya gasped for breath, "But you cannot force my grandfather to expel me from the Yi family. Our company is in dire need of funds. If he forcibly relinquishes his 39% share, the company will collapse. According to the agreement when the company was established, if that 39% is sold without a buyer, we must buy back at 3 million per share within 3 days. That's 120 million. Where can we possibly come up with that much money in 3 days? If we cannot buy it back, the company will face bankruptcy and my grandfather will reclaim it." Chen Yang laughed heartily. "ISNT at just 120 million? Don't worry, I will cover it." Yi Qingya stared at him incredulously. "You'll cover it? 120 million in cash within 3 days? There are not many who could manage that in Qingzhou. Do you think it's that simple? Even if we go to the bank for a loan, 3 days is too short." Yi Qingya was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling. Despite her anger, her beauty was accentuated. Chen Yang looked at her and chuckled. He couldn't help but acknowledge that when she wasn't directing her ire at him, Yi Qingya was indeed a stunning beauty. Yet he found her temperament akin to that of a woman going through a midlife crisis, often lashing out at him for no reason. Chen Yang said, "Enough of your worries. I will definitely secure that 120 million. I will acquire the shares your grandfather holds. Moreover, Yi, consider why your grandfather is so eager to curry favor with Su Wei, pushing you to marry him. Is it not because the Su family is wealthy and influential? Is it not because your grandfather wishes to rise in status? Once he expels you, it will matter little. When your company thrives and its worth soars into the hundreds of billions, just imagine how your grandfather will be begging you to return to the Yi family, looking to you for favor. Therefore," he continued, "you need not be troubled by the question of whether to apologize. Your sole focus should be on managing the company well. That is the only path back to the Yi family." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Yi Qingya furrowed her brows, sighing in resignation. "Hundreds of billions? Do you realize how difficult that is? It took me many years to grow this company from 1 billion to 5 billion, leveraging the booming cosmetics market. Transitioning from 5 billion to hundreds of billions is virtually impossible. Chen Yang patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, I am here for you. Just focus on your role within the company and leave the rest to me. As the elevator reached the first floor, Yi Qingyao pointed angrily at Chen Yang and stormed off. Chen Yang chuckled, offering no further explanation. For him, 120 million was not a significant amount. Having recently dismantled the Bloodblade Society, he had acquired several pieces of gold worth millions from Su Te. Besides the gold, the assets of the Bloodblade Society were now under his name, and the Black Wolf Gang had also pledged allegiance to him, adding to his wealth. While the cash flow from both gangs was limited, their gray market operations were extensive. Selling off some of their properties would easily yield several billion. Most importantly, expelling Yi Qingshan would allow him to manage the cosmetics company freely. His herbal medicine company, while merely a FAAD, was set to expand with the development of Qinglong Mountain and the integration of the Black Wolf Gang as prosperous herbal factory. It would not be long before his natural white herbal medicine company would see a significant increase in value. He would not let Yi Qingshan benefit without consequence. Just as Chen Yang was lost in thought, his phone rang. Upon seeing that it was the Black Wolf calling, he felt a surge of excitement. Could it be a clue regarding treasures in Qinglong Mountain? He answered immediately, and on the other end, Black Wolf's voice was filled with urgency. Master Chun, there is something wrong in the valley. A sudden mist has enveloped the area. I was digging with 20 of my brothers when suddenly we couldn't see anything. A portion of us managed to escape, but 3 brothers are still missing in the valley. Chen Yang quickly responded, Black Wolf, retreat with your brothers immediately. I'm on my way. Chapter 80. Illusion. Chen Yang understood that the situation described by Black Wolf was likely due to their discovery of a treasure. Surrounding the treasure, there appeared to be some lurking beasts or traps. He jumped into the vehicle and sped towards Qinglong Mountain. After more than an hour, Chen Yang, wielding the Blood Shadow Blade, arrived in the valley. Black Wolf and over 10 of his brothers quickly gathered around him. Chen Yang inquired, what is the situation? Black Wolf shook his head and replied, Boss, 3 of our brothers are still missing, and we cannot reach them. They're trapped at the bottom of the valley. Furthermore, the valley is completely shrouded in white mist. No matter what kind of light we use, we cannot see what is happening below. As Chen Yang approached the valley and looked down, he found that the over 100-meter deep valley was entirely enveloped in white mist. The mist appeared no different from ordinary morning fog. However, even with Chen Yang's keen eyesight, he could not penetrate the mist to discern what was occurring within the valley. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, It seems this mist is suspicious. I will go down to investigate. Black Wolf, take the others and retreat to a safe distance. Do not come down. Having said that, Chen Yang brandished the blood-red long knife and leaped into the valley. Upon reaching the bottom, a faint, foul odor assaulted him. Chen Yang inhaled it and instantly felt a wave of dizziness. He steadied himself, gripping the blood blade tightly. Suddenly, from beneath the rubble ahead, a massive python, over half a meter thick and nearly 100 meters long, burst forth. Its mouth could easily swallow a cow whole. Chen Yang, upon seeing the enormous serpent, quickly retreated, astonished by its size. This creature was excessively large. It was unusual. Although Qinglong Mountain was vast, it seemed implausible for a 100-meter-long python to grow there. Having studied basic biology, Chen Yang recognized that such a colossal being could easily consume all the wildlife in Qinglong Mountain. Its growth would require an enormous amount of sustenance. At that moment, the giant python opened its mouth and unleashed a fierce flame that seared Chen Yang's skin painfully. With a cry, he rolled away. At that moment, a woman's laughter echoed nearby. Ha ha! Chen Yang, you worthless fool, you will ultimately perish at my hands. Peering closely, Chen Yang saw a woman standing atop the gigantic python. Clad in a black dress with unkempt hair, it was Lu Yu. However, the Lu Yu before him was powerful and imposing, evoking both anger and fear within Chen Yang. He could not comprehend how Lu Yu had suddenly grown so strong and gained control over this massive python. The python soared into the air, its body adorned with golden scales. Wherever it passed, trees were snapped and stones were crushed. Its strength was overwhelming, and its scales were impervious. Chen Yang found himself unable to inflict any damage upon it. The python exhaled flames again, sweeping toward Chen Yang. He leaped, raising the blood-red long knife, and struck swiftly at the python's vulnerable spot. With a resounding crash, sparks flew as the blade met the python's neck. Yet, the creature merely shook its head. sending Chun Yang flying, while the python remained unscathed. Standing atop the python, Lu Yu laughed maniacally, pointing at Chun Yang. Chun Yang, I told you. You are forever unworthy of me. Accept it, you pathetic loser. Go, devour him. The python opened its maw, lunging toward Chun Yang. Gasping for breath, Chun Yang felt increasingly dazed. Something was amiss. Despite the fear instilled by the python and the rage ignited by Lu Yu, he sensed an underlying anomaly. Maintaining his final moments of clarity, Chun Yang struck his dantian, channeling his Taoist energy throughout his body. He swiftly formed several hand seals and recited a spell. Taoist witchcraft, spirit cleansing technique. A green glow emanated from his fingertips as he pressed it against his brow, suddenly regaining clarity. Looking again, Chun Yang was drenched in cold sweat. Before him was not the 100-meter-long python, but a gigantic fox, golden like a statue. The creature stood upright, its size comparable to that of a water buffalo, with eyes radiating an eerie blue glow, fixated on him. Surrounding the fox were several corpses, presumably those of Black Wolf's group. It became evident that he had fallen into the fox's illusion. Had it not been for the strength of his Taoist energy and the spirit cleansing technique he had mastered, he would have been utterly ensnared by the fox's mental control. Cold sweat dripped down Chun Yang's back. After all, he was a mid-level master. It was nearly impossible to control someone of his cultivation. Yet, the enormous fox managed to do so, its eyes glinting with mockery as the blue aura enveloped Chun Yang. In the fox's eyes, Chun Yang, as a master, was destined to become its next meal. The fox, cautious in its approach, though it believed it had Chun Yang firmly under its control, did not attack immediately. Instead, it continued to amplify its mental assault, inundating Chun Yang's mind with waves of blue light. Even as he discerned the python as an illusion and recognized the fox's deception, he struggled against the encroaching haze, unable to resist the surrounding terrifying visions. Chun Yang refrained from retaliating, once more forming the hand seals to activate the spirit cleansing technique, striving to maintain his consciousness. Finally, after 5 minutes, the fox relaxed its guard, convinced that Chun Yang was firmly ensnared within its illusion. It approached slowly, mouth agape, ready to bite into Chun Yang's neck. In that instant, Chun Yang swung the blood-red long knife with all his might, slicing toward the fox's neck. Chapter 81. Frenzied absorption. Although the blood-red long knife had lost its spiritual energy, it remained a remarkable weapon. The blood blade had enabled Chun Yang to rise in prominence in Qingzhou, and the gang led by Su Te had thrived in a short time, thanks to this very blade. Now, Chun Yang unleashed his full strength, and with one decisive stroke, the enormous fox's neck was severed, blood gushing forth. The massive fox let out a furious roar, its sharp claws lunging toward Chun Yang. He dodged nimbly, then drew the long knife once more, striking down. With a crack, he severed the fox's spine, its head drooping lifelessly against its chest. The fox's haunting green eyes fixed on Chun Yang, bewildered. It could not comprehend how it had lost control over him so suddenly. How could a master, once trapped within its illusion, awaken so swiftly? With a thud, the enormous fox collapsed onto the ground, its thick, snow-white tail flicking in the air before finally drooping in defeat. Chun Yang exhaled a sigh of relief, sitting cross-legged on the ground as he gazed at the fox demon before him, secretly grateful for his good fortune. This creature possessed formidable combat prowess, especially given its ability to stealthily draw him into an illusion. Had it not been for his inheritance of the Tao, which legacy, granting him the inner strength to resist illusions, coupled with his own Tao techniques that could clear the mind and awaken the spirit, he might have perished here today. This fox demon's power had evidently reached the late stages of the Master Realm, possibly even its pinnacle. A demon beast at the peak of the Master Realm was truly terrifying. As the colossal fox breathed its last, the mist enveloping the valley began to dissipate gradually. It was then that Chun Yang realized the fog was formed from the creature's urine. It had meticulously laid out a misty illusion formation throughout the valley. Had any other Master Realm martial artist ventured here, they would surely have fallen prey to this fox. Approaching the fox, Chun Yang severed its head and ran his fingers over its fur, unable to suppress a grin. The fur of this peak Master Realm fox demon would make for a beautiful and warm garment, remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding even bullets. Furthermore, consuming its flesh would bolster one's physique and greatly enhance strength. Chun Yang directed his gaze ahead, spotting a sloping cave on the left side of the valley, likely excavated by the Black Wolf and his men. He descended into the cave, and, after traversing 10 meters, he found the spiritual energy suddenly thickening tremendously. Energized, he quickened his pace. Below lay a naturally formed underground cavern, where a golden vine, as thick as a barrel, coiled and twisted through the earth. The vine extended over 150 meters, its roots deeply embedded underground, emanating a rich spiritual energy mingled with a faintly pungent scent reminiscent of foxes. Upon witnessing this, Chunyang comprehended the situation entirely. Examining the vine before him, his heart raced. This was indeed the Earth's spirit vine, infused with abundant spiritual energy. The most crucial aspect was that the Earth's spirit vine could continuously absorb energy from the depths of the Earth, channeling it into its branches and dispersing it outward. The fox demon's remarkable cultivation was undoubtedly due to the unending supply of spiritual energy provided by this vine. Chunyang stepped forward, extending his hand to touch the Earth's spirit vine, feeling the dense spiritual energy flowing into his palm. A smile of satisfaction graced his face. His anticipation for this location had not been in vain. The arrival of the Earth's spirit vine was exceptionally timely. With it, his strength could ascend to new heights. He believed that within 3 months, he could break through to the peak of the Master Realm, or even beyond. Should he attain the pinnacle of the Master Realm, he would undoubtedly be the foremost individual in Qingzhou City. Clapping his hands together, he absorbed the concentrated spiritual energy into his palms. Suddenly, he felt a jolt within his body, a scorching sensation erupting in his chest. Inside his chest cavity, a palm-sized turtle shell spun rapidly, as a torrent of spiritual energy surged from his palms into his chest. Chunyang was taken aback, unable to fathom the speed at which the energy flowed, like a deluge. It coursed through the Earth's spirit vine into his chest cavity, flooding the turtle shell within. He quickly released his grip and closed his eyes to inspect the turtle shell in his chest. It dawned on him that this shell was the very jade pendant left to him by his father. 5 years ago, a devastating fire had engulfed a high-end club near Jinling University, where Chunyang, then a sophomore, worked part-time as a cleaner to earn his living. When the fire broke out, he rushed in to save lives, but the flames overwhelmed him, and he lost consciousness. He had expected to perish in the blaze. Yet the next day, he awoke unscathed in a stream, though the jade pendant had vanished. Only a few days prior, Yi Qingya had returned the pendant to him, claiming it had been found by the security team. Later, when the pendant came into contact with his blood, it transformed into a radiance that surged into his chest, disappearing from sight. Now, he realized that this pendant had entered his chest cavity, revealing its true form as a palm-sized turtle shell. As the turtle shell absorbed spiritual energy, it visibly thrived, spinning rapidly and seemingly pleading with Chunyang to continue drawing energy from the Earth's spirit vine. Feeling the shell's yearning, Chunyang approached and enveloped the vine with both arms, pressing his body against it. Instantly, the turtle shell transformed into a vortex, spinning rapidly as a vast amount of spiritual energy surged from Chunyang's hands and chest directly into his body, filling the turtle shell within. After absorbing a copious amount of energy, the turtle shell began to radiate a golden glow. Simultaneously, Chunyang noticed a qualitative change in the Tao which energy within him. Previously, his inner energy had been a translucent blue, nearly colorless, resembling mist. Now, after the turtle shell absorbed a significant quantity of spiritual energy, he discovered that his inner power had completely transformed into a brilliant golden hue. The golden energy coursed through his body, cleansing his meridians and muscle cells, saturating him entirely. With a cry of pain, Chunyang felt a sharp ache throughout his body, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted. Chapter 82. A well-prepared heart when Chunyang awoke. It was already the following morning. He blinked in confusion, discovering he lay on the ground beside a pool of congealed blood. Startled, he jumped up, a foul odor permeating the air. Taking a deep breath, he sniffed his clothes, confirming that the stench emanated from him. This indicated that during his unconsciousness, impurities had been expelled from his body. He quickly turned his gaze toward the Earth's spirit vine. The once resplendent golden vine now appeared dull and nearly pale blue, with only a faint trickle of spiritual energy remaining within. Testing his body, Chunyang felt his muscular strength had significantly increased. Yet the density of his inner energy had not improved. This indicated that he remained in the mid-stage of the Master Realm. However, he could distinctly sense that his current power had grown tremendously, and the inner energy within him had transformed entirely into a golden hue, now even purer and more concentrated than before. With a sudden movement, he unleashed a powerful punch, the air erupting with a resounding crack. Shenyang was astonished. His muscle strength and bone density had undergone yet another enhancement. His body thoroughly rejuvenated, expelling impurities and amplifying his physical capabilities 5 or 6-fold. With his mouth agape, he felt a mix of joy and regret, realizing that after fainting, he had nearly drained the Earth's spirit vine of its rich spiritual energy. Yet, despite this significant absorption, his strength had not increased. Instead, the peculiar turtle shell within him had been fully activated. Moreover, the inner energy had completely transformed into a golden hue, becoming even more enigmatic. Shaking his head in bewilderment, Shenyang grappled with the enigma of the peculiar treasure his father had left him. It was astonishingly powerful and utterly incredible. What kind of person was his father? If he possessed such abilities, why had both he and his mother endured so much suffering? Now, with only a trace of spiritual energy remaining in the Earth's spirit vine, Shenyang had no intention of continuing to absorb it. The residual energy would be of little use to him. Instead, he resolved to offer it to the Black Wolf and his subordinates, allowing them to enhance their strength and become martial artists. Furthermore, this enormous Earth spirit vine is an exceptionally precious material for concocting medicinal pills and ointments. With this Earth spirit vine, I possess numerous formulas for elixirs derived from my inheritance of the path of shamanism. Before long, Black Wolf descended with others, and upon witnessing the colossal fox, terror flickered in their eyes. Approaching Black Wolf, Shenyang smiled and said, "This time, you are in for a treat. We shall carve the fox in half. You may keep the other half to consume, which can strengthen your physique, enhance your vigor, and invigorate your blood. Coupled with the spiritual energy within the cave, I believe you all can become martial practitioners. Black Wolf, with your current prowess at the small heavenly cycle, you were unable to progress previously due to lung injuries. Now that your lung meridians are mended, diligently cultivate and strive to attain the great heavenly cycle as soon as possible." Black Wolf nodded earnestly. Shenyang pondered for a moment and inquired again, "Additionally, how much cash do we possess?" Black Wolf calculated briefly and replied, "Boss Chun, the Blood Knife Society and our Black Wolf Group have approximately 60 million in liquid assets, with the remainder being in industries and equities." Shenyang nodded, "Starting 60 million. I have 1 million in cash and over 20 million in gold, adding up to 90 million. We are still 30 million away from the 120 million target. Very well, I shall return now. You all focus on your cultivation here. Furthermore, this location will be transformed into a Chinese medicinal processing factory, as the Earth Spirit Vine will require processing in the future, which I find immensely beneficial." After concluding his instructions, Shenyang hurriedly departed. Now, with an unpleasant odor clinging to him, he needed to shower and change clothes. Although his realm had not elevated, his true combat capability had increased 5-fold. Should he encounter that fox demon again, he would be in no peril. Upon returning home, Shenyang took a shower, changed clothes, and closed his eyes to meditate. The turtle shell within his chest radiated a soft yellow light, while the golden shamanic energy within him flowed ceaselessly. Shenyang shook his neck and could not help but chuckle. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Yi Qingya calling. Her voice was filled with urgency as she said, "Shenyang, Grandpa has indeed sold off his shares and has informed the media. I applied for a loan at the bank today to repurchase the shares, but several banks have ignored me. It seems Grandpa and Su Wei have likely preemptively alerted these banks against granting me a loan. What should we do now?" Shenyang chuckled at Yi Qingya's words, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, Yi. Is it not merely 120 million? I will find a way." Yi Qingya, feeling helpless, replied, "Shenyang, do you truly understand the difficulty of acquiring 120 million in cash? Many enterprises valued in the tens of billions cannot amass such funds in a short time. However, Qin Sihai's 4C's investment company surely possesses that amount. Shenyang, you could borrow from him and assure him that we will repay within 5 years." Upon hearing Yi Qingya's suggestion, Shenyang could not help but laugh, saying, "All right, I understand. Besides, Does it really require 5 years to repay 120 million? Leave this matter to me. I will head to the company first. After hanging up, Chunyang drove straight to the Natural White Cosmetics Company. Currently, one floor was dedicated to the Natural White Herbal Medicine Company, of which Chunyang was the general manager. Entering the office, he sat at his desk, tapping his fingers thoughtfully, contemplating where to procure the remaining 30 million. Seeking assistance from Qin Sihai would undoubtedly present no issues. Be it Qin Sihai, Wang Lin, or Master Wu from Jiangbei, they could easily produce 30 million. However, Chunyang was reluctant to ask, as 30 million was a trivial matter and not worth exhausting such goodwill over. Lost in thought, Wu Qian entered, dressed in a sleek black skirt. Upon seeing Chunyang, she smiled and said, "Oh, Boss Chun, you finally decided to come to work." Chunyang chuckled in response. "With just the two of us as employees in this branch and lacking specific tasks, you need not come to work. Rest assured, I will not deduct your salary." Wu Qian laughed, replying, "That won't do. You pay me 30,000 a month. If I stay at home, I would feel undeserving, as if I were being kept by you." She then inquired, "By the way, Boss Chun, what are you contemplating? You seem troubled." Chapter 83. The Jadestone Market. Leaning back in his chair, Chunyang sighed, "I am pondering how to make money. I need 30 million, yet I do not wish to exhaust goodwill to borrow money. So I'm considering ways to swiftly earn that sum." Wu Qian's eyes widened as she chuckled. "Earn 30 million in a short time? Chunyang, your thinking is perilous. Those who entertain such thoughts either resort to bank robbery or gambling, much like my father who gambled on stones. In any case, each scenario ends tragically." Upon hearing Wu Qian's words, Chunyang's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped the table, stood up excitedly, and grasped Wu Qian's hand, exclaiming, "By the heavens, old desk mate, your words have awakened me from my slumber. Yes, we can gamble on stones. As long as I can discern truly fine stones, I will surely succeed." Wu Qian opened her mouth, tiptoeing to touch Chunyang's forehead, saying, "Chunyang, are you feeling feverish? Are you truly going to gamble on stones? Aren't you afraid of losing everything?" Chunyang waved his hand dismissively. "How could that be? Do you not remember? Last time, I transformed an ordinary jade stone into a premium imperial green. With my skills, I can surely make a winning purchase at the stone gambling." Wu Qian laughed. "If you are so confident, then let us give it a try. The largest jade gambling market in Qingzhou is located on Wenhua Street. Let us go take a look." Chunyang and Wu Qian immediately set off, driving towards Wenhua Street. The atmosphere on Wenhua Street was bustling. In the center, a jade shop named Aurora Jade Factory was hanging banners and colorful balloons, with firecrackers going off continuously, celebrating its 1-year anniversary. Wu Qian pointed at the jade factory, saying, "Chunyang, this is the largest jade factory on Wenhua Street, but they are somewhat unscrupulous. My father lost over 10 million here." Chunyang smiled, replying, "Then this is the place. Let us proceed." After parking the car, the two walked towards the Aurora Jade Factory. Inside, the jade factory was divided into 2 sections. The left side was a hall for jade ornaments, showcasing various jade items with clearly marked prices. The right side housed a vast gambling hall filled with various stones, serving as Qingzhou's largest jade gambling venue. As Chunyang and Wu Qian entered the gambling hall, they were greeted by thousands of raw jade stones, arranged by price. Some stones cost 2,000, others 10,000, while certain areas demanded 50 or even 100,000 per stone. The raw stones were enveloped in ordinary rock layers, and even with current detection technology, it remained impossible to accurately ascertain whether they contained jade or the quality therein. Walking beside Chunyang, Wu Qian began explaining the basic rules of jade gambling. Just then, an angry voice rang out. "Chunyang, what are you doing here, you good for nothing?" Chunyang and Wu Qian turned to see Su Wei and Lu Yu walking arm in arm. Lu Yu, now donned in an elegant black gown, exuded an air of sophistication. With her head held high, she leaned closer to Su Wei, smugly declaring, "Chunyang, you seem to be in the wrong place. This is the Aurora Stone Gambling Hall, where patrons are either affluent or noble. What business does a mere employee from a cosmetics company have here? Are you merely seeking to join the fray, or perhaps to indulge in food and drink?" Lu Yu chuckled smugly, drawing the attention of those around her. Relishing the gazes upon her, she raised her chin and addressed Su Wei. "Darling, this gambling venue is owned by your friend, isn't it? You ought to remind him not to let some impoverished dog sneak in, merely to swindle food and drink without contributing to the place." Su Wei laughed heartily and replied, "Rest assured, my dear, I shall have the security keep an eye on him. While our wine and meals are complimentary, they're certainly not intended for scoundrels like Qin Yang." Qin Yang huffed in response, retorting to Lu Yu, "It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Has your hot pot restaurant not taught you anything?" Lu Yu paused, her expression shifting dramatically as she stormed toward Qin Yang, pointing accusingly at his forehead. "It was you, wasn't it? You scoundrel. You are the one behind the sudden food poisoning at my hot pot restaurant. It must be you. You owe me 20 million. Standing nearby, Wu Qian forcefully shoved Lu Yu aside, wrapping her arms around Qin Yang's, and impatiently declared, "What are you doing? You two are divorced now. Stop laying hands on Qin Yang. He is my man, and you have no right to touch him. Come, darling, let us leave this shrew behind." Wu Qian to get Qin Yang away. Lu Yu, fuming, stomped her feet and shouted, "Wu Qian, you are no saint either. Let me tell you, Qin Yang has a new girlfriend, and she is far more beautiful than you. Spare us your delusions." Wu Qian paid her no mind and continued to escort Qin Yang away. The onlookers buzzed with speculation. What is happening here? The original wife confronts the current partner. That man must have quite the background. His new girlfriend is far more alluring than the first, and, judging by her words, he has even more beautiful girlfriends? Insanity. Didn't they say he was just a lowly employee? How could he possibly have so many stunning partners? This Qin Yang is my idol. Lu Yu, her face ashen with fury, grasped Su Wei's hand and declared, "Let us go. Damn it, the hot pot restaurant you invested in has surely been ruined by Qin Yang." Su Wei clenched his teeth and replied, "I know what this scoundrel is up to. His cosmetics company is trying to raise 12 million to buy back shares. He can't manage that, so he's come here to gamble on stones, hoping to scrape together the funds." Hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but smirk. Him? Thinking he can make money through gambling stones? Huh, let us see how he loses it all. Su Wei chuckled in agreement. At that moment, a bespectacled man approached. It was Tang Ming, the owner of the Aurora Jade Factory. He opened his arms and embraced Su Wei, saying, "Young Master Su, today marks the first anniversary of my Jade Market opening, and we have many fine goods on display. You must support me." Su Wei promptly replied, "Young Master Tang, you are too kind. I must purchase at least 3 million worth of raw stones today." Tang Ming laughed heartily and asked, "What transpired just now?" Lu Yu immediately interjected, "Young Master Tang, 2 paupers have infiltrated your establishment. You must be cautious." She pointed at Qin Yang and Wu Qian. Tang Ming understood immediately and chuckled, "Fear not. I know how to handle this." He then grabbed his walkie-talkie and requested, "Send a few security guards to keep an eye on those too." Chapter 84. All Trash. The Tang family is undoubtedly among the prominent families in Qingzhou City. As the heir to the Tang family, Tang Ming is well aware of the local power dynamics. Though Su Wei appeared somewhat downcast, Tang Ming was privy to some insider information. He knew the Su family was not as destitute as outsiders believed. Once a top-tier family in Qingzhou, the Su family had deep roots. In recent years, they had become unusually low-profile, facing numerous business setbacks and incurring losses in the billions. Currently, they were nearly invisible in Qingzhou. However, Tang Ming understood that a starving camel is still larger than a horse. The Su family was not easily toppled. Tang Ming treated Su Wei with great courtesy, and when he noticed the tension between Su Wei and Qin Yang, he swiftly made a decision. Soon, 5 security guards surrounded Qin Yang. Qin Yang and Wu Qian were hand in hand, inspecting the raw stones, while the guards, armed with electric batons, stood vigilantly nearby, eyes fixed on Qin Yang. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yang addressed the guards. "What's the matter? Are you trying to kick me out?" The lead middle-aged guard waved his hand and smiled. No. We at Aurora Jade Factory do not arbitrarily expel patrons. However, we cannot tolerate those who come merely to freeload and disrupt our establishment." Wu Qian, indignant, exclaimed, "Who are you calling a freeloader? We are here to gamble on stones, not to swindle." The guard scoffed. "Whether you are a freeloader is something you know in your hearts. Our market has high consumption standards. This is not a place for the ordinary. Today is our anniversary celebration, and our wines start at 500 a bottle with exquisite seafood delicacies. We must ensure that those from the lower tiers do not disrupt our event." Wu Qian's face flushed with anger, and just as she was about to retort, Qin Yang gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to refrain from further argument. Onlookers watched as the 5 guards closely followed Qin Yang and Wu Qian, stifling their laughter. It felt akin to entering a supermarket, only to have 5 employees shadow your every move, as if they deemed you a thief. Such treatment was intolerable. Not far off, Liu Yu and Su Wei reveled in the spectacle, laughing heartily. Liu Yu gave Tang Ming a thumbs up, saying, "Young Master Tang is truly capable. This is how you should deal with them." Su Wei nodded in agreement. "Young Master Tang, you have avenged me. It seems I must spend 3 million in your establishment today." Tang Ming patted Su Wei on the shoulder, saying, "Young Master Su, we are brothers. Even if you spend nothing, you remain my good friend. Come, let us share a drink." Tang Ming was adept in social nuances. He understood that helping Su Wei in his moment of need would foster camaraderie, and should the Su family rise again, he would be well-positioned to benefit. Qinyang paid no mind to the guards and made his way to the gambling area. As he lightly touched the jade stones, his innate mystical energy allowed him to easily perceive the essence within them. The finest imperial green jade could absorb his energy, while slightly inferior varieties would reflect it. The poorest jade would show no response whatsoever. Chen Yang methodically examined each stone, soon selecting a fist-sized raw jade from the 2,000 yuan range. The security guard nearby, witnessing the scene, could not help but scoff, exclaiming, "Ha ha, our boss truly possesses a discerning eye, recognizing that you are not here to purchase, only daring to select stones from the $2,000 range. How embarrassing." Chen Yang cast a glance at the guard, merely chuckling softly, before striding towards the $5,000 and $10,000 sections. The stones in these areas were of slightly better quality. However, as Chun Yang explored, he discovered that most of these jadeite rough stones were essentially worthless. Shaking his head, he selected 2 pieces and proceeded to the $50,000 and $100,000 zones. His pace in selecting raw stones was swift, and he chose one from the $100,000 area. Ultimately, he arrived at the section where stones were priced in the hundreds of thousands. As he sifted through them, he found the situation rather amusing. Despite their seemingly good quality, the stones priced at such exorbitant amounts were merely trash, unlikely to yield anything worth more than 50,000. Indeed, this jade factory operated as a profit-making machine. Among the throngs of buyers, only about 1% would break even, while the remaining 99% would incur losses. The jade market was adept at packaging, creating an illusion that these raw stones, valued in the hundreds of thousands, had a higher probability of yielding exceptional jade. After purchasing 5 pieces, Chen Yang turned to Wu Qian and remarked, "I now understand why your father lost over 10 million here. This jade factory is utterly deceitful. The stones appear promising, yet they are merely worthless." The guard, overhearing Chen Yang's words, immediately retorted coldly, "Kid, if you don't understand, it's best to keep your mouth shut. Our jade factory sees at least 5 people becoming overnight millionaires every day. If you can't afford the stones, don't slander our establishment. Be careful with your words, or I'll have you thrown out right now." Chen Yang chuckled and replied, "What? Am I not allowed to speak the truth? Aside from these few pieces I have selected, the rest are worthless." His voice was loud, drawing the attention of those nearby, who gathered around with expressions of disdain. Who is this guy, speaking so arrogantly? Does he not fear retribution? Ha ha ha. Just look at the 5 guards surrounding him. Clearly, he has a conflict with this jade factory. He thinks he can perfectly select jade, yet even the most advanced technology cannot determine the quality of jade within these stones. I reckon this guy will soon be kicked out. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Chen Yang turned and walked towards the jade handicrafts section nearby. The hall was filled with various jade carvings, jade paixio, jade gourds, jade bracelets, and the like, each worth a considerable sum. In a corner of the hall sat a jade toad, large enough to resemble a basin. Chen Yang said to Wu Qian, "We shall purchase this jade toad." Upon hearing this, Wu Qian's expression changed dramatically. She quickly grasped Chen Yang's hand and urged, "Chen Yang, this toad is not worth 120,000. Let's not buy it." Chen Yang waved his hand, insisting, "We shall buy it. It is the most valuable piece in this entire hall." The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter at Chen Yang's declaration. Previously, when he had argued with the guard, some had been skeptical of his claims regarding the jade factory being a scam. However, witnessing him purchase the enormous jade toad priced at 120,000, they could no longer contain their laughter. "I thought this guy was skilled. Turns out he is a fool," they mocked. "That jade toad has been on display since the opening, initially priced at 120,000 and now reduced to 120,000. Yet still no one is interested. Even a fool can see that it is merely a piece of scrap, with its only merit being its size. Selling it for 2,000 would require luck. The laughter continued. During the stone gambling, I thought this kid was a master, but knew he would buy the most worthless jade toad in the hall. Wu Qian, hearing the crowd's comments, felt disheartened. She quickly tugged at Qinyang's arm and whispered, Qinyang, this jade toad is truly worthless. Even a novice like me can see it is merely a scrap. Please do not pursue it further. Qinyang waved his hand, responding, enough, you need not concern yourself. Let us settle the payment for these stones. At that moment, Tang Ming, Lu Yu, and Su Wei approached. Su Wei, seeing Qinyang had purchased the jade toad, could not help but burst into laughter, saying, Oh, Qinyang, your taste in spending money is quite unique. Did you think the larger the jade, the better? Is that why you bought this scrap? Standing beside him, Tang Ming also laughed heartily, saying, Thanks to this brother for helping our store clear out the trash, ha ha ha. The crowd erupted into laughter once more. Qinyang remained expressionless as he took out his bank card to make the payment for the 5 raw stones and the toad. The total came to 270,000. After the transaction, Qinyang glanced at Tang Ming and remarked, You, my friend, are truly blind. I initially intended to inform you that this jade toad is a treasure, but your attitude is utterly contemptible. In this vast jade factory, the only good jade is in my hands. You're clearly trying to deceive others. My friends and I came here to purchase items, yet you had 5 guards tailing me, clearly looking down on me. Thus, I have no obligation to pity or advise someone like you. Tang Ming, upon hearing Qinyang's words, could not help but burst into laughter. He stepped forward, saying, Kid, mind your words. You, a clueless fool, dare to speak so boldly in my jade factory, accusing me of deception? Do you want me to throw you out right now? Qinyang shrugged and replied, It is evident who is deceiving whom. The 5 stones I selected are already the finest in your entire gambling establishment. The rest are trash. Customers nearby took notice and began to jeer. Come on, that sounds a bit excessive, doesn't it? If you are so confident, why not cut the 5 raw stones you have right here and now? Yes. If those 5 stones yield exceptional quality, we shall believe you. The Aurora gambling establishment had been in operation for over a year, and it was often said that some became millionaires overnight. To claim they were deceiving people seemed a bit exaggerated. Qinyang raised his hand, addressing the crowd. Is there any doubt about my honesty? Let us see if I am deceiving you. Come, let's cut these 5 pieces. Those who came to gamble were often thrill seekers, and they quickly summoned a cutter to slice open Qinyang's stones. As the cutting machine descended, the first stone was revealed, exposing a surface of blue jadeite. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. It really is jade, it really is jade, they exclaimed. This raw stone was only priced at 2,000. Yet who would have thought it could yield such a find? Based on its color, it appears quite exquisite. It might easily sell for 5 or 600,000. As the cutter fully processed the stone, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wow, it's old pick glass type. This could fetch at least 800,000, brother. Will you sell it? I'll offer 900,000. Sell it to me. Sell it to me. I'll also offer 900,000. The crowd began to bid eagerly. Standing to the side, Tang Ming's expression was as dark as thunderclouds. He had not anticipated that Qinyang's fortune would be so extraordinary. Amidst a pile of 2,000 yuan worth of worthless raw stones, he managed to select a treasure. Qinyang sold the stone on the spot and then addressed the cutter, urging him to continue. The stone cutter, now cautious, picked up a larger raw stone and began to slice it slowly. As expected, this stone revealed a vibrant green hue once again, and this time, the green was even more exquisite. Goodness, this brother's luck is astounding. It turned out to be emerald. My heavens, the color is so pure. This raw stone could fetch at least 2 million. 2 million? 2 million is nothing. Given the size of this stone, if cut perfectly without any impurities, it could be worth at least 2,800,000. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the stone cutter fully opened the stone. Soon, gasps of astonishment filled the air, followed by a flurry of bids, with Qinyang selling the stone for 3 million. The remaining 3 stones were cut open slowly, each revealing green and sold as well. Ultimately, the 5 stones garnered a total of 6,800,000. Witnessing this, the onlookers were awestruck, exclaiming, indeed, this was a night of sudden wealth. Spending 28,000 and instantly earning 680,000. What a thrill. This lad is a genius. He can truly discern the jade within the raw stone. Wait a moment. Did this fellow previously claim that there were no good jades left in the entire gambling stone factory? Could he be telling the truth? This man is a genuine master. His words hold weight. It appears that fine jade stones in the Aurora Gambling Stone Factory are indeed scarce, perhaps limited to these 5. As the crowd continued their discussions, they began to believe Chun Yang's assertions. It was only then that they recognized the raw stones in the Aurora Gambling Stone Factory were not worth purchasing. Upon hearing the chatter around him, Tang Ming's face turned a ghastly shade of green. He glared at Chun Yang, his anger palpable. "You brat. Are you here to disrupt my establishment?" The probability of finding green in my gambling stone factory has always been high. You bought 5 stones today, and they all yielded jade, which is just proof that our raw stones are reliable. As for your own abilities, spending 120,000 on that worthless toad figurine only highlights your lack of skill. If a novice like you can make a fortune in my gambling stone factory, then surely the other brothers can as well. Chun Yang, upon hearing Tang Ming's words, let out a cold laugh and, stroking the jade toad in his hand, replied, "Do you truly believe it to be worthless? I have already stated that the vast majority of your jade factory is rubbish. The only true treasure is this one." Chapter 86. Regret. Without further ado, Chun Yang grasped the jade toad, which was as large as a basin, and suddenly smashed it onto the ground. The surrounding customers were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend whether Chun Yang had lost his mind, spending 120,000 only to shatter it. Tang Ming, witnessing this scene, could not help but chuckle mockingly, saying, "Chun Yang, have you gone mad? Do not lose your mind in my shop." Chun Yang, however, bent down and picked up a piece of light blue jade no larger than a thumb from the pile of shattered stones. He lifted the jade and proclaimed, "Do you see this? This is the real treasure." The crowd shook their heads, indicating their lack of recognition. Su Wei, standing nearby, could not contain his laughter, saying, "Chun Yang, stop playing tricks. Your deception is futile." Lu Yu, beside Su Wei, further ridiculed, "Chun Yang, do you take us for toddlers? Do not forget that I have worked in a jade shop before. You pick a small stone from a pile of rubbish and claim it to be a treasure? You can keep it for yourself." Chun Yang waved the stone around and declared, "This piece of jade in my hand is called chalcedony, a remnant of the old pit jade mine's collapse, retaining a bit of its essence. I am sure some of you have heard of chalcedony. It feels warm to the touch, and when worn, it imbues the body with a comforting warmth, promoting longevity and warding off ailments. The most special aspect of chalcedony is that when you press it firmly with your fingers, a liquid-like light flows through the stone. Now observe." Chun Yang gently pressed the stone, and in the next moment, a rustling sound erupted from the thumb-sized jade, accompanied by waves of green light flashing within it. The crowd erupted in excitement. "Chalcedony. This is truly chalcedony. My goodness, I've only read about such treasures in books. I never imagined I would see one in reality. Is the legend of chalcedony true? They say wearing it can indeed prevent all illnesses. It is far more reliable than vaccines, impervious to any virus. Let me tell you, the benefits of chalcedony extend beyond disease prevention. It can repel insects and genuinely prolong life. This is a true gem, even more effective than the finest mutton fat jade in our country. My friend, are you selling this? I'll offer 1 million. Don't be ridiculous. 1 million is nothing. I also want to buy chalcedony. I'll offer 15 million. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement, each eager to bid for the chalcedony in Chun Yang's possession. Wu Qian, standing beside Chun Yang, was astonished. She had not expected him to find a treasure during his visit to the gambling stone factory. Tang Ming's face turned ashen. He could not fathom that within the supposedly worthless stone statue in his shop lay a true treasure. The jade toad had previously been gifted by a very good friend of his grandfather, who claimed to have purchased it for 3 million as a congratulatory gift. Unfortunately, after the Tang family consulted experts, they deemed it a worthless item and placed it in the shop for sale, with the price plummeting from over 1 million to the current 120,000, remaining unsold. Little did they know that this rascal Chun Yang would uncover its hidden secret. The crowd continued to bid fervently, and at this point, someone had already offered 28 million. Few could produce such an amount of cash on the spot. The onlookers sighed in disappointment, lamenting their lack of funds. Alas, if only I had more cash. I would definitely buy it. Indeed, this item is priceless. Encountering a wealthy tycoon willing to pay 100 million would be effortless. Unfortunately, I only brought over 10 million today. I wish I could mortgage my company to raise another 30 million to secure this item. There is no destiny. It seems I am simply not fated to possess this treasure." The crowd shook their heads in resignation. The bald, rotund bidder, seeing that no one else was raising their bids, could not help but chuckle, addressing Chen Yang. Young man, I am offering 28 million, the highest price you will receive. Why not sell it to me? We can conduct the transaction right now, and I will transfer the funds immediately. Just as Chen Yang was about to respond, Tang Ming stepped forward, saying, Hold on. This item was sold from my jade factory, and I have the right of first refusal. Chen Yang, I will give you 30 million. Sell it to me now. Chen Yang glanced at Tang Ming, a disdainful smile playing on his lips, and replied, I've already stated that your jade factory is full of deceitful rubbish, and considering your collusion with scoundrels like Su Wei, even if you offer 100 million, I will not sell it to you. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Tang Ming's face flushed with rage, his eyes narrowing as he pointed at Chen Yang. You brat. You are asking for trouble. I will tell you now, I am not selling this jade toad anymore. Someone, refund him and seize the remains of the toad and the chalcedony from his hands. The 5 security guards surrounding them immediately complied with Tang Ming's orders. 5 individuals swiftly encircled Chen Yang and Wu Qian. Chen Yang gazed at the security personnel and exclaimed, What is this? Is this the attitude of your jade shop? Is this how you treat your customers? I have already purchased this item. Are you now intending to seize it back? The leading guard sneered, saying, You've offended the young master of our jade shop. It's your misfortune. If you kneel and apologize, we might let you go. But since you're disrupting our business here, I'm afraid we can't spare you today. The 5 guards raised their electric batons and rubber sticks towards Chen Yang. The surrounding customers, witnessing the scene, recoiled in disdain. The jade shop displayed a shocking lack of decency, attempting to renege on a sale simply because a customer found something of value. How can one conduct business in such a manner? They murmured. Jade shop should close its doors. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon them. Chen Yang had spoken the truth. He said this jade shop is a scam, and the raw materials here are likely just worthless stones bought for a mere few hundred. Indeed, no wonder I spent millions here only to receive rubbish. They lamented. Poor Chen Yang, it seems we'll not let him off easily. Just as the crowd expressed their sympathy for Chen Yang, a series of forceful kicks echoed, and the 5 guards were sent flying. Chen Yang had dispatched the guards and stepped forward to confront Tang Ming. Tang Ming, taken aback by Chen Yang's ferocity, stammered angrily, Do you know who I am? How dare you strike someone from the family? You're doomed. Chen Yang raised his hand and swiftly slapped Tang Ming, sending him crashing against a pillar over 10 meters away, rendering him unconscious. Turning to the bald man, Chen Yang declared, I will sell this for 28 million. Let us proceed with the transaction. The bald man, momentarily stunned, quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, handsome. Let us conduct the deal outside. It was evident that the bald man wished to avoid offending Tang Ming or the jade shop directly, so he opted for an outdoor transaction. Chen Yang and Wu Qian made their way to the exit. Lu Yu was beside herself with disbelief. She had never anticipated that Chen Yang could be so financially adept, managing to acquire jade worth over 30 million in just a brief visit to the jade shop. If only I hadn't divorced him, I would have been wealthy by now. She seethed, witnessing Chen Yang and Wu Qian leaving triumphantly. Chen Yang, halt. You've struck the young master of the family, and you think you can swagger away? Hand over the jade, Lu Yu shouted. Chen Yang paused, turning to Lu Yu and Su Wei. With a mocking smile, he replied, I almost forgot to teach you 2 scoundrels a lesson. As Chen Yang approached, Su Wei, startled, pushed Lu Yu aside and tried to flee. However, his speed was no match for Chen Yang, who effortlessly caught Su Wei by the hair, raising his hand and delivering several slaps, leaving Su Wei's face bruised. Chen Yang then threw Su Wei to the ground, pointing at him as he said, You scoundrel, still daring to hire assassins? The matter of Director Lei and his daughter being poisoned is far from over. If I gather evidence against you, prepare for imprisonment. With that, Chen Yang turned and slapped Lu Yu again, causing her to topple onto Su Wei. Now, that feels complete, he remarked before departing with Wu Qian. Lu Yu covered her face, cursing furiously, while Su Wei muffled her voice, seething, You fool. If not for your big mouth, I wouldn't have taken this beating. With tears in her eyes, Lu Yu lamented, Su Wei, Chen Yang is insufferably arrogant. We must deal with him. Su Wei, crouching low, replied, Of course. But a wise man avoids immediate danger. Be quiet, don't draw him back here. He winced at the pain in his swollen face, vowing internally to make Chen Yang pay dearly. Chen Yang and Wu Qian successfully completed the transaction with the bald man outside the market. receiving 28 million, alongside the previous 600,000, ensuring that acquiring Yi Qingshan's shares would pose no problem. They returned to the car, and Wu Qian, seated beside him, beamed with delight. Boss Chun, I've come to realize that you're like a god of wealth. Making money seems so effortless. When we have the time, we should visit those large gambling stone markets abroad. We could achieve financial freedom. Chen Yang playfully ruffled Wu Qian's hair, saying, "What are you daydreaming about? Wealth must come from hard work, not mere speculation. Our company will soon be bustling with activity." Wu Qian pouted. "What activity? We're just a shell of a company with no real business. As the secretary to the general manager, I merely come to the office to idle away my time." Chen Yang chuckled. "That won't be the case anymore. I plan to develop a cosmetics line, and our natural white herbal factory will be a crucial supplier of raw materials." Upon returning to the cosmetics company, Chen Yang headed towards Yi Qingya's office with his card in hand. Upon entering, he found Yi Qingya anxiously on the phone, seemingly trying to borrow money. Seeing Chen Yang return, she put down the phone and said irritably, "Chen Yang, are you happy now? I just called 5 or 6 friends, shamelessly asking to borrow money. But I only managed to secure a few million. There is no way to gather the 120 million we need." Sighing, Yi Qingya continued, "If there is no alternative, I might have to awkwardly ask Su Yan for help." Chen Yang was about to respond when her words caught him off guard. "Wait, Su Yan has that much money? Is she a little rich girl? I see her living off you and not working. Could she be a wealthy heiress?" Yi Qingya glared at Chen Yang, saying, "Her status is none of your concern. And let me warn you, do not deceive Su Yan. She lacks experience in relationships and life. A divorced man like you should not tarnish her. Moreover," she added, "I must stress again that you are not suitable for Su Yan. You are unworthy of her. Even if you pursue her, there will be no fruitful outcome." Chen Yang detected the disdain in Yi Qingya's tone. "Shut up, you menopausal woman. Who I pursue and what result it yields is none of your business. And regarding the acquisition of your grandfather's shares, I've already taken care of it. Here is 120 million. Buy back his shares." As he tossed a card in front of Yi Qingya, she was initially furious but then astonished at his words. "You managed to acquire such a sum? Did you go to Qin Si Hai? That is fantastic. I'll repurchase the 39% of shares from my grandfather right away and issue a statement to prevent the entire Qingzhou from believing our company is on the verge of collapse." Chen Yang, filled with pride, approached Yi Qingya and declared, "This sum of money is mine. After repurchasing your grandfather's shares, I will hold 49%, while you will possess 51. That makes us nearly equal. Henceforth, refrain from adopting an arrogant tone when addressing me." Listening to Chen Yang, Yi Qingya glared at him and retorted, "Who wishes to lecture you? My words are merely honest advice. You may heed them or not." With a dismissive huff, she promptly took the money to manage the shares. Subsequently, she instructed the public relations department to issue a statement affirming that her company's finances were entirely sound, ensuring both employees and external customers felt at ease. Sitting on the office sofa, Chen Yang called out to Yi Qingya, "The share issue is resolved. Now, I have something even more significant to discuss with you." Yi Qingya looked up, curious. "What is it?" Chen Yang begun. "I possess a royal formula for a jade skin ointment, and I intend to develop it into a cosmetic product. With this jade ointment, our cosmetics company could soar to new heights." Yi Qingya, skeptical, responded, "You didn't purchase a counterfeit formula from a street vendor, did you? Let me tell you, the cosmetics industry is quite profound. Those formulas cannot be casually acquired for a few coins. Each successful cosmetic product has its recipe meticulously guarded." Chen Yang scoffed. "How could I possibly be deceived? Here is the plan. I will create the jade ointment first, show you the results tonight, and then we can discuss the development of new products." Chapter 88. Natural movements. Yi Qingya waved her hand dismissively, lacking any confidence or hope in Chen Yang's claims about the jade ointment. Developing cosmetics is not a simple task. The majority of expenses stem from research and development. Fortunately, her previous studies abroad had equipped her with some innovative cosmetic technologies, allowing her to establish a foothold in the industry. Chen Yang, having studied a non-related field in college and working solely in sales after graduation, had no expertise in cosmetic research and development. Disregarding Chen Yang, Yi Qingya gestured for him to leave as she busied herself with matters concerning the equity. Meanwhile, Chen Yang began gathering herbs to concoct the jade ointment, which required the rare ingredient earth spirit vine. With this material at hand, the development of the ointment became feasible. Notably, the jade ointment was not an ordinary remedy. It functioned similarly to an elixir, providing immediate effects. It not only lightened the skin and offered sun protection, but also effectively eliminated chloasma and scars, smoothing out wrinkles and crow's feet. This efficacy was largely attributed to the inclusion of the earth spirit vine, a premium medicinal herb. By evening, Chunyang completed the jade ointment and set off with a box of the product toward Yi Qingya's residence. It was past 8 o'clock. After their evening routines, Yi Qingya and Su Yin sat on the sofa in their pajamas, engrossed in conversation. Chunyang knocked on the door. Yi Qingya, where he inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me." "Chunyang, I finished creating the jade ointment, and I want you to see the results." Yi Qingya, unimpressed, replied, "No need. I have no expectations for your jade ointment. Su Yin and I have already bathed and changed into our pajamas, so let us postpone this until tomorrow." Chunyang, unfazed, insisted, "Open the door quickly. I have no interest in your pajamas. I want you to witness the remarkable effects of my jade ointment. Hurry." Su Yin, amused by the knocking, giggled and sprang up to open the door. Yi Qingya, witnessing this, remarked to Su Yin, "You traitor, even if you let him in, we should at least change first." Su Yin laughed. "Oh, Qingya, what is the point? Chunyang is not a stranger. After all, he is your partner in the company." Chunyang and Su Yin joined Yi Qingya on the sofa. Su Yin wore a long nightgown, while Yi Qingya donned a knee-length spaghetti-strap sleep dress. It was no wonder Yi Qingya hesitated to open the door. Her attire was indeed rather revealing, showcasing her long legs. Chunyang glanced momentarily before diverting his gaze. Opening the box to reveal, "This jade ointment is based on a royal formula. Perfect timing, as you both have removed your makeup. Try this jade ointment and see the results by tomorrow." Yi Qingya shot him a skeptical look. "You truly believe you can develop cosmetics without any understanding? Let me see it." Taking the product, Yi Qingya dabbed a bit on her palm and began to rub it gently. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she gazed in disbelief at the jade ointment in her hand, then turned to Chunyang, asking this, "You created this?" Chunyang grinned broadly. "Yes." "Isn't it impressive?" Yi Qingya nodded, having washed her nose. "Indeed, it's quite good. The fragrance is subtle, the oil solubility is excellent, and the color is very natural. It has potential as a marketable product, but I wonder if this color will last throughout the day or if it will fade by afternoon." Chunyang quickly reassured her, "It won't fade. That is its natural hue. Moreover, the key aspect is that this cosmetic can reduce chloasma, acne, and effectively repair scars and wrinkles." Yi Qingya scoffed, "That's impossible. Even ointments don't deliver such results." Chunyang, still confident, replied, "You'll find out once you try it. We'll know by tomorrow. Look, you have a small red pimple on your chin." And Su Yin, Su Yin's face is flawless, devoid of any blemishes. Su Yin blushed at Chunyang's comment, covering her mouth as she laughed. Yi Qingya felt an inexplicable surge of irritation and glared at Chunyang. "You should be quiet. How dare you flirt with my friend in front of me? You have some nerve." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingya took out her phone and snapped a selfie of her face, then one of Su Yin, and finally aimed at Chunyang for a photo as well. "Now I have preserved our 3 faces as they are. Let us use your cosmetic for a trial and compare tomorrow's results with these photos," she declared, applying the jade ointment evenly on Su Yin's face. Next, she applied some on her own face and finally approached Chunyang, extending her hand naturally to apply the jade ointment on his face, gently patting his cheek. Chunyang couldn't help but look up at Yi Qingya, surprised that she would willingly apply the ointment on him. Logically, she should despise him, constantly mocking and belittling him. Yet here she was, applying the product with such ease, devoid of any aversion. Yi Qingya felt no discomfort, though she harbored resentment towards Chunyang. It had dissipated after their previous encounters. As she applied the ointment, she felt no psychological burden. In her subconscious, Chunyang was the father of Yi, and they had shared a close bond 5 years ago during that tragic fire. Regardless of their past, this man had taken her innocence and fathered her child. Thus, applying the jade ointment on Chunyang was devoid of any emotional weight for Yi Qingya. After Yi Qingya finished applying the cream, she settled back onto the sofa and remarked, "It's done. Do not wash your face when you return home. Wait until tomorrow morning to observe the results. However, Chunyang, do not get your hopes too high. Even the finest cosmetics will not show significant effects overnight." Chunyang chuckled. "That's merely a reflection of your limited experience." "Very well. Let us await the outcome tomorrow." Since this was an experiment, he decided to take it seriously. I want to return home tonight. I'll tidy up the empty guest room and stay there. Chapter 89. Trillions of markets. Ultimately, Yi Qingya could not dissuade Qinyang from staying. Su Yan, standing nearby, giggled and said, Qinyang, I'll help you tidy the room. By the way, your bathrobe and towel from last time are still here. I'll fetch them for you. Like a devoted wife, Su Yan prepared Qinyang's essentials. Observing Su Yan's joyful demeanor, Yi Qingya frowned, feeling a mix of emotions. She sighed heavily. It was evident that Su Yan had already succumbed to her affections for Qinyang. Yi Qingya slapped her forehead, lamenting, Oh, Su Yan, why must you fall for that scoundrel Qinyang? After Qinyang took a shower, the three of them sat on the sofa watching television. Qinyang and Su Yan subtly leaned closer, their hands gently touching, eventually intertwining. A sense of bliss blossomed within Su Yan. At that moment, the television's content became irrelevant. Just being beside Qinyang, watching television together, filled her with contentment. As the clock approached 9, Yi Qingya stood and announced, All right, it's time for bed. Everyone, off to your rooms. Su Yan immediately withdrew her hand, turning to Yi Qingya. Qingya, you go ahead and sleep. We'll watch a little longer. Yi Qingya huffed. No way. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. I'm sleeping with you tonight to prevent any certain and scrupulous men from taking advantage. With that, Yi Qingya dragged Su Yan toward the bedroom. Su Yan sighed in frustration, while Qinyang frowned, puzzled by Yi Qingya's interference. What harm was there in his relationship with Su Yan? Why did she act like a meddling witch? Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Qinyang stroked his chin, pondering the possibility. Without Su Yan's company, Qinyang had no interest in watching those tedious soap operas. He turned off the television and retired to the guest room, soon falling into a deep slumber. The next morning, Qinyang awoke early and ventured out to buy breakfast. Upon returning to the room, he heard Yi Qingya's startled scream from Su Yan's bedroom. Rushing towards the sound, he flung open the door to find Yi Qingya and Su Yan in disarray, standing before the mirror, with Yi Qingya still in a state of panic. What happened? Qinyang inquired hastily. Yi Qingya turned to him, urgency in her voice. Qinyang, come quickly and see. Her nightgown, already short, had become even more disheveled upon waking, revealing a considerable expanse of skin. Qinyang's face flushed. I don't think I should. I feel embarrassed to look. Yi Qingya paused, then realized her state. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily adjusted her clothing and tidied Su Yan's nightgown as well. With a glare at Qinyang, she exclaimed, Who told you to look at us? I meant for you to see this cosmetic. My pimples on my chin have vanished. I was stressed and ate some spicy food, resulting in 2 little red spots near my nose and chin, but now they're all gone. Furthermore, Su Yan's yellow spot on her ear had significantly faded. A truly remarkable transformation. Yi Qingya pulled out her phone, showing photos taken the previous night, revealing that both her and her friend's skin had visibly brightened. She approached Qinyang, rubbing his face in astonishment. Qinyang, it truly works. Even your face has lightened. What sorcery is this cosmetic? Realizing that Yi Qingya was astonished by the effects of the jade skin cream, Qinyang smirked. You should have seen this coming. I told you before that this jade skin cream is a royal formulation. It serves not only as a cosmetic, but also effectively whitens skin, removes spots, and repairs scars. Within 15 days, it can completely heal a scar. So, for women who undergo C-sections, using this product means they need not worry about scarring. Hearing Qinyang's explanation and witnessing the tangible results of the cream, Yi Qingya felt a wave of intrigue wash over her, her mind racing with countless business ideas. Qinyang, you are right. This cosmetic is extraordinarily effective. We are on the brink of immense wealth, potentially hundreds of billions, even trillions. Taking a deep breath, she felt the suddenness of this opportunity was surreal. Su Yan approached. Qingya, are you dreaming? How do we leap to hundreds of billions so suddenly? Yi Qingya shook her head. Su Yan, you do not comprehend the cosmetics market nor the disparity between this product and others. To put plainly, the best-selling cosmetics worldwide pale in comparison to the ointment Qinyang possesses. They are mere refuse. With proper marketing, our product could easily capture over 70% of the global cosmetics market. That equates to a market size in the trillions. Given that half of the world's population is female, and women are the most willing to spend on cosmetics, we are poised for success. Wait, I need to calm down. Qinyang, why did you wait until now to reveal such a remarkable product? Qinyang chuckled. Well, previously I was merely an employee. What use would have been to bring this out? All the profits would have gone to you. Now that I'm a shareholder, I can claim half of the earnings, thus I'm more than willing to present it. Yi Qingya, somewhat exasperated, replied, had you possessed this ointment earlier, I would not have shortchanged you. I would have shared the profits without hesitation. But this is for the best. Now that you've bought back your grandfather's shares, you'll reap the majority of future profits. We have work ahead. With effective marketing, this cosmetic will soar in sales, and we must prepare for production. Chen Yang interjected. Hold on, Yi Qingya. I need to clarify that the materials used in this cosmetic are somewhat unique, and one particular herb is not easily sourced. Currently, we have enough raw materials to produce around 200 tons of jade skin cream, but not much more. Thus, we must plan ahead and adjust the pricing accordingly. Yi Qingya considered this. 200 tons is substantial, and given the efficacy of the jade skin cream, it can be diluted and combined with other components. I will head to the R&D department immediately to refine the formulation and aim to launch the product within 5 days. As for production, that will be your responsibility. As the three of them excitedly discussed their plans, a little girl named He appeared at the door, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, Daddy, Chen Yang, Daddy, you came to see Yi so early. She rushed over and wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck. Watching the intimate bond between Chen Yang and Yi Qingya felt a familiar turmoil in her heart. Chapter 90. Paying the price, Yi Qingya observed the tender embrace between Chen Yang and his daughter Yi, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Previously, she harbored resentment toward Chen Yang, which made her reluctant to allow him and Yi to grow too close, often avoiding their encounters. However, having set aside her grievances, Yi Qingya now regarded Chen Yang anew and was surprised to find him somewhat admirable. Yet, this realization only heightened her anxiety. If Chen Yang truly was outstanding, might he take Yi away from her? With this thought, a pang of apprehension struck her heart, prompting her to step forward and say, Yi, hurry and wash up for dinner. It's time for school. Chen Yang, you should get back to your own affairs and not linger in my home. As she spoke, Yi Qingya ushered Chen Yang out of the house. Frustrated, Chen Yang stood at the door, exclaiming, Yi Qingya, has your boss gone mad? I kindly brought breakfast for you, and I haven't even had a bite myself yet. Yet you're throwing me out? Yi Qingya shot him a glare. Go have breakfast with your mother. Quickly now. With a decisive slam, she closed the door. Chen Yang, fuming, could only make his way back home. Meanwhile, the anger brewing in the Tang family far surpassed Chen Yang's frustrations. Just the day before, Chen Yang had caused a scene at the Aurora Jade factory, purchasing jade worth over 30 million. The losses for the factory were only part of the issue. The repercussions were far more significant. Tang Ming had allowed the security to bully Chen Yang, and his flip-flopping actions quickly made the headlines of local media. Various outlets reported that the Aurora Jade factory was exploiting customers and claimed that their jade products were of inferior quality, relying on deceptive advertising to mislead buyers. Furthermore, videos of Tang Ming's regret over demanding the jadeite were circulated. In no time, no one dared to visit the Aurora Jade factory for gambling or purchases. This factory was the cornerstone of the Tang family's business, and now it faced impending collapse due to Chen Yang's actions. In the Grand Tang residence, Tang Aohai struck Tang Ming across the face with a resounding slap. You worthless fool! I entrusted you with such a crucial asset, and in just a few days, you've utterly ruined the jade factory. It's one thing to destroy a factory. You've tarnished our family's reputation entirely. What has 2 million worth? Why did you have to demand that jadeite from Chen Yang in front of so many people? Are you even my son? Why is your heart so narrow? Tang Ming, nursing his cheek, replied pitifully, Father, I was furious. You have no idea how arrogant that Chen Yang is. He is just a lowly worker. How dare he stand over me, humiliating and mocking me? I couldn't bear it. Tang Aohai took deep breaths, pointing at Tang Ming in anger. Look at what you've done. How are we supposed to recover from this predicament? Tang Ming, feeling despondent, admitted, Father, I didn't expect Chen Yang to be so formidable. No wonder even young Master Su couldn't handle him. Tang Aohai paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. He then snorted coldly and addressed Tang Ming. You've inflicted substantial losses on our family, and you must be held accountable. Yet, who does this little upstart think he is, trampling on our family's reputation? How dare he, a mere martial artist, disregard you and Su Wei? Huh? What face do we have left in Qingzhou's elite circles? Thus, I will find someone to eliminate Chen Yang. As for our family's reputation, we can restore in due time, but we must first reclaim our losses from the Su family. Tang Ming nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Father, the reason I targeted Qinyang was largely due to Su Wei. You told me that the Su family is quite powerful, which is why I sought to curry favor with Su Wei. Tang Aohai waved his hand dismissively. We cannot directly ask for compensation now. Su Wei owes us a favor, and this is a golden opportunity. The Su family has deep roots. Su Kunlun is cunning beyond measure. If others believe the Su family has fallen, they are gravely mistaken. Call Su Wei and inform him we plan to deal with Qinyang, but we need funding. Let us ask him for 100 million to cover our losses. Startled by the mention of 100 million, Tang Ming exclaimed, Father, can Su Wei even come up with that amount? He seems to be in a tight spot himself. Of course, I know he can't manage that now, but you must let him realize that he owes us 100 million. When the Su family rises again, Su Wei will be their heir, and he will remember your kindness. Ultimately, he will repay us. Tang Ming grasped the plan and gave his father a thumbs up. Father, you truly are a cunning old fox, far wiser than I. Tang Aohai chuckled at the compliment before playfully kicking Tang Ming. Hurry and call Su Wei while I reach out to the Black Crow. Tang Ming, startled at the mention of the Black Crow, stammered, You really intend to contact the Black Crow? He asked the most wanted criminal in Jiang province. You previously stated that all forces in Qingzhou are monitoring him. We absolutely cannot make contact. If he takes action, the higher-ups in Qingzhou will surely find out. Tang Aohai responded, This is a different time. Qinyang is a formidable opponent. I initially wanted to enlist the help of Lord Hu or the Blood Knife Society to eliminate Qinyang, but I couldn't reach either of them. Our family is no match for Qinyang, so we must turn to the Black Crow. Once Qinyang is dealt with, we can send the Black Crow away and have him owe us a favor. Our family's business can then expand into the Eastern Islands with his assistance. Tang Aohai gazed out the window with confidence, declaring, Those who provoke the Tang family and dare to assault my son shall not be spared. After Qinyang is eliminated, we will facilitate the Black Crow's escape from Qingzhou, ensuring he leaves safely. He will become a crucial asset for us in the future. Now go and do it. Tang Ming nodded vigorously, kneeling and stating, Father, I understand. This time, that Qinyang is as good as dead. He turned and picked up his phone to contact Su Wei. Chapter 91. Citywide manhunt. Tang Ming drove directly to meet Su Wei, only to find Su Wei's face swollen and bruised, resembling a pig's head. Shocked, Tang Ming asked, Young Master Su, what happened to you? Su Wei gritted his teeth in anger. What else could it be? At your jade factory, Qinyang knocked me out. Then the scoundrel had the audacity to slap me several times. Unfortunately, none of the people I hired were able to handle him. Tang Ming slammed the table in outrage. This Qinyang has gone too far. He has disrupted our Tang family's jade business and now dares to assault you, young Master Su. I will spare no effort to deal with him and avenge you. Su Wei's eyes lit up at this, and he replied, Tang Ming, if you can take care of Qinyang, I will owe you a massive favor. Tang Ming grinned. Young Master Su, you flatter me. Dealing with a lowly person like him is no trouble at all. By the way, do you know about the Black Crow, who has been absent from Qingzhou? Upon hearing the name Black Crow, Su Wei was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting as he inquired. Are you referring to the one who murdered 73 individuals and robbed our Qingzhou museum? I've heard that this individual kills without a moment's hesitation, is adept at concealment, and is currently being hunted throughout Jiang province. Could he still be hiding in Qingzhou? Tang Ming, with a self-satisfied nod, responded, Yes, indeed. It is that very Black Crow. He excels in stealth and assassination. In truth, he is a highly skilled ninja from the East Island nation. The last time he wreaked havoc in our Qingzhou museum. Although he ultimately escaped, he sustained injuries and has been recuperating in Qingzhou. More importantly, the entire city is currently surrounded by the Dragon Group, which is why Black Crow has yet to flee. I plan to enlist his assistance, but the price for his help is considerable. I am uncertain whether the Tang family can afford it. Upon hearing Tang Ming's words, Su Wei's eyes lit up with excitement as he fervently grasped Tang Ming's hands, declaring, Brother Tang, proceed as you see fit. As long as we can eliminate Qinyang, I, Su Wei, shall bear any cost. Allow me to offer you 20 million now, and should you require more later, I will provide it. Tang Ming laughed heartily, saying, You are too kind, young Master Su. It shall be done. I will take care of Qinyang. With that, Tang Ming rose, chuckling while Su Wei gritted his teeth, his fury towards Qinyang having eroded his patience and sense of calculation. Though his entire fortune now amounted to just over 20 million, he He was willing to expend it all to see Chen Yang dead. Having secured Su Wei's 20 million, Tang Ming felt a great weight lift from his shoulders and immediately contacted his father to arrange for Black Crow's intervention. Tang Ao Hai did not hesitate. He employed discreet means to reach out to Black Crow, who had been lying low in a rural residence within Qingzhou. Tang Ao Hai's terms were straightforward. If Black Crow could eliminate Chen Yang, the Tang family would leverage their connections to ensure Black Crow's safe exit from Qingzhou. Meanwhile, in a seemingly ordinary house on the outskirts of Qingzhou, below it lay a fully enclosed safe house. Inside, a man of approximately 1.60 meters, with a glint of malice in his eyes, set down his phone and grasped a sniper rifle over 1 meter long, licking his lips in anticipation. Black Crow let out a cold chuckle, murmuring to himself in Japanese, "At last, I can leave this cursed place. My accomplishments in Qingzhou will surely earn me the favor of the chairman upon my return to the East Island Nation. Ha ha ha." He set the sniper rifle aside and picked up a fist-sized bronze cauldron, tracing the intricate and peculiar engravings upon it. His heart raced. He recognized this as one of the 9 provinces cauldrons that the Tenchi Society of the East Island Nation had long sought after. This artifact held immeasurable value, rumored to be among the 9 divine cauldrons crafted by Daiyu after the Great Flood. The reason the Great Xia is known as the 9 provinces is precisely because these cauldrons are distributed across the 9 regions, making it a true national treasure. And now, he finally possessed it. Suddenly, his phone buzzed again. He glanced at the screen to see a message from Chen Yang, which included a photo and details about him. Chen Yang, an employee of a cosmetics company, suspected to be a martial artist at the Grand Cycle level, was currently seen with a woman near Qingzhou Park. Black Crow noted that he had 1 hour to eliminate this individual, after which a train carrying Jade would take him away from Qingzhou. After reading the message, Black Crow smirked, muttering, "Killing a mere Grand Cycle martial artist is child's play for me." He swiftly packed his sniper rifle, slung a bag over his shoulder, and took the bronze cauldron before departing his safe house. For over a month, he had remained in hiding, acutely aware that the entire southern Jiang province was on high alert for him due to the immense value of the stolen artifact from Qingzhou. Equipped and stealthy, Black Crow departed the residence, making his way swiftly to Qingzhou Park. He knew he had to eliminate Chen Yang and leverage the Tang family's influence to escape. Without the cover of a local family like the Tangs, he was aware that no amount of disguise would allow him to leave Qingzhou undetected. As Black Crow emerged onto the streets, an urgent alarm rang out from the highest management office of the Qingzhou Public Security Bureau. The duty staff quickly reviewed the surveillance footage and soon discovered that Black Crow, who had been the target of their ongoing manhunt, appeared on camera and was automatically identified by the Skynet system, triggering an alarm. The on-duty personnel promptly notified their superiors, and soon Zhao Wuji, the head of Qingzhou, arrived at the command center. Glaring at the fleeting image of Black Crow on the monitor, Zhao Wuji clenched his fist and declared from the footage, "It is clear that this is the Black Crow who harmed over 70 of our brothers in Qingzhou. Everyone, mobilize immediately. Capture him at once. Additionally, inform the Dragon Group to rush over for support. The teams in action must prioritize their safety. We must ensure Black Crow does not escape our sight. Do not act recklessly. Although he is a peak Grand Cycle martial artist, his true combat power is likely at the initial stage of the Master Realm. So, everyone proceed with caution. Also, contact Jiang Bei, King Wu Bei. I will accompany the elders of the Zhao family in this operation. We must capture this scoundrel at all costs." Flames of determination ignited in Zhao Wuji's eyes. He had awaited this day for over a month, and this time, he would spare no effort to ensure Black Crow did not slip away. In the largest park of Qingzhou, Chen Yang strolled hand in hand with Su Yin, passing through a small grove. Chen Yang, with a triumphant smile, remarked, "Wonderful. Now that Yi Qingya is entirely focused on developing the jade skin cream, this middle-aged woman finally lacks the energy to keep tabs on us." Su Yin, listening to Chen Yang, playfully twisted his arm and replied, "You mustn't speak ill of Qingya. She is my dearest friend." Chen Yang shrugged. If she's your best friend, then she should not hinder our romance. Clearly, she is just a witch. Su Yin, blushing, giggled, saying, "Qingya is looking out for my best interests. In any case, you must not speak ill of her in my presence." In the distance, a group of elderly men and women donned in bright red attire were engaged in a lively square dance. An elderly man in a wheelchair clapped his hands rhythmically, his body trembling with excitement. As Chun Yang and Su Yin approached, Su Yin remarked, "Look at how happy that grandpa is. When we grow old, we could enjoy such days too, dancing in the square and leisurely watching the sun rise and set, savoring the simple joys of life." Hearing Su Yan's words, the elderly man turned with a frown, glaring at her as he retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting, young lady? Who's happy? My wife is dancing with another old man, and I'm stuck here in this wheelchair, shaking with frustration while you mock me." Su Yan, feeding embarrassed, hurriedly pulled Qin Yang away. Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh heartily. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, an uncomfortable coldness enveloping him. He sees Su Yan's arm, alertly scanning their surroundings, but the peculiar chill dissipated. Su Yan leaned against Chun Yang's chest, her face flushing red as she quickly pulled away, whispering, "Chun Yang, what are you doing? There's so many people here." She mistakenly believed he was about to do something inappropriate. Chun Yang shook her head, hurriedly explaining, "No, Su Yan, please don't misunderstand me. I mean," at this moment, a sense of crisis surged within him once more. Chun Yang's expression suddenly changed, and without hesitation, he tightly embraced Su Yan, rolling them both onto the ground. Su Yan felt embarrassed by Chun Yang's actions, her heart racing uncontrollably. She never anticipated that Chun Yang could be so impulsive. They had only been dating for a few days, and his actions seemed so rough. As she pondered this, a bullet whizzed by, piercing through Chun Yang's shoulder and leaving a trail of blood. It was only after the bullet had passed that the sound of the gunshot reached her ears. Clearly, the bullet had exceeded the speed of sound, with the projectile arriving before the sound itself. Such supersonic bullets could only be fired from the most powerful sniper rifles. Qin Yang rolled on the ground with Su Yin, quickly hiding her in the grass, instructing, "Su Yin, stay here and don't move." He then gradually rose, leaping onto a tree trunk to take cover and survey the surroundings. His heart raced. Indeed, his earlier instincts had not betrayed him. The chilling, killing intent he felt was because a sniper had locked onto him. The second wave of danger came with the bullet's assault, which was so rapid that it surpassed the speed of sound. Thus, even he could not fully prepare, relying solely on his sixth sense to evade the projectile. Fortunately, having previously acquired a wealth of spiritual energy from the Earth Spirit Vine underground, he had activated the turtle shell pendant in his chest, significantly enhancing his perceptive abilities, allowing him to narrowly escape this assassination attempt. At that moment, a figure over 100 meters away, a crow-like figure over 6 meters tall, concealed itself among the tree branches, the sniper rifle in its grasp still emitting heat. The crow's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that his seemingly foolproof assassination attempt would fail against Qin Yang. This sniper rifle was a superweapon that had claimed the lives of over 10 masters, and coming from the Amaterasu Society in the East Island, he was skilled in ninjutsu, adept at concealment and assassination, and even masters found it challenging to contend with him. Yet now he had missed his target, and Qin Yang was certainly not merely a warrior of the Great Zhou's realm. Taking a deep breath, the crow peered around again. He had to eliminate Qin Yang. Only by doing so could he leverage the Tang family's power to escape Qingzhou and return to the East Island. Adjusting his sniper scope, he focused on the tree where Chun Yang had taken refuge. However, this time, he could not find Chun Yang's figure within the scope. The crow furrowed his brow, sighing inwardly. Could it be that he would fail this time? Just as he was lost in thought, a chilling, killing intent locked onto him. The crow's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly grabbed his sniper rifle and drew a short sword with his other hand, leaping down from the branches. Cautiously, he scanned his surroundings when a voice behind him inquired, "Who are you? Why are you here to kill me?" The crow turned to find Qin Yang casually standing behind him. The crow's face paled. Qin Yang's speed was astonishing, far beyond his expectations. Previously, he had encountered warriors at the master level, but he had never faced such a formidable opponent. In that instant, the crow truly sensed the approach of death and dared not hesitate. He rapidly formed hand seals, then suddenly threw his hands forward. With a resounding explosion, a thick cloud of black smoke erupted. The next moment, dozens of identical crows appeared before Qin Yang. Startled, Qin Yang waved his hands to disperse the black smoke. Observing the identical crows, he stroked his chin and remarked, "Oh, what kind of martial arts is this? So impressive, turning one person into 30. The crow sneered coldly, "Kid, I'm busy today and won't play with you any longer. Next time we meet, I'll take your head." With that, the 30 crows suddenly scattered in all directions, each movement identical, even their expressions while speaking mirroring one another. At this moment, the crow brimmed with confidence, for this was the Amaterasu Society's most formidable ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. By utilizing special inner energy in conjunction with the black smoke bombs in his hands, he could create indistinguishable duplicates. These clones looked exactly like him, 30 identical figures fleeing in all directions. The crow was certain Qinyang could not capture him. Standing still, Qinyang narrowed his eyes, realizing he could no longer afford to be careless. Clearly, the crow's identity was more mysterious than he had imagined. He was likely one of those sinister and treacherous ninjas from the East Island. With this thought in mind, Qinyang quickly tapped his forehead and recited the incantation for the Heavenly Eye Technique. Dao Wu, Heavenly Eye Technique. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Qinyang's eyes as he focused on the 30 identical crows before him, swiftly locking onto a singular figure to the north. The other crows bore a semblance of illusion, but this one was the real entity. Without a moment's hesitation, Qinyang leaped forward, pursuing the crow. Though Qinyang remained at the mid-stage of the Master Realm, his physical strength had undergone a transformation after the last enhancement from the turtle shell, elevating both his power and speed. Coupled with the golden-hued inner energy coursing within him, his velocity had increased significantly. In an instant, the crow had barely run 100 meters before Qinyang caught up to him. With a swift motion, Qinyang's palm struck the crow's back, directly at the heart. Boom! With a crack, the crow was sent flying, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of crimson blood as his heart was shattered by Qinyang's strike. Thudding to the ground, the crow rolled uncontrollably, struggling to turn his head in disbelief at Qinyang. He could not fathom how Qinyang had discerned his true form in an instant. The key point was that Qinyang was merely a mid-stage master, yet his speed was astonishingly fast, beyond the pinnacle of the Master Realm. Who on earth was this person? The crow felt a wave of weakness wash over him, regretting having accepted Tang Aohai's assignment. Instead of gaining his freedom, he had lost his life in this seemingly simple task at the park. The items in his bag had yet to be delivered to the Amaterasu Society, and his mission remained unfulfilled. Regret, deep regret. The crow's eyes widened in disbelief as he lay on the ground, life slipping away. Chen Yang Horiet Ofer, searching the crow's body and finding a simple anti-tracking phone at his waist. Unlocking the phone with the crow's finger, he quickly scanned the messages, realizing that the crow had come for him, sent with detailed information. As he scrolled through, it became clear that the Tang family had orchestrated this. Moreover, they had promised that once the crow killed him, they would arrange transportation to escort him back to the East Island. Damn it, this bunch of scoundrels. Chen Yang scoffed, then rummaged through the crow's backpack. Inside were several precious antiques, among which a fist-sized bronze cauldron tumbled to the ground. Chen Yang glanced at it, surprised. The cauldron appeared rusted, but was unmistakably a genuine bronze artifact, its age evident. Additionally, a faint azure glow emanated from the cauldron, so subtle that an ordinary person would not notice it. What is this? Qinyang muttered, reaching out to grasp the bronze cauldron in his palm. As Qinyang flipped through the pages, an unexpected warmth surged in his chest. Suddenly, the turtle shell formed by the jade pendant within him began to spin rapidly. The shell emitted a brilliant light, exuding an intense hunger and thirst, as if it yearned to consume the cauldron in his hands. Confused, Qinyang contemplated the situation and then channeled the mystical Taoic energy within him, directing it into the cauldron through his palm. In the next moment, the cauldron, originally the size of a fist, transformed into an immense weight, crashing down and pinning Qinyang's hand firmly into the ground. Concurrently, a green light swiftly drilled into his palm from the cauldron, causing excruciating pain throughout his body. The cauldron flickered with an intensifying green glow, spinning faster and faster, until the light surged into Qinyang's palm and rushed towards the turtle shell on his chest. Writhing in agony, Qinyang rolled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. As the light from the cauldron merged with the turtle shell, it transformed into a glowing point, fusing with the shell. The turtle shell seemed to exult, erupting in a burst of golden radiance. In an instant, Qinyang felt his internal energy swell, the Taoic force coursing through his meridians like a relentless tide. In the blink of an eye, he broke through barriers and ascended to the late stage of a master warrior. What is this phenomenon? Qinyang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gradually rose. He examined the cauldron in his hands. Although it appeared unchanged, the faint green glow above it had vanished, as if he had absorbed it. Puzzled, He rotated the cauldron and shook his head in confusion. He then closed his eyes to sense the jade turtle shell on his chest, which slowly ceased its jubilations, revealing a peculiar green pattern upon its surface. Contemplating the pattern, he was interrupted by the sound of sirens and the hurried footsteps of dozens of individuals, many of whom were martial artists, including those of master rank. Realizing the urgency, Chen Yang swiftly made his way towards Su Yan. At that moment, Su Yan lay motionless in the grass. Upon seeing Chen Yang return, she sprang up and embraced him tightly. Her fingers anxiously touched Chen Yang's shoulder as she asked, "Chen Yang, are you all right? Are you seriously injured? Is the assassin still here? Was he after me?" Chen Yang shook his head at her questions, reassuring her as he gently stroked her hair. "Do not worry, I am fine. The assassin is dead. He was not targeting you. He was sent by the Tang family, employing a ninja from the Eastern Isles to deal with me. I will handle this matter." As they spoke, several individuals approached rapidly. Among them was Wu Bei, known as the King of Jiangbei. Now a master, he exuded an aura of authority and seriousness, continuously signaling towards the back. Chen Yang stood and waved at Wu Bei, greeting him. "Master Wu, you have come as well." Wu Bei paused, recognition dawning upon him, and rushed over with deep respect. "Ah, Mr. Chen, there you are. Did you see an assassin from the Eastern Isles? Did he escape?" Chen Yang chuckled. "So you are here to capture that assassin. His body lies over there. I apologize, but I had to eliminate him without hesitation due to his peculiar strength." "What? The Black Crow is dead?" Wu Bei was taken aback. Zhao Wuji, the highest authority in Qingzhou City, looked at Chen Yang in disbelief, unable to comprehend the implications of his words. As the highest official in Qingzhou and a member of the prominent Zhao family of Jinling, Zhao Wuji was well acquainted with the notorious Black Crow, whose prowess transcended ordinary martial artists. Though he was merely at the pinnacle of the great Zhou heaven stage, he had previously slain numerous masters and had stolen a national treasure, the bronze cauldron, right under Zhao Wuji's vigilant watch. Zhao Wuji, furrowing his brow, stepped forward and inquired, "Where's the body of the Black Crow?" Chen Yang gestured towards the location of the corpse, stating, "Over there. I have yet to dispose of it." Zhao Wuji waved his hand, leading a throng of over 30 individuals towards the fallen assassin. Among them were many experts, including 5 master-level elders. Chen Yang, taken aback by the formidable assembly, turned to Wu Bei and remarked, "I did not expect Qingzhou to possess such skilled warriors." Wu Bei chuckled, explaining, "Master Chen, you overestimate our city. These masters are not from Qingzhou. They're elders summoned by Lord Zhao from his family. Lord Zhao was born into the prominent Zhao family of Jinling, but due to a failure in the succession struggle, he was exiled here to serve as the highest authority. Without his lineage, we would not have been able to gather such powerful masters." Wu Bei continued, "By the way, Mr. Chen, your aura seems to have grown stronger. I had just broken through to master level, yet I still cannot discern your true strength. You are merely in your 20s and already possess such formidable prowess. It is truly admirable." Chen Yang laughed heartily. "Now that you have also achieved master rank, spare me the flattery." "Grateful," Wu Bei replied, "Mr. Chen. I owe it all to your guidance. After removing that fibroid tumor, I effortlessly advanced to master rank. It was a smooth transition thanks to your assistance." Just as they exchanged pleasantries, Zhao Wuji approached with excitement. Reaching Chen Yang, he clasped his hands together and proclaimed, "Sir, we have confirmed it is indeed the Black Crow's body, and the national treasure, the Jiuzhou cauldron, has also been recovered." He produced a bronze cauldron, small yet exuding an ancient weightiness, unmistakably a treasure steeped in history. Wu Bei inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Lord Zhao, is this the legendary Jiuzhou cauldron? The very one left by you to quell the energies of the 9 provinces? It seems rather diminutive and does not match my expectations." Zhao Wuji shook his head. "Though it appears small, the Jiuzhou cauldron is said to harbor immense secrets, though I am unaware of them. In any case, it must not be lost under my watch. Now that it is recovered, I can report to my superiors. Truly splendid. Mr. Chen, you must accept my hospitality and my gratitude. Both you and Master Wu are the heroes of this endeavor. I insist on treating you to lunch today." Chen Yang felt a twinge of guilt, fully aware that while the Jiuzhou cauldron appeared unchanged, the green phantom above it had vanished, meaning he had absorbed the essence of the cauldron's spirit. However, upon hearing Zhao Wuji's introduction, Chen Yang felt a subtle shock. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous cauldron was, in fact, the legendary Jojo cauldron left behind by Dayu during his efforts to control the floods. If that were the case, what then was the azure phantom he had absorbed from his cauldron? The Jojo cauldron had instantly elevated him to a minor realm, and the transformation of the tortoise shell within him only confirmed the extraordinary nature of the Jojo cauldron. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Yang escorted Su Yin home before purchasing some fruit and heading to Zhao Wuji's residence for a feast. This invitation from Zhao Wuji to host Chen Yang and Wu Bei for dinner represented immense sincerity. After all, it was highly unlikely one would be invited to someone's home without a strong rapport. As Chen Yang entered Zhao Wuji's home with the fruit in hand, he found Zhao Wuji busily tying an apron in the kitchen. Upon noticing Chen Yang's arrival, he hurriedly welcomed him with politeness, exclaiming, "Haha, Mr. Chen, you're here for a meal, not to bring gifts." Chen Yang chuckled and replied, "After all, you're the most esteemed individual in Qingzhou. If I arrived empty-handed, my mother would surely scold me." Zhao Wuji laughed heartily at this and insisted, "Mr. Chen, please take a seat while I prepare a couple more dishes." He then called out, "Xiao Shui, come out and meet Mr. Chen. This Mr. Chen is even younger than our daughter, yet he has already attained the status of a master and has slain the infamous Black Crow. His prowess is remarkable, a true dragon among youth." As Zhao Wuji's voice faded, a woman in her 40s emerged. Clad in pajamas, her complexion was pale, indicating an ill health, yet her demeanor exuded an extraordinary grace. It was evident that Yang Shui hailed from a prestigious family and had previously been a martial artist of considerable strength. Chen Yang observed her with surprise. Despite her pale visage, there was a certain darkness at her forehead and between her brows, and beneath her beautiful eyes lurked a hint of ominous energy. Clearly, Zhao Wuji's wife had been poisoned, and not for long. Yang Shui extended her hand towards Chen Yang, smiling gently as she spoke. "I just heard Lao Zhao mention your remarkable talents, and now that I meet you, you are even younger and more charismatic than he described." "Ha ha!" Chen Yang quickly smiled back as he shook her hand, feeling the icy chill emanating from her grasp, further confirming his suspicion of her poisoning. Just then, the doorbell rang again, and Wu Bei entered. The group exchanged polite greetings and took their seats, while Yang Shui served tea to Chen Yang and Wu Bei. Wu Bei, taken aback by the attention, quickly expressed his gratitude. Before long, Zhao Wuji emerged with an array of dishes. With a sigh, he remarked, "Mr. Chen, I must confess, you have truly rendered an immense service this time." Chapter 95. Honor and Identity. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Chen Yang quickly displayed humility. Zhao Wuji shook his head and said, "Mr. Chen, you are unaware of the events that transpired prior. The Black Crow is a notorious criminal, affiliated with the Amaterasu Society from the Eastern Islands. He has committed numerous atrocities within our nation, and this time he coveted our national treasure, the Jojo cauldron, killing over 70 people in the process, among them 5 masters, over 10 warriors of the Zhoutian realm, and dozens of ordinary citizens. After seizing the Jojo cauldron, he went into hiding. I had thought I would never capture him again, yet he suddenly reappeared in the park. Frankly, I still do not understand why he chose that location or why he would recklessly expose himself to the surveillance cameras." Chen Yang hesitated for a moment before pulling out his phone from his pocket. He said to Zhao Wuji, "Lord Zhao, I initially intended to keep this matter under wraps, but since you mentioned it, I will tell you the truth. He went to the park to kill me. The reason he sought my life was that the Tang family had summoned him. Their condition was that once the Black Crow eliminated me, they would facilitate his escape from Qingzhou back to the Eastern Islands." Chen Yang handed his phone to Zhao Wuji. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted to one of realization, and he nodded, saying, "The Tang family? Could be that scoundrel Tang Ao Hai? I never imagined he would have the audacity to contact the Black Crow and assist him in fleeing. Does he have any respect for the law or for my existence?" Chen Yang shrugged and replied, "I had initially intended to confront the Tang family for revenge. But seeing your disposition, Lord Zhao, it seems you are also unwilling to let them off the hook, which saves me some trouble." Zhao Wuji quickly affirmed, "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I shall not spare a single member of the Tang family. Naturally, if you wish to seek revenge on your own, that is also permissible. I will provide assistance with my men, and the Tang family's assets will swiftly be transferred to you." Chen Yang Laogid Heartili, Aprejiatings Wujius Go Odwil. Wu Bai interjected, "Lord Zhao, Mr. Chen has not only eliminated the Black Crow, He also rescued both me and Qin Sihai from the notorious black sorcerer Zhumu in Nanyang. Zhao Wuji expressed his gratitude immediately. Wu Bei continued, Mr. Chen has made significant contributions by eliminating the Black Crow, and you, Lord Zhao, also played a crucial role. Once we deal with the Bloodblade Society and the arrogant Hu Yi and eliminate that Qingzhou Poison King Li Jun, your achievements in Qingzhou will be complete. Previously, I lacked the strength to tackle these matters, but now that I have broken through to the Master Realm, I can offer my assistance to you, Lord Zhao. Zhao Wuji quickly responded, Master Wu, you are too modest. You have always been my pillar of support in Qingzhou. Chunyang, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but chuckle and said, well, he has already been dealt with, and I have extinguished the Bloodblade Society as well. As for the so-called Poison King of Qingzhou, I also took care of him a few days ago. Zhao Wuji and Wu Bei gaped in astonishment at Chunyang. With a wry smile, Chunyang added, please don't look at me like that. I am not one who relishes in bloodshed. It's just that these individuals have all sought trouble with me, and I simply resolved the issues as they arose. Zhao Wuji clapped his hands and stood up, declaring, thank you, Mr. Chun. You are indeed the guardian spirit of Qingzhou. He said he would apply for the honorary title of guardian spirit of Qingzhou for him. With this title, Mr. Chun would possess a transcendent status in Qingzhou, free from the fear of being apprehended by law enforcement, capable of temporarily mobilizing resources, and even establishing a connection with the Dragon Group. Chunyang waved his hand, saying, Lord Zhao, you are too kind. Let's forego the title of guardian spirit of Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Wu Bei, enviously wiping his mouth, quickly urged Chunyang, Mr. Chun, you must not decline. The title of guardian spirit of Qingzhou can bring you immense benefits without imposing too many responsibilities. Ultimately, it serves as a life-saving talisman. Should you ever inadvertently break the law, this title can shield you from accountability. Moreover, the title is a privilege granted by the Dragon Group, which may open the door for you to join them in the future. Listening to Wu Bei's words, Chunyang nodded slightly, saying, then I shall gratefully accept this from Lord Zhao. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily, promptly dialing a number on his phone to confer the title of guardian spirit of Qingzhou to Chunyang. After hanging up, Zhao Wuji said, I should be the one thanking you, Mr. Chun. Just the matter of the Black Crow alone is enough to merit you the title of guardian spirit of Qingzhou. Gulme, let us dine and drink. After several toasts, Chunyang turned to Zhao Wuji and inquired, Lord Zhao, I have observed that Madame Zhao does not seem to be in good health. Was she not once a formidable martial artist? How could she sustain such a grave injury? Zhao Wuji sighed, shaking his head as he replied, my wife has been in this poor condition for over 3 months now, and I cannot fathom why her health has deteriorated so suddenly. To be candid, my wife, Yang Shui, possesses strength surpassing my own. She is a peak master-level martial artist. It is a matter of great fortune and fate that she chose to marry me. However, 3 months ago, her health inexplicably declined, and since then, I have lost all desire to contend for the position of heir to the Zhao family. We have sought the expertise of numerous renowned physicians, yet none have been able to provide a remedy. Our Zhao family has its connections and reputation, yet we remain at a loss for a solution. The Yang family, one of the most esteemed clans in the Great Xia, has also been unable to decipher the issue despite their resources. For now, I can only procure nourishing herbs to sustain her life, but her condition continues to worsen. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Chunyang offered, if you trust me, I would like to examine Madame Zhao. Wu Bei, standing nearby, clapped his hands and exclaimed, yes, exactly. Lord Zhao, I nearly forgot to mention that Mr. Chun is indeed a true miracle worker. The South Sea black sorcerer, Zhumu, met his demise at Mr. Chen's hands. I was poisoned at the time, and it was Mr. Chun who effortlessly cured me. Moreover, my recent breakthrough into the Master Realm was also due to Mr. Chen's medical guidance, which enabled me to resolve the fibroid beneath my acupoint. Hearing Wu Bei's words, Zhao Wuji's fingers trembled with excitement, causing the wine in his cup to spill. He had initially intended to politely decline Chunyang's offer, believing that Chunyang, being so young, could not possibly discern the ailment afflicting his wife. Yet now, filled with hope from Wu Bei's endorsement, he fervently stated, Mr. Chun, I had no idea your medical skills were so profound. I entrust my wife to your care. Chapter 96. The power of the curse. Chunyang rose and made his way to the bedroom of Yang Shui and Zhao Wuji. Lying in bed, Yang Shui quickly sat up, apologizing to Chun Yang. Mr. Chun, I am truly sorry for my weakness. I have not been able to host you properly. Zhao Wuji wiped away a tear and gestured for her to be quiet. Dear, do not speak. Mr. Chun possesses extraordinary medical skills, and I have invited him to examine you. Yang Swiss miled gently, expressing her gratitude to Chen Yang. Although she harbored doubts about his capabilities, her upbringing in a prominent family instilled in her a sense of decorum. Chen Yang sat down, took Yang Shui's pulse, and found it to be normal. However, upon examining her complexion, he noted a pallor shadowed by a sinister aura, indicating the presence of malevolent energy. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yang asked Madame Yang, "Have you recently visited any unclean places?" Yang Shui shook her head firmly, asserting, "No, I have not. As a peak master-level martial artist, I would surely sense any malevolence." Zhao Wuji interjected, "Mr. Chun, your insight aligns with that of other esteemed physicians, who suggest my wife may have been afflicted by something unclean. Yet, despite our efforts, we cannot identify the source of her ailment." Chen Yang nodded, then placed his palm over Yang Shui's Bai acupoint. His profound, mystical energy surged into her body. Closing his eyes, he began to probe her condition. Zhao Wuji paced anxiously nearby, while Yang Shui rolled her eyes at her husband, signaling him to remain calm. She understood well that Chun Yang's medical skills were indeed remarkable, capable of discerning her affliction. However, she believed that even the most skilled physicians had yet to find a solution to her plight. After 3 minutes of exploration, Chun Yang withdrew his hand. Inhaling deeply and wiping the sweat from his brow, the exertion of using his mystical energy to investigate a peak master-level martial artist was considerable. Yang Shui, remaining composed, turned to Zhao Wuji and remarked, "Old Zhao, do not be so tense. You are making Mr. Chun anxious." Then, addressing Chen Yang, she continued, "Mr. Chun, my ailment is indeed peculiar, and it is understandable that its cause is elusive. Life has its own course, and I have long accepted my fate." Opening his eyes, Chen Yang shook his head, stating, "Madame Yang, your condition is indeed strange, but I can heal you." Yang Shui was about to offer words of reassurance when Chun Yang's declaration left her momentarily speechless. Zhao Wuji, overcome with emotion, grasped Chen Yang's arm and asked fervently, "Mr. Chen, is it true? Can you truly cure my wife's illness?" Chen Yang affirmed, "Indeed I can, though it appears as if Madame Yang has fallen victim to malevolent sorcery. The true nature of her affliction is a curse. Curses are intangible, and neither our nation nor neighboring countries possess expertise in them." Zhao Wuji stiffened, exclaiming, "A curse? Could it be that nefarious sorcerers from the West have targeted my wife?" Yang Shui's eyes brightened as she interjected, "A curse. That explains everything. No wonder, despite my mastery, I have been utterly defenseless against their insidious influence." Chen Yang nodded. "There are very few who understand curses within our nation, and even fewer worldwide. Only certain unique bloodlines can wield such power. My knowledge of curses is limited, yet I can assert that you harbor a curse within you, Madame Yang, one that silently drains your vitality. I will utilize my unique energy to purge this curse from your body, but we must also trace the source of the curse. Typically, to cast a curse, one must use an object of great significance to you or a blood relation," he continued. "Consider whether you possess such an item nearby." Yang Shui suddenly realized and exclaimed, "I believe you may be referring to the doll my mother left me." She swiftly opened a cabinet and retrieved a doll over half a meter tall, crafted to resemble her. "This doll is a relic from my mother. Now that you mention it, her passing was shortly followed by my own ailments. It seems that both my condition and my mother's death may be linked to this curse." Taking the doll from her, Chun Yang enveloped it with his mystical energy and quickly sensed a chilling, malevolent aura emanating from it. He recognized this aura as the source of the curse. Drawing a dagger, he swiftly slashed at the doll. With a sudden crack, the puppet split open, revealing a fleshy mass covered in fine hair. Judging by its texture, it appeared to be a human liver. Chen Yang refrained from touching it with his hands. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves and gently grasped the mass, his brow furrowing as he spoke. "This must be your mother's internal organ, correct?" Upon hearing this, Yang Shui trembled violently, her eyes wide with horror as she directed her gaze at Chen Yang, asking, "What is that hair on the liver?" Chen Yang shook his head. "This is a technique employed by Western black sorcerers. I cannot ascertain the means by which it is cultivated, but this is the source of the curse within you. Chen Yang scrutinized the hair, which displayed a kaleidoscope of colors, and upon closer inspection, it resembled living straws, akin to countless minute organisms, writhing atop the liver. He cast the liver into the fire, and as the colorful hairs made contact with the flames, a piercing scream erupted, reverberating throughout the entire house. The sound was excruciatingly sharp, nearly causing Zhao Wujia to bleed from his ears. Following the scream, both the liver and its hair transformed into a wisp of green smoke. Vanishing entirely, Chen Yang turned to Yang Shui and declared, "Madam Yang, I shall now assist you in dispelling the curse within you." Chapter 97. Sales Strategy. Removing the curse is no simple task. However, for Chen Yang, it was not overly complicated. The Taoist sorceress energy, surging from his palm, flooded into Yang Shui's body. This golden-hued energy was far purer than ordinary inner qi, akin to a raging inferno that swiftly eradicated the curse technique within her. With the source of the curse eliminated, Chen Yang employed the Taoist sorceress energy to incinerate the remnants completely. Half an hour later, Yang Shui felt a jolt of energy, the darkness in her eyes dissipating, and the area between her eyebrows glowing a vibrant red. She gazed up at Chen Yang in astonishment, incredulous at her transformation. Zhao Wujia, filled with concern, inquired, "Madam, how do you feel?" Yang Shui took a deep breath, striving to contain her overwhelming excitement, and replied, "Old Zhao, I feel completely healed, even better than before I fell ill. Mr. Chen is indeed remarkable. Despite his youth, his inner qi is extraordinarily robust, and it possesses a unique vitality, almost as if it were alive. I sense that the bottleneck I have faced at the pinnacle of the Master Realm is loosening. A barrier that has obstructed me for 20 years seems on the verge of breaking." Zhao Wujia, elated by Yang Shui's claim of her recovery, trembled as he exclaimed, "Is it possible, madam? This cannot be true. You have been on the cusp of ascending from a Master Realm to the innate Grandmaster Realm, a feat so rare throughout history. Do not tell me you are on the verge of a breakthrough. If you truly achieve this, a Grandmaster in her 40s, then I would be unworthy of you." Yang Shui could not help but laugh at Zhao Wujia's words, quickly saying, "Old Zhao, Mr. Chen is still present. What nonsense are you speaking?" Yet, she added, "However, Mr. Chen has indeed expended considerable inner qi while treating me, and I felt the opportunity to break through my bottleneck during the process. I may need to enter seclusion immediately. Yes, I must retreat at once." Yang Sui nodded vigorously, filled with excitement. Zhao Wujia, utterly astonished, pulled Chen Yang out of the bedroom, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Inside the bedroom, Yang Shui sat cross-legged, beginning her cultivation to challenge the innate Grandmaster Realm. Chen Yang settled onto the sofa, taking a few bites of food, finally regaining his composure after the excessive expenditure of Taoist sorceress energy in detoxifying Yang Shui. Zhao Wujia, with a mournful expression, addressed Chen Yang, saying, "Mr. Chen, I cannot possibly repay your immense kindness. Not only have you saved my wife, but you have also loosened her cultivation bottleneck, enabling her to potentially strive for the innate Grandmaster Realm. This friendship is invaluable." Chen Yang immediately shook his head, replying, "It is your wife's exceptional talent for cultivation." Zhao Wujia, hearing this, offered a wry smile and nodded. "That is indeed true. My wife possesses remarkable innate talent, and the Yang family is among the top 10 prominent families, blessed with abundant resources for cultivation. Thus, she entered the Master Realm in her early 20s. Yet the transition from Master to innate Grandmaster is exceedingly challenging. If she truly breaks through, the exiled heir of the Zhao family, would be utterly unworthy of her." Meanwhile, Wu Bei interjected, "Lord Zhao, Mr. Chen, you both are exceptional individuals. It is my honor to be acquainted with you." The three exchanged compliments, and before long, the honorary identity plaque of the Guardian of Qingzhou was delivered to Zhao Wujia's residence. Zhao Wujia presented the certificate identity plaque and were permitted to Chen Yang, saying, "Mr. Chen, thank you for safeguarding Qingzhou City." After a brief conversation, they parted ways. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Yang took out the identity plaque, proudly showing it to his mother. "Mom, look, although I did not become a civil servant, I am now a person with a formal position." Huang Zaihua picked up Chen Yang's award plaque, and her eyes sparkled with disbelief. "This is truly the plaque of the Guardian of Qingzhou. This is far more prestigious than a mere civil service position. Quickly, let me take a picture and post it on social media to let your grandfather know that our Yangzi has also achieved success. Not only has he bought a villa, but now he has an even better job. Hearing Huang Zaihua's words, Qinyang could not help but chuckle. He wrapped his arm around Huang Zaihua. Say, Mom, I am sorry for any grievances I caused you in the past. I will find an opportunity to take you back to your grandfather's house, so you can hold your head high. Huang Zaihua shook her head, sighing, there is no need. Your grandfather is completely disappointed in me. And I too feel utterly heartbroken and despondent towards them. They were the ones who refused to acknowledge me as their daughter. In any case, it does not matter. I will just post on social media to show off a bit. The following day, Qinyang first took a stroll around the valley of Qinglong Mountain. The valley had now been developed into a medicinal herb processing base, where the enormous earth spirit vine was being meticulously cut and processed into raw materials for producing jade skin cream. During this processing, Black Wolf and his brothers were indeed able to absorb the spiritual energy. Although the vast majority of the spiritual energy within the earth spirit vine was absorbed by the tortoise shell at Qinyang's chest, a significant amount of residual spiritual energy remained. Now, Black Wolf's strength had entered the great Zhoutian realm, and some of his subordinates had begun to break through to the body refinement realm. Qinyang observed the immense earth spirit vine, realizing it could yield a considerable amount of jade skin cream. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the official production and subsequent sales of the jade skin cream. After returning from Qinglong Mountain, Qinyang arrived at the company and received a call from Yi Qingya. Excitedly, she urged, Qinyang, come to my office right away. Qinyang set down his phone and made his way to Yi Qingya's office. Upon entering, he found not only Yi Qingya, but also Su Yin and Wu Qian present. Yi Qingya handed a beautifully packaged box of cosmetics to Qinyang, saying, Qinyang, take a look at the finished product of the jade skin cream. Qinyang opened the box to reveal a set of jade skin cream, elegantly adorned with traditional ink and wash landscape paintings, exuding an air of grandeur and classical sophistication. Qinyang gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, it is absolutely stunning. Yi Qingya laughed. This design was done by Su Yin. Qinyang, hearing this, approached Su Yin, unable to contain his admiration. Wow, Su Yin, I did not realize you had such talent. Su Yin giggled, covering her mouth, and shot a playful glance at Qinyang. Do you think I'm just a pretty face? You've always looked down on me. Qinyang quickly waved his hands, saying, not at all. You have always been a fairy in my eyes. Yi Qingya was initially quite pleased to witness Qinyang and Su Yin flirting openly before her. Unable to suppress a huff, she rapped the table and remarked, you two should be more mindful. I intend to price this cosmetics line at 2,000 yuan per set. While this price point is somewhat high, the quality will undoubtedly justify the expense. A premium price may pose initial sales challenges, yet with persistent promotional efforts, both our brand reputation and profit margins will flourish in the long run. Now, let us discuss how to effectively market and promote this product to expand our reach. Chapter 98. The suitable candidate. After posing her query, Yi Qingya promptly positioned herself between Su Yin and Qinyang, effectively separating them. Clearly, she was displeased by their unabashed display of affection. Wu Qian, standing nearby, could not help but stifle a laugh. Upon seeing Su Yin, she understood why Qinyang seemed indifferent toward her. It was hard to deny that, in terms of appearance, demeanor, and physique, Su Yin surpassed her. The former class beauty paled in comparison to Su Yin, the campus queen of Jinling University. The four of them deliberated on the sales strategy for the jade skin cream, which was priced at 2,000 yuan, indicating a mid to high-end market position. For most households, purchasing a single box of cosmetics would require them to allocate a third of their monthly income, necessitating a very cautious approach. Thus, the initial promotional efforts must be exceptionally robust and effective. Should the marketing fail to resonate, selling this 2,000 yuan product would prove arduous. At this juncture, Su Yin interjected, we have established that the jade skin cream is highly effective, so we simply need to showcase its results to potential customers. I propose we engage influencers with skin imperfections to test our product, allowing viewers to witness the transformation firsthand. Once we successfully sell the first batch, word of mouth will gradually boost sales. Additionally, the upcoming cosmetics competition in the Jiangnan region presents a perfect opportunity for us to enter with this product. If we secure a top 3 finish, it will provide us with significant promotional leverage, opening doors for celebrity collaborations, thus triggering a surge in sales. Wu Qian nodded in agreement, stating, "I support Miss Su's plan. We are in the era of short videos. Having influencers use and promote our product will undoubtedly yield better results than traditional advertising across various media channels. Today's consumers are discerning. They are unlikely to be swayed by mere empty advertisements. However, if an influencer demonstrates visible results, such as the disappearance of scars or crow's feet, the impact will be substantial." Yi Qingya listened attentively and affirmed, "You are both correct. Let us proceed with the influencer marketing strategy. We will reach out to several influencers who have scars, prominent crow's feet, or are prone to acne to test our product and sign contracts with them." At that moment, Su Yin spoke up, "Qinyang, can this jade skin cream treat burn injuries?" Qinyang hesitated, considering his response before replying, "Burn treatment varies by situation. If the burn is caused by flames, resulting in significant skin damage, the cream will be ineffective. However, for burns from hot water, it will certainly yield positive results quickly." Upon hearing Chen Yang's affirmative reply, Su Yan's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "I just thought of a perfect candidate. Her name is Yao Xina, and she is also a student at Jinling University." Chen Yang, intrigued by the name, replied, "Yao Xina? That rings a bell." Su Yan nodded, sighing. Yao Xina was one of our senior classmates, renowned for her beauty, having been named one of the 4 campus beauties at Jinling University. Unfortunately, during her junior year, she suffered a severe burn when hot water was accidentally poured over her face and neck, leaving one side of her face disfigured. Realization dawned on Chun Yang as he remarked, "Oh, I remember her now. Is she a streamer now?" Su Yan confirmed, "Yes. Yao Xina is among the first wave of internet influencers. She attracted a considerable following due to her looks and talents in singing and dancing. Despite her disfigurement, she has persevered in her streaming career. Now, she has gained a modest reputation as a streamer, primarily sharing inspirational stories and occasionally selling products, earning a decent income of over 10,000 yuan monthly." Qinyang quickly responded, "It sounds like Yao Xina would be an excellent choice." Yi Qingya immediately inquired, "How can we get in touch with Yao Xina?" Su Yan shook her phone, stating, "I will make a few calls to inquire." Yao Xina has garnered quite a bit of recognition, so her contact information should be accessible. After a brief conversation with a few classmates, Su Yan excitedly reported, "Great news! Yao Xina currently resides in Qingzhou, living with her former roommate in a rural villa where they cultivate some farmland and a vegetable garden. She primarily makes money by creating videos about her life and selling organic vegetables. We should head over there. It seems Yao Xina is not doing too well, and if we offer her an attractive contract, coupled with the potential for our cream to heal her burn scars, she might be willing to endorse our product. After all, her beauty and talent, along with her story, would provide excellent promotion for us." Yi Qingya clapped her hands in agreement. "Yes, let us move forward with this plan. Contact Yao Xina and propose our terms." Qinyang chimed in, "Let us go. I'll take you there." Su Yan smiled, replying, "All right, let's all go together." Without giving Yi Qingya a chance to object, they headed out of the office. Observing the two walking side by side, Yi Qingya stomped her foot in frustration. Nevertheless, she refrained from protest, recognizing that finalizing the promotional strategy was of the utmost importance. In the office, only Wu Qian and Yi Qingya remained. Wu Qian, stifling laughter, teased, "If you have feelings for Qinyang, you should pursue him boldly. Otherwise, it won't be long before he and Miss Su become an official couple." Yi Qingya shook her head, frowning. "How could I possibly like someone like Qinyang? My concern for their relationship stems from not wanting Su Yin to suffer and fall into his trap. Let us disregard him for now and continue discussing which other influencers we can invite to finalize our plans swiftly." The two women hastily brainstormed in the office while Chun Yang drove Su Yin in a Bentley, heading towards the outskirts of Qingzhou.